Chapter 1180. Different Effects. 1180 Different Effects. In the forsaken land of the gods, at night when the frequency of lightning had dropped to a very low frequency, 2 slices of white bread and a piece of barbecued meat is pretty good after all. The sweet and sour desserts from the fog sea are better than I had expected. After swallowing the last mouthful of food, Klein sighed in amazement from the bottom of his heart. He then threw the remaining packaging into the darkness. After all, there was no concept of environmental protection here, nor was there a rubbish bin. Of course, he had removed his connection with those items ahead of time, just like how he would head over to Saphira Castle to perform sterilization every time he abandoned a marionette. This was to prevent Amon's avatars from locking onto him with them. Lifeless objects won't be transferred into a concealed state by the darkness here. Klein raised the lantern that Danitz had sacrificed, and he illuminated the abandoned items. It was only after he filled his stomach that he was in the mood to try out the dangerous things he had previously divined. Amidst the flickering dim yellow light, Klein reached his right hand out into the air and dragged out another projection of himself. It was another version of him from the historical void, one who was also holding onto a lantern. Klein entered the grayish-white fog 1 second later, allowing his projection's consciousness to awaken. The projection was surrounded by a group of monsters. Amidst the endless darkness, it opened its mouth, planning to recite the name, Demonesses. He didn't manage to make a single sound, as though the words he wanted to say had been concealed. Indeed, it's as I expected. Wearing a silk half-top hat and a black trench coat, Klein slowly took a deep breath. Looking at the lantern that emitted faint yellow light, he suddenly chanted in Jotun, Leodoro. Before he could finish his sentence, more than 100 lightning bolts warped as if they were responding to being summoned. They instantly blanketed the area. There was no time for him to dodge. Even if he had switched places with a marionette, he would still be within the attack range. Amidst the brightening of silvery white light, he collapsed to the ground. His body was charred as he convulsed violently, as though he had become a gigantic piece of coal. Then, his figure rapidly dissipated as the illusion vanished. Wearing a real top hat, clothed in an Intis-styled windbreaker and carrying a simple lantern, Klein immediately returned to reality and continued proceeding forward as if nothing had happened. After walking for a while, his figure suddenly turned blurry and clear. Following that, Klein opened his mouth again and read out a name in Jotun. Oh, just as he produced the first syllable, a transparent flame burst out from his body, instantly reducing him to ashes, not giving him a chance to switch places with his marionette. Klein's figure appeared once again. He pressed his hat and walked calmly on the hill filled with strange plants. Harabergen, Badhail, Umbella, there's nothing out of the ordinary. There are no traces of the corresponding divine powers left in the vicinity of the City of Silver. Medici, Ouroboros, Sasrir, these are of no use, neither one of them are deities. I thought that the situation at Afternoon Town in the Giant King's court was due to special circumstances. Using Sasrir's true name outside can activate the powers of degeneration from the forsaken land of the gods. As a king of angels with the uniqueness, Red Angel is also considered half a true god. Yet, there aren't any traces left of him. How shameful for a person, no, shameful for a king of angels. As Klein walked down the hill, he followed his spiritual intuition and headed northwest where the city ruins of Noise were. He would occasionally take a detour, occasionally using flaming jump, and he didn't follow the route that the City of Silver had used to explore to reach their destination. Backland, late at night. Feeling that she had digested the potion a little more, Audrey very eagerly used dream traversal to leave her mansion and to enter the various dreams of the surrounding area. Knowing what the current situation was like, she had a strong desire to become a demigod. Just like that, she suddenly saw someone familiar. This was a noble lady who had a good relationship with her. She was 29 years old and had married a viscount 2 years ago. At this moment, the lady's room was filled with rose petals. The bed was white, and there was a heart-shaped ring placed on it. And she could hear knocking sounds from the outside. With flushed cheeks, the lady quickly walked over and opened the window. A man wearing a black iron mask and a dark cloak leapt in. He hugged the lady and whispered, "I'll take you away from your suffering." Then, the two of them started to wrap their bodies around one another as they rolled into bed. As a dreamwalker who was working hard to digest the potion, Audrey had long seen similar scenes. She had experienced the phase of feeling embarrassed, and she sighed at how everyone's dreams were full of imagination. At that moment, she didn't lose her composure at all. She maintained the etiquette of a spectator, as though she was witnessing an overly intense play. After a brief examination, she discovered a problem. The man wearing the black iron mask wasn't the wife's spouse, but more like a particular playboy in the aristocratic circles. Is this a reflection of what's hidden in her heart? Audrey muttered to herself in an academic manner while analyzing the dream. Following that, she traversed into the dream beside her out of curiosity. This dream corresponded to the noble wife's husband, the Viscount. In the dream, this Viscount was busy attending a discussion at the House of Lords. Later, he was chased by an earl with a revolver. The latter claimed that he had tricked his daughter. After escaping to a safe zone, the Viscount found his female secretary to vent his fear. Audrey couldn't help but leave the dream, wanting to see the state the Viscount and his wife were in. In the bedroom under the illumination of the crimson moonlight, the Viscount was hugging his wife on the huge white bed. His wife was hugging him and sleeping in a very intimate manner. Yes, I have to realize that everyone has a dark side to them. It's just a dream that they've had. If conviction, for a mere instantaneous thought was carried out, then everyone would descend into hell, and no one will be spared, including myself. I can control my dark side, preventing it from ever being realized in the real world. To most people, that's already considered excellent. Audrey increasingly felt that acting as a dreamwalker was a way to question and hone one's mind and body. She entered the dreamscape again and traversed to another area. Not long after, she arrived at a warm room. There was a dining table placed over a thick carpet. At the seat of honor was a white-haired old lady. To her sides were a middle-aged couple and 3 children who were not of age. They were all enjoying the delicious food, chatting and laughing. It was dark outside the room. The strong winds made the glass groan and thump as they seemed to brew a horrifying sensation before the disaster struck. What is the owner of this dream bothered about? Audrey retreated from the dream and tried to find an answer from the real world to verify her hypothesis. She then saw a small bed and the white-haired old lady. There were photo frames on the bedside. Table of the old lady. They were either wrapped in black cloth or white flowers, consisting of a middle-aged couple and 3 underage children. Audrey silently turned her head to look out the window, only to see that there were ruins nearby, ones left behind by an explosion. The young noble lady pursed her lips and suddenly returned to the old lady's dreams. She didn't stop the disaster that might happen. She only conjured a chair and sat on it. She looked at the happy and warm family in a solemn manner. Amidst the howling wind and glass, the room was brightly lit. There was the fragrance of food and laughter everywhere. Audrey had already concluded one of the acting principles of Dreamwalker. A traveler of a dream enters, takes in the sights and records, never interfering. That was a spectator. In St. Samuel Cathedral, having been summoned by Bishop Anthony Stephen, Leonard slowly walked up the spiral staircase under the sunlight that shone in through the stained glass. Suddenly, he said with a suppressed voice, "Old man, that secret gathering is about to begin again. Are you really planning to attempt to enter the treasures left behind by the Jacob family at the end of the month?" "I'm not sure yet, but this is an opportunity. At the very least, Amon's main body is being tied down by the matter regarding Saphira Castle. He won't suddenly appear." In Leonard's mind, Pallas Zoroast replied with a slightly hoarse voice, "However, I'm more inclined to reveal the news of the treasure trove. I want the people at the gathering to adventure and explore it. We'll stay in the vicinity and observe the situation, taking what I need from their hands." Leonard was taken aback as he whispered, "Old man, isn't that too sinister?" This was using the members of the Hermits of Fate as tools to step into a trap. "Hey, naive, childish. You can tell them all the details and let them decide whether they want to go on their own." Pallas scoffed. Leonard didn't mention it again. Instead, he asked, "Old man, when can I become a demigod?" "If you can obtain a spirit at the level of your former colleague's messenger, you'll be able to digest the potion by the beginning of next year. However, it's better to act according to my instructions. Engage in a deeper level of acting. Wait till the second half of next year, you'll have the qualifications to try for Sequence 4. Of course, I'm not sure if the Church of Evernight will give you the potion and hold a ritual for you." That high-ranking deacon named Sesimir Crestet had to wait several years before he truly became a demigod when war truly broke out, didn't he? Leonard nodded and asked thoughtfully, "Old man, can you act as a spirit to help me digest the potion? Your level should be higher than Klein's messenger." Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds before he chortled, "What a great idea. How about I help you digest the potion?" "How?" Leonard knew that old man was mocking him, but he couldn't help but ask. "I'll deeply parasitize you, gaining full control over your body," Pallas snapped back. As he spoke, Leonard came to the door of the Backland Diocese's archbishop. He immediately shut his mouth and raised his right hand to knock on the door. "Come in." Anthony Stephen glanced at Leonard, who had opened the door. "You can release that vampire behind Channy's gate." Chapter 1181. Noise Ancient City. Upon hearing the bishop's instructions, Leonard was first taken aback before he inwardly sighed. Mr. Fool's prophecy was really accurate. No, it's not a prophecy. He was already aware of everything. Leonard quickly reined in his thoughts and followed the procedures to get Bishop St. Anthony to give him an official document. Then, he returned underground and brought 2 members into Channy's gate. After waiting for the keepers to check the documents, he came to Emlyn White's room, which was illuminated with shining silver candles that were covered with engraved patterns. He opened the heavy stone door with a brass key. Ghostly blue light entered the cell, stabbing Emlyn White's eyes to the point of him instinctively closing his eyes. His face was much paler than before, and his body was much thinner. He exuded a feeling that a gust of wind would lift him up at any moment. Thinking of Mr. Fool's answer, Emlyn suddenly felt confident in his current situation. Without opening his eyes, he slowly stood up and chuckled. "I knew you would take the initiative to send me out. Would you be disappointed if I said that it was just a routine investigation?" Leonard lampooned inwardly and replied without any expression, "I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't leave Channy's gate within this period, I'll take it as you voluntarily choosing to stay behind." As a slightly more senior Nighthawk and a captain of a Red Gloves team for several months, Leonard had rich experience in dealing with prisoners. Emlyn's expression froze. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he ultimately maintained his silence. He walked past Leonard and his 2 teammates and walked out of Channy's gate. Outside, he suddenly shuddered, as if he wanted to purge the chill in his body. "Once you return, getting some sunlight would fix you up. Oh, the sun is a rare commodity in Backland's winter, and you vampires don't enjoy sunbathing, aren't you an apothecary? You can concoct some medicine from the sun domain yourself." Seeing this, Leonard casually reminded him, Emlyn's condition wasn't the best. On the one hand, he hadn't drunk any spirituality containing human blood for days. He could only rely on the blood of animals as a substitute. On the other hand, it was because he had stayed behind Channy's gate for too long. The power of Evernight that supported the seal had eaten into him a little, making him require the effects of medicine from the sun domain to remove the residual effects. As a potions professor, Emlyn was aware of his physical and mental condition. He didn't retort or nod. He only emphasized the word, sanguine, before asking, "Where's Father Utravsky? He still needs to stay a little while longer. I hope this bloody war will end soon. Don't worry, we'll let him come out twice a week to get some sunlight. As for which days they'll be, it'll depend on the weather in Backland." Leonard gave a simple response before sending Emlyn White to the ground and onto the streets. Emlyn hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Where's the nearest hospital?" "What do you want to do?" Leonard asked in a professional manner. "Get a blood transfusion." Emlyn raised his chin slightly, trying his best not to change his expression. Blood transfusion, more like drinking blood. Leonard didn't call him out. He pointed in one direction and gave him the address. After watching the Sanguine Viscount leave, he returned underground and began to discuss a recent case with his team members. After several days of traveling, Klein finally arrived near the Noise City ruins in the north. This was equally a desolate plain. The dried riverbed left traces of itself on the ground. Looking at the dark, shadowy city that was filled with a thin fog, he was in no hurry to get close. Instead, he found a hidden spot and muttered the honorific name of Mr. Fool. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and recited the incantation before entering the world above the gray fog. To return to Saphira Castle with just a thought, he needed the prayers of the Tarot Club members to stack together, forming a strong and firm anchor. That way, it would provide the Fool with the sufficient summoning power. With the help of the prayer light, Klein used his true vision to check the situation of the Noise ruins from afar. He discovered that the thin fog was slowly dissipating, but it couldn't completely dissipate. On the surface of the city, there wasn't a single spirit body thread. The people who were dressed in linen robes or animal hides were lying in different spots on the streets. They weren't as lively and busy as the time the City of Silver's expedition team visited. After the angel or sealed artifact that occupied this city discovered that their whereabouts were exposed, they chose to migrate. As Klein made a guess based on the situation in front of him, he retracted his gaze and looked at the grayish-white fog that held up Saphira Castle. he was trying to prevent the miracle invoker, or attendant of mysteries, or the corresponding sealed artifact from hiding in the historical void and ambushing the beyonders of the ancient noise city. He didn't wish to directly encounter a cluster of translucent maggots that twisted into a huge vortex when he leapt into the fog of history, nor did he wish to be pursued by those terrifying tentacles. The ambush that Zeradwell had laid for him still left Klein feeling a lingering sense of fear. From time to time, he would have nightmares, hoping to seek Miss Justice for another round of treatment for psychological trauma. This stimulus was worse than seeing his marionette, Enuni, wear a monocle in front of him while his body remained completely immobile. This was because he had implicated the Hounds of Fulgrim. After confirming that the historical void was safe, Klein returned to the real world. He stretched out his hand, grabbed, and pulled out his former self. This former self was also wearing a silk half-top hat, a black trench coat, and holding a simple glass lantern. In the next second, he jumped into the grayish-white fog and followed the illuminated spots in the historical void, running all the way to a period before the first epoch, in that city of a long-dead civilization. To him, this was a very ingenious, safe house. This was because, aside from him, no scholar of yore could trace back to this lost piece of history. Of course, to him, coming all the way here had required him to expend a lot of his spirituality. He could only stay there for another 15 minutes at most, and that was only if he didn't make any burdening attempts at summoning historical void projections. After hiding his true body, Klein's projection in the real world moved forward, quickly arriving outside the noise ruins. He didn't blindly approach or enter. After circling to a small mound opposite the dried riverbed, he raised his right hand and summoned his original marionette, the cold Earl of the fallen Conus Kilgore with dark blue eyes. Conus's body squirmed and instantly transformed into Gehrman Sparrow. Then, he reached out and took out a lantern from the historical void. The historical projection who summoned a historical projection had disordered the distance under the dim yellow light of the lantern. In a few steps, he arrived outside Noise City, alone. With the lantern in hand, he passed through the rotting buildings and passed through the thin fog before entering the ruins. Compared to using his true vision above the gray fog, actual contact made him discover more details. The humans and monsters lying in different spots had signs of decay, as though they had been abandoned for some time. Some of them sat on chairs under the eaves of the house, others slumped beside stoves. Some held moldy bread while others held hands. There were some leaning against the walls and sitting on the ground, their lips pressed against a bone flute. This allowed Klein to imagine the situation in the city back when they were living. Some of them were slacking off and resting. Some were baking food, and others were shopping along the streets. Others were focused on music as some came and went, laughing non-stop. There were also others fighting monsters in an arena. This was such a lively and bustling scene, but in reality, everyone had already died and were no longer in possession of their souls. They were only repeating predetermined actions. And one day, this strange scene froze with time, and everyone collapsed without any warning. A city formed by marionettes, the most realistic theater. Back then, the foggy town was in a similar situation. Although I'm also a seer, I still have to say that, in terms of horror, terror, and bizarreness, our pathway is definitely ranked amongst the top 3. Could it be that I'll be acting in the same manner in the future? Attendant of mysteries. With the lantern in hand, Klein walked through the streets that were littered with corpses. He followed his spiritual intuition and headed for the ancient Noise City's center. The situation here made him believe that the person who had once ruled the Noise ruins definitely had enough intelligence. After the City of Silver's expedition team broke the peace and serenity here, the entity didn't choose to kill or destroy any clues. Instead, this place was abandoned without hesitation before the entity migrated elsewhere. The reason why the City of Silver wasn't silenced probably had to do with an Aemon parasite following behind. Yes, it could also be because of the true creator. As he casually let his thoughts wander, Klein quickly arrived at a relatively intact cathedral. Inside the cathedral stood a statue of a demonic wolf with 8 legs. It was covered with short and dark hair. There was a tuft of grayish-white fur at the top of the statue head. Its pitch-black pupils covered at least 3/4 of its eyes. It's not Flegre, the dark demonic wolf that occasionally appeared in the third epoch, the god of wishes. He has been in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years and has finally found that sequence 1 Beander characteristic. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Klein suddenly heard footsteps coming, resounding one after another. Standing sideways, he immediately cast his gaze outside the cathedral. He saw a figure slowly walking through the thin fog before its outline quickly formed. He was nearly 2.3 meters tall, with a slight hunch to his back. With grizzled hair, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and a scar at the corners of his mouth, he looked like an old priest or bishop while donning a long black clergyman's robe. His dark brown eyes were calm, unlike the monsters deep in the darkness who were bloodthirsty and zero intelligence. However, in the long, quiet night of low-frequency lightning, this clergyman didn't carry any animal hide lanterns or have any fire lit. He just quietly walked through the thin fog. Chapter 1182, The Holy Word. Although it had been less than a week since he entered the forsaken land of the gods, Klein had long gotten a good understanding of the place through Little Sun. He knew that normal humans, even saints, had to use fire to create light in the darkness. Otherwise, it was very easy for them to encounter dangerous monsters lurking in the depths of the darkness, or be secretly devoured, disappearing without a trace, never to be found again. And at that moment, the elderly clergyman wasn't carrying any animal hide lanterns. Instead, he passed through the fog and the darkness and slowly entered the cathedral that was illuminated by the dim yellow light. If it wasn't for his deep and calm eyes that didn't show any signs of madness, Klein's first reaction would have been that he had encountered a special monster. Of course. Having a normal person's state of mind and being immersed in darkness were contradictory traits. Any living creature with any semblance of normal intelligence could easily come up with a conclusion that this person might be even more terrifying than special monsters. Klein had only met one person who could pass through the darkness without being affected by it while having sufficient intelligence. Sensing that the faint yellow light was reflected on his face, the tall black-robed clergyman with a slight hunch to his back stopped in his tracks. Looking at the demonic wolf statue, he hoarsely asked, "Where did the owner of this city go?" Klein was the kind of person who would try his best to resolve a problem peacefully if a fight with a stranger could be avoided. As he raised his guard, he calmly replied, "I don't know where either. I just entered the city, who knows where the owner went?" Just as he said that, the entire cathedral dimmed. A thin fog surged in like a tidal wave from the outside, drowning the interior. The lantern in Klein's hand failed miserably at illuminating the windows and the situation at the door. It was dark outside, and nothing could be seen. In the blink of an eye, the cathedral that worshipped the demonic wolf statue seemed to be isolated from Noise City. It was unknown where it was located. Klein's pupils dilated slightly as he looked at the clergyman with wrinkles and white hair. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The hunched clergyman replied in a condescending manner, "I'm an attendant by the Lord's side. I'm the angel of the Holy Word, Steph. I walk this land of the past that the Lord had passed on, doing so on his behalf in search of the blasphemer, hidden in the darkness." As he spoke, the elder's figure expanded to a height of 4 meters tall. Behind him, black illusory feathers appeared. Their shadows intersected and formed 4 pairs of gloomy but holy wings. Angel of the Holy Word, Steph, an attendant by the Lord's side, land of the past, this is the blessed of the true Creator, the angel of faith's subordinate, a member of the Rose Redemption. It's no wonder that he can walk in the darkness. He has the power of degeneration protecting him. That evil god is still searching for the Beander characteristic of the attendant of mysteries. Klein had no choice but to raise his head and lock eyes with this clergyman who, despite wearing a black robe, had 4 pairs of angel wings on his back. This high-level existence angel's form remained wrinkled with grizzled hair. There was a sense of contradiction in everything about him. Pretending that he had never made an enemy of the Aurora Order, he calmly said, "That blasphemer has long fled. I'm also searching for him." After staring at Klein for 2 seconds, the angel of the Holy Word asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" It won't be convenient saying it out directly, Klein sighed and smiled. "I'm a lonely traveler." After he gave this reply, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of darkness developing within him. It then sank down and merged with the shadow created by the lantern. The pitch-black figure abruptly warped and came to life, stretching itself out to become another German sparrow, one with sinister and ferocious eyes and a solitary demeanor. This, Klein's pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, he reached out his right hand and grabbed outward at thin air. At this point, if he hadn't guessed that Steph was using his answer, he should have joined the Aurora Order and made the true Creator his god. At this moment, he already knew what it meant by angel of the Holy Word. This was clearly the angel of the evil word. By using a person's reply, he could extract a portion of the ambiguity or expand on it to create the effect of spirit. Language. When Klein said that he didn't know where the owner of the city had gone, Steph extracted the words, "I don't know where I went," trapping himself and isolating himself from the outside world. When this angel revealed his identity, every word was enhancing his level and strength. When Klein answered who he was, it ended up separating a lonely traveler from him. From the moment he appeared in Noise City, there was a strong sense of malice in the black-robed Steph. And just as Klein was attempting to summon a particular image from the historical void, the sinister German Sparrow seemed to share the same thoughts as he did. He too grabbed at the same projection, canceling each other out. Seeing that his powers as a scholar of yore had been restrained, Klein's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and said a word in Jotun. But in the next second, the word was stolen. Standing at about 4 meters tall, the stooped angel of the holy word, Steph, had at some point in time grown a head covered in blood on his left shoulder. It looked very similar to him, but was much younger, a person who was approximately in the 40s. Around the head were 2 skinless arms that had mangled flesh. They had grazed different souls and had used Beyander powers that could steal thoughts. At the same time, another bloody head grew on Steph's right shoulder, one that looked to be in his 20s. Amongst the 3 heads, one grazed souls and stole Klein's thoughts, while the other was staring coldly at the target, deepening the self-awareness of the lonely traveler. The last one opened his mouth and said, "You lie. You are the person who destroyed the Son of God's descent ritual and interfered with the Lord's descent twice. You are one of the targets I'm looking for." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he calmly said a word in Jotun, Leodoro. This was the true name of the Lord of Storms. The reason why this thought wasn't stolen was because he had lined up his subsequent actions. The lineup was filled with the same content. It didn't matter if the first thought was stolen, as it didn't affect the subsequent thoughts. This was a precious experience he had gained from fighting Aemon. Of course, if he were to meet Aemon again, he suspected that such a method might not work. Once the god of mischief was prepared, he would definitely come up with something new. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the angel of the holy word angel, Steph, lit up with bolts of silver lightning. They covered the entirety of Noise City, and they tore through the darkness that enveloped the cathedral. They tore apart all the corruption, concealment, darkness, vileness, and evil. Inside, Klein and the sinister German Sparrow were situated at the eye of the lightning storm. Without even a grunt, they dissipated. Then, the terrifying, silvery white, twisted electric bolts snaked the area and swallowed the demonic wolf statue as well as the angel of holy words, Steph. Amidst the dull rumbling sounds, the ancient city of Noise completely collapsed, becoming a true ruin. At the opposite side of the dried-up river bed, Klein's historical projection quickly faded away, returning to the real world. Right on the heels of that, Klein immediately used Flaming Jump to distance himself from the Noise ruins. During this process, he pulled out a few paper figurines and made them into angels to cover his tracks. The desolate plains returned to its state of dead silence once again. After an unknown period of time, the ruins where the cathedral stood shook. Steph slowly stood up amidst crumbling dust and rock. His completely white hair had thinned again, and his deep black clergyman's robe became tattered. The angel of the holy word left Noise ancient city in silence, got his bearings, and walked deep into the darkness. Half a day later, a figure approached the city's ruins from another direction. It was none other than Klein, who had made a huge detour. He hadn't had the chance to check the ancient city of Noise previously, and his return this time was motivated by the hope of finding actual clues of that existence. At a relatively far distance away, Klein repeated his observations above the gray fog, summoned the historical projection, and hid in ancient times, using the projection to summon another historical projection. After finishing his preparations, he stepped into Noise once again and returned to the cathedral in absolute silence. Along the way, the corpses that had been lying dead on the ground had either turned to ash or turned to charred remains, devoid of that creepy and harrowing feeling. That fellow named Steph didn't die. From the looks of it, the remnant divine powers of storm here can only injure an angel. Klein stopped in front of the ruined cathedral and muttered to himself wistfully. Of course, he only found it a little regretful. He didn't expect to finish off an angel so easily. As he swept his gaze, he saw a few pieces of the demonic wolf statue. The surface of it was dark black, and the insides were dark red, nothing like commonly seen stone. These stones must be extraordinary for them to be used by that dark demonic wolf for his statue. Furthermore, they don't look like something produced in the vicinity. Perhaps I can seek out the area the dark demonic wolf hid prior to Noise City by investigating them. As a miracle invoker, or even an attendant of mysteries, that dark demonic wolf must be good at covering his tracks. It'll be very difficult to track his whereabouts directly, but if I can find most of the areas he had hid previously, I should be able to gain insight into his habits and style. Once I know a person's past, I can predict his future. As he thought, he took 2 steps forward, bent down, and attempted to pick up a fragment of the statue. At that moment, a charred hand suddenly reached out and blocked his finger. From the corner of his eye, he saw a charred corpse standing up. The charred corpse's other hand held onto a crystal monocle and wore it on its left eye. Amen. Left eye. Klein's heart tightened at first before a strong sense of doubt and suspicion surfaced within him. In the next second, the charred corpse smiled and said, "Sorry, I wore it on the wrong side." As it spoke, it took off the monocle and moved it to its right eye. Chapter 1183, Klein's Advantage. Once again, Klein understood why Amen was the god of mischief. At that moment, he didn't even have the desire to lampoon. All he wanted was to immediately end the historical projection and escape from the Amen, no, Amens, in front of him. The charred corpse that had been parasitized wiped the soot from its face. Before Klein disappeared, it said with a smile, "There's no rush. You are just a projection from the historical void. I can't really parasitize you, and you should know very well that I'm not alone. It's difficult for you to launch an effective counterattack." With a simple lantern in hand, Klein thought silently. He picked up a piece of the black sculpture fragment that had red insides, and he cautiously asked, "What exactly do you want to say?" At that moment, Amen had already changed back into his appearance. The only problem was that his skin remained darker. He adjusted his crystal monocle and chuckled. "You know that I'm aware that you're searching for that dark demonic wolf in an attempt to obtain the miracle invoker's Beander characteristic from him. I happen to be very interested as well. Why don't we play another game and see who can get to it first?" "What's the point of that? It's not like I won't pursue it or think of snatching it if I don't play this game." After 2 seconds of silence, he shook his head. "I refuse." He had no intention of listening to what conditions Amen would offer. The more he heard from a top cheat, the more he would suffer. Amen shook his head without a hint of anger. "You'll regret this. I had originally planned to use a miracle invoker's Beander characteristic to exchange for Saphira Castle with you, and also give you a period of time to transfer the secret gathering you organized. And now, I can only consider stealing your fate directly. I will carry the burden of the corrosion from the source. Yes, although it's dangerous, it's still thrilling enough. I'm already prepared to accept it and see who will eventually control the flow. With my father's experience, I believe I won't perform too poorly." What? Corrosion from the source? The experience of the ancient sun god? Klein originally didn't wish to continue discussing the topic of the miracle invoker Beander characteristic and Saphira Castle, but when he heard that, his heart stirred. He recalled Amon's description and couldn't help but ask, the source refers to the oldest one, the first creator. He desperately wanted to know what sort of unbearable fate Saphira Castle would bring him. Amen pinched the edge of his monocle and looked at him for a few seconds before suddenly smiling. "It's better if I don't answer this question directly, as you won't believe every word I say. Tell me, I'll determine its authenticity." Klein suppressed the urge to blurt out and calmly replied, "Maybe it's just because you haven't made up the reason yet." Amen didn't mind at all as he smiled and said, "You can think of it that way too. Heh. At times, the truth that you discover for yourself is definitely more agreeable than what others tell you. If you have the time, you can wander around the forsaken land of the gods. This should provide you with more clues. Of course, if you have the guts to enter Chernobyl, then you would know more." Klein didn't pursue the matter any further. After staring at the collapsed cathedral that was bathed in a faint yellow light, he casually said, "Did the dark demonic wolf hurriedly migrate because of the discovery of your existence?" Amen nodded slightly and said, "It wasn't just me. He also sensed the hanged man's gaze. He has been hiding in the forsaken land of the gods for thousands of years. He is very sensitive to such matters. A sequence 2 angel, perhaps even a sequence 1 angel, can only play hide and seek in the forsaken land of the gods and live such an abject life. Isn't the environment here a little too harsh?" Klein sighed inwardly before saying, "You must have left more than one avatar in the City of Silver. Why didn't you try to stop me from reviving there? Why didn't you send more powerful avatars over?" Amen nudged the bottom of his monocle with his right index finger and laughed. "If that happens, you'll choose to revive in the outside world. This will cause quite a bit of trouble for my follow-up tracking. And if we were to relax a little, due to the existence of the miracle invoker Beander characteristic in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, you would most likely be resurrected here. In the following game, the only things that we need to consider are the Hanged Man and Ouroboros. Just as I thought, Klein said after some thought, even in the same region, as long as you exceed a certain distance, your true body and avatars have no way to instantly merge or switch locations. Back when you first entered the Forsaken Land of the Gods, you were able to transform back into your true form because the anomalies with Saphira Castle had similarly interfered with the area here, allowing your true body to sense something. You went to the entrance in advance to wait. After hearing what he said with a smile, Eamon asked without answering, "What's your guess? Why don't you guess if I've turned back into my original form?" Klein raised his right fist and covered his mouth. After pondering for a few seconds, he revealed a smile. "I guess your other avatars are setting up a corresponding ritual to allow your true body to descend directly." Before he could finish his sentence, his figure rapidly turned incorporeal and dissipated. The historical void projection was dispelled. In the wilderness outside the ancient city of Noise, the air around the hiding Klein suddenly stirred. In midair, there were a series of illusory monocles. They stared at Klein's figure, as if saying that they had finally found him. However, Klein's figure rapidly faded away. Back when Eamon moved the monocle to his right eye, Klein had already returned from ancient history to the real world. With the help of Paper Angel, he had used Flaming Jump and other Beander powers to quickly leave. The reason why his historical projection was able to speak to Eamon rather normally was because he was essentially a marionette. It was Kona's Kilgore in the form of Gehrman Sparrow. He had a worm of spirit that came from history inside him and was controlled by Klein's projection outside the city. Meanwhile, in the process of escaping far away, Klein frequently entered the historical void, allowing the projection outside the city to intermittently regain consciousness and maintain control of his marionette. This caused the person who had spoken to Eamon to fall into deep thought from time to time. He would either stare with a focused look for a few seconds or seemingly need time to recall what Eamon had said. Against the god of deceit, Klein didn't dare to be careless. After leaving Noise City, he circled around 2 more times and used his true vision to inspect his surroundings above the gray fog. Only then did he slow down. The corrosion that comes from the source. I wonder if Eamon is bluffing me. Indeed, I'll have to enter Chernobyl one day to take a look, but I have to become a miracle invoker, doing so after I have self-preservation abilities to a certain degree. Otherwise, I'll just be knocking on death's door. With the lantern that Danitz had sacrificed, Klein casually proceeded in the dark environment of the weeds. Thanks to this experience, he finally had a deeper understanding of the danger in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Extremely harsh and warped environment, crazy cultists, fallen angel, groups of omens wandering about, and mythical creatures lurking in the darkness. Somewhere here, there are evil gods watching everything. I can stir remnant divine powers that others can as well, as expected of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The danger level far exceeds my imagination. As he sighed, he turned his attention back to the dark demonic wolf. To be frank, he didn't think he had any advantage in tracking this mythical creature. Be it his understanding of the Forsaken Land of the Gods, or his confidence in the target's situation, he was far inferior to Eamon, who had been exploring the area for more than 1,000 years, as well as the true creators blessed who had the benefit of this place being their home ground. My only advantage is that I share the same seer pathway as the dark demonic wolf. Furthermore, I have Saphira Castle. There is a strong inclination for Beander characteristic convergence. This will have a certain effect on fate and judgment. However, Eamon is a king of angels of a neighboring pathway. There is also the law of Beander characteristic convergence between him and the dark demonic wolf. The effects won't be any weaker than mine. Klein considered carefully for a moment when he suddenly had an idea. He found his best advantage. The advantage was, he was very weak. Compared to Eamon, the true creator's attendant, and the dark demonic wolf, he was very weak. Under normal circumstances, this was a disadvantage, but at times, it was possible that it could bring him something that he wanted. My level is low, and I'm weak. That means that I can become the hunting target of the dark demonic wolf instead. It's very difficult for me to find him, so why don't I get him to come and find me instead? A scholar of yore might not necessarily interest the dark demonic wolf, but if this scholar of yore can still trigger Saphira Castle, that's a whole other matter. I can stir Saphira Castle from time to time, leaving behind traces of the gray fog's aura as bait for the dark demonic wolf, The more he thought, the more viable he believed it was. Of course, this was definitely very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might accidentally bait Aemon or even the true creator. And the dark demonic wolf might very likely choose to observe first before suddenly launching an attack and not giving him a chance to prepare. Before taking this approach, I have to make sufficient preparations. There's no need to rush it. Taking a deep breath, Klein reached out his hand and pulled out the black demonic wolf sculpture's fragment that was red on the inside. Although he had failed to obtain the item due to Amon's obstruction, this didn't stop him from taking it out from the historical void. This was because he had already seen it and had touched it. And the item itself wasn't at a high level. At this moment, he wanted to use the fragment to search for the hiding spot of the dark demonic wolf by analyzing it in reverse and figuring out its modus operandi. In the wilderness ruled by darkness, Klein lifted the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. He got his bearings and changed directions before slowly entering Backland, Hillston Borough. Furs, who had gone out traveling once, finally received a reply from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Chapter 1184. Record. There are no worms of star at the moment. He wants me to take note of what else the person who's seeking to purchase a worm of star needs. Furs read the letter from her teacher and silently heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she thought about how she was about to begin hunting the Saint of Secrets, she felt a pang of nervousness. After all, he was a demigod, a saint who had reached Sequence 4 about 1 or 2 years ago. It was unknown if he was already at Sequence 3 now. Although the mastermind behind the operation is Mam Hermit, as the bait, I still need to worry about my own safety. Besides, the Aurora Order still has Rose Redemption backing them, as well as angels and a king of angels. Furs didn't regret agreeing to Gehrman Sparrow's request. This was something she had wanted to do in the first place. However, due to the high risk involved, it was inevitable for her to feel flustered and uneasy. This made her think of another possibility. If Mr. World could participate in the operation and lead it, I'll definitely feel less nervous and worried. It wasn't that Furs didn't believe in Mam Hermit's strength and experience, but that the results from the World Gehrman Sparrow were laid bare for all to see. His hunts didn't include 1 or 2 demigods, so having him run the operation would make one feel at ease. Zio, who was sitting beside the fireplace, glanced at her friend and asked, "Is the hunt about to begin?" "Yes." Furs nodded solemnly before saying, "It won't be too soon. Everyone needs some time to prepare." Hunting a demigod wasn't akin to fox hunting in the suburbs during autumn. Setting off wasn't as simple as bringing the equipment and gathering friends. This required a precise and meticulous plan. Furs believed that Mam Hermit had to come to Backland personally, or live in another kill box that she had decided on for some time. Only by figuring out the exact situation could she come up with an effective plan. As for Miss Justice, she was still speeding up the digestion of her Dreamwalker potion. This might take another 1 to 2 months or even longer. For Furs, she could afford to wait. She also wanted to finish digesting her scribe potion, set up the ritual, and become a traveler before the actual operation began. The only thing she wasn't sure of was whether the world would rush them. "I will try my best to convince him." "No, let Miss Justice convince him. That's what a spectator is best at." Just as Furs mumbled, she saw Zio turn around and hesitantly say, "The liaison officer from MI9 suggested that I should officially join them today. And they said that, with the new king in place, there are many matters from the past that I don't need to worry about. People like me and him have the chance to have importance placed on them again." Furs listened attentively and said after some deliberation, "That isn't some sort of investigation that's targeted at us, right? This will likely make them discover that there's a faction behind you." Zio nodded and said, "They believe that I was abandoned after that incident. Also, they suspect that that faction belongs to a church, the Church of Evernight." Zio believed in the Evernight goddess, so mentioning the church was undoubtedly referring to the Church of Evernight. However, considering that her good friend was a believer in the god of steam and machinery, she made an emphasis to prevent any ambiguity. "Heh, that's what Mr. World told us to disguise ourselves as." Furs stroked her hair with a relaxed expression and said with a smile. She then made herself look serious and mature. "Zio, this is an opportunity for you. Acting as a judge clearly requires the support of the officials. Your current strength and level aren't enough to be a judge in the underground world in Backland. You also lack sufficient support. If you can really enter a court of law, rotate between the different courts, and serve in a criminal court for a few months, your potion should be completely digested. Oh right, I heard that MI9 has a paranormal court. Within it, one which specializes in Beander cases. If you become a judge there, you might be able to attempt to be a disciplinary paladin by February or March next year. Seeing Zio clearly being moved by her speech, Furs hurriedly added, once you make enough contributions, you might be able to restore your father's reputation to a certain extent. Anyway, George III is already dead. As long as it doesn't affect his reputation, Jevington too might not stop it. Jevington was the eldest son of George III. He had worn the crown as Balaam's emperor and was now the new king of Lowen. Zio fell silent for a while before she slowly nodded. I'll give it a try. Yes, after things settle down, you can bring your mother and brother to Backland. Although the situation is tense now and food prices are rapidly rising, you definitely get food rations from MI9. You can provide for them. The more Furs spoke, the more she felt that joining MI9 was a good thing. After persuading Zio, Furs entered her bedroom and prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to forward her message to Mr. World. Immediately following that, Furs extracted the important points of her teacher's reply and described her thoughts, hoping that Gehrman Sparrow could be more patient. Just as she finished her prayers and was about to leave the room, her vision suddenly blurred. She saw a crimson tide surge out of the void, instantly drowning her. Furs immediately discovered that she had arrived in the ancient palace and was sitting on her usual high-backed chair. However, there was no towering figure that was shrouded in gray fog at the long, bronze table's seat of honor. At that moment, there was only her and the world Gehrman Sparrow around the long mottled table. Furs's mind suddenly tensed up as her thoughts raced suddenly. Mr. World, I meant, just now, that it's best if you have some patience. This will make things simpler. It's actually fine if you don't. We will begin hunting as soon as possible. Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. When his ultimate goal had become an angel-level potion formula and grade 0 sealed artifacts, he had enough patience regarding this matter. Phew, Furs secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, then why did you look for me? Klein replied calmly, didn't you wish to digest the scribe potion as quickly as possible? Apart from the customs of different places, I think you still need to record all kinds of Beander powers. The higher the corresponding level, the better the digestion's effect. Furs's eyes lit up when she heard that. Yes, yes. After blurting it out, she found her attitude highly questionable. She hurriedly and fearfully added, is this the advance payment you mentioned before? Klein nodded slightly and said, let's begin. Be prepared, I've borrowed a grade 1 sealed artifact from Mr. Fool. It corresponds to the level of a saint. To a sequence 6 scribe, the chances of successfully recording an angel-level Beander power was extremely low, nearly impossible. Therefore, Klein didn't attempt to summon Miss Messenger and Mr. Azek from the historical void to showcase their skills. Furs sat up straight and nodded heavily. In the next second, she saw the world Gehrman Sparrow raise a white bone scepter covered in blue gems. Amidst the bright light, bolts of lightning leapt out of the void and interwove together, forming a forest of lightning that emitted an aura of destruction. Furs's eyes turned silvery white as her body and mind were left in awe. After the lightning storm calmed down, she was stunned for 2 seconds before timidly saying, it failed. Again, Klein calmly replied. Lightning storm descended again and again in the ancient palace above the gray fog. After an unknown period of time, Furs exhaled and leaned back in her chair. She couldn't hide her joy as she said, it's a success. It's a success. She had finally recorded lightning storm once. It's finally over. Furs immediately relaxed. Then, she heard the world say without emotion, all right, next Beander power. Next, Furs saw the crazy adventurer at the bottom of the long, mottled table extend his right hand and grab at the grayish-white fog. Out of nowhere, he took out a long, thorny cross that was covered in bronze. Record this cross's ability. Furs tried hard to make her expression appear normal. After she digested the scribe potion to a certain extent, the godhood powers that she could record had increased from 1 to 2. No, Klein glanced at Miss Magician and said, record my summoning of the unshadowed crucifix. It failed, Furs said softly. The reason for her failure this time was that she didn't have time to record it. Dispelling the maintenance of unshadowed crucifix, Klein once again reached into the fog of history and pulled out an iron-black revolver. It didn't succeed, Furs replied with a complicated expression. All she wanted to do now was to return to the real world and digest what she had just received, but the ringing of the bell to mark the end of class just didn't happen. Nearly 30 times later, When Furz's head throbbed in pain and her mental strength was beginning to run dry, she finally recorded historical void summoning. Once. At that moment, she felt her tears fill her eyes, but she still held back her fatigue and tried her best to show the attitude of a good student. This can summon people and objects that one is related to through the historical void. When the time comes, who should I summon, or what items should I summon? Klein looked at Miss Magician and coldly replied, me. Furz forced a smile and asked, from which period? The last time we met. Klein had already thought of an answer. It was the him who had deliberately sent Miss Magician back from the world of ice and snow to Backland before he destroyed George III's ritual. He had already become a scholar of yore by then. Furz nodded solemnly and subconsciously asked, what if I fail? For me to summon someone who exceeds my own level, the probability of failure should be very high. Come again tomorrow to record this ability. Use Limano's travels, Klein said calmly. Will 2 times be enough to succeed? Furz instinctively had such a question. However, she didn't dare to speak when she saw how certain the world Gehrman Sparrow was about it. She raised her hand and gestured. Then, can I go back now? With a terse answer, he allowed Miss Magician to leave Saphira Castle with a delighted expression. In a primitive forest on Sonia Island, Alger Wilson led his subordinates into an elven ruin that was seldom visited. Chapter 1185, Reappearing. The withered vines drooped down, covering the rotting wooden structure. The entire ruins had been frozen in a silent atmosphere that no one had tread within for a while. Alger and a few sailors circled around the ruin in the environment of a withering winter, but they still failed to discover anything of value. Captain, batches of adventurers have come here before. What else could they have left us? Finally, a sailor in his 30s impatiently broke the silence. This resonated with his other companions as they echoed, a place that didn't take us much time to learn about can definitely be easily found by others. That's right, that's right. Let's continue to fuck the Phasacians. Captain, are you trying to make this place a stronghold? Alger slowly scanned the area, quelling the sailors to stop their complaints under his gaze and making them choose to obey. After a few seconds of silence, he said, I plan on using this place to ambush the Phasacians. Let's observe the terrain and see if it's suitable. With such an excuse, the sailors barely perked up, and the group quickly entered the depths of the elven ruins. As he walked, Alger's spiritual perception was triggered as he subconsciously looked behind a gigantic tree. There were some signs of churning in the soil over there, and it wouldn't take more than a year. Alger retracted his gaze and pretended not to notice anything amiss. He naturally looked elsewhere. After exploring the elven ruins, they returned to their new camp. At that moment, it was almost evening and the forest was getting colder. Alger had dinner with the sailors before leaving 2 patrolling guards behind, and then all of them entered their respective tents. The cold wind blew through the trees, causing the bonfire to sway. Alger, who had wanted to leave the campsite in the middle of the night, suddenly heard faint singing from afar. The voice was ethereal, like a woman humming and singing slowly, relating her inner thoughts. This made Alger involuntarily recall the past. He recalled his mother who had long passed away, and the days when he was a bullied child. Indescribable grief surged from the bottom of his heart, preventing him from waking up immediately. He waited for a few seconds before he suddenly sat up, frowning and listening. This time, he didn't hear anything. That melodious voice seemed to have never happened. Alger narrowed his eyes, grabbed his thick jacket, and put it on. He walked out of the tent and came to the bonfire. The 2 sailors in charge of night duty had just finished their patrol and were drawing warmth from it. Did you discover anything unusual? Alger asked in a deep voice. The 2 strong, vigorous sailors shook their heads. Alger's brows relaxed a little as he turned around, intending to make his own rounds. At this moment, he noticed something from the corner of his eye. The 2 sailors were too close. If it were any ordinary pirate, this wouldn't have been a problem. However, Alger's subordinates had undergone formal training through the Church of the Lord of Storms. They definitely knew that, in such an environment, the patrol team had to maintain a certain distance from each other. They couldn't be too far or too close. They had to be able to see their companions, as well as prevent themselves from being taken away at the same time from a single assault. Alger took 2 steps without batting an eyelid. He turned back and casually asked, "Did you discover anything normal?" He had changed the question and made it appear very strange. The 2 strong sailors shook their heads and replied without changing their expressions, "No." "No." Alger nodded slightly with a relaxed expression. He turned around and slowly walked into his tent. The moment the sailor's attention on him was cut off, Alger drew out the blade of poison and the gargoyle glasses. He opened his mouth and prepared to belt out a song. At that moment, the ethereal voice from before appeared once again. It echoed in Alger's ears and pierced into his mind. This was an extremely ancient folk song, spelling out an extreme sense of sadness and melancholy through the singing. It made Alger's spirit body produce pale, non-existent arms that constantly tore at him. Alger's expression twisted as his skin began to produce slippery, black fish scales. His dark blue hair stood up one by one as they became abnormally thick. The thoughts that originally existed in his mind were disrupted by the song and were cut off by the pain. They were unable to take form any further. Alger fell and struggled on the ground. He squirmed, becoming less and less like a human as he was pushed to the brink of losing control. Suddenly, the singing stopped. A slightly indifferent voice entered Alger's ears. Some elven blood. Then, that shall be all. Use Xianxia's Beander characteristic well. Alger's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he slowly got up. He didn't know when a figure had appeared in the tent. It was a woman with black hair and exquisite facial features. Her ears were slightly pointy, and her eyes were deep. Her facial features were soft, and she wore a complicated and ancient long dress. Even though she didn't have the advantage in height, she still gave off an air of superiority. Are you the elf queen, queen of calamity Kahinem? A thought flashed through Alger's mind as he took the initiative to ask. The woman played with a beautifully decorated golden cup and calmly said, "Haven't you already met me?" Alger suddenly recalled the similar singing he had heard on Pasu Island. He recalled seeing a high elf when he entered the underwater coral palace. After a few seconds of silence, Alger said in a deep voice, "You're actually still alive." At the same time, he silently recited Mr. Fool's honorific name in his heart, but he didn't know if it would be effective if he didn't recite it out loud. The black-haired woman's expression remained unchanged as she replied, "It's very difficult for an angel to perish without encountering an enemy." Then why did you split the characteristics and place yourself to be in a strange state? This makes you need to wait for an opportunity to be resurrected. Alger had learned of the corresponding situation at the Tarot Club, and now, he was asking out of curiosity, partly to stall for time. The elven lady suspected to be Queen of Calamity Kahinem snorted. Because the divine throne for Storm is occupied by Leodoro, and I have no way of resisting the tyrant. Also, the elves are dwindling in numbers. My anchors are becoming increasingly unstable. Other people might not know who Leodoro was, but Alger knew very well. He didn't dare continue this topic in the real world. Just as he was about to ask the Queen of Calamity Kahinem's goal for coming, the elf queen said, "Do you want to become a demigod?" She wants to use my body to revive. She wants to use my wish to advance to sequence 4 and obtain godhood as bait to intrude my body. While Alger was tempted, questions arose in his mind. Considering how Mr. Fool could cleanse all kinds of corruption, Alger acutely felt that this was an opportunity. This made him recall a term Emperor Russell had once mentioned. A Trojan horse. And now, he had a high chance of bringing in the Trojan horse and throwing out the invaders within. "What do you want me to do?" Alger didn't appear too anxious as he raised a question based on his personality. Queen of Calamity Kahinem observed him for a few seconds before saying, "When you have the right to make contact with the Book of Calamity, take out something that no one else will notice, and take it to the Western Continent." The Western Continent, the legendary homeland of the elves. Alger frowned slightly and said, "Hasn't the Western Continent already disappeared?" The corners of Kahinem's lips curled up slightly. "Since it disappeared, it will reappear again. It will definitely appear again when the apocalypse happens." Without waiting for Alger to ask further, the elf queen paused and said, "You don't have to personally send that item to the Western Continent, but you have to entrust someone trustworthy. Although I'm not skilled at curses, I can still make you die in pain from breaking our agreement." But what if the Western Continent doesn't appear again, or if it can't be entered? Alger thought seriously for a moment. Kahinem, with her gentle gaze and lustrous raven black hair, seemed to be lost in beautiful memories. After a few seconds, she calmly said, "If it really doesn't appear again, then the agreement shall be null and void. Perhaps entering the Western Continent requires an incantation or command, but I do not know what it is. However, you can ask a particular existence." "Who?" Alger asked, puzzled. Kahinem glanced at him and coldly said, "The Mr. Fool you were chanting in your heart just now. I have a feeling that he is the key to this matter." Alger's heart tightened as he hurriedly lowered his head in response. Seeing this, Queen of Calamity Kahinem nodded slightly and said, if you wish to become a demigod and abide by this agreement, you can head to the elven ruins when the sun rises. After the voice fell, the elf queen's figure quickly dissipated, like a mirage that was often seen at sea and in the desert. Alger suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a tent, having just woken up. His memories were in a mess, but he quickly regulated them. He and his sailors had just found the location of an elven ruin and had yet to explore it. The previous exploration, singing, sailor anomalies, and appearance and conversation with Calamity were all just a dream. It's no wonder I was so careless. Even though I knew that I might encounter the Queen of Calamity, I didn't pray to Mr. Fool first. The Queen of Calamity relied on her status as an angel to create this realistic dream. Or perhaps, she has a corresponding sealed artifact. Even if she exists in a special state, she still has the means to use her powers. Alger listened to the commotion outside the tent, and he realized that everything was normal. He then sat down and prayed sincerely to Mr. Fool. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Alger arrived above the gray fog and saw Mr. Fool sitting at the end of the long, mottled table. You met Kahinem. After the hanged man greeted him, the Fool Klein spoke casually. Alger answered seriously, yes, but I can't be sure that it's the Elf Queen. Chapter 1186. Opportunity and danger are two sides of the same coin. The Fool acknowledged softly and didn't deny the hanged man's guess, nor was he certain that it was Queen of Calamity Kahinem. After all, it was impossible for him to take out a gold coin in front of him and perform a divination on the spot. Alger waited for a few seconds. Seeing no clear response from Mr. Fool, he quickly went into greater detail about what he had said in the prayer. From the woman suspected to be Queen of Calamity Kahinem saying that he had some elven blood in him, to how she gave him a promise of becoming a demigod, as well as the key to the Western continent and the completion of the agreement. After recounting everything, Alger shut his mouth and lowered his head, not daring to directly ask Mr. Fool what he thought. He obediently waited for the great existence to speak. Some elven blood, send something from the Book of Calamity to the Western continent. The missing Western continent might reappear again. The Western continent. The Fool Klein listened quietly. He closed his eyes and calmly said, this is very dangerous, but this is also an opportunity for you. He had already gained initial control of Saphira Castle, and the power he could mobilize had reached the level of a Sequence 2 angel. As for Queen of Calamity Kahinem, she couldn't be higher than this level, therefore, he was quite confident that he could resist the various accidents brought about by the Elf Queen. It was precisely because of this that he dared to claim it to be an opportunity for the hanged man. Of course, the prerequisite for grasping the opportunity was that the hanged man wasn't rash or went overboard. He had to constantly remember to ask for protection at all times. Therefore, Klein specially emphasized that it was very dangerous. He wanted the hanged man to remember to pray to Mr. Fool before he took action. This short sentence had two meanings to it, but he believed that Mr. Hanged man would definitely understand it. Alger was delighted as he replied rather sincerely, as though he had learned from the sun. My faith lies only with Mr. Fool. These words made Klein feel uneasy as he remembered the pain of being drowned by endless lightning. He could only smile without saying a word. Alger deliberated for a moment before asking, Honorable Mr. Fool, what are the incantations or commands needed to enter the Western continent? I would like to know that too. The Fool Klein sighed and said, it's not time for you to know. Yes, Mr. Fool. Alger didn't ask further as he bowed respectfully. When he returned to the real world, he immediately walked out of the tent and led his sailors out. Under the light of the morning sun, he spent a certain amount of time reaching the elven ruin. The scene here was identical to what he had seen in his dream. The withered vines covered the decaying wooden structure, and there were some areas where the text on monuments could be seen. The air seemed to have frozen, as though no one had stepped in for a long time. Looking around, Alger suddenly thought of a question. How was he to face the church after he really relied on the Queen of Calamity to become a demigod? Directly rebel, becoming the 5th king over the 5 seas, no, the 6th king. But this way, I won't have a chance to come into contact with the Book of Calamity, unless I design a situation that forces the church to use this sealed artifact that might have been labeled as Grade 0 without my knowledge. That will not only be very difficult, but I have to become a sea king, or even a calamity to succeed. Yes, I can request the world's help. If I wish to continue staying in the church, I have to give them a reason that they cannot ignore but is sufficiently believable. Alger frowned slightly without hiding his solemnity. In the eyes of the sailors who followed him, this was a sign that he was worried about the ruin. As his thoughts churned, Alger gradually came up with ideas. There are many books in the church that have records of people turning into demigods due to a fortuitous encounter. 2/3 of them were invaded by evil gods and devils and eventually lost their lives in the purification process. However, 1/3 of them passed the test and became a high-ranking deacon or a cardinal. Now that the war has broken out, the situation in Loan is tense. As long as there aren't any problems during the investigation, the church wouldn't mind having an additional sequence for demigod as cannon fodder. Then, I can slowly gain their trust later. The prerequisite for all of this is that the Queen of Calamity hasn't truly attempted to corrupt me or left a mark on me. Considering the various sealed artifacts in the church's possession, I have to pray for Mr. Fool's blessings ahead of time. According to Miss Justice, Angel's embrace can effectively hide one's true thoughts and tests in one's dream. With the members of the Tarot Club beginning to become demigods or about to become demigods, Alger really didn't wish to be lining the bottom of the barrel. Just like in the past, he had done so many things in the church, all for the sake of being superior to others. Now, he was naturally willing to take a certain risk. With this decision, Alger immediately led his sailors into the ruins and began exploring the path in his dreams. This time, he didn't split his subordinates into small teams. On the one hand, he was worried that an accident might occur, and on the other hand, he hoped that they could all be his witness. After 15 minutes, Alger and his crew arrived beside the giant tree that had signs of its soil being churned. Before he could survey his surroundings, his vision blurred, and he saw a gorgeous palace made up of coral. Above the palace was a layer of deep blue seawater that rippled outwards. Giant pillars stood tall and held up an exaggerated dome. It was tall and beautiful, but also dark and gloomy. Alger looked around and realized that all the sailors beside him had disappeared. He immediately knew that he might have been pulled into an illusion. He took a silent breath and slowly walked into the coral palace. There were many elves inside. They were either roasting fish or placing spices in the coagulated animal blood. Their choice of utensil was 2 tree branches to bring the food to their mouths. None of them minded the entrance of a stranger. Alger then cast his gaze to the 9 stared stairs 100 meters away. On the steps, there was a coral throne inlaid with sapphires, emerald, and lustrous pearls. The elf queen, Queen of Calamity, was sitting there, looking down at Alger. Very good. Kahinam nodded and threw out the exquisite gold wine glass. The gentle but resilient wind held the wine cup in its embrace and, like tiny pixies in a line, carried the corresponding items towards Alger. Alger reached out to receive it and looked down. He discovered that there was a blue liquid inside the golden cup. It was incorporeal, dreamy, and surreal. Drink it, and then head to the waters near the Samim island of the Rorstad archipelago. Find this coral palace. The thing you want is inside. If I don't drink this wine, I won't be able to see that palace. Alger asked thoughtfully. Although he was facing an angel, he was still able to communicate rather calmly. This was because he met a mighty figure every week and was already used to this situation. Queen of Calamity Kahinam nodded and said, "That's right. Will you leave a mark on me?" Alger asked cautiously. "Yes," Kahinam said coldly. "So, before entering the Coral Palace and obtaining the corresponding items, you can't return to Passu Island. You can't meet the angels under Leodoro. The Pontiff can't be met even if I want to." Alger heaved a sigh of relief inwardly before asking, "After I get hold of that item, the effect of this wine will disappear?" Elf Queen Kahinam replied without any change in expression, "No, you need to directly consume that characteristic. When the time comes, this wine will transform into a seal, allowing that characteristic to temporarily not invade your body. How you prepare the ritual and explain this to the Church of Storms will be up to you. Let the characteristic belong to me first before holding the ritual. This way, there might be a better way for the church to accept it." Alger thought for a moment before raising his hand to bring the wine cup to his lips. The ice-cold liquid slid down his throat and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The entire coral palace shattered as the light of dawn and the remnants of the gigantic green tree reappeared in front of Alger. "You didn't sign a contract or get me to swear an oath." "Yes, drinking that cup of wine is equivalent to making an agreement." Alger retracted his gaze and said to the surrounding sailors who were unaware, "There's nothing here. Let's go deeper and take a look." Klein also retracted his gaze from the crimson star representing the hanged man and nodded thoughtfully. "That's Siatazin Mobit's grave. I never expected that golden wine cup to have such an effect." "That is indeed Elf Queen Kahinam. How's her present condition?" "Half of it is in the Book of Calamity, while the other is hiding somewhere unknown. She was using the golden wine cup or the characteristic to influence reality. Mr. Hanged Man hasn't been contaminated for the time being. I'll wait for him to head to the Rorstad archipelago before making another assessment. As his true body had a limited amount of time left in the historical void, Klein didn't stay any longer, and he returned to the pitch-black wilderness. He carried the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light as he walked towards a certain location. As he walked, he turned his head to look east, which was symbolic of where Chernobyl was. His footsteps slowed down involuntarily. Once I gather sufficient information from the dark demonic wolf's former hiding spots, I'll head east. I'll walk all the way until I reach the boundary and confirm the situation. Then, I'll consider the matter of the miracle invoker Beander characteristic. Eamon probably wouldn't expect that I would suddenly leave. He definitely knows the past of the dark demonic wolf. It's impossible for him to do the same kinds of investigations that I'll be doing, yes, but he will definitely be tracking me. Klein exhaled slowly and sped up his pace. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark and red desolate plains. Raindrops began dripping down intermittently. Klein dragged out a black umbrella from the historical void. With one hand holding an umbrella and the other holding the lantern, he proceeded alone. About a week later, the future was docked somewhere along the long Lowen coastline. Catalia held a stack of tarot cards in her hand and said to the sailors, "Nina and company, I'll be staying in Lowen for some time. All of you have to watch Frank and prevent him from doing his strange experiments." Chapter 1187. Change. Upon hearing the captain's instructions, Nina pouted and pointed out the window. Are any of Frank's experiments not strange? Catalia was momentarily at a loss for words. All she could do was sigh and say, "If there are any signs of danger, write to me immediately." As a mysticologist, she also had her own messenger. "All right," Nina puffed her chest out and said, "if there's anything to blame, it's solely because I'm the most mature and reliable person on the future." Having said that, she asked curiously, "Captain, what are you doing in Lowen? What mission did you take on? Are you going to engage in some sabotage raids behind enemy lines?" Nina was of Phasacian descent, and she was considered half Intis. She naturally had some inclinations in the recent war, therefore, she guessed that her captain had established contact with Intis's intelligence department. "You could say that," Catalia replied sternly. In a sense, Nina's guess wasn't wrong. She had indeed taken on a mission and was dealing damage in Lowen's capital, Backland. However, her target wasn't an official faction, but a cultist. Furthermore, there's still a chance to meet the Queen. She probably hasn't left Backland yet, and the earliest she'll leave is probably after the new year. Upon thinking of this, Catalia suddenly felt a little excited. Ever since she left the Dawn, she hadn't really met Queen Mystic. She only had letters to communicate with her, or despite being on the same boat, they didn't communicate with one another for some reason. Nina didn't dare to press further as she pointed to the door and said, "Captain, is there anything else? If not, we'll leave." Catalia nodded, indicating that this future bosun could leave with her subordinates. Just as Nina held the handle and gently twisted it, Catalia suddenly recalled something and hurriedly shouted, "Nina!" Nina, whose blonde hair was tied into a high ponytail, turned around with a confused expression. "Don't drink," Catalia emphasized seriously. "When I return to the ship, you'll be allowed to have your fill." Nina immediately revealed a charming smile. Catalia thought for a moment before exhorting. "Apart from Frank, you have to take note of Heath's condition. Don't let him generate curiosity towards unknown voices, and don't let him be overly exhausted. Also, pull Ottolov out of his room frequently, and control the frequency and times he interacts with mysticism knowledge. Also, I know, don't I know them all too well?" Nina waved her hand and agreed. After the bosun and her subordinates left the captain's cabin and closed the door behind them, Catalia cast her gaze out the window to look at the currently invisible Backland. After a few minutes, she took out a tarot card from the deck in her hand. It depicted a lonely old man with a glass lantern and a staff. The Hermit card. Late at night, Backland, Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's house. Audrey, who was wearing a white silk nightgown, suddenly opened her eyes. She took a blue cloak and draped it over her body. She then got out of bed and walked to the full-body mirror in the room. Through the crimson moonlight shining through the curtains, she carefully observed herself. Her pair of emerald green eyes seemed to glow brightly and limpid. It was so clear that one could clearly see every detail. Audrey closed her eyes. By the time she opened them again, all the abnormalities had vanished. the corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit, and a small depression appeared on her face. Her eyes curved slightly as she silently praised herself. Audrey, you've finally come this far. She had completely digested the Dreamwalker potion. According to her confidence in herself, and her predictions, she had originally believed that it would take until February for her to digest the potion. To her surprise, she had encountered many strange and completely different dreams recently. This included many dreams within dreams, dreams that were a result of a mental illness, lucid dreams, dreams caused by the influence of evil spirits and wraiths, and the dreams of a few demigods. Under normal circumstances, as a dreamwalker, Audrey could generally determine the creature's level when entering a dream, thus avoiding danger. However, those demigods had hidden themselves very well. Only when she entered their dreams did she realize that something was amiss and nearly jumped in fright. Fortunately, she wasn't discovered all those times. She ended up accumulating experience, and she began carefully touring, traveling, observing, and analyzing in the demigods' dreams, allowing her to greatly digest her potion. In addition, the other special dreams gave her a completely different experience. After that, she attempted creating multiple dreams within dreams. Some attempted to hide behind the scenes in her dreams and guide them in an ingenious manner to develop and interfere with the subconscious in a reverse manner. She treated the mental illness of the owners of the dreams, or the corruption caused by an evil spirit or wraith. To a certain extent, she had gone against the requirements of only observing, recording, and not making any interference. Yet, this strangely accelerated the digestion of the potion. This made her conclude a new principle. If you really want to interfere, then be the mastermind and conductor behind the scenes. It's so that even if the goal succeeds, no one will notice it. This was something that Audrey had done very well. The few people with serious mental illnesses had unknowingly recovered after having 5 or 6 strange dreams, and it was very normal for a dream to appear strange and incomprehensible. To be able to digest the Dreamwalker potion so quickly, it's mainly a result of my good luck recently. Without so many unique experiences, I'd definitely have to wait another month or 2. Yes, I might even be caught by a demigod and be thrown into a Beander prison or directly be killed. When did my luck become so good? It seems like it started after I sacrificed the ice cream to that Fate Domain's angel. Blessed. Audrey looked at her reflection and blinked her eyes with a smile. She quickly retracted her gaze, scanned her bedroom, and walked to the dressing table. Sitting on it was a deck of cards. In a room of a girl who enjoyed mysticism, it was normal for her to have a deck of tarot cards. Audrey stretched out her right hand and touched the card at the top with her fingertip. She slowly took a deep breath and muttered to herself, "The fighting at the Amantha mountain range is getting more intense." Midseashire had already lost a port. It's said that the defenses of the Hornassus mountain range in Civilas County can't last until spring. If not for the fact that we have gained a significant advantage at sea, our connection with the southern continent's East Balam would have surely been severed. Alfred is still there. I wonder how this war will develop. Thankfully, I'm about to become a demigod. Mr. World has already given me the manipulator's potion formula and main ingredient. The 7 drops of tears that were shed from intense human emotions have also been found during my dream experience recently. The tree mentor's golden leaves were obtained via a trade with Little Sun. I'm just short of the blood of an elderly mind dragon. Phew, all tried to trade for it with the psychology alchemists. Before Vin Rambus died, I was already the person in charge of a small psychological discussion group, but will this reveal that Vin Rambus's death has something to do with me? Or could I get Mr. World to summon the blood of an elderly mind dragon from history? This can last for at least 15 minutes. When I succeed in advancing, I'll converge my spirituality and complete my queuing. Its disappearance will not affect anything. After all, it's just a supplementary material. Audrey, you actually learned how to fake things. What's more, it's on such matters. After a self-deprecating comment, Audrey began to think about the kind of situation to use to complete the advancement ritual of a manipulator. The ritual required one to drink the potion while in the midst of an emotional resonance generated during a special occasion with at least 10,000 people. As her thoughts raced, Audrey came up with a preliminary idea. The goddess's winter gifts day. But no matter how large a mass is, it can't accommodate 10,000 people. The cathedral can't accommodate so many people. Yes, it's usually impossible. If there's a chance, I can donate a sum of money. I can suggest we do an extremely large mass in Memorial Square so as to placate the souls that passed away during the war. In the most important square, the family members, relatives, and friends of the deceased are invited. As long as they accommodate a certain proportion of the participants, the emotions that resonate will affect the others who are participating in mass, allowing the ritual's requirements to be satisfied. After calmly analyzing the situation, Audrey suddenly bowed her head and looked at the mirror on the dressing table. She saw that the faint smile on her beautiful face had long disappeared, leaving behind only calmness and sadness in her eyes. She stared at herself, her lips curling up slightly as she whispered, "Audrey, you've become despicable." Closing her eyes and opening them again, Audrey had returned to normal. She reached out to the stack of tarot cards on the dressing table and flipped the card at the top. The card depicted a goddess of justice sitting on a stone chair with a sword in one hand and a balance in the other, coldly watching everything. Backland, Hillston Borough, in a house with a fireplace. "You've finished digesting your scribe potion." Zio had just changed into her home clothes when she heard the piece of unbelievable news. Upon walking back to the living room, Furs nodded with a haggard expression. "Do you know what kind of life I've been enduring recently?" As she was being forced to travel to 6 places in a consecutive manner, she had to experience, admire, and record the sights day and night. In addition, she would be pulled up above the gray fog, recording all kinds of strange or high-level Beyonder powers. The lightning storm and the historical void summoning powers had been replaced several times. They had finally recovered their original setup today. "I don't know," Zio answered honestly. "I know you don't know." Furs took a deep breath and said, "What about you? How have you been recently?" "Not too bad. It was arranged for me to preside over a paranormal court, and I had some thoughts about the acting principles." "The speed at which the potion is being digested has increased," Zio acknowledged. "I find it hard to imagine you wearing a judge's robe and sitting at the tribunal's seat to judge." Furs sighed from the bottom of her heart. "Are you trying to say that the prisoners and lawyers won't be able to see me?" Zio added, not minding it at all. Furs laughed dryly and said, "I'll need to have some rest to prepare my advancement ritual to become a traveler." "Don't you need to go deep into the spirit world? Do you have a way?" Zio asked in puzzlement. Furs nodded and said, "That person asked me to summon his messenger." Chapter 1188, Thick-Skinned, Summon His Messenger. As judgment of the Tarot Club, as a member of MI9, Zio understood what a messenger meant. Furthermore, she knew that the middle ranks of the numinous episcopate widely used messengers. Before she could ask for more details, she saw Furs walk towards the guest room on the first floor with her eyes vacant and footsteps listless. She said with an ethereal voice, "Let me sleep for a while. We can talk later." She slept all the way till the next morning, waking up thanks to the aroma of meat, daisy pie. Furs rubbed her eyes and walked out of the room. She saw that the table was already filled with food. "Yes." Zio came out of the bathroom. "The one from the corner of the street. It's not bad." Furs enthusiastically acknowledged and sat beside the dining table. She quickly picked up the daisy pie and stuffed it into her mouth. After finishing one, she drank a mouthful of sweet iced tea and sighed in satisfaction. "This is life. Oh no, I forgot to brush my teeth." After she was done washing up, she finally regained her ability to think. She looked at Zio in puzzlement and said, "Did MI9 not have any suspicions about how you secretly became a judge?" "They thought it was the remuneration that motivated me back then." Zio informed her of what she had learned. Furs stroked her hair and said with a smile, "That's true. Let them ask the Church of Evernight." She covered her mouth and yawned. "I'm going to summon that messenger." After this period of recording, the way she addressed Klein had changed from Gehrman Sparrow and Mr. World to that person. On the one hand, it was a form of respect, and on the other hand, she was afraid that someone would eavesdrop. Upon hearing her friend's words, Zio looked around and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to set up the ritual?" She remembered that summoning a messenger required a ritual. "That's only one of the methods. That person got me to use another method." Furs glanced at her clothes and realized that her clothes were all wrinkled since she hadn't had the time to change her clothes last night. Upon realizing that she would be meeting the messenger later, she decided to pay attention to her image. She hurriedly returned to the bedroom on the second floor and changed into a beige dress with frilly designs. After preparing herself, she raised her right hand in front of Zio, and she grabbed at it as if she wanted to pull something out of the air. In her eyes, an illusory book took form. It quickly flipped and stopped at one of the pages. In the next second, her arm sank and a figure emerged from the void. This was Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a black coat. He had a cold expression and an unyielding air, but his eyes appeared somewhat dull. I succeeded. This is just my second attempt. I've only tried it once yesterday and failed. Furza's eyes widened as though they wanted to take in more light so as to see more clearly. She knew that this was the historical void projection she had summoned, so she wasn't too nervous. Instead, she held her breath and looked warily at Gehrman Sparrow's projection. She couldn't tell if he was real or fake. She still remembered the combat achievements of this crazy adventurer. Furz has actually summoned Gehrman Sparrow. Shouldn't it be his messenger? Would Gehrman Sparrow still be able to summon something? Questions popped up in Zio's mind. Just as Furz was unsure of what to do next, Gehrman Sparrow's eyes darted around slightly as his gaze instantly turned focused. He no longer had a rigid and vacant look, as though he was alive. Following that, he took out an exquisite, silvery harmonica and blew it. No sound came out of it, but the surroundings instantly turned cold as a biting wind stirred. Then, a woman dressed in a dark and complicated long dress with 4 blonde hair and red eyes in her hands walked out of the void. Her 8 eyes looked at Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow nodded slightly and pointed at Furz. This lady needs to set up 4 special coordinates deep in the spirit world. Please help her. All right, one of the heads of Rhinette Tinacare said as it moved up and down. Gehrman Sparrow didn't speak further. As he approached the window, he made the glove on his left hand become transparent. His figure quickly disappeared as he teleported out of the house. He left just like that. The historical void projection I summoned left just like that. Furz stared with her mouth slightly open, as though she was experiencing a comical play. According to her understanding, the thing she summoned should be under her control. How could it leave after giving some instructions? Could it be that the historical void projection has the same personality as the actual person? No, it's as if Gehrman Sparrow himself had descended. Furz glanced at Zio and realized that she was just as confused as she was. At that moment, Furz suddenly shivered, as though an extremely terrifying creature was glaring at her. She subconsciously turned her head and realized that Gehrman Sparrow's messenger was looking at her with 8 red eyes, carefully observing her. As terrifying as Gehrman Sparrow, Furz forced a smile and said, "Sorry to trouble you." At this moment, Rhinette Tinacare's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. Need to pay 800 gold coins. There's still a fee. Furz turned agape once again, at a loss for a response. After a few seconds, her thoughts suddenly became active as she began to calculate her savings. After loaning 2,400 pounds to Zio, I still have 780 pounds left. My expenses recently have been quite high, but the royalties from my past novels are still being credited. Adding my other income and the 300 pounds Zio returned me, I have a total of 1,258 pounds, that's enough. Furz immediately agreed, but she immediately discovered a problem. Gold coins, all of them. Rhinette Tinacare's 4 heads shook slightly. Yes, you can. Oh, as expected, all of them need to be gold coins. I remember that Mr. World has been trying to gather gold coins in exchange for gold coins for quite some time before. It was to pay this messenger. The relationship between him and his messenger is really complicated. Mr. World should still have quite a few gold coins. I'll try to exchange 800 gold coins from him later. Furz secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "All right." After agreeing, Furz saw the headless messenger raise one of the heads in her hand to bite down on her clothes near her shoulder. The surrounding colors became saturated and brighter. The reds became redder, the blacks became blacker, and the whites became whiter. In such a manner, Furz was led by Rhinette Tinacare through similar scenes that she had no way of getting her bearings right. It didn't take long before she arrived at the spot where there was a faint fog. In the depths of the fog, one eye after another seemed to look over, but they quickly shrank back. When Furz summoned Gehrman Sparrow's projection from the historical void to Backland, he had immediately entered the fog of history and dashed all the way to a period before the first epoch. His consciousness came alive within the projection, reducing Furz's spirituality expenditure. This way, Klein had indirectly returned to Backland. This was also the reason why he had gotten Miss Magician to use such a complicated method to summon the messenger. As for the messenger summoned by the adventurer's harmonica, it was an independent existence. It didn't increase the burden on Furz's spirituality burden. Even if the historical void projection vanished, Rhinette Tinacare could still remain in the real world if she so wished. After a teleportation, Klein's figure appeared in a secluded alley near St. Samuel Cathedral. He then used his faceless powers to change his appearance and figure. During this process, although there were still a few pedestrians in the alley, they were affected by an illusion. They didn't notice a sudden companion appearing beside them. Right on the heels of that, Klein straightened his clothes, pressed down on his hat, and walked quickly to St. Samuel Cathedral. He found a seat to the side of the main prayer hall and sat down. After taking off his hat and chanting an honorific name, he sincerely drew a crimson moon on his chest. Then, he clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed softly to the Evernight goddess. I'm currently searching for traces of the dark demonic wolf's past to grasp his exact condition. At this point, he recalled that the dark demonic wolf might have been a former colleague of the Evernight goddess. They likely knew plenty about each other, as he quickly added, I wonder if you can give me some hints. He didn't wait for a response. Instead, he maintained a calm attitude and continued, after this matter is completed, I plan on heading all the way east to see if I can reach the western continent and see what state that place is in. I'll take this opportunity to escape Amon's pursuit and find other possibilities. After praying, he tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and whispered, Praise the Lady. Just as he finished speaking, a dark night sky with countless stars suddenly appeared in front of him. A message unknowingly appeared in his mind. It was information regarding Black Demonic Wolf, Kotar. Klein was stunned for a moment. Only when the starry sky before him completely disappeared did he return to his senses. He sincerely praised the goddess once again. After leaving St. Samuel Cathedral, he used Creeping Hunger and another, teleportation, to arrive near the Holy Wind Cathedral located in Sherwood Borough. He wanted to pray to the Lord of Storms. He looked up at the towering steeple and felt some momentary hesitation. He really wasn't sure if he should enter the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms in Backland. I'm just a historical void projection. There's nothing to be afraid about. I won't suffer any losses from praying, but what if the Lord of Storms hears about the Amon situation and decides to bestow 0 to 32 to me? That way, I won't have to risk hunting the dark demonic wolf. A person should always be hopeful. After some thought, he finally made up his mind. He carefully raised his hand and summoned Enuni, the one who had yet to be parasitized by Amon, from the historical void to walk into the Holy Wind Cathedral in his own form. A minute or two later, a dark cloud suddenly appeared above Backland. There seemed to be a flash of silver lightning in the Holy Wind Cathedral, but no one noticed it. Chapter 1189, Winter Gifts Day. As soon as the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, everything in the Holy Wind Cathedral returned to normal. In a nearby corner, Klein raised his hand to rub his forehead. The corners of his mouth twitched as he mumbled, If you don't want to give it to me, so be it, but why did you kill my marionette? He then took a deep breath before his figure rapidly faded away and disappeared. The time limit for maintaining the historical void projection was almost over. After all, a scribe's imitation of a high-level power had significant differences from the original version. The burden of a Sequence 6 summoning a Sequence 3 was rather heavy. Even if a scholar of yore could transfer his consciousness over and reduce the spirituality expenditure, it was impossible for Furs to keep it up for too long. In the outskirts of Backland, downstream of the Tussock River, Leonard hid his red gloves and slowly walked towards a certain spot. Suddenly, the slightly aged voice of Pallas Zoroast rang out in his mind. How's your former colleague been doing recently? Thinking back to the conversation at the Tarot Club, Leonard suppressed his voice and said, he just avoided a trap set up by Amon's avatar. He's searching for the truth in the forsaken land of the gods. After listening to what he had to say, Pallas Zoroast didn't say another word and allowed Leonard to proceed forward. After setting up the special coordinates, Furs was thrown back into the real world by Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. I feel exhausted, but I just woke up not too long ago. It must be that high-sequence Beander powers are too draining on my spirituality. Furs covered her mouth and yawned. She looked at Zio with a haggard expression. That's possible. Zio agreed with her friend's judgment. Her intuition told her that the Gehrman Sparrow projection that had been summoned definitely wasn't simple. It could even be equivalent to a saint. After some hesitation, Zio said, sleep a little longer. Don't attempt to advance in such a state. In one of my previous trials, the murderer was mentally psychotic. He would deliberately make his friends, his students, and the tramps he took in, consume potions in all sorts of negative states, watch them lose control, and mutate into all kinds of monsters, disgusting and terrifying ones. What was this fellow's goal? Furs was stunned for a second. 2 goals. One was to observe whether the same potion caused the same loss of control on different people. The other was to use oil paintings to record the corresponding scenes. He believed that the madness, the pain, and the distortion had an unparalleled beauty, one that can stimulate his greatest creative passion. Zio recalled the trial from back then. She felt a sense of hatred and lingering fear. He was a complete lunatic. That fellow should be executed. Furs couldn't help but shudder when she imagined it. She bared her teeth and said, was he a cultist? Perhaps, but there were no clues. On the surface, he appeared to be an outstanding artist, and he is very famous internationally. If it wasn't for more than 5 of his students and friends who had disappeared over the past few years, attracting our attention, then he might have had to wait until he completely went mad and lost control, becoming a monster, before this matter would be discovered. Zio suddenly paused for a moment before saying, back then, everyone in the law enforcement team that opened his hidden basement vomited. There were all kinds of mutated and terrifying corpses, and hanging overhead were all kinds of harrowing yet charming oil paintings. A hateful fellow, but it's also a very attractive story. Furs thought for a moment and pressed, was he a devil? No, he's a psychiatrist. Zio rejected her friend's guess. You sentenced him to death? Furs asked in anticipation. His defense lawyer convinced me that he's more suited to be a sealed artifact researcher. There's a lawyer. You have lawyers at the paranormal court. Isn't it all a direct trial? Furs asked in surprise. Zio straightened her blonde hair and said, there are some beyonders from the lawyer pathway among us who also need to act. Of course, they don't know that they're acting. All right. Furs yawned again and pointed to the reclining chair beside the fireplace. I'll sleep for a while. Don't you have work? We can take days off, Zio replied succinctly. Furs didn't ask further as she walked to the fireplace and collapsed into it. About 2 to 3 hours later, she woke up and cogitated for 15 minutes. Following that, she found the Traveler Beander characteristic and the supplementary ingredients given to her by her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, and concocted a potion bottle. The potion's color was white but transparent. It was like half-melted snow water, occasionally producing light green bubbles. Furs held the potion and glanced at her friend who was on guard by the side. She smiled and said, if I lose control, don't hesitate. Just chop off my head. No, pray first. There might still be a chance to save me. Zio slowly nodded. Maintain this state. Furs silently exhaled. Without any hesitation, she raised the bottle and gulped it down. In the blink of an eye, she felt her body and her eyes light up one after another. They blasted around her body and opened one illusory door after another. Furs's consciousness couldn't help but enter one of them. Her entire body turned transparent as she vanished. In such a chaotic state of mind, Furs nearly couldn't regain her sense of self-awareness. Thankfully, she had her fair share of being tormented recently and had a strong will. Furthermore, from time to time, she could feel the 4 special coordinates in the spirit world. Finally, she slowly came to her senses. After an unknown period of time, she realized that she had already entered the depths of the spirit world. It was difficult to tell her exact location, and she couldn't find her way back. With the help of the 4 special coordinates, Furs slowly traversed back to a familiar spot, leaving the saturated, stacked colors and the thin fog before walking out of the spirit world. The 4 special coordinates weren't only used to help me find a way back, they can also effectively maintain my self-awareness. Teacher is only a sequence 7, so without any actual experience, it's inevitable for him to miss out on such knowledge. As Furs thought, she cast her gaze towards Zio and smiled slightly. I'm a traveler. Zio heaved a sigh of relief and asked curiously, what new Beander powers did you get? The main one is teleportation. Also, invisible hand. In addition, the number of demigod-level Beander powers I can record has increased to 4. The actual effect should be close to that of a sequence 4. Furs examined herself. She then raised her hand and pulled out a tarot card from across the room, one used for divination. It was a person with a scepter in his right hand that pointed towards the sky. His left hand pointed to the earth. In front of him were people like the Holy Grail, a scepter, a sword, star coins, the magician card. Every year's longest night was the birthday of the Evernight goddess, commonly known as the Winter Gifts Day. On this day, all Evernight believers would head to a nearby cathedral to witness the sunset of the sun. When night fell, they would participate in Mass, enjoy a holy meal, listen to the hymns, and do all sorts of activities. The year 1350 for Lowen's Evernight believers was a very heavy year. The intensity of the war and the cost of items had made them lose the good mood they had. However, on Winter Gifts Day, they still came out of their houses. This was because the Church of Evernight was going to hold a massive mass in the various large public squares to placate the souls that had passed away. At the same time, many foundations would distribute food vouchers at the Mass. People who received them could be able to obtain the corresponding items in any of the relief points or cathedrals. This led to storm and steam believers who didn't celebrate Winter Gifts Day to head for the nearest square, Westboro, Memorial Square, where George III was blasted to death. Dressed in a black cloak while walking her golden retriever, Susie, with a leather bag on her back, Audrey walked among the nobles looking refined. Her expression didn't seem abnormal, but she hid some pain and guilt. She had obtained the blood of an elderly mind dragon. After concocting the manipulator potion, she placed it in the small bag Susie was carrying. Susie was already a Sequence 6 hypnotist. She believed that not many people present would notice her abnormality and snatch things from her. The blood of the elderly mind dragon came from the hermit Catalia. Apparently, she had obtained it from Queen Mystic, and she had paid £3,000 for it. This was in line with her expectations, as she didn't really want to obtain the ingredients from the psychology alchemists. After all, her direct superior, Vin Rambus, had only died a few months ago. To collect the items needed for an advancement, it made it inevitable for people to suspect her. As for the other members of the psychology alchemists, they had the ability and intelligence to notice this point. Besides, after becoming a demigod, one has to come into contact with the psychology alchemists' counselors. According to Mr. World, there might be an angel from the mind domain hidden amongst them. I'll continue making preparations. With a suitable opportunity and excuse, I'll consider raising my position in the organization. I'll hide my strength for now. The blonde Audrey lifted the ends of her skirt slightly and slowly walked towards her predetermined spot. Along the way, many nobles extended their hands to her in a friendly manner, hoping to help this beautiful, noble, and weak young lady through the crowd. However, these were all blocked by Earl Hall. He got his eldest son, Hibbert, to be in charge of his youngest daughter while he held his wife's arm and walked ahead. From time to time, he would turn back to look at the most dazzling jewel of Backland. Not long after their family arrived at their destination, the Church of Evernights Bishop of the Backland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevens, walked up to the high platform in his black robe with red patterns. He looked around, raised his right hand, and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. When the believers below responded, this saint's deep voice could be heard by everyone. Today is the celebration of the night, but the goddess's response is pity. She takes pity on every mother who has lost her child. She takes pity on every lonely child. And she takes pity on everyone who has suffered immense pain. She said that all of this will end. All the suffering will return to silence and repose. Chapter 1190. Resonance. As Anthony Stephen Vincent's words echoed in Memorial Square, it spread to other areas. The Lonis citizens who participated in the Mass were both moved and sad, feeling warmth in the midst of their depression. In a different square, different choirs began to chant the hymns. The ethereal and holy voice seemed to echo deep in everyone's heart. Of child, and wife, and parents, but evermore one. Unknowingly, everyone felt their spirits being cleansed and their spirituality naturally released. They seemed to have entered a dream and were strolling in a quiet darkness. Their children were sleeping here. Their parents, their wives, their husbands, their friends, and the deceased were no longer suffering. They no longer had any pain, their expressions were peaceful and gentle. We tenderly say her name, Evernight Goddess. If she heard us, she would surely agree. Come, rest and sleep well, my children, too. The people who were strolling in the dream felt awash with intense sorrow once again, as though they realized that they were really going to bid each other farewell. They recalled all the beautiful memories from the past. They recalled the scene of their family enjoying delicacies and having fun at the dining table. They recalled the people who looked at them warmly, and the pain of seeing them get hurt. When they learned of their passing, it was as if they could tear their souls apart. They recalled the dark clouds and separation that had been brought to this war. They were sleeping peacefully in this serene nation, no longer having any worries. However, the people who survived had to suffer the days and nights, turning haggard and withered. One teardrop after another flowed down. The people participating in Mass at Memorial Square could no longer suppress their emotions as they silently released the pain they had accumulated. A huge wave of sadness filled the air, mixed with the chanting of the choir, as though it had a corporeal form. The only escape is tranquility. 3. The people who were sobbing silently with their eyes closed subconsciously followed the content of the hymns and made similar gestures. Then, they shouted in their hearts, infected with each other's emotions. The only escape is tranquility. The grief reached an apex with more than 10,000 hearts resonating at Memorial Square. At this moment, Audrey opened her eyes and bent down. She took out a bottle of potion from the leather pouch that her golden retriever, Susie, was carrying. There were countless points of light floating in the potion, just like the manifestation of the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey didn't hesitate. Under such circumstances, she removed the bottle cap and gulped down the liquid inside. Unlike in the past where she could experience the potion slush through her throat and into her stomach, she immediately felt abnormal. She felt that she could no longer sense her body. Her entire being seemed to have condensed into an idea as she merged into the illusory sea around her. This was her first time directly seeing the sea of collective subconscious without passing through a dream or mind island. As though she had returned to her mother's embrace before she was born, she returned to the very beginning where the imprints left by human ancestors were washed away by the tides as they crumbled and were influenced. There was fear, madness, and all kinds of terrifying mental corruption. For a moment, Audrey found it difficult to resist. Her consciousness faded, and her body shook as though it was on the brink of melting away. However, the sea nearby wasn't serene. There was a certain degree of undulations, spreading the intense sorrow and pain around. Under such influence, the self-aware Audrey, who was about to be assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious, also began to resonate, generating uncontrollable feelings of grief within her. The grief spread from one thought to another. Soon, it filled the blob of thoughts that Audrey had mutated into. It pierced through her soul body and pierced her soul. Audrey finally regained a little of her senses. She skillfully placated herself, constantly giving cues to remove the corruption until she regained her senses. The voice in her ears became clearer and clearer, louder and louder. Finally, it reverberated through the sea of collective subconscious. The only escape is tranquility. Audrey repeated the prayer as her figure quickly turned clear. With a mere thought, she split herself into many transparent and illusory bodies. She traveled through the sea of collective subconscious and reached the mind islands that represented different people and stepped onto them. In these places, she could clearly see the sadness coming from different people. The bombshells that came from the sky, the airship that made up a fleet, the letters spelling bad news sent from the front lines, blood and flesh splattering in front of them, and the person who they loved suddenly collapsing in front of them, the pile of toys that no longer had an owner, the fit of coughs that came from the great smog. The only escape is tranquility. The golden retriever, Susie, also shut her eyes en masse. She used the human language to recite those words in her heart, but she failed to notice any changes in her surroundings. Suddenly, in her soul, in her body of heart and mind, Audrey's voice sounded. Susie, I succeeded. I've always been worried that I'll become more and more indifferent as my sequence increases due to the potion's effects, that I'll become more and more like a mythical creature instead of a human. Susie raised her head in confusion and saw that although the blonde girl's eyes were tightly shut, tears had unknowingly covered her face. Then, she heard Audrey say in her heart, thankfully, I can still feel their sorrow. How nice. In Susie's eyes, teardrops fell from the corner of the blonde girl's eyes. It was crystal clear. At this moment, the sun's final ray of light was swallowed. The night brought about tranquility. Everyone opened their eyes and said in a calm voice, the only escape is tranquility. After crying without restraint, the bright, cheerful Audrey's mood became heavy. She became a little sensitive and a little sad. It made everyone who saw her feel a sense of love from the bottom of their hearts. Under all kinds of protection, she returned to Empress Burrow and returned to her room. Only then did she have the chance to seriously examine herself and digest the knowledge and experience she gained from the sea of collective subconscious. Others might not be able to tell, but Audrey knew very well that the tall, blonde, blue-eyed beauty in the mirror already possessed extraordinary strength and exaggerated dragon-scale defenses. She could break through a block of steel with one punch. Oh, I can still use dragon transformation. It's equivalent to using an incomplete mythical creature form. However, I have to wait until I get used to the potion and keep stacking up the correct psychological cues. Otherwise, I can lose control. Every dragon transformation can't exceed a certain amount of time. Otherwise, even if I have the means to treat my mind and soul, I'll be contaminated by madness and confusion, causing me to lose control. My current limit is about a minute. The core power of a manipulator is manipulation. I can allow a body of heart and mind pass through the sea of collective subconscious and enter another person's mind island. I can directly change their subconscious and read their thoughts, silently driving them to do all sorts of things. Matching, manipulation, is virtual persona. I can create many personas, allowing them to have a corresponding body of heart and mind. This aspect can resist a lot of influence in the mind domain, and on the other hand, it can allow me to use them to silently invade the target's island of consciousness without any signs of it. I currently can have only 13 virtual personas. A manipulator can also create a terrifying mental plague. By using the sea of collective subconscious, I can spread all kinds of mental illnesses and extreme madness. Yes, has turned into mind deprivation, a huge area of effect version. It's no longer just the single effect of I can also transform my designated thoughts into a mind storm that will sweep the surroundings, affecting all my enemies. As a manipulator, it naturally comes with the ability to travel the sea of collective subconscious. It's called consciousness stroll. Otherwise my target would have long left by the time I arrived at a location after a series of complicated manipulations. Audrey looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then, she puffed up her cheeks and opened her mouth as if she was about to spew something. Since her mythical creature form was a mind dragon, it definitely had to have some form of dragon's breath. This was an attack that could directly stimulate and harm the target's body of heart and mind and soul body. It dealt damage in an area of effect manner, an upgraded version of psychic piercing. Following that, Audrey's green eyes turned slightly and she looked away. She sighed inwardly. This is what it means to be a demigod. These powers make even me feel afraid. How powerful is Mr. World for him to be able to kill Vin Rambus? As the participants of the hunting operation made their preparations, they decided to organize a private gathering to discuss the details. A manipulator is that terrifying. The magician Furs looked at Miss Justice beside her and blurted out in shock. Just now, Audrey had briefly mentioned the changes she had undergone after becoming a demigod. Although she didn't elaborate in detail to protect her trump cards, it still left the magician, the hermit, Judgment, and the star in shock. Actually, it's not that terrifying. Mr. World knows very well. Audrey cast her gaze to the bottom of the long, mottled table. The World Gehrman Sparrow didn't nod as he tersely acknowledged. I also had powerful helpers before I could kill Vin Rambus. He paused and said, before discussing the hunting operation, I would like to know how to make the Abraham family sense my friendliness. 1. Adapted from The Lotto's Eaters by Tennyson. 2. Adapted from The Cry of the Children by Elizabeth Barrett Browning. 3. Adapted from The Bridge of Sighs by Thomas Hood and Lotto's Eaters by Tennyson. Chapter 1191, Grasping One's Mentality, Friendliness. Upon hearing the World Gehrman Sparrow's question, Furs nearly doubted her ears. The image of Mr. X's head that was put together, leaving it covered in cracks, crevices, and blood surfaced in her mind. Just as Furs was deliberating over her words, Audrey glanced at her and smiled at the World Gehrman Sparrow. To let the Abraham family sense your friendliness, it isn't about what you do, but what Miss Magician writes in her letters. That's right, unless I appear directly in front of Miss Magician's teacher, his understanding of me will only be limited to the various rumors and things that Miss Magician tells him. As long as the story she tells is good enough, even if it doesn't fit the actual situation, it doesn't matter. Klein suddenly realized that he had been splitting hairs on the question. Furs was somewhat enlightened by Miss Justice's words, but she didn't fully understand it. After looking at the hermit, the star, and company, Justice Audrey said to Furs, you need to convey Mr. World's friendliness to your teacher. For this, you can fabricate some stories and not tell him the truth. Then what should I say? Furs asked for advice. This wasn't because she wasn't good at making up stories. On the contrary, this was what she was most adept at. However, the problem was that writing a novel that was well received was different from a story that could convince people. If she could get a senior psychologist's advice on the latter, it would undoubtedly be easier. Audrey had already thought of the details of the letter before she opened her mouth. She replied unhurriedly, it's obvious that your teacher has already noticed that you've rapidly advanced, and because of Mr. X's death and all sorts of sensitive issues, he has a certain level of doubt and vigilance regarding the Beander circles that you've participated in. Yes. Furs nodded indiscernibly in agreement with Miss Audrey's judgment. If her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, was careless, he wouldn't have been able to survive to this day. He would have long been caught by the Aurora Order or died in the hands of other powers who were interested in the Abraham family. Audrey continued, in such a situation, he will still maintain contact with you. He will teach you knowledge, give you formulas, and provide you with ingredients. This shows that, on the one hand, he acknowledges your character and morals, and on the other hand, he will also have a certain level of anticipation for you to obtain important information from the mysterious and dangerous Beyonder Circle, as well as you becoming a Sequence 4 demigod. This is the mentality we want to exploit. Audrey originally wanted to use the more neutral term, grasp, instead of exploit, but after pausing for a moment, she chose to face herself directly and face the essence of the matter. With Furs listening attentively in judgment, the star, and the hermit looking forward to what she had left to say, Audrey pursed her lips and said, "When you return, you can write to him and tell him that you have already become a traveler. It will make him happy for your growth, and also be surprised by such an exaggerated advancement speed. Then, you can answer the question he asked previously, saying that the gentleman who was seeking to purchase the Worm of Star had mentioned something, that the ancient curse in the Abraham family seems to come from a secret existence known as Mr. Door. This is a question that your teacher has never told you about but is definitely concerned about. Without a doubt, he will feel fear towards the gentleman who seems to know that you're related to the Abraham family. He will want to avoid you, but he will definitely yearn to know more. He will then try to find out what secret lies behind the curse that has plagued generations of Abrahams, one that he has no solution to. At the same time, a letter exchange isn't a direct meeting. It will give him a certain sense of security. He might change his residence, change his identity, and use a more roundabout way to receive the letter, but there is a high chance that he will not sever the connection. Maintain this connection, step by step, reveal something more valuable. You will awaken your teacher's desire and use it to portray an image of Mr. World so that your teacher can experience some form of friendliness. At this point, Audrey stopped and looked at the World Gehrman Sparrow once again. She could roughly tell that Mr. World's goodwill towards the Abraham family was because he had a request, but as for the specific request, she wasn't a clairvoyant, nor had she read Gehrman Sparrow's mind. Naturally, she couldn't guess it, nor could she continue explaining. Klein nodded and said with a hoarse smile, "After we establish this kind of indirect connection, I might ask your teacher for a transaction and use the promise of breaking the curse to exchange for certain items of value." Through Demoness Trissa, he had already grasped the solution to the Abraham family's curse. However, he didn't plan on exchanging it for the Planeswalker Potion formula or a Grade 0 sealed artifact. On the one hand, the difference in value was too great, making him feel guilty. On the other hand, he didn't want to bring a dangerous existence like Mr. Door back into the real world. It was being irresponsible to himself and the innocent. He was thinking of another way to make the curse of the Abraham family disappear to a certain extent. In other words, it might still exist, but it wouldn't affect the normal lives of the Abraham family and provide a certain range of improvements. Is that so? Mid to high sequence beyonders in the mind domain are really impressive. She can make people follow her arrangements without realizing it. Compared to when we first met, Miss Justice has seemed to undergo a complete metamorphosis. It makes people fear and respect her. Furs glanced at Zio and seemed to read the same poignant thoughts from her eyes. After some thought, she mustered her courage and said to the World Gehrman Sparrow, "What if my teacher rejects your request? Did you think I would murder for property?" Klein lampooned in Chinese. He scoffed and said, "Don't worry, I won't harm him. I won't use any methods that will force him." Phew. Although Mr. World is a little scary, he's still a man of his word. Furs slowly nodded and said, "I'll write a letter to my teacher according to Miss Justice's suggestion." Klein nodded slightly and surveyed the area. "You can begin discussing the hunt." Catalia took control and said, "The biggest problem with this operation is finding the Saint of Secrets bodies." Furs immediately recalled how she had encountered him and raised her hand. "If I can borrow that powerful sealed artifact from my teacher, then I can bring it with me. I can often wander around Backland and use the convergence of Beyonder characteristics to attract bodies to a nearby location. This might attract other demigods of the apprentice pathway, or the leader of the secret order, Zeradul, or blasphemer Amen." The more Furs spoke, the lower her voice became. She felt that this method was too dangerous. She didn't know what would happen to the other members who participated in the operation if Zeradul and Amen really appeared, but as bait, it was without a doubt that she would fail to escape. Catalia nodded and said thoughtfully, "If it's only a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the apprentice pathway, the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics shouldn't be that attractive to neighboring pathways. The range will be limited to the demigods of the apprentice pathway. And from what I know, there aren't many of them. In fact, it can be said that there are very few of them. Most of them exist in the form of a characteristic or sealed artifact. I suddenly do not wish to become a sequence 4. Furza's eyelids twitched when she heard that. Catalia cast her gaze at the world German sparrow. Let's not discuss the problem of whether there are any grade 1 sealed artifacts of the apprentice pathway. If we want to let the Saint of Secrets and Miss Magician bump into each other, the prerequisite is that he is also in Backland. He mustn't be that cautious and often goes out. Upon hearing this, Leonard said from the angle of a professional official Beander, it's actually not difficult. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, Bodies is definitely in charge of dealing with accidents among the upper echelons of the Aurora Order. He has sufficient mobility to aid the other members in different places. Heh, this is a term that appeared after the steam engine and the airship were invented. As long as you can create some matters against the Aurora Order in Backland, he has a high chance of showing up. As he spoke, Leonard glanced at Klein. Based on what he knew, in the chaotic battle outside Biome City caused by German Sparrow, the Saint of Secrets had appeared and picked up a glove. This is a solution, Audrey and company nodded. At this moment, the world suddenly said, let me remind you that the Aurora Order is an organization that worships a true god. Once you take action against them and secretly target their upper echelons, the true creator might be able to foresee this and give them a warning. That can happen. Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she observed Catalia, Leonard, and company. She realized that they were equally astonished. This was something that they had never considered before. It wasn't that they weren't smart enough, but that they had never participated in such matters that involved high-level existences before. Or rather, even if they were involved, they weren't aware of it. Then what should we do? Furs couldn't help but ask. Klein replied in a suggestive tone, by not targeting the Aurora Order directly, we can use a milder approach to fish out the Saint of Secrets bodies. Chapter 1192. Each serving their duty. A milder approach. The hermit Catalia, who lacked experience only on high-level matters, instantly had a new idea and probed, let Miss Magician participate in the various Beander gatherings in Backland. Accidentally, revealing that she's related to the Abraham family, attracting the attention of the Aurora Order. Seeing no objection from the world German Sparrow, Catalia thought as she looked to the other side. How we can make this matter appear reasonable without arousing suspicion, how to design the steps and procedures needed to expose herself, and how to lay the foundations at each one of the gatherings, these might require your help, Miss Justice. From her point of view, only a manipulator who could accurately grasp the various mentalities of the different people at the gathering could allow the scheme to appear natural and reasonable, without leaving a trace. All right, Audrey nodded solemnly, feeling somewhat excited. She then added, although I've never done anything similar before, I will try my best to make everything seem reasonable. Why do I suddenly feel a little afraid? Why do I feel like we are all inexperienced people? Apart from Mr. World who can't directly participate, Ma'am Hermit might be very experienced in other aspects, but she shouldn't have been involved in such hunting before. This isn't a game, it's a cruel act that can kill someone if we aren't careful. Furs trembled when she heard this. She had a deep suspicion of the experience of most of the members. This included herself. However, when she thought of how Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit were already Sequence 4 demigods, and that she and the Star were at Sequence 5, she felt that this wasn't too serious of a problem. After all, every powerhouse had accumulated their experiences over time from nothing. Furthermore, they still had the world German Sparrow, the strongest hunter over the 5 seas. Reasonable, scheme, manipulation. Listening to the conversation between Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice, Klein subconsciously extracted the keywords. This reminded him of how he had used 008 and the experience of playing out situations that had been arranged by 008. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's no wonder the spectator's Sequence 1 is called author. This is indeed a very reasonable development, but it can change from a guidance to being forced. There's no need to rush yourself to make the arrangements in detail. Go back and think it over carefully. Yes, at the same time, we need to combine the feedback from the scene to make adjustments. Catalia nodded in thought as she immediately had a new idea. When Miss Magician participates in the Beander gatherings, it's best you hide in the vicinity. Use your control of the sea of collective subconscious to monitor every participant's thoughts and accurately grasp the feedback. Would 13 virtual personas be enough? There should be more than 13 members at a Beander gathering. I can switch to using monitoring to select a target to focus on. Audrey quickly analyzed the feasibility of the suggestion and tersely acknowledged. To her, this was also a form of training. At the same time, it was also a form of acting. She didn't directly use her Beander powers to affect the target, but instead used her precise understanding of the target's mental state to manipulate them by using words, behavior, actions, and a script. Seeing that there was no problem on Miss Justice's side, the hermit Catalia looked at the magician. In order to prevent a surprise attack, and to better grasp your surroundings, I need to plant something on you. What is it? Furs asked warily. Catalia glanced at the world at the bottom end of the long, mottled table. After receiving the permission of Mr. Fool's Blessed, she raised her hand and pressed it between her brows. A pair of transparent eyes appeared in front of her, ones that were without eyelashes, looking cold and heartless. This is the eye of mystery prying. After becoming a mysticologist, I can place it on someone else's body. Whatever it sees, it will be what I see. Furthermore, once it enters a concealed state, it will be very difficult to be discovered through other means. Catalia gave a simple introduction. Upon seeing this scene, Klein leaned back slightly and sighed inwardly. When he first grasped spirit vision, he had seen something similar behind old Neil. If he had the mysticism knowledge he had now back then, he would have detected the problem earlier. Perhaps things would have developed differently. If this strange eye were to be planted on me, wouldn't I be watched by Ma'am Hermit when I go to the bathroom? Furs secretly drew a cold gasp as she hesitantly asked, can we plant it before each gathering? If we make frequent contact with each other, we'll be easily discovered. Besides, the Saint of Secrets wouldn't only appear at times you choose. Catalia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and explained, don't worry, I won't look at things I shouldn't see. It was a lesson learned through blood. Furs fell silent for a few seconds before she slowly exhaled. Catalia nodded slightly and continued, after discovering clues to the Abraham family, the Aurora Order will definitely do a certain amount of investigation. And for safety, so as to prevent any accidents from happening, they will definitely send out someone with a certain level of confidence. Among them, the Saint of Secrets bodies is undoubtedly the person who is most interested in the matter regarding the Abraham family. In addition, Backland isn't suitable for a King of Angels main body to be active in, so the probability of him appearing is the highest. At this moment, the star Leonard, who was leaning against the back of his chair, raised his hand and said, not necessarily. According to the information we have gathered, the Aurora Order has other high-ranking members in Backland, St. Tenebris. After Mr. A disappeared, he came forward to organize certain matters. When the time comes, the person responsible for tracking the clues to the Abraham family might very well be him, not the Saint of Secrets. After all, this is his diocese. The demigod I met when I assassinated Mr. X was Saint Tenebris. Klein nodded in enlightenment without bringing any attention to himself. Catalia was already prepared for this. Without any hesitation, she said to the star, this might require your help. In the near future, you should investigate more cases involving the Aurora Order and strike at them more. This way, it will be inconvenient for them to move around. After discovering clues about the Abraham family, they might very likely seek reinforcements, getting, yes, the more mobile and more concealed Saint of Secrets to be responsible for it. Leonard thought of his recent mission list and nodded slightly. As the captain of a Red Gloves team, he had the right to do so. The only problem is, could this be predicted by the true creator? After Leonard agreed, he turned to look at Klein. After some thought, Klein pointed out indirectly. You are similarly under the gaze of a deity. Leonard retracted his gaze as though he had gained some understanding. He said to the hermit Catalia, I have no further questions. The hermit Catalia raised her glasses and cast her gaze towards judgment. We will try our best to limit the meander circles that Miss Magician will be involved into East Borough in the Backland Bridge area. These should be places you are familiar with. You have to constantly be aware of any abnormalities. Inform me immediately about the surroundings of the gathering's location. All right. Although Zio was disappointed that she was involved in the periphery matters, she knew very well that with her strength, she could only do so much. At that moment, Catalia thought for a moment before saying, you are a judge. When the time comes, you might need to do some area of effect, prohibition. This might not be effective against the Saint of Secrets bodies, but it should be able to cause some interference. Don't doubt it. As support, mid-sequence beyonders can similarly influence a saint to a certain extent. All of this is under the premise of a demigod resisting a demigod, while all I provide is support, the education Zio had received since she was young, and the addition of the knowledge she learned from MI9 now put an emphasis on cooperation. It was very easy to understand what Ma'am Hermit was saying. At this point, the plan had just started taking form. The next step was to adjust it bit by bit through on-the-ground feedback. Furs heaved a sigh of relief when she suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly said, "Previously, Mr. World mentioned that bodies might have a grade 0 sealed artifact. How should we deal with it?" Frankly speaking, she didn't have a direct impression of how terrifying a grade 0 sealed artifact was. This was because she had never encountered one before and had never seen anyone encounter it before. However, she had experienced the grade 1 sealed artifacts that Gehrman Sparrow had borrowed from Mr. Fool. She knew how terrifying it was, and with a grade 0 sealed artifact being one grade higher than a grade 1 sealed artifact, it was obvious how potent one was. In the rumors that Furs had heard, some grade 0 sealed artifacts could even destroy Backland, or even the world. Catalia said after a few seconds of silence, "On the one hand, through Miss Justice's grasp of the minds of the people around you, she will be able to find traces of possible existences. On the other hand, with Miss Judgment's understanding of the various anomalies in the region, and combining it with divination, we will be able to determine ahead of time if there are any sealed artifacts. If we can't get any feedback from all of this, and if the Saint of Secrets has a grade 0 sealed artifact with him, you don't have to be too afraid. He won't kill you immediately. He will definitely try to gain control of you and interrogate you at a safe place. We have enough time and opportunities to separate him from the sealed artifact. Remember, a sealed artifact that a Beander possesses isn't completely a part of his strength. During this process, didn't you record some high-level Beander powers? If the situation is critical, don't hold back, and try your best to escape." "Sounds like you're not very confident either." Furz's face suddenly turned pale as she forced a smile. At this moment, the world Gehrman Sparrow took the initiative to speak. "In times of necessity, pray to Mr. Fool. I will also ask him to provide his protection in advance and provide some revelations. As this operation wouldn't pose a threat to Klein's actual body regardless of the development, and it might involve a grade 0 sealed artifact, he could only gain some revelations from his initial control of Saphira Castle." "That's good." Furs, Zio, and company heaved a sigh of relief. When the private gathering was coming to an end, Klein glanced at Catalia and said, "It looks like there's no way to end the operation before New Year. I'll provide you with the advance payment." He then condensed some of mysticism knowledge he had never mentioned into a pale white brilliance and pushed it to the hermit. Chapter 1193, Heading East. Dark Angel Sasrir might very well be the negative personality that's expelled from the ancient sun god, Mr. Dor was once the most powerful king of angels. The Abraham family also possesses at least 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts that's at the level of an angel of the apprentice pathway. The underlying rules of this world are chaos and madness. Pieces of mysticism knowledge resonated in Catalia's mind, causing her to feel weighed down in addition to her shock. If it wasn't for the Tarot Club, Mr. Fool's protection, and the world Gehrman Sparrow's help, she believed that it wouldn't be easy for her to obtain such knowledge. She definitely had to take a tremendous risk in exchange. If she wasn't careful, she would attract the attention of certain high-level existences, or be embroiled in madness and pain. "Thank you for your advance payment. This will greatly help me digest the potion." Catalia opened her eyes and thanked him sincerely. According to her original plan, she believed that she would be able to gain some mysticism knowledge after meeting Queen Mystic. With Gehrman Sparrow's current advance payment, her mysticologist potion would most likely be completely digested. Unfortunately, a few days before she arrived in Backland, Queen Mystic Bernadette had left the city to trace a lead. This left Catalia extremely disappointed. Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's words, Klein, who was pretending to be the world, laughed hoarsely. "A price is exacted for what's bestowed." As his voice echoed, he nodded at the two ladies, Justice and the Magician, indicating that he was also directing those words at them. After the private gathering ended and the members left Saphira Castle one by one, Klein stood up and walked back to the seat of honor from the bottom end of the long, modeled table, to the seat belonging to the Fool. He leaned back into his chair and propped his elbow on the armrest as the void beside him rippled and formed halos. These were prayer lights that came from puppets controlled by a historical projection that Klein had summoned. They had existed before the gathering, but the corresponding area had been hidden from the rest, so no one could sense it. It was only now restored to normal. He cast his gaze at the rippling light and expanded his vision into the distance. In the real world, a dark mountain stood erect. There was a mountain hole at the mountainside that extended downwards. This was once a place that hid many humans who had survived the cataclysm, but they were later turned into dark demonic wolf Kotar's marionettes. During this period of time, Klein kept tracing the clues and found 3 spots where the dark demonic wolf had hidden himself. However, Klein didn't gain much from them. The reason was simple. Just like now, there was a rock in the cave. On it sat a young man wearing a classic black robe, a pointed hat, a broad forehead, and a thin face, Aemon. This angel of time seemed to sense the gaze from Saphira Castle as he raised his head and adjusted his crystal monocle. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Klein retracted his gaze, his facial muscles twitching slightly as he muttered, "What a haunting presence, it's not like this fellow doesn't understand the dark demonic wolf's past. Is there a need for him to destroy all the clues I need? Furthermore, he only comes slightly earlier than me every single time. If it wasn't because he wasn't Amon's match, he really wanted to hang him up and beat him." Phew, Klein exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. He wore a black top hat and carried a dim yellow lantern. He dispelled his maintaining of the historical projection and, without looking back, he left the mountain and ventured deep into the silent wilderness. There was no hesitation in his footsteps, as he had already obtained detailed information about the dark demonic wolf, Kotar, from the Evernight goddess. He was well aware of the character, styles, and habits of the god of wishes. The reason why he was still searching for the dark demonic wolf's past was mainly because he wanted to verify the information. After all, the East Continent had been in the forsaken land of the gods for more than 2,000 years. The dark demonic wolf had escaped the Evernight goddess's attention for a sufficiently long period of time, so it was very likely that some abnormalities and changes in character would occur. If he made a plan following the intelligence provided by the Evernight goddess, there was a small chance that he would make the mistake of launching a surgical strike using an outdated map. Under the tremendous pressure from the true creator and Aemon, the chances of the dark demonic wolf transforming isn't low. Perhaps it has even turned abnormal or half-mad because of the excess stress. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. The words, dark demonic wolf, could actually be switched to, Klein Moretti, or, Joe Mingrui, ad verbatim. It just needed to be said in future tense. The other reason for his persistence in pursuing the dark demonic wolf's past was that he was trying to fool Aemon, making it difficult for him to guess that he had already grasped the key information. Of course, this might not be able to deceive the god of deceit. His main goal was to obtain a victory of the mind, so as to adjust his mental state that was overly stressed. This allowed him to reduce the frequency at which he sought Miss Justice's treatment. Well, from the looks of it, the dark demonic wolf still maintains its clarity and rationality in the late second epic. It wasn't as violent as when it first fused with other Beander characteristics, bloodthirsty, crazy. His most important personality appears to not have changed, ever so suspicious. He doesn't even trust his own marionettes. Once he decides to migrate, he would leave all the marionettes that he had before and sever all connections. Also, the dark demonic wolf seems to have migrated from the east over here. As he thought about it, Klein came to an abrupt stop. Under the darkness that was void of stars and the crimson moon, he cast his gaze in a particular direction by relying on his spiritual intuition. His expression gradually turned solemn as he raised his right hand and pressed on his silk top hat. Then, he adjusted the direction he was heading in and walked towards where his eyes were trained at. That was the east. In the endless darkness, the lantern in his hand cast a lonely shadow. His trench coat was almost the same color as the distant night as his footsteps quickened. Backland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table and began to seriously consider how to release the bait, in a seemingly reasonable fashion. During this process, she suddenly thought of something. That was that, if she wanted to go near a Beander gathering and monitor the thoughts of the participants, there was a lack of quick and efficient methods. As a Sequence 4 demigod, she neither could fly nor teleport. She also couldn't use the flames to jump secretly. It would be fine if it was late at night, but if she wanted to use dreams as a springboard, she could only rely on her feet during the day and evening. Oh, actually, my speed isn't slow, but if I were to run faster than a steam train, I would definitely attract attention. There are so many powerhouses in Backland, so there's no lack of existences that can see through my psychological invisibility. Similarly, in my dragon form, I can fly, but that's just too eye-catching. Currently, I can only let my consciousness and spirit body enter the sea of collective subconscious, while I'm unable to bring my body in. As she pondered about the matter, Audrey could only consider purchasing sealed artifacts or mystical items that had traveling, powers while deciding to travel through dreams if there were dreams. Otherwise, she could only rely on walking, carriages, or the metro. What a simple demigod. It's no wonder the full name is half human, half god. Those terrifying Beyonder powers are the godly side of things, while these are the human side of things. Audrey gave a self-deprecating laugh and reined in her thoughts. Sitting beside the fireplace, Furs opened a book that was propped on her thigh as a platform for her to write. Holding a pen in her hand, she stared at the horizontal lines on the paper and the tarot cards that were scattered on the ground for a long time. What's wrong? You don't want to lie to your teacher. No, everything you write will be the truth. You don't want to set up your teacher. Zio walked over, crouched down, and looked up into Furz's eyes. No, it's not because of this. I do feel a little guilty, but I know that this is a good thing for the Abraham family. I'm just hesitating. I keep feeling that our destinies will change after writing this letter. Zio was a little stunned when she heard that. She didn't quite understand what her good friend meant. Furs let out a sigh and said, the battles from the past and now were actually not that dangerous for us. We had the ability to avoid it and obtain the corresponding resources to continue our peaceful lives. Therefore, my feelings for them don't run deep. We're like people standing beside a torrent. We could have watched everything go by safely, but after writing this letter, we might perhaps be swept into the torrent. Zio listened quietly. She opened her mouth and pursed her lips. If not for this, do you think we can avoid the torrent of fate? As she spoke, she picked up a tarot card from the ground. The surface of the card depicted an angel blowing a trumpet and the deceased. Judgment card. Furs looked at the deck of tarot cards for a while before closing her eyes. She pulled her hair back and smiled. This is an inevitable destiny. After praying to Mr. Fool and after obtaining the magician card, it was an unavoidable destiny. The fountain pen in Furz's hand finally landed on the letter. Fritz Harbor. Dorian Gray Abraham, who had long left the Fishermen's Association and changed his identity, tore open the letter sent by his student. As he quickly browsed through it, his expression went from shock, joy, and confusion to horror. Dorian threw away the letter in his hand and knocked down the table in front of him. It was like a monster hiding on that piece of paper with a curse. He retreated to another corner, pulled open the drawer, and took out some items. Then, he rushed to the door and prepared to leave. When his right hand touched the brass doorknob, Dorian's action suddenly slowed down and finally stopped. He slowly turned around and cast his gaze at the letter on the ground. There was a complicated look in his eyes. After a few seconds, Dorian Gray Abraham slowly walked towards the letter. He walked with hesitation, feeling the dilemma and struggles, but he didn't stop. It was as if he had been seduced by the devil. Chapter 1194, A Lion's Hunt of a Rabbit. Finally, Dorian stopped beside the letter. He bent down and reached out his right hand. His fingers trembled as he grabbed the edge of the paper and picked it up. This time, Dorian was very careful. He began reading each word, one after another. From the very beginning, sometimes he was enlightened, sometimes confused, sometimes puzzled, and sometimes in pain. The letter Furs had sent wasn't long. He only used 3 minutes to read it twice before he fell into a long silence. The sunlight shined through the window and landed on the toppled table. Dorian Gray Abraham's lips suddenly quivered, but he ultimately didn't make a sound. Separated by a piece of paper, his right thumb and index finger quickly rubbed against each other and ignited the letter with a scarlet flame. After doing all of this, Dorian packed his belongings, put on his disguise, changed his clothes, and left the rented apartment. Using the identity he had previously prepared, he went to another place. After settling down, he sat beside the desk and stared at the brass ornament, seemingly deep in thought. The area became darker and darker as the sunlight weakened. Dorian's eyelids twitched as he slowly sighed. He then unfolded the piece of paper and picked up the fountain pen. As he pondered, he wrote, I'm very happy to see you digesting the scribe potion in a few months. This means that you might really become a demigod. These are the key points to take note of while acting as a traveler, at least the ones that I know of. However, you have to remember that everyone's personality is different. There will always be some differences in acting in real life, so you can't copy blindly. This doesn't mean that the acting principles of others are wrong, but that it might lead to a huge conflict in your heart, affecting your mental state. Sometimes, you can make appropriate adjustments to slow down the speed at which the potion is being digested, but it will only be beneficial to you. You have to remember, acting is a tool, not something to lord over you. I look forward to the day you completely digest the traveler potion. I will prepare the corresponding ingredients in a present for you. I'm very interested in the matter of the Abraham family's curse mentioned by that gentleman. I think you should have noticed long ago that I have done a certain degree of research on such matters. Otherwise, you wouldn't always ask me about such matters. I hope you can continue to learn about this matter at a deeper level. After writing the reply, Dorian Gray Abraham closed his eyes and quickly folded the paper. January 1351, Backland's New Year was much bleaker than before. In a basement in Westborough, there were a few candles flickering with yellow flames, illuminating the surrounding altars, chairs, and round tables. At the edge of the light, in a place that was extremely dark, a figure appeared indistinct. At times, it would sway, sometimes stretching into a thin entity that didn't have any thickness. It was like a shadow that came alive. Suddenly, the figure said in a deep voice, "You arrived earlier than I expected." Beside the candle, a figure quickly appeared in the spot illuminated the greatest by the light. It was a man dressed in a mysterious black robe. His brown hair was slightly curled, and his dark, deep eyes seemed to contain countless objects. He was none other than one of the 5 saints of the Aurora Order, the Saint of Secrets, Bodies. Bodies smiled and said, "To me, distance is not a problem." He pulled a chair and sat down before saying to the long and narrow shadow, "Have you investigated thoroughly? Did you find anything unusual?" The shadow that nearly slinked into the shadows answered in a low voice, "There aren't any problems." Really, at the confirmation of the question, Bodies instinctively had doubts. Kisma, could this be a trap? The Aurora Order's Saint Tenebris, Kisma, slowly shook his head and said, "The target is very careful. It's definitely not a case of deliberate exposure. If she wasn't seeking to purchase an ancient wraith's cursed item, we wouldn't have been able to sense that she might be related to the Abraham family." Saint of Secrets Bodies seemed to be in thought as he said, "An ancient wraith's cursed item. This is one of the main ingredients of scribe. I remember that the Abraham family does have a spare Asmon's brain. Hey, they aren't willing to directly provide a scribe Beander characteristic, hoping to carry out some tests. It's indeed the style of the Abraham family. To put it simply, they don't have enough trust in others." Saint Tenebris Kisma didn't echo Bodies' words as he continued, "Even if she was seeking to purchase the main ingredients of the scribe potion, we wouldn't have noticed any problems. After all, not every believer knows the corresponding mysticism knowledge, but she even mentioned some questions related to apprentice and the Abrahams. She was really cautious in this aspect. The circle of Beyonders from which she sought to purchase materials from and the one she asked questions weren't the same. Different matters were left to different circles. Furthermore, at times, she would hire other participants to help her make requests. If it weren't for the fact that we have our people in those few circles and were able to combine the intelligence, we wouldn't have noticed her." Saint of Secrets Bodies nodded slightly and asked, "Why didn't you just take action? You even came to me." In the shadows, the darkness stirred and replied slowly, "The situation in Backland is getting more and more tense. The Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hivemind are carpet sweeping the area, one spot after another. We're being watched very closely. If I were to handle this matter, it would be fine if there weren't any accidents. However, if an accident were to happen, I might not be able to escape due to not having, grazed, a secret sorcerer. Besides, aren't you the one who is most interested in the Abraham family?" Bodies chuckled and said, "I'm not interested in them at all. I just want them to all die. To ensure my own safety, the most important thing is to nip revenge in the bud. This is the philosophy I abide by." As he spoke, the Saint of Secrets took out a crystal ball from his black robe's pocket. The crystal ball was neither clear nor translucent, as if it had been injected with the dark night. As he touched it with his palm, his lips quivered. This strange crystal ball suffused a resplendent glow. They were like stars that slowly spun, forming a complicated scene. "It's still acceptable." Bodies looked at the crystal ball in his right hand and nodded gently. He then looked at the ghostly shadow. "Give me the details." When he learned that there would be a Beander gathering in a particular circle tonight, with the target possibly appearing, the Saint of Secrets Bodies stood up and said to Saint Tenebris Kisma, "I need to make some preparations." As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand opened and with a gentle lift, his fingers closed. The region he was in immediately warped and vanished. The candles, flames, round table, and chairs that were originally located here vanished, leaving behind only the tiles and ceiling. After a while, the shadows moved and everything returned to normal. Nothing happened to Saint of Secrets Bodies, but Saint Tenebris's figure appeared out of the darkness. He looked at Bodies and said in a deep voice, "Your caution has exceeded the necessary limits. But this isn't a bad thing. I hope that I can resolve the problem without anyone noticing, Bodies replied with a smile. You can follow me. You can hide in the shadows as my support. You will not directly appear, and you will leave immediately once you discover anything amiss. All right, Saint Tenebris Kisma slowly walked out of the shadows. He looked young and handsome with outstanding facial features, but his face seemed to be covered with a faint curtain of darkness. After coming close to Bodies, there were a series of illusory chewing sounds that came from nowhere. The chewing sounds and the sound of digesting could be heard, as well as undisguised evil and hunger. This made the demigod shudder involuntarily. Saint Tenebris's eyes froze for a second as he cast a shocked and surprised look at Bodies' face. The corners of Bodies' mouth curled up as he revealed a rather cruel smile. A few seconds later, one of them used teleportation, and the other merged into the shadows and left the house. In an apartment that had been in disrepair for years, in the area intersecting Backland's East Borough and the Bridge area, there were a few rooms on the first floor of a cheap motel that had their rooms connected. When Bodies walked out from the spirit world, the Beyonder gathering was only to be held 2 to 3 hours later. No one had arrived yet. He looked around and took in the long tables that were arranged messily. After observing the environment, he walked to a corner with his right hand pulling the curtain. The region was then enveloped by a shadow, distorting before vanishing. This was because there wasn't anything there to begin with. There was no objective measure, so no one would have discovered that there was a space missing. They would only feel that the distance between the walls and themselves was a little closer, but upon closer inspection, everything was normal. This was the space concealment power of a secret sorcerer. They could use this ability to split a place into two and conceal part of it. One had to use a specific door to enter. At that moment, in the area that had been divided and hidden, the room existed normally. There were floor tiles, a ceiling, and a cockroach crawling across the ground. The cockroach rushed to the boundary and was blocked by the endless darkness. After Saint of Secrets Bodies surveyed the area, his gaze paused at a transparent vortex in midair. This was the door. Every hidden space would definitely have a door. After some thought, Bodies reached into the black robe's pocket, took out a mirror, and inserted it into the door. The mirror twisted and quickly reflected the scene in the outside world. There were chairs and long tables randomly strewn around. The place was empty. In this way, Bodies used this mirror to monitor the Beyonder gathering's venue. Seconds changed to minutes as the Beyonders dressed in various disguises arrived. One of the hooded figures habitually chose a corner near the window. She took out a palm-sized notebook and casually flipped through a few pages, as though she was revising the main points of her questions or checking if she was fully prepared. And behind her to the side, there was an ordinary mirror embedded in the wall. Chapter 1195, Grade 0. In the region that had been concealed, the Saint of Secrets, Bodies, narrowed his eyes slightly as he recognized Limano's travels. This made him no longer have any doubts about the intel provided by Saint Tenebris Kisma. He recognized this notebook and knew that it was a mystical item that the Abraham family placed great importance on. It was one of the most powerful items below the high sequences, and the negative effects were negligible. Hey, back when I was a mid-sequence Beyonder, I had yearned for this notebook so much. In the end, the Abraham family was wary of me and didn't place any importance on my needs at all. Now, have they learned their lesson? This woman shouldn't be a descendant of the Abraham family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone around searching for the cursed item of an ancient wraith, Bodies muttered inwardly as his expression gradually turned grim, showing hints of a cruel fervor. After observing his surroundings for a while, he carefully reached into his black robe's pocket. The pocket seemed to contain a vast space as Saint of Secrets Bodies dragged out a 3-layered jewelry box from within. This jewelry box wasn't tiny, making it difficult to hold it with one hand. It was mainly silver-black in color, and its surface was covered with exquisite decorations. There were rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds embedded in it, making it look rather luxurious. As he held the jewelry box in his hands, there was a hint of panic and fear in his expression. It was as if he was facing the abyss or listening to an evil god's ravings. The gathering continued as usual. Furs put away Limano's travels and focused on listening to the participants, as though she was seeking some answers. During this process, she would occasionally ask questions, using gold pounds and spiritual materials as payment. However, she didn't receive any effective answers. Gradually, the Beyonder gathering came to an end. The host arranged for the different participants to leave from different exits. Soon, only Furs and a few other Beyonders were left in the room. After receiving the signal of the host, Furs stood up and resisted the urge to stretch herself as she walked towards the side door. At this moment, she realized that her body had stiffened. Her head could barely turn, but it felt like she was a toy that had its torsion spring wound up. From the corner of her eye, she saw that the grayish-white walls had turned silvery black in an instant. They were covered in granules, as though they were made of metal. The remaining participants and the host had their skin lose the luster that it should have possessed. Their eyes were dull, their movements mechanical, as though they were large dolls. In the concealed area, bodies had opened the jewelry box at some point in time. The interior of its top layer wasn't exquisite enough, but it had completely restored the scene of the room. In the room, there were chairs and long tables scattered haphazardly. There were a few palm-sized puppets sitting or standing, as though they were trying to simulate reality. Among these people, the person standing was wearing a hooded robe. The shape of her chin was beautiful and her lips were plump and red. It was none other than Furs. She and the remaining Beyonders, together with the gathering's host, had silently become toys. They had been taken into the highest layer of the jewelry box. The room that connected in the external world was only left with grayish-white walls, nothing else. The corners of Bodies' lips curled up bit by bit. With his right hand, he closed the lid of the jewelry box. In just a single breath, he had magically controlled his target. This silver-black, three-layered, jewelry box was the Grade 0 sealed artifact that he had snatched from the Abraham family. As it had never been obtained by the Orthodox churches, nor was it ever deeply understood, it didn't have a corresponding number. According to what Bodies knew, this jewelry box originated from an Abraham family angel from the fourth epoch. He enjoyed roaming the cosmos and heading to different places in the vast universe. However, once, when he returned to his family to rest, he died silently in his palace. His face was filled with fear, and his expression was twisted as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. A true mythical creature, one that could be considered a subsidiary god in the second epoch, had actually died silently without causing a stir. The death was extremely bizarre. The Beyonder characteristic he left behind combined with his corpse, forming the jewelry box that was quite different from the other kind of sealed artifacts. And back then, Mr. Door, Bethel Abraham, not only didn't attempt to shatter it and restore it to a pure Beyonder characteristic, he had even given it a rather strange name, Box of the Great Old Ones. The first level of the Box of the Great Old Ones could turn the target's location into toys and switch locations with its interior. Bodies had used this trait to easily achieve his goal. The second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones recorded different locations. Once it was released, the holder and the living beings within its effective range would head directly to the corresponding region. They would then wander around the cosmos like the angel from the Abraham family back then, exploring the universe. As for what was on the third level of the Box of the Great Old Ones, Bodies knew about it but didn't dare to think about it. It was just like how he usually didn't dare come into contact with this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Smack. After closing the lid of the Box of the Great Old Ones, he grabbed the mirror that was embedded in the transparent vortex that was suspended in midair with his right hand. Once a certain area was concealed, a secret sorcerer had to use the corresponding door, or directly remove the concealment, to exit. Bodies had chosen the latter method because it was the easiest and fastest method. The shadows stirred, and the area that disappeared returned to the real world. The room was finally complete. Bodies didn't stay any longer. Without even looking at his surroundings, he made his body rapidly fade away. He held the many-gemmed, silver-black box of the Great Old Ones as the colors saturated and overlapped with each other. He traversed the spirit world, which was filled with strange creatures, towards his designated location. In a few seconds, he walked out of the void, attempting to enter the ruins of the Battle of the Gods by crossing the huge chasm that split the seas. At this moment, the body stopped in midair. His eyes narrowed and his eyes instantly turned dark, dotted with countless points of resplendence. It was like the cosmos had been reflected in his eyes. The gravel, formed by the stars, spun rapidly, causing the cracks at the bottom of the sea to rapidly turn incorporeal, causing everything in front of him to shrink and condense into a wavering orange flame. This flame extended from the tip of a matchstick as it was extinguished. Everything that Bodies had experienced after removing the concealed space was an illusion. He remained rooted to the ground, and the source of this illusion was the burning matchstick. The matchstick was held by a fair-skinned palm, and the owner of the hand was a woman wearing a purple-patterned black robe and a hood. She was sitting on a carriage that was halfway through the wall, formed from a gigantic pumpkin. Pulling the carriage were a bunch of gray rats. This was none other than Catalia, but her appearance, image, and bearing had changed. This was the power she gained from the magic of Cinderella. The core Beyonder power of the Mystery Prior Pathways Sequence 4 Mysticologist was called mystical reenactment, fully expressing the saying, knowledge is power. To put it simply, a mysticologist could draw power from different mysticism knowledge they grasped, and create all sorts of magic or witchcraft. As for the corresponding mysticism knowledge, the less that was known by others and the less it spread, the more powerful the spells became. The contrary could also be established. Once some knowledge and legends were known to many and no longer mysterious, the magic or witchcraft created by drawing on its powers would become almost ineffective. Catalia had no idea why the queen could create all kinds of magical powers that were rich in magical colors from the private fairy tales that Emperor Russell had told her, but that didn't hinder her learning and usage of them. After all, she had heard of those fairy tales from Queen Mystic. The magic she had used it to temporarily transform and disguise herself was called Cinderella. The magic that threw Saint of Secrets' bodies into an illusion was the little match girl. With that, she had used it to stop the other party from teleporting away, creating an opportunity for the battle that would follow. Just as Bodies had extricated himself from the hallucination, the Cinderella, who was sitting in the pumpkin carriage, placed her foot on the ground and spread out her arms, causing a huge cross to appear behind her. As for Catalia, she seemed to be carrying an illusory object. In the empty room, candlelights lit up, one after another, illuminating a long table covered with flesh and blood. Around the long table were three extremely blurry figures holding the globs of flesh as they constantly devoured the food. As if sensing something, the three figures turned their heads at the same time and looked at Bodies. This Saint of Secrets' heart raced as he felt a chill rush out from deep within his soul. He then heard illusory gnawing, chewing, and digesting sounds. He could feel the undisguised malice and hunger. Bodies' eyelid twitched. He hurriedly lowered his head and cast his gaze at the box of the Great Old Ones in his hand. The silver-black box had opened itself without him realizing it at some point in time. The magic that Catalia used was called the Feast of Betrayal. It stemmed from the mysticism knowledge she learned of the ancient sun god's death from the Tarot Club. Its purpose was to temporarily awaken or imbue the target with intelligence, allowing them to commit a betrayal. Without a doubt, the effects of encountering a sealed artifact that was filled with malice towards the owner would be excellent. However, if not for the fact that she had obtained the protection of Mr. Fool at every gathering they monitored, Catalia wouldn't have dared to use this magic. Once the three main leads of the betrayal feast sensed it, she would definitely die for obscure reasons. She wouldn't be able to resist her death and would die an abnormally horrifying death. Therefore, mysticologists were definitely individuals with high risk. Their strength came from walking the edge of the abyss, coming from things they shouldn't have seen or heard. In comparison, Queen Mystic, who could create magic from her father's private fairy tales, was much safer than other mysticologists at the same tier. Chapter 1196, The Ugly Duckling. When opening the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones, the long table, chairs, furs, and the others were like dolls. They were either still or motionless. Otherwise, under the power of torsion springs, they made repeated simple movements. Upon seeing this scene, Bodies' hair stood on end. For some baffling reason, he felt that he was about to join and become one of them. He instinctively wanted to react to the Grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand, but he saw the hooded, purple-robed woman retract her right hand and hold it to her mouth, slightly clenched. A dark color instantly formed in her palm. It was an ancient bugle with a charm that appeared very heavy and powerful. The horn of magic, the horn of destruction. Bodies' pupils dilated as he lacked the luxury of time to deal with the box of the Great Old Ones. He grabbed forward with his right hand, as though he had raised an invisible screen that shielded the void. The area he was in was distorted once again. He disappeared and was concealed. The horn in Catalia's hand let out a soft hum. It echoed in the room but didn't extend out of its confines. With the sound waves overlapping, the shadows shattered and the ground cracked. The space that had been concealed by the Saint of Secrets was like a thick piece of glass that had been struck by a sledgehammer. Countless cracks appeared and intertwined with each other. Elsewhere, a towering knight in full black armor appeared out of the shadows. He held a long broadsword, and two dark red beams of light glimmered in his eye sockets. Saint Tenebrous Kisma. Once again, Catalia blew the horn. Everything in the room seemed to freeze into a translucent amber. Silently, the amber broke apart, and even the black-armored knight fell to the ground like a mirror, shattering into small shards. The distorted region returned to the real world. However, Bodies also managed to grab the gaps between the two horn blows as he created numerous illusory doors to appear around them. Some of them were double doors that opened outwards, some were deep and recessed, some were covered in mysterious patterns, and some were hollow in the middle, allowing one to vaguely see the boundless darkness behind them. The illusory doors were in bountiful numbers, densely packed, and overlapped together, almost enveloping the Saint of Secrets. Without any time to think further, Bodies immediately opened a grayish-blue door with 7 brass locks, and he threw the box of the Great Old Ones that was just about to have its second layer open inside. This was a secret sorcerer's exile. It could throw a target that he had gained initial control of into a corresponding chaotic space. As for the different illusory doors, they represented different scenes, ones where danger and opportunity coexisted. This kind of exile wasn't permanent. At Bodies' sequence level, he was only capable of isolating the box of the Great Old Ones from reality for 20 seconds. Once that time was up, the Grade 0 sealed artifact would return to the spot beside him through the illusory door from before. However, by then, the betrayal induced by the enemy's Beander powers would definitely have disappeared. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, he had traveled many places, witnessed many things, and recorded many kinds of powers. Bodies made the most correct decision in that split instant. At the same time, the Black Knight that had split into pieces quickly squirmed and reformed, becoming a thin rug that flowed with flesh and blood. It covered every corner of the room. As a cult that could only survive in the shadows of reality, the Aurora Order might have many lunatics, but they were used to doing things to conceal themselves so as to prevent themselves from attracting the official Beyonders before their goals were met. Of course, once the matter was in its final stages, they would definitely proclaim their existence openly. In addition, Saint Tenebrous Kisma had done so in hopes of obstructing the possible enemies that were hiding outside to a certain extent. This allowed a separation of the battlefield. When a layer of flesh grew out from the floor, walls, and ceiling, a twisted black shadow rose up from the corner. This was one of the souls that Saint Tenebrous Kisma had grazed. It was a powerful vampire from the Forsaken Land of the Gods, a Sequence 4 Shaman King of the Moon Pathway. If the shepherd's grazed target was a demigod, he could release it directly due to the existence of its corporeal spirit body. However, there only one could be released at any one point in time unless the corresponding shepherd had already become a Sequence 3 Trinity Templar. Seizing the opportunity that the horn in the female demigod's hand was dissipating, the twisted Shaman King reached out and dug out one of his eyes, a bright red, illusory eye. The eye shimmered with a bright, crimson glow as it instantly illuminated the entire room, as though the crimson moon had descended. Its pupil reflected the woman wearing the purple-patterned black robe and a dark-colored hood. Immediately following that, the Shaman King clasped the hand which was holding his eye, letting the crimson moonlight become completely devoured by darkness. A deep darkness appeared around Catalia as the solidified darkness bound her to the spot. It froze the scene. Upon seeing this scene, Bodies took a step forward, phasing behind his enemy instantaneously, performing one blink, followed by another as a total of 8 figures dressed in black robes appeared around Catalia. These weren't avatars he created, but afterimages he left behind due to his blazing blink. Some of them released lightning storm, while others condensed a blinding white spear. Some were covered in black armor as they slashed out a heavy broadsword that could appear capable of slicing through anything. Different figures with different powers either attacked or created a form of control, but their target was one and the same, Catalia. There was almost no pause in between their actions. When Bodies' figure blinked to another corner, he quickly turned transparent as he was on the brink of disappearing. He had no intention of killing the enemy, as this was backland. Also, the commotion created from their battle couldn't be suppressed any further. Once it affected the outside world, official angels might descend. The reason why he had first launched a series of counterattacks before teleporting away was because he wanted to suppress the enemy and prevent her from interfering with his and Saint Tenebrous Kisma's escape. This was a very reasonable strategy. However, a few seconds ago, in a room on an upper level of the old apartment, Zio had learned of all the changes in the venue through Miss Justice's mind voice. Although she was worried and anxious, she didn't panic at all. She followed the plan and jumped down from the window, somersaulting in midair as she pointed at the targeted area. After doing this, she immediately distanced herself from the apartment to prevent the friendly demigods from being distracted. With this interference, the Saint of Secrets, Bodies, failed to successfully enter the spirit world. A rusty, abnormally heavy door appeared in front of him as it tightly sealed the path. To bodies, an illusory door of this level wasn't able to stop him from leaving at all. He could open the door once he made some adjustments, but at this moment, something anomalous had happened over at the female demigod in the purple-patterned black robe. Silver light appeared in Catalya's eyes. They connected together like a mysterious giant snake. This was brief luck, derived from the knowledge she had obtained when analyzing the blood of a snake of fate. Regardless of the terrifying lightning, burning white spear, or the slash of the Black Knight, none of them hit the target. Catalya seemed to be standing at the eye of the storm. No matter how dangerous the surroundings were, she was unaffected. Those attacks and the attempts at control either narrowly passed her by or were cancelled out by friendly forces. They were unable to achieve the desired effect, and they even helped her weaken the dark shackles. Instantly, Catalya bowed her back slightly as white and illusory feathers grew out of them. They didn't belong to an angel, but rather, a swan. The ugly duckling had become a swan. As for what a swan was, to a Sequence 4 demigod, the answer was obvious. It was an incomplete mythical creature form, and the ugly duckling could also become a swan. This was a powerful magic that could allow a mysticologist to reveal their incomplete mythical creature form once a day, with each instance lasting 10 seconds. The surface of Catalya's body immediately cracked. Open as flesh and blood gathered inside, forming eyeballs with clear blacks and whites. The countless eyeballs coldly scanned their surroundings, as though they were manifestations of multifarious knowledge. As such, the figure that bore their weight turned into a black blob that was even more abstract in a higher spatial dimension. Upon seeing the densely packed eyeballs, Saint of Secrets bodies and Saint Tenebris Kisma felt dizzy. A knowledge storm took form in their minds. The layer of flesh and blood that enveloped the entire room began to tremble slightly. Some dripped down, while others squirmed intermittently. At this moment, an unimaginable aura pierced through the barrier formed from flesh and blood, pouring into the first floor of the dilapidated apartment and enveloping every corner of the apartment. At the same time, Saint of Secrets bodies and Saint Tenebris Kisma were shocked. Their bodies, souls, and minds were in an uncontrollable state. This was dragon might, which had undergone a qualitative change, mind deprivation. Seizing this opportunity, the black blob that was covered in cracks and eyes condensed a spear in front of it. The spear appeared ancient in style. From the tip to the handle, it was dyed in blobs of blood-red splotches. It emitted a mighty destructive aura and a bloody feeling, as though it had once held a mighty existence. With a whoosh, the terrifying spear shot out, heading straight for the bodies who stood rooted to the ground. In the entire room, all the voices and details vanished. Even the dragon might that filled the room suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only the bloody spear tip and bodies' body, as well as the constantly shrinking distance between them. Spear of Longinus. Chapter 1197. Mind Storm. The blood-stained spear that seemed to come from an ancient time that couldn't be traced had absorbed the entire room's presence, stabbing straight into the body of Saint of Secrets bodies. The brown-haired, firm-bodied bodies' figure faded away, turning into a pair of black double doors. At the same time, he appeared behind the door, placing himself in a separate world from the terrifying spear as he looked at it from afar. In the next moment, the spear that was stained with red blood pierced through the black door and bore into the space where Bodies was. Bodies' figure kept retreating, constantly transforming into one illusory door after another. Some of them were made up of 2 winding stone golems, while others had a fist-sized hole by the gaps of the door. Some were embedded with silver nails, while others were covered in mysterious patterns. One after another, they were layered repeatedly, extending to an infinite number. Without a sound, the spear of Longinus tore through the illusory doors without stopping at all. It didn't allow Saint of Secrets bodies to find a chance to escape. In less than a second, the blood-stained spear that emitted a strong sense of destruction had shattered countless illusory doors. After it suffered a decline in its aura, it finally stabbed into its target's chest. Countless cracks instantly appeared on Bodies' body, as if he was a ceramic object that had fallen to the ground. With a cracking sound, the Saint of Secrets turned pitch black as he disintegrated into pieces, scattering all over the ground. This didn't seem like his actual body, but more like his shadow. This was the shadow substitute spell he had recorded from a certain Sequence 3 saint under the true creator. Of course, without the layers of doors weakening the spear of Longinus, he believed that it was very likely that his shadow together with his body would have shattered together. After narrowly dodging this strike, Bodies endured the dizziness and shock brought about by Catalya's incomplete mythical creature form as he made a gigantic, scaleless silver snake appear in his eyes. This gigantic snake was so large that it filled bodies' eyes. Its surface was filled with dense patterns and labels formed by one mystical wheel after another. Its head connected to its tail as it merged with countless illusory rivers, turning into a blurred, surreal, and slowly spinning gear. Around the round gear were all sorts of symbols that represented different futures. Suddenly, the black fragments that had yet to disappear on the ground flew up one after another and reorganized themselves on the spot, restoring bodies. The ground that was stained with dark red blood quickly retreated from the numerous illusory doors until it returned to the distorted black blob. The strong, fearful atmosphere receded like the tide and left the room. The black blob, that was covered in cracks and eyeballs, squirmed and restored itself, turning back into a purple-patterned black-robed woman with a hood. Everything returned to the point before. The ugly duckling, magic was used. Reboot of fate. This was one of the rewards given to Saint of Secrets bodies for crushing the Abraham family. He was allowed to record the sequence 1 Beander power from the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Of course, there was definitely a huge gap from the original version. It could only reboot reality for 3 seconds, and it was limited to the space of a tiny room like this. It wasn't even able to affect the entire first floor of the apartment. The moment reboot ended, the prepared Saint Tenebris Kisma immediately took action. The grazed twisted shadow that stemmed from a sanguine count spread open its arms and made a gesture of embracing the crimson moon. The darkness around Catalia surged, instantly forming illusory but firm black chains that bound her to her spot. The flesh and blood that covered the ground, walls and ceiling gathered together rapidly, turning into a knight covered in black full-body armor. He held a heavy greatsword in his hand and looked extremely oppressive. In the gap of the black knight's visor, 2 dark red beams of light flickered and instantly locked onto the hooded woman beside the pumpkin carriage. The shadow beneath Catalia's feet suddenly came alive as it grabbed her ankles. Like a water current that had its water level rising, it gripped her tightly. Black Knight, commandeering shadows. Then, the gigantic knight that was almost reaching the ceiling as though he came from mythical legends rushed to a spot not far from his target with a single step. He cleaved down with the heavy, long broadsword. Elsewhere, a silver illusory book in the eyes of Saint of Secrets bodies flipped rapidly. It then stopped at a single page. With that, bodies reached out his left hand and grabbed the pumpkin carriage across a distance of 20 to 30 meters. He then grabbed at the mysterious woman in a purple-patterned black robe. His arm suddenly grew longer, and its surface was black and sticky, as if it was flowing with an evil liquid. Amidst the liquid, pale skulls and eyes with pronounced blood vessels grew out, including sharp teeth and tongues. All sorts of strange things grew out, causing extreme evil and extreme madness to spread rapidly through the area. In the room, the ground instantly cracked and the few cockroaches that were still alive collapsed to the ground. This was an attack from a particular state of abomination Sua. Back outside Biome City, Saint of Secrets bodies had been attracted by Tinder. It appeared as though he only watched from the sidelines for a while before picking up the item and leaving immediately. But in fact, he had been desperately trying to record the powers or states of the high-level existences. After failing numerous times, due to the frequent blessings of fate, he eventually obtained what he wanted. Of course, during that battle, he only managed to record 1. Under this evil and pitch-black arm, Catalia's consciousness was tainted with madness. For a moment, she was unable to respond effectively. Together with the shackles of darkness restraining her shadow, she could only stand rooted to the ground as she watched Saint Tenebris Kisma's greatsword slash at her while Saint of Secrets bodies reached out his left hand to grab at her. At this moment, the flesh and blood walls in the room that separated the interior from the exterior was gone. An invisible and abrupt wind stirred up. The moment the wind appeared, it grew violent and swept towards the Saint of Secrets' and Saint Tenebris's hearts. Manipulator, mind storm. Not only was he not surprised or flustered by the chaotic thoughts, bodies even had the corners of his lips pull up as he smiled. As the switch for the reboot, he naturally remembered that the demigod riding the pumpkin carriage had a helper of the same level hiding outside the apartment somewhere. The reason why he placed his focus on the enemy on the surface was to lure out the hidden demigod. In between the two powers of reboot of fate and the abomination state, bodies had secretly hypnotized himself, allowing himself to naturally divide the burden of mind deprivation and the knowledge torrent across most of his worms of star. He then left a small number to control his body so as to lock onto the hidden enemy. Previously, the dragon's might shock, and the fact that he was unable to discover his target, had convinced bodies that it was a demigod of the spectator pathway. While his mind was in a daze, the thing he branched out rapidly churned and helped bodies locate the source of the attack. But at this moment, most of the thoughts that resonated among the worms of Star wasn't him being overloaded with meaningless information as he had imagined. In his mind, there seemed to be a voice saying thousands of words in a second. At the bottom of an abandoned castle in Delaire Forest, there is a pair of bronze double doors. It seals with the corruptive forces underground. The higher the sequence a Beyonder is when approaching, the easier it is to be affected. The cosmos is extremely dangerous. There are unknown existences watching. Dark Angel is suspected to be the negative personality dissociated from the ancient sun god. What? Bodies was taken aback. He felt that these thoughts were dangerous, but he couldn't help but wish to understand more. Just this moment of stupor made the enemy he had already found disappear once again, escaping his range of attention. As for the abomination palm that was hurtling towards the pumpkin carriage and the female demigod, it also slowed down. Similarly, Saint Tenebrous Kisma was also affected by the mind storm, as his actions stiffened for a second. By the time they recovered, Catalia had already opened her mouth and spat out a pea. The pea instantly grew, turning into thick green vines that dragged Catalia out the door, allowing her to escape the shackles of darkness and regain some freedom of movement. By the time Saint Tenebrous's heavy greatsword and Saint of Secrets' pitch-black arms landed on her, they only shattered a shadow and did not injure this mysticologist. They had shattered Catalia's, Emperor's new clothes, magic, something that didn't exist at all, so she naturally wouldn't be injured. In the next second, the hooded lady in the purple-patterned black robe suddenly turned transparent and turned into a pile of foam. The bubbles quickly scattered and burst one after another. Nothing was left behind. As for the green vines, they grew into midair and burst into flames, illuminating the surrounding streets. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the short and intense demigod-level battle had never happened. Saint of Secrets' bodies and Saint Tenebrous Kisma exchanged glances. They weren't surprised by such a development. Clearly, after the sneak attack failed, the two demigod enemies were at a disadvantage and could no longer achieve their goals. Furthermore, this was backland. The longer they delayed, the more dangerous it would be. Hence, they took the opportunity to escape. In addition, in order to interfere with the tracking, they had deliberately created a huge commotion to attract the authorities of Backland. As for the copy of Limino's travels in a sequence 7 or 6 apprentice Beyonder, they were baits that could be abandoned. After a slight nod, Saint of Secrets' bodies took out a crystal ball from his black robe's concealed pocket. It bloomed with light before it quickly shattered and merged into the void. He was trying to prevent tracking via mysticism means. Indeed, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He planned on teleporting away and returning to the Aurora Order headquarters. Then, he would interrogate the bait and figure out the truth before deciding what to do next. A second later, Bodies' figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. Kisma entered the shadows and rapidly left, wiping the traces behind him along the way. Chapter 1198, Frenzy. The Saint of Secrets, Bodies, began to traverse the spirit world the moment he entered, heading straight for the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. At this moment, his thoughts blurred. His body turned and left the spirit world through another place. By the time Bodies received a warning from his spirituality and had regained control of his own thoughts while feeling tense, what he saw was a bare forest with nearly all its leaves scattered. There was no one around, and the crimson moon hung high in the sky. As a former traveler and astrologer, he immediately identified his location and found that he was still in Backland. However, he had moved from the city to a remote area in the suburbs. At the same time, he also understood what had happened. It was unknown when his mind world had been infiltrated with someone else's consciousness. At the critical moment, it affected his thoughts and changed his destination. That spectator pathway's demigod, I didn't realize it. Bodies' pupils dilated as a silvery white illusory book appeared. The book flipped to one of the pages. Bodies immediately raised his hand to grab at his glabella. He grabbed a ball of darkness from the island of consciousness and threw it into his shadow. His shadow was separated from him as it twisted to a stand, revealing a female silhouette. Black Knight, Shadow of Deprivation. This was an ability that Bodies had, recorded, from Saint Tenebrous Kisma. It could separate one's depraved thoughts into a shadow and form an uncontrollable independent creature. Bodies used it to erase the consciousness that didn't belong to him, and escape the influence of the manipulator. At the same time, this was also Bodies' counterattack. As long as the hidden spectator pathway demigod couldn't quickly resolve this shadow, the thoughts she had fractured would gradually become independent, turning her half-mad and even causing her to lose control. Once he was done with the latent mental problems, Bodies didn't hesitate to escape the enemy's predetermined battlefield and teleport elsewhere. However, at this moment, his mind suddenly turned frantic. He felt that the entire environment was making things difficult for him, and his anger could no longer be contained. As the silver book flipped in front of his eyes, the entire forest collapsed with a loud bang. The black shadow almost collapsed into a ball. After his bout of mania, Bodhisattva's mood dropped to a nadir. He couldn't lift his spirits with regards to anything. He felt that he was useless, a burden to others and even the world. Mental plague. In the previous battle, bodies had already been infected by mental plague, and it had finally acted up. The reason why Catalya first used the little match girl magic wasn't only because she wanted to interfere with Bodhisattva's teleportation, but also because she was helping Miss Justice conceal any traces, allowing her virtual persona to infiltrate Bodhisattva's mind world without triggering his spiritual intuition. A seed of mental plague was planted secretly without triggering it. It was precisely because of this that when the sneak attack failed, Catalya and Audrey dared to initiate the contingency plan. They retreated on their own accord, allowing Saint of Secrets Bodies and Saint Tenebris Kisma to separate from each other after they were out of danger. Catalya's final igniting of the final green vine appeared to create a huge commotion to attract the attention of the official Beyonders, making the enemy abandon their pursuit, but in fact, it was to force the Saint of Secrets to leave as quickly as possible. This way, he didn't have the time to carefully examine and check his condition at a deeper level. Hence, at the critical moment of his teleportation, he had his thoughts changed by Audrey's virtual persona. He came directly to the outskirts of Backland, an uninhabited kill box which the Tarot Club had chosen, and once he finished off the manipulator's virtual persona, the eruption of mental plague came right on the heels of that. In fact, if he had used Reboot of Fate earlier, he definitely would have been able to return to a state where there were no latent problems. However, he only decided to use this trump card when he was nearly killed by the Spear of Longinus. And by that time, his mind world had already been infiltrated for far more than 3 seconds. He was dispirited and depressed, trying his best to resist his mental illness. It was at this moment that he saw a bunch of surreal yarn balls appear out of the void in front of him. At the back of the yarn ball, the bright-colored yarn extended into an infinite distance. Following this line, Catalya, who was wearing a purple-patterned black robe and a dark-colored hood, walked over from the spirit world and appeared in front of the Saint of Secrets Bodies. She was unable to track down enemies that had done some level of interference, but she could establish a connection with the predetermined battlefield. She could trace Justice Audrey's virtual persona. The moment she arrived, Catalya closed her eyes and formed a phantom image that fell towards an invisible coffin. The already depressed bodies instantly felt extremely exhausted. He couldn't help but close his eyes, wanting to collapse. Sleeping Beauty. On the other side, Audrey's virtual persona, which hadn't fully turned independent, was like a dark shadow, bringing with it a sense of depravity. She raised her hand and pinched her forehead. Her pupils silently turned vertical. They were pale gold and cold. Bodhisattva's mind instantly exploded as bubbles of light appeared on the surface of his body. Within the bubbles, rays of starlight condensed into insects with their heads and tails fused into the void. Psychiatrist, frenzy. This could completely trigger the target's emotions and even cause him to lose control. Bodies had already been infected with mental plague, and was in an extremely abnormal state. Following that, he was affected by Sleeping Beauty magic and was in an extremely dispirited mood. Frenzy now triggered everything, immediately making it difficult for him to control himself as he showed signs of losing control. Seizing this opportunity, Catalya opened her eyes, raised her right hand, and rapidly formed a handful of spinning star sand in her palm. The forest beneath the night became even darker. The crimson moon disappeared from the sky as stars appeared one after another. They were densely packed and dazzling. The stars scattered their rays of light, forming a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped the area around Saint of Secrets Bodies and his surroundings. In the midst of the shock, Bodies became a little more awake. His figure rapidly turned into a blur as he kept blinking, creating more than 10 afterimages in the forest. However, he could not escape the starlight's envelopment, nor could he teleport away. One by one, the starlight melted and dissipated the different bodies. Finally, there was only one person left, genuflecting, propping up his body with one palm as he struggled. Bodhisattva's body was in shambles. His eyes were already dark red, and he appeared to be on the brink of insanity. When the starlight was in its final moments, he blinked and dodged the follow-up attack of Audrey's virtual persona. Then, he kept blinking and created doppelgangers, beside Catalia and Audrey's virtual persona. One of his doppelgangers grabbed with his left hand, distorting the area where Audrey's virtual persona was located. He concealed it in a bid to restrain the enemy. As for his other doppelganger, he spread open his arms and summoned a thick pillar of light surrounded by holy flames, letting it blast down into the concealed space. During this process, Bodies' other doppelganger had secretly removed the concealment of space. Hence, as soon as the shadow corresponding to Audrey's virtual persona was freed from the restriction, it was enveloped by a holy pillar of light, quickly melting away. In his blinking state, Bodies could use Beyonder powers at a speed faster than normal, but he couldn't sustain it for long. This was something that was achieved via using his numerous worms of star. Elsewhere, the Saint of Secrets, Bodies, was also attacking Catalia. He had used various powers, and in the short span of a second or two, he had inundated his target with a barrage of attacks. This forced Catalia to constantly use the Emperor's new clothes magic to avoid it. She was momentarily unable to counterattack and was in grave danger. A few seconds later, Bodies' blinking finally slowed down. The mania in his heart also eased. At this moment, grayish-white and heavy scales suddenly appeared outside the forest. They were faintly discernible, as if they were forming an extremely oppressive behemoth. In the dark night where the crimson moon was obscured, a nearly invisible stream of breath swept down from top to bottom, enveloping Bodies and Catalia. The two demigods felt as though they were struck by lightning as their psyche was torn apart. Their spirit bodies seemed to be penetrated. The breath of a mind dragon. With his mental state already in a terrible state and having used a couple of his trump cards, Bodies' mind went blank. As the flashes flashed before his eyes, his body couldn't help but tremble. As for Catalia, she was carrying the moon paper figurine that she had obtained from Furs. This helped her bear the burden of psychic piercing once. Although it was unable to completely eliminate the effects of mind dragon breath, it could help Catalia recover faster. This meant an opportunity in a battle at the demigod level. In just a second or two, Catalia's eyes returned to normal. As for Audrey, who was in her dragon form and hiding in the darkness outside the forest, she cast another mind deprivation on Bodies. Without any hesitation, Catalia raised her right hand and condensed the terrifying spear that was stained with fresh blood. She threw it at the Saint of Secrets. Bodies. This time, Bodies could no longer dodge or resolve the situation. His chest was pierced through by the spear of Longinus. His body stiffened for a moment before it rapidly collapsed, turning into countless dazzling worms of star. Some of these worms of star vanished directly, while others devoured each other. Some of them fused into a distant spot, forming a new Bodies. There was no longer any rationality left in his eyes. His body was continuously collapsing, revealing an incomplete and extremely weak mythical creature form. At this moment, an illusory door appeared beside him. It was grayish-blue that had 7 brass locks. The illusory door quickly opened as it spat out a 3-layered jewelry box, embedded with various gems. The box of the great old ones which had been exiled had returned. With a crazed look in his eyes, Bodies caught the box, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty smile as he tried to open it. The 3rd level. Chapter 1199. Inauspicious Box. Towards the return of Bodies' Grade 0 sealed artifact or the restoration of its normal condition, the Hermit Catalia and Justice Audrey had made a preliminary plan. After all, they weren't confident at killing a demigod in such a short period of time. If not for the fact that Bodies had fallen into a trap, having suffered the lethal blows of mental plague, sleeping beauty, and frenzy, and putting him into a crazy and incoherent state, he actually had many opportunities to teleport away without being stopped. In that case, Catalia and Audrey could only wait for Bodies to return to a safe house and release Furs. Once the Eye of Mystery prying provided them feedback, they could remotely create an opportunity for Miss Magician to summon the historical void projection. At this moment, facing Bodies, who was on the path towards losing control with no way to reverse it in his crazy attempt to fully activate Grade 0 sealed artifact, Catalia and Audrey, one right in the middle of the scene and the other hiding outside the forest, simultaneously took the same action. They took out a translucent dark charm and recited a word in Jotun. Star. This was a teleportation charm. Following the patterns, labels, and symbols of the record on the Limano's travels, Klein had made a charm himself. Since Saphira Castle could mobilize the powers of the Marauder pathway, there was no reason not to respond to the pleas of the apprentice domain. As for the materials needed for the charms, be it mysticologist Catalia or traveler Furs, the both of them had a certain level of understanding towards it. There was no need for Mr. Fool to teach them. When the two of them teleported away with the triggering of the charm, having plans to come back after a minute or two to confirm the situation, there was a cruel smile on Bodhi's face. His eyes were filled with madness as his actions suddenly stiffened. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones. It was extremely heavy, as though it was enveloped and suppressed by layers of forces. There was no way to activate it. This made Bodhi's feel like he was attempting to open a new world, not a box. In an instant, he sensed something, and the madness in his eyes disappeared. Extreme astonishment and fear arose in him. Tick-tock, tick-tock, wisps of light slid down from Bodhi's body. When they touched the ground, they transformed into insects formed from resplendent starlight. The insects' bodies were bent into a semicircle, forming a magical glow that resembled illusory doors. At this moment, his incomplete mythical creature form suddenly collapsed and disintegrated in an irresistible manner. The two eyeballs of his eyes landed on the ground and were stained with dust. These two eyeballs were frozen with an indescribable look of horror. They were maintained perfectly, completely different from the other parts of his body. A Sequence 4 secret sorcerer died just like that. The box of the Great Old Ones, which had a silver-black surface with many gems embedded in it, dropped beside Bodhi's eyes, just like a jewelry box commonly seen in aristocratic families. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he lowered the sea god scepter in his hand in puzzlement. He was just moments from activating the power of Saphira Castle and using the level of an angel to conjure lightning storm. He wanted to prevent Bodhi's from opening the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones, but the Saint of Secrets' mutually destructive counterattack had failed to succeed. He encountered an unexpected failure from the very beginning. After Zio left the first battlefield, she immediately followed the plan and prayed to Mr. Fool. With this, Klein found an opportunity to enter the world above the gray fog. Through the crimson star corresponding to the Hermit and Justice, he monitored the battle. As she moved to the second battlefield, Audrey found an opportunity to pray, so that Klein could use her crimson star to directly interfere with the real world. This was also the reason why Audrey had arrived at her destination later than the Hermit Catalia. According to what Erode said, the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones contains something very terrifying. I thought that the true creator had given it to him in order to create a terrifying disaster at the critical moment, so as to showcase the true colors of an evil god. Who knew that it couldn't be opened? Klein glanced at the crimson star representing the magician and discovered that it was covered in a layer of black ash. It seemed to have coagulated, making it impossible for him to see the scene inside to confirm Miss Magician's condition. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, evidence of how high level and odd the box of the Great Old Ones was. As for Sleeping Beauty, magic and the spear of Longinus that he saw, he came up with some ideas. After learning of the powers of mystical reenactment at the private gathering, Klein overturned his speculations about the fairy tale magic that Bernadette had. He had originally believed that the Emperor had specially created the stories for his daughter based on the fairy tales on Earth, or that after Bernadette's father passed away, she had deliberately reenacted the fairy tales he had told her about as a way to express her grief. From the looks of it, the answer likely wasn't this. Some of the fairy tales before the first epic might have been mysterious. This meant that those fairy tales originated from mysterious incidents that had happened in real life. They were spread among the people and gradually became stories. They were recorded down by writers and further embellished. This corresponds to the prophecy regarding the time when the stars are right. Mystery and has never left and has always been around. It was just that in the Earth era, before the first epic, they were suppressed by some kind of power or sealed. If that's really the case, some of the legends and stories on Earth can be explained from another angle. It's no wonder there's a spear of Longinus. I wonder if the Chinese fable of the ethereal utopia, Peach Blossom Spring, is involved in mystery. I'll tell Ma'am Hermit later and see if she can create new magic according to this. I wonder if Bernadette became a mysticologist before the Emperor perished. If she did, it's hard to say if these fairy tale magics were created by the Emperor, a Sequence 1 Beander of the Mystery Prior Pathway, or by Queen Mystic Bernadette, but no matter what, the Emperor should have discovered that these fairy tales are also mysterious in his later years, and also that he could draw power from them. Well, there's no corresponding diary entry from Bernadette. I can't see the Emperor's reaction and his guesses. One of the reasons he insisted on going to the moon is to verify certain things. It's a pity that most of the myths are fake. There's no way to draw on their power. The novels of the internet era are the same. Klein sighed slightly as he leaned back into his chair and continued paying attention to the battlefield. In the collapsed forest, the hermit Catalia and Justice Audrey faced the abnormal changes suffered by bodies and tacitly gave up injecting their spirituality to use the charms. Despite maintaining her dragon transformation state, Audrey was still hiding in the darkness outside the forest, wary of any accidents or official demigods who might have sensed the commotion and come to investigate. As for the hermit Catalia, she was pushed to the spot where bodies had died by the wind. She carefully avoided the box of the Great Old Ones. Due to the fact that a scribe could use many powers, a demigod-level sealed artifact would often have extremely negative effects. Apart from the box of the Great Old Ones, bodies only left behind a black pocket which seemed to be part of his robe. Also, there was also the gathered Beander characteristic, 2 eyeballs, and about 10 worms of star. Most of the worms of star had been destroyed. Considering the horror displayed by the box of the Great Old Ones, as well as the fact that Bodies was a high-ranking member of the Aurora Order and could be blessed by God, Catalia didn't rashly pick up the items. She was afraid that an accident would happen, causing the situation to develop negatively. Previously, during the private gatherings, they had communicated with each other on how to handle such situations. That was, if they had the time and opportunity, they would first sacrifice the item to Mr. Fool and then distribute it above the gray fog. After all, many items might bring about unknown dangers if they were to come into contact with items with unknown negative effects. And there was a high probability that Bodies had a grade 0 sealed artifact. Sometimes, merely knowing the existence of a sealed artifact of this level was enough to cause a sudden death. According to what the Star Leonard had said, it was best not to come into contact with such sealed artifacts. It was best not to ask, describe, or pry into it. Only a true high-level existence could suppress them. Without any hesitation, Catalia took out silver candles and other ritual items from the various hidden pockets of her purple-patterned black robe. She then set up a simple sacrificial ritual. During this process, she pinched her lips, whistled, and created an invisible servant helper. It took about 10 seconds to set up the altar. After quickly reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name and using spiritual materials to open the door of sacrifice and bestowment, Catalia heaved a sigh of relief. She got the invisible servant to move the box of the Great Old Ones, the black pocket, 2 eyeballs, the gathered Beander characteristic, and the 9 worms of star over to the altar. With a whoosh, the items flew up and passed through the illusory door. When Catalia saw this, she immediately pinched her lower lip with her thumb and index finger, preparing to whistle once again to dispel the invisible servant. But amidst the whistling, the servant remained motionless, as though it had nothing to do with Catalia. The hermit Catalia's eyelids twitched as she clenched her right hand into a fist and pushed it to her mouth, preparing to use the horn of magic. At that moment, a blazing silvery white appeared out of nowhere at the altar. Layers of bolts of lightning formed a destructive storm that enveloped the invisible servant in the middle. All of this quickly calmed down as the mutated servant was completely destroyed. Catalia exhaled and lowered her head, sincerely thanking Mr. Fool. Then, she followed the ritual's ending procedure and packed her belongings. She used the Snow White magic, which was closer to a prophecy technique, to clear the scene of its traces. And at this moment, Audrey had already used the teleportation charm from before and left the scene. Catalia looked around, and considering that Mr. Fool might need something more ritualistic, she took out a card from her pocket and threw it in the middle of the collapsing forest. The card was half inserted into the soil, revealing the image of an old man holding a glass lamp and staff as he explored alone. The Hermit of the Tarot Cards. Chapter 1200. Randomness. After a while, the space in the collapsed forest suddenly tore apart, revealing an illusory yet mysterious door. The door opened silently, and a handsome man with black hair and golden eyes walked out. He was dressed in a well-ironed suit, looking mature and elegant. Before he could examine the scene, he heard a loud boom. He could feel a violent storm blowing towards him, and he saw a middle-aged man with an imposing aura appear in front of him. The middle-aged man had rather obvious large earlobes. His hair was dark blue and thick, and there seemed to be countless bolts of lightning hidden in his eyes. He was the cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms, Archbishop of the Backland Diocese, Deep Blue Officiant Randall Valentinus. The clergyman in the black robe that was embroidered with storm symbols looked around and cast his gaze at the golden-eyed man. He asked in a thunderous voice, "Celt, what happened here?" Celt, the golden-eyed man, shook his head. "I just arrived too." Just as he said that, a mountain-like nearly transparent spirit body appeared in the void and placed a figure in midair. the figure was dressed in a long black, red-patterned bishop robe. His eyes were deep and he didn't have a beard. He was the person in charge of the Backland Diocese of the Church of Evernight, Anthony Stevenson. After the gigantic spirit body completed its mission, it immediately shrunk and entered St. Anthony's mouth. At the same time, black long hair covered his face, and a translucent, drifting spirit appeared behind Anthony. It held onto his shoulder, preventing him from falling. In the next second, a turbulent flow of air rushed over from the Backland city and pushed a figure towards this area at high speeds. Soon, the figure came to a stop. It was an old man dressed in a white priest robe and a clergyman's cap. He had a kind and gentle face. The air that was spewed out from the elder's back vanished as the black tube that was shimmering with metallic light retreated back into his body. This was the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's Backland Diocese. He was a member of the Divine Council, Horamic Haydn. He strangely stopped in midair and looked around. Although the battle here isn't too intense, it's definitely at the saint level. Also, the remnant polluted aura is simply. As they spoke, the four demigods looked down at the middle of the collapsed forest. There was a tarot card depicting an old man holding a staff and a glass lamp, the Hermit card. Randall Valentinus, Celt, Anthony, and Horamic instantly fell silent as no one spoke for a moment. Above the gray fog, in the ancient palace, Klein was frowning as he looked at the box of the Great Old Ones in front of him. The moment this Grade 0 sealed artifact was sacrificed, the entire Saphira castle began to stir, as if it had been brought to boiling point. A massive amount of power was automatically activated, forming a torrent that appeared like steam as it completely drowned out the box of the Great Old Ones and wrapped around it tightly. At this moment, the silver-black jewelry box that was embedded with gems seemed to become an insect in amber. There was no room for any movement. Previously, Saphira Castle was triggered when I spied on the true gods or kings of angels and when I was injured. This is the first time it has experienced such changes due to an item from external sources. Klein couldn't help but raise his right hand to wipe away the non-existent sweat. Frankly speaking, he was still a little afraid. He felt that he had been a little carried away after gaining initial control of Saphira Castle. In the past, he didn't dare let a Grade 0 sealed artifact enter this place. And this time, because it didn't involve a uniqueness, and with how he had improved compared to the past, this gave him the thought of making an attempt. Thankfully, it's under control. In the future, I'll have to tell Mam Hermit and the others that they can't pick up anything and sacrifice it to me. I'm not a rag and bone man. After muttering a few words, he began inspecting the box of the Great Old Ones. He remembered that Miss Magician was still inside the sealed artifact, so he planned on figuring out the situation of the box of the Great Old Ones as soon as possible so as to prevent the bait from dying due to wasting time. This sealed artifact's level is very high. Rhodes's understanding of it is rather limited. I'll still have to do it myself. From the looks of it, as long as I don't attempt to divine what the third level is or attempt to seek out the source of the power, the danger is acceptable or even non-existent. Klein made a preliminary assessment based on his spiritual intuition. Immediately following that, he conjured a pen and paper and began doing a divination. After an unknown period of time, he finally opened his eyes and muttered silently. The first level can allow the interior space to switch locations with the target's area and miniaturize the corresponding scene, turning objects into toys. This is an ability that can barely be made use of. The living beings that have been turned into toys must be released within 24 hours. Otherwise, they will be permanently converted. Even their spirit bodies will never enjoy an eternal rest. It's very easy to release them. As long as a specific region is chosen, one so small that it's almost devoid of any living creatures, swapping it with the interior space will do. There is a limit to the scope of this ability. It reaches its limit with a city the size of Backland. Why did I use Backland as an example? The second level records different scenes. There are the Abyss, Cosmos, and all sorts of places. It allows the wielder and the living beings within a certain range to directly move to the target area. This problem is it's random. A small portion can be designated by the wielder, thus releasing the corresponding location. Most of the time, the chosen location will change, and the destination of the final destination will be unpredictable. As for when the designated location will be effective and when an anomaly happens, there's no way to know. Besides, this seems to be something that can't be affected by good luck. Or perhaps, good luck cannot affect those below sequence 0. This means that I can't use this box of the Great Old Ones' Beyonder power to directly transfer the City of Silver out of the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Sigh, if I can, my miracle invoker ritual will be very simple. I'll try and see if making them into toys will work later. The third level is very dangerous, very, very dangerous. I won't take the risk to pry into its secrets. No, this should be called courting death. The negative effects of the box of the Great Old Ones are very simple. It's just that the wielder will randomly vanish, suddenly die, or mutate. If there are no holders, the living beings in the surrounding areas will encounter terrifying matters one after another depending on their distance from it and their sizes. The maximum range is the same as the first level. These Grade 0 sealed artifacts can destroy cities wantonly, killing hundreds of thousands or even millions. It's no wonder they are given the highest ceiling. One is not to ask, describe, or pry into them. Where did the entities that vanished go? This seems to have something to do with the scene of the second level. The reason why the Saint of Secrets dares to move around with this sealed artifact is because he had the blessings of the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. He can reduce the negative effects to a minimum, but even so, he didn't dare to hold on to it for too long because the blessings would wear off. It looks like the reason he didn't manage to recover his lucidity ahead of time and find a chance to teleport away had to do with his luck turning bad. It's really hard to kill saints that are valued by a huge organization. I must say that Ma'am Hermit is considered experienced and clear-headed. She didn't make any rash contact with it. Instead, she created an invisible servant to hold it. Furthermore, she sacrificed this Grade 0 sealed artifact to me in the shortest time possible. In theory, I can summon a historical void projection to hold this item. After all, it doesn't matter if it dies, vanishes, or mutates. However, the usage time cannot be guaranteed, unless I get Will Osepton's blessing. The way to seal it is to put it into the spirit world, and that's not enough. It has to be a space that has been distorted and hidden in the spirit world. Then, ordinary water has to be poured into it regularly, allowing the box of the Great Old Ones to play with microbes every day. With so many living beings, it can last for a very long period of time. With this train of thought, there are still many methods to seal it. After roughly figuring out the exact situation of the box of the Great Old Ones, Klein looked at the Grade 0 sealed artifact and felt that the third level no longer seemed as dangerous and impossible to open as before. He vaguely believed that as long as he extended his hand and removed the seal placed onto it by Saphira Castle, he could easily open the third level of the box of the Great Old Ones. What a strong temptation! Klein retracted his gaze and waved his hand, causing the box of the Great Old Ones to fly towards the junk pile in the corner. Regardless of whether it was a Grade 0 sealed artifact or not, head over there to be quarantined and get a hold of yourself. As a terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact, one has to have a number to show its importance. Unfortunately, I don't know how many Grade 0 sealed artifacts the 7 churches have obtained. It shouldn't exceed 50, right? Yes, the box of the Great Old Ones can be temporarily named 0 to 61. I'll adjust it according to the situation in the future. If Ma'am Hermit isn't able to create a sealed environment, she can place 0 to 61 above the gray fog. Once she needs it, she can apply for it. Of course, she must pray to Will in advance for his blessings. I wonder what stage I'll have to be before the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck can be genuine in name. There's a portion in Miracle Invoker, and there should be a portion in Attendant of Mysteries. Klein amused himself with his thoughts and finally picked up the Beander characteristic left behind by Saint of Secrets bodies. It looked like a crystal with countless rays of light refracted within it, forming illusory and resplendent doors. After staring at it for a few seconds, he suddenly threw the Beander characteristic into the air. The power of Saphira Castle boiled once again. Under the control of Klein, it formed a corporeal semi-translucent wave and struck the crystal hard. The crystal instantly shattered, splitting into countless tiny dots of light. A pitch-black gas emerged from within before it rapidly melted away, twisting and dispersing inside Saphira Castle. Under the law of convergence of Beander characteristics, those tiny dots of light slowly gathered together, and in nearly a minute, they reformed into the magnificent and dreamy crystal-like appearance from before, and landed in the palm of Klein's hand. The contamination inside was cleared. Inside Saphira Castle, Klein was equivalent to a Sequence 2 angel. However, he mostly had the power, but not the corresponding levels Beander powers. He needed the right supporting item to help him. After putting down the secret sorcerer's Beander characteristic, he cast his gaze at Bodies' remaining 2 eyeballs. Chapter 1201, Professional. The pupils of Bodies' eyes had already turned deep black, and they were frozen in a look of indescribable fear. It made Klein's heart palpitate when he saw it, as though he could feel the intense changes in Bodies' emotions before his death. After a series of inspections, together with divination, he confirmed that these two eyeballs didn't contain any Beander characteristics, but they contained a strong corruptive force and a power that came from an unknown source. It could be used as a medium for curses, and it could directly affect the target. It was a rather dangerous spiritual material with an extremely long expiry date. I can't bring it with me for extended periods of time. Otherwise, I might be weakened mentally, have nightmares every day, and suffer a physical mutation. Klein casually summoned a square metal box and placed Bodies' two eyeballs into it. He didn't attempt to purify it, because once the item was shattered and purified, there would be nothing left. It would be too wasteful. Due to the fact that there was nothing wrong with the Worms of Star and that it was also a material that Klein understood the most, he quickly turned his attention to the black pocket. The results of divination surprised him because it was a so-called interspatial object. The pocket only had the size of an adult man's palm. But in actual fact, it had the size of the two-bedroom apartment that the Moretti family had rented in Tingen in the very beginning. It was big enough to hold many things. This was made by Bodies using the powers of a secret sorcerer. In essence, the pocket wasn't an object but an entrance. First, a region in the spirit world is distorted and isolated using space concealment, then, use the chaos created when the spirit world overlaps with reality. As long as there are proper coordinates, one can directly reach their destination, opening the door to that hidden area and entering this pocket space. This is very similar to the method needed for sealing the box of the Great Old Ones. However, one door is in the spirit world, while the other is in the real world. This results in a sealed artifact or mystical item inside the interspatial pocket to also affect the wielder. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be of much use, as it can't eliminate the negative effects. Besides, I'm in the forsaken land of the gods and can't connect to the spirit world. There's no use to having such a pocket. Also, I have to reinforce the power of space concealment from time to time. Otherwise, it will gradually lose its effectiveness. It's only suitable for demigods of the apprentice pathway, or an organization that has demigods of the apprentice pathway or sealed artifacts that provide the relevant support. The name, interspatial pocket, is too lame. I wonder how Bodies named this item. Let's call it Traveler's Bag. After confirming the degree of danger, Klein conjured a fake hand and placed it into the black pocket. Pitter-patter. A bunch of gems poured out as the fake hand was retracted and landed on the long, mottled table. The crystal clear red, blue, green, white, black, and translucent colors instantly filled his eyes. I should have predicted this. The corresponding materials of the apprentice pathway are gems. All the gems. The expression on Klein's face turned spirited as he sighed with a smile. He reached out with his other hand and picked up a few gems to feel the weight and texture. Apart from these, there were also quite a number of spiritual materials in the traveler's bag. Some were commonly used, while others were relatively rare. The box of the Great Old Ones, the secret sorcerer's Beander characteristic, 9 worms of star, Bodies' eyeballs, traveler's bag, and large amounts of gems and materials. This operation can be considered quite a harvest, enough for everyone to split it fairly. Unfortunately, Bodies had the ability to record Beander powers in certain states. There's no need for him to bring too many sealed artifacts and mystical items with him. That would result in many negative effects. As a demigod, he should have a few good sealed artifacts. I wonder if they're hidden somewhere in the spirit world or at the Aurora Order headquarters. It's a pity that Bodies' soul had just collapsed as well, preventing me from using spirit channeling on it. Klein shook his head and immediately returned to the real world. He found a hidden spot, put down the lantern, and set up a bestowment ritual. He wanted to see if he could bring 0 to 61, the box of the Great Old Ones, to the forsaken land of the gods. If he could attempt transforming the entire city of silver into toys and placing them on the first level of the sealed artifact. He could directly send it to the outside world through the sacrificial and bestowment rituals. This way, he could bypass the Giant King's court and Dark Angel Sorcerer, and could ingeniously complete the Miracle Invoker ritual. After performing a series of tasks, Klein was done with his preparations as he reached out his right hand. He pulled out another himself before his actual body leapt into the fog of history and hid in the void of a time before the first epoch. He was worried that the box of the Great Old Ones would cause a random death the moment it passed through the sacrificial and bestowment door. In the fragments of light deep in the grayish-white fog, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and returned above the gray fog, responding to his own prayers. After the mysterious ancient door of sacrifice and bestowment took form, he slowly opened it. He waved his hand, summoning the box of the Great Old Ones that was enveloped by layers of forcers, throwing it into the gap behind the illusory door, towards the boundless darkness behind the door. At that moment, the void's darkness suddenly became corporeal, as though it formed an invisible barrier that blocked the door that had just opened. It floated in midair, unable to move forward. Klein frowned slightly as he watched this scene. He tried to stir the powers of Saphira Castle and use the power at the level of an angel to push it forward, but he was unable to get the box of the Great Old Ones to break the barrier. Indeed, the Forsaken Land of the Gods is sealed. It's just that I'm closely related to Saphira Castle, so I could use it to respond. However, this cannot exceed a certain limit. Klein nodded slightly. He retrieved the box of the Great Old Ones and threw it onto the junk pile. Then, he conjured the World Gehrman Sparrow and got the fake person to give the detailed information of the box of the Great Old Ones to Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice. This was to remind them to bring the box of the Great Old Ones back to the real world within 24 hours, and to release the magician furs. While doing so, Klein had informed Miss Justice to sacrifice some top-grade ice cream to the Snake of Fates Blessed before praying for the bestowment of the box of the Great Old Ones. As for the Hermit Catalia, she didn't need to make any external requests due to her having brief luck. However, she needed to complete everything within a few minutes and sacrifice the box of the Great Old Ones above the gray fog once more. Backland, in the border between East Borough and the bridge area, in an apartment that had been in disrepair for years. Leonard, who was wearing red gloves and a black coat, was leading his team members to check the scene. As the reserve force of the Church of Evernight, they were undoubtedly filled with energy at nearly 10 at night. "Captain, there's a serious crack on the walls here. Some of the walls have even been shattered. This apartment might not hold after the hurricane season next summer." The wine-red-haired Cindy came over and reported to Leonard. Leonard scanned his surroundings with his green eyes and nodded slightly. "Thankfully, this place is dangerous to begin with, and it has been abandoned for a long period of time. However, it's very strange that even tramps don't live here." Cindy thought for a moment and said, "Captain, do you mean that there are beyonders using this apartment, so they're secretly chasing away the tramps who sleep here?" Another red glove, Bob, happened to be checking the bottom of the wall and casually added, "And then, they had an internal strife that developed into a battle. Something was then ignited." "That possibility can't be ruled out," Leonard answered in a professional manner. "But have you noticed, every place in this room has signs of corrosion, and there's a lack of the remnants left behind by tables and chairs that should exist. It looks too empty. This doesn't look like something a low or mid-sequence Beyonder can create. I suspect that it might involve a higher level of power." After a series of inspections and discovering many abnormalities, the Red Gloves team under Leonard failed to find any further clues. They could only return to St. Samuel Cathedral first. Just as they arrived underground, a bishop came to look for Leonard, asking him to bring 2 members upstairs for a meeting. Leonard nodded thoughtfully. Without asking anything, he led Bob and Cindy through a secret passage into St. Samuel Cathedral. Following that, they followed the spiral staircase and under the illumination of the crimson moonlight, they arrived in a room with many people. It was equipped with a blackboard. With just one glance, Leonard realized that there were quite a number of people who had worked with him before. They were from the Mandated Punishers, the Machinery Hivemind, and MI9. Then, he noticed the 3 demigods, Horamic Haydn, Randall Valentinus, and Anthony Stevenson, as well as a black-haired, golden-eyed man who was clearly at the same level as them. Without waiting for Leonard's greeting, St. Anthony stood up in his red-patterned black robe and said in a deep voice, "There was a high-level battle in the outskirts of Backland. There was a terrifying contamination present, as well as a tarot card, the Hermit. I noticed that you've done some investigations regarding the large number of incidents involving tarot cards. You had also raised a corresponding theory. Now, please give everyone here a detailed introduction." The Hermit card. Leonard expressed his true astonishment. But this was mostly because he was tasked with such a mission. Ahem. He cleared his throat, walked to the blackboard, and turned to face the demigods and beyonders of the 3 churches and the military. He drew a crimson moon on his chest. After organizing his words, this Red Glove captain said solemnly, "In the past 2 to 3 years, the incident involving tarot cards that really caught our attention was because of Lenevis's death. He was embroiled in a conspiracy that attempted to allow the true creator's descent, and his body was covered with tarot cards. After that, the tarot cards appeared on the Capum case again. However, this time, there was a change in the arrangement of the tarot cards. It emphasized judgment and the emperor. Back then, I link these matters to an organization that suddenly believed in the Fool in Backland. As you know, the Fool is the starting card of the tarot cards. This bold guess made several demigods and many other Beyonders nod slightly. They felt that this might indeed be related to some level of mysticism. Leonard paused before continuing, and below the Fool, this organization might have quite a number of official members. They use tarot cards as code names, such as Judgment, the Emperor, or the Hermit of this incident. As he spoke, Leonard picked up a deck of cards that he used as a demonstration and randomly picked one. He glanced at it and chuckled. Such as, the Star. Chapter 1202, the Tarot Club. The demigods and Beyonders present nodded at Leonard's demonstration, indicating that they understood what the Red Glove Captain meant. One of the mandated punishers raised his arm and took the opportunity to ask a question. In other words, whoever left a tarot card behind is the member executing the mission. That should be the case. Leonard did not give a definite answer. The same mandated punisher continued asking, what do the tarot cards that were scattered all over Lenevus's corpse mean then? There's no specific direction. Leonard immediately picked up a white chalk and wrote the name Lenevus on the blackboard behind him. Then, he drew a circle. I've just said that in the past 2 to 3 years, the matter involving tarot cards have really caught our attention because of the Lenevus case. This is very likely the beginning of everything. Therefore, without a specific direction, the casually scattered tarot cards might be referring to the whole. This means that the organization that uses the tarot cards as code names has officially stepped onto the stage of history. Heh, please forgive me for using poetic words. That makes a lot of sense. The few mandated punishers were convinced by Leonard. Leonard looked around and continued, let me use the Aurora Order, which everyone is familiar with, as a comparison. We all know that there are 22 oracles in the Aurora Order. Each of them will be in charge of a region's affairs. It's very possible that the organization with the tarot card code names is the same. The members of the likes of Judgment, the Emperor, and the Hermit should have their own factions. They will exert their influence in a particular region. Upon hearing this, a member of the machinery hivemind pondered and said, however, the 3 members corresponding to Judgment, the Emperor, and the Hermit have appeared consecutively in Backland. According to what you just said, does this mean that the organization that uses tarot cards as code names are still lacking in scale, and that the members are all gathered in Lowen, or perhaps just in the Backland region? After all, Backland's person in charge for the Aurora Order is only an oracle. As for Saint Tenebris, he's in charge of the entire Lowen. Leonard slowly nodded, indicating that he understood what he meant. He organized his words and said, this possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, this is an organization that has only appeared in the past 2 to 3 years. Of course, there might be other reasons. This organization might not be divided based on location demarcation. Instead, they are determined by whether or not they can handle an area alone. They will also work together depending on overlapping situations, such as the Capum case. Seeing that the Beyonders of the 3 churches in MI9 didn't raise any further questions, Leonard deliberated for a few seconds before saying, next up will be all my personal guesses. There are also some problems with it. This might be a direction of investigation for the future. The first question, what is the purpose of this organization? If they are like the Aurora Order, with the goal to spread the faith of an evil god, then why haven't we discovered people who believe in the Fool? Even if there are, they're all people who are scamming others in the name of the Fool. Second question, what do they have in common in the few operations? I haven't been able to find it yet. The third question I have is that high-level members who use tarot cards as their code names are not of low sequences and have their own factions. However, they aren't famous in the Beyonder world at all. This is very abnormal. After all, although the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order hide their identities, they have more or less crossed paths with us. They rose up from low-sequence Beyonders to middle-sequence Beyonders under our watch, eventually taking over the spot as Oracle when their predecessor dies or advances. They are all already on our lists. Having said that, Leonard paused and said, if the organization that uses the tarot cards as its code name is really an organization that believes in the Fool, then there is someone who can answer my third question. He's the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. Rumor has it that he believes in the Fool. This name made all the Beyonders from the 3 churches in MI9 fall into silence, as though they were quickly recalling the relevant information. They had long heard that Gehrman Sparrow had a mysterious background. He believed in the Fool, and they had obtained quite a bit of information from him. However, They hadn't made any connections like Leonard to string everything together. A few seconds later, the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight, Saint Anthony, said in a deep voice, "Gehrman Sparrow seems to be in close contact with the original Death Consul of Balaam. That's an angel who's still active over the land." This gave the Beyonders who weren't demigods a fright as they instinctively sat up straight. They all knew about Admiral Hell, but due to the confidential restrictions, they didn't know that the Death Consul represented a grounded angel. "That Death Consul doesn't seem to belong to any faction of the numinous episcopate," said a Beyonder from MI9 hesitantly. Leonard nodded solemnly. "Perhaps he is a member of the secret organization that uses the tarot cards as a code name." Death card. There was another round of silence. All the demigods had to admit that this was possible. The level of the secret organization that was represented by tarot cards suddenly rose, reaching a level that was equal to the Aurora Order. In short, Gehrman Sparrow is a clue. Leonard took a deep breath and slowly said, "Your Graces, ladies and gentlemen, I'm done." Saint Anthony nodded slightly and stood up. He looked around and said, "Up to now, this secret organization that uses tarot cards as their code names hasn't targeted us yet. It has shown a certain level of friendliness. Now that the war situation is tense, we are severely lacking in manpower, so it's difficult for us to take any major actions. Therefore, I suggest that we try our best to avoid conflict with them and not attempt to eradicate them for the time being. Of course, we have to do what we need to do. A secret organization with the existence of a grounded angel itself represents danger. If we don't understand it or grasp enough information about it, we won't be able to react in time and stop any possible conspiracies." Horimic and the other demigods thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Anthony Stevens looked around, his gaze landing on Leonard's face. "This investigation will be led by you. Coordinated well," Leonard agreed solemnly. At this moment, Deep Blue officiant Randall Valentinus spoke to Leonard impatiently, "Give them a name. We can't keep saying, secret organization that uses tarot cards as a code name. It's quite a mouthful. What suggestions do you have?" Leonard considered carefully before saying, "Tarot Club. That works." Randall stood up and said with a thunderous voice, "Let's call it the Tarot Club." Late at night, in Empress Borough, in the Hall family's villa, the exclusive dessert chef, Tim, suddenly woke up from his dream and stared at the ceiling in the darkness. He had just dreamed that he was enjoying an ice cream and had just eaten it when he woke up. The more he thought about it, the more intense his cravings became. In the end, he overcame his feelings that it was trouble and got out of bed. Putting on a thick sleeping robe, he walked out of the room and came to a pantry not far away. As a slightly famous dessert chef in the aristocratic circles, Tim was given special privileges by Earl Hall. He could enter the pantry at any time and use the ingredients here to test his new ideas. Meanwhile, Tim had repeatedly returned Earl Hall's trust with high-quality desserts. Of course, he often appeared in the pantry due to midnight cravings for food, just like now. After some serious and hard work, Tim used the remains and prepared ingredients to make a few cups of ice cream and ate half of it. Then, he patted his stomach, washed the cutlery, and left the pantry in satisfaction. The remaining few cups of ice cream were left in the corner, as if they had been completely forgotten. In Sherwood Borough, by the Tussock River, in an uninhabited shallow flat, wearing a dark-colored cloak, Audrey first made use of dream traversal to arrive nearby before walking over on foot. She skillfully set up the ritual and prayed to Mr. Fool. Soon, a silver-black accessory box embedded with many gems tore through the illusory door and landed in front of Audrey. Audrey tucked a wisp of blonde hair behind her ear and picked up the box of the Great Old Ones, 0 to 61, without any delay. She aimed at a few rocks and pulled open the first layer. Silently, numerous long tables and chairs appeared messily in the area. Several Beyonders that had used various means to conceal their faces appeared. One of them was the hooded furs. Their skin quickly changed from that of a toys to that of a human's, and their eyes began to move. Furs, who had the highest sequence, recovered the fastest. Looking around, she was extremely surprised to find that she had unknowingly come to a flat by the side of the river from that apartment. Furthermore, this change was only limited to her overall area. The situation around her was no different from before. "Where am I? What happened?" Furza's gaze landed on the empty altar. After pondering for a second, she seemed to understand something as she asked in surprise, "Has the matter ended?" "Yes," replied Audrey, who was using her psychological invisibility. It's ended," Furs followed up with a confused and dazed question. "How's the target?" "He's dead," Audrey was multitasking as she controlled the other 6 Beyonders. Her answer was very simple. He's dead, Saint of Secrets' bodies has died, I didn't participate in the battle. I didn't summon Gehrman Sparrow's historical void projection. Furza's mouth gaped slightly as she felt like she was dreaming. She only felt that she had been terrified for a second and was in a daze for a moment, and the mission had already been completed. At this moment, she saw the surrounding Beyonders come to life, but they didn't show any surprise towards the change in environment. It was as if the gathering had been held here. They skillfully destroyed the chairs and long tables and threw them into the Tussock River. Then, they left the flats one after another and returned home under the illumination of the street lamps. This is a manipulator, how terrifying. Furs jumped in fright and completely snapped awake. Return first. Audrey didn't have time to explain. She turned around and used the altar from before, preparing to sacrifice the box of the great old ones above the gray fog. Furs shot a look over, but she didn't ask or say anything. She made her body turn transparent as she vanished from where she was. Author's note: the title of this chapter originally should have been Official Debut, but it was just not serious enough. Chapter 1203. Harves. Dark red starlight shot up, forming several figures. Leonard did a casual glance, and his gaze suddenly froze on the silver-black jewelry box placed on the long-modeled table. If he recalled correctly, this was likely a Grade 0 sealed artifact, the box of the great old ones that the world Klein Moretti had specially emphasized during the prior private gathering. The Saint of Secrets was really in control of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. And he even used it. Yet, Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice succeeded. Leonard's pupils dilated slightly as he nearly couldn't believe his eyes. As an official Beander, a red-glove captain of the Church of Evernight, he knew Grade 0 sealed artifacts very well. He knew that these items could easily destroy a city, causing people to suddenly die without putting up any resistance. When facing them, not only was contact with them impossible, but even understanding them was something that should be reduced if possible. Leonard originally believed that Ma'am Hermit and Miss Justice would leave the battlefield according to the plan after encountering a Grade 0 sealed artifact. They would then think of a way to rescue Miss Magician. To his surprise, they had succeeded, and had even retrieved the Grade 0 sealed artifact. Ma'am Hermit's mystical reenactment has reached such a high level. Did the Feast of Betrayal she mentioned really make the sealed artifact rebel? Or could it be that Mr. Fool had provided some help? Leonard muttered silently as he glanced at the world Klein Moretti, who was seated at the bottom end of the long bronze table. He discovered that his former colleague was rather calm. Klein surveyed the area and said, "Congratulations, everyone. The hunt this time was very successful. All the spoils of war are here." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, condensing various bits of mysterious knowledge into a pale white luster. He also included a small number of legends that came from the east, such as Peach Blossom Spring, and Lanka's Go Match. He wanted Ma'am Hermit to test if they were mystical or not, and whether there was any real source. "Ma'am, this is your reward." The world Klein made the pale white light fly towards the Hermit Catalia. Then, he pointed at the box of the great old ones, the secret sorcerer's Beander characteristic, the traveler's luggage, bodies as eyeballs, 9 worms of star, large amounts of gems and materials on the table. In addition, you have the right to choose first. After the battle at the demigod level with the Saint of Secrets, Catalia finally found the bearing and confidence of a saint. She first received the pale white glow and closed her eyes to digest the mysterious knowledge contained within. In the second epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator, the oldest one, left some objects behind. Perhaps it was a kingdom, formed from a portion of his body or something that he created. There are 9 of these that contain the various Sephiroth. They are the Chaos Sea, Saphira Castle, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge Moor, Tenebrous World, Brood Hive, Nation of Disorder, City of Calamity, and the Key of Light. The ancient sun god came from a place known as Chernobyl. The Marauder Pathways Sequence 0 is called Error. Emperor Rassel's fairy tales might have originated from something that happened before. As the mysticism knowledge resonated in her, Catalia couldn't help but open her eyes and look at the world Gehrman Sparrow. There were too many things inside that shocked her, making her realize that she had opened the door to a whole new world. I never thought of Mr. Fool's origins in the past. Now, I can vaguely grasp it. A thought flashed through Catalia's mind as she had a guess. She immediately controlled herself. She didn't want to think too much, nor did she dare to think too deeply about it. She was afraid that she would come up with an answer that was enough to make her lose control. This is one of the 9 Sephiroth. Mr. Fool's goal is to gather all the Sephiroth and attempt to recover. Raising her right hand, she nudged her heavy glasses on her nose bridge. Catalia forced herself to focus her attention on the small tails, and decided to return to the real world to completely digest the potion before she attempted to create magic with them, allowing her to draw on their power using mystical reenactment. Of course, she also believed that not every one of them would succeed. She believed that a portion of those stories were purely fabricated. After all, this was a gift from Mr. World. There was no guarantee that they would be effective. After all, out of the many fairy tales and ancient legends that Emperor Russell recounted to Queen Mystic back then, only a few of them truly produced magic. She took a few seconds to compose herself and cast her gaze to the middle of the long modeled table, preparing to choose her spoil of war. Without a doubt, the most eye-catching item was the box of the Great Old Ones labeled 0 to 61. The silver-black jewelry box embedded with many gems completely overshadowed all the other items. Catalia wasn't too unfamiliar with Grade 0 sealed artifacts, because Queen Mystic had more than one. It was also because of this reason that the Queen's Element Dawn was able to compete with the ancient organization, Moses Ascetic Order, that had been born in the early 4th epoch. The gap between an angel and a saint was not something the magic of a powerful fairy tale could make up for. To become a truly powerful figure, one had to advance to Sequence 2 or possess a Grade 0 sealed artifact. It wasn't that Catalia didn't have any desire for the box of the Great Old Ones, but when she thought of the hint that the World Gehrman Sparrow had received from Mr. Fool, the terrifying negative effects, the third level's extreme danger, and most of the Beander powers that she couldn't control, she felt a sense of horror. Although she had brief luck, she still lacked the ability to seal the box of the Great Old Ones so far. After a series of intense struggles, the hermit Catalia pointed at the dreamy crystal and said, "I want the secret sorcerer's Beander characteristic. If they could find a suitable high-sequence artisan, it could be transformed into a rather good sealed artifact, one that had barely acceptable negative effects." Queen Mystic Bernadette happened to have the resources to do so, but the commission might not necessarily succeed. In the end, even if there's only teleportation, that will be enough. However, it's obvious that a secret sorcerer wouldn't only be able to grasp teleportation. Even if the negative effects are excessive, I can get Queen Mystic to shatter and try again, or I could sell it to Miss Magician. Yes, she said that her teacher would prepare the ingredients for her. Following that, Catalia nodded at the World Gehrman Sparrow to confirm her choice, choosing the secret sorcerer's Beander characteristic. Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's reply, a scene appeared in Klein's mind. Wearing a purple-patterned black robe, the lady wearing a dark-colored hood relied on Blink to leave behind many doppelgangers. Then, they would all ignite a match at the same time. The little match girl will turn into countless witches selling matchsticks. This is a horrifying fairy tale. The World Klein couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he tersely acknowledged. "All right, it's your right." He then cast his gaze at Miss Magician. "It's your turn to choose." I didn't do anything," Furs said guiltily. Klein scoffed and said, "You successfully acted as bait." Furs didn't know what expression she should use to respond, but she heard Mr. Star seemingly laugh. She slowly took a deep breath and cast her gaze at the spoils of war on the long bronze table. Frankly speaking, she wanted to choose the box of the Great Old Ones because it was an item that her teacher's family had snatched away. She didn't want to use it herself, she wanted to return it to her teacher directly. However, considering that she was only bait, Furs felt that she was not qualified to take an item of this level. Grade 0 sealed artifacts were extremely rare, precious, and dangerous. She had already gained a deep impression of them with Mr. Star's introduction. She knew that the value of the box of the Great Old Ones was definitely not something a saint's Beander characteristic could compare with. With this in mind, she chose under the World Gehrman Sparrow's watch. Furs finally gave up the impulse and pointed at the pair of eyeballs. "I'll take them." She wanted to bring the pair of eyes to her teacher and tell him that Bodies was dead. It was an end to all the hatred. In addition to such a value of the item, Bodies' eye could be made into a powerful hex item or be used as a medium for a curse. It was considered a pretty good item. Klein nodded slightly and did not persuade her. He only pointed at the gems, materials, and the worms of Star and said calmly, "You also paid the price of a moon paper figurine, you can choose something to make up for it." "All right," Furs reflexively agreed. As the apprentice pathway needed gems for several charms and rituals and could still be appreciated normally, Furs took a portion of the gems and waited for the bestowment ceremony to obtain them. With that, Klein shifted his gaze and said to Misjudgment, "It's your turn." Zio also knew that she had not contributed much, and she knew that she had no ability to withstand the negative effects of the box of the Great Old Ones, so she didn't even take a look at 0 to 61 and pointed to the black pocket. "I'll choose Traveler's Bag. This way, she could carry heavy weapons with her and might even be able to pull out a cannon at a critical moment." As for the problem of strengthening the hidden space after a period of time, she had also considered it. After all, she could still use it for about a year for the time being. In the future, she could rent a sealed artifact from Mam Hermit to maintain it. Furthermore, at that time, Furs might have already become a secret sorcerer. The world. Klein nodded and looked at the star Leonard. Leonard did not stand on ceremony. He scanned the area and tapped a few times. 3 worms of star, 20 gems, and those ingredients. This feels like I'm paying protection fees to the official organizations. After lampooning his dear poet, Klein turned to Miss Justice and said, "The mission was very successful and I'm very satisfied. Although you have already received your payment, you can still choose a little more." Audrey could decipher the sincerity of Mr. World's words. Without any excuses, she chose a worm of star and a third of the spiritual materials. At this point, as the mission's commissioner, the World Gehrman Sparrow had obtained 5 worms of star, a grade 0 sealed artifact, a third of the spiritual materials, and nearly 30 high-quality gems. He smiled and looked at Furs. "Remember to tell your teacher about this. Just say that this is a gesture of my goodwill. And I want to make a deal with him." Chapter 1204. Putting life and death aside. Furs wasn't surprised by Mr. World's request. She nervously replied, All right. What kind of deal is it exactly?" During this period of time, she had communicated with her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham, several times. Under Miss Justice's guidance, she had laid quite a lot of foundation for the impending request. The World Klein laughed hoarsely. "You don't have to tell him what I want for now. Just lay out my chips for him and see if he's interested. Your bargaining chip is still the promise to break the Abraham family's curse." Furs cautiously sought confirmation. Klein nodded and pointed at 0 to 61 on the long modeled table. "It can also be this box of the Great Old Ones. An item used to exchange for a grade 0 sealed artifact can't be simple, be it Justice Audrey or the Hermit Catalia." Both of them suddenly had such a realization. However, Furs paid more attention to the promise of breaking the curse. This was because she had experienced it herself and knew how tragic her teacher's family was. She replied solemnly without hesitation, "All right." Backland, West Borough, in the basement of a house. Saint Tenebris, who was hidden in the shadows, suddenly grew out of the darkness. He turned his head as if he was listening to something. The muscles on his cheeks began to twitch. It wasn't just one chunk of flesh, but bits. Not only were they not connected to each other, but they were also interfering with each other. It looked extremely odd. In seconds, Kisma wore an extremely painful expression as his skin tore apart, as flesh and blood beneath squirmed, mixed with a deep black. With a thud, he fell to the ground and prostrated himself before the altar, vomiting out large amounts of organs and shimmering light. Saint Tenebris's head was pressed tightly against the ground as he muttered crazily, "Bodies actually died. A secret sorcerer who wields a grade 0 sealed artifact died just like that. There's a tarot card, the Hermit." The 2 enemies that attacked were saints. One was a mysticologist, while the other was a manipulator. The organization that believes in the Fool and uses tarot cards as their codenames. Gehrman Sparrow, Azek Eggers. After an uncontrollable murmur, Saint Tenebris Kisma cried, feeling both vexed and pained. "I repent, I repent, I repent." A few days later, in an apartment's room in Pritz Harbor, the disguised Dorian Gray Abraham had received a letter from Furs through many hands. He examined it carefully and confirmed that there were no issues. After confirming that there were no abnormal signs, he took out the letter with the help of a letter knife. The beginning of the letter was the usual greeting. Following that, Furs directly wrote, "We have already killed Saint of Secret's bodies, and obtained the items on his person." Dorian had originally planned on scanning through the letter quickly, but he ended up stuck on this sentence. He read it a few times and forgot to continue reading. Dorian knew how strong and powerful Bodies was. He also knew very well how terrifying a secret sorcerer was. But now, the new student he had been teaching for over a year had told him in a very calm tone that Bodies had already been taken care of. In an instant, the only things that echoed in Dorian's mind were thoughts of impossible, a lie, and a conspiracy. He suspected that Furs had already been controlled by the Aurora Order. In any major faction, Sequence 4 Beyonders were the absolute upper echelons and extremely important members. How could they be so easily killed? Dorian's throat bobbed up and down as he forcefully focused and continued reading the contents of the letter. We have obtained the box of the Great Old Ones. I believe you aren't unfamiliar with it. After reading another line, Dorian's eyelids twitched a few times. He felt that the letter in his hand was as heavy as a boulder. Of course, he wasn't unfamiliar with the box of the Great Old Ones. This was a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Abraham family, proof that they had once been glorious. The one that was killed was bodies who possessed the box of the Great Old Ones. Dorian's shock kept rising. He felt that things had gone beyond his imagination. On the other hand, he felt that there was a possibility that it wasn't impossible. Perhaps the one who really killed bodies was actually the box of the Great Old Ones. He knew very well how dangerous that Grade 0 sealed artifact was. At the same time, he finally noticed a word, we. This was the first time Furs had indicated that she had companions and partners. Of course, Dorian had already guessed it, but he hadn't called her out. Indeed, Dorian sighed and eagerly read the rest. I have a friend who wants to show you his goodwill by pushing for this operation against bodies. He said that he wants to make a deal with you, and is willing to use the box of the Great Old Ones or a promise to remove the Abraham family's curse in exchange. He wonders if you are interested. He doesn't know where you are, and I won't tell him. You can totally refuse. A promise to remove the curse. Dorian skipped over the box of the Great Old Ones and ruminated on the extremely important part of the sentence. After the first few letters, he had fully understood the true nature of the family's curse. It was both a sorrowful and helpless matter, a glimmer of hope that was brewed out of the pain. Before this, who would have thought that the person who caused the descendants of the Abraham family to lose control would be their ancestors' cry for help? This was like a cruel joke from fate. Dorian didn't know if Mr. Dor knew the consequences of his actions, nor did he know how to describe his complicated feelings. However, he couldn't help but start searching for a way to make Mr. Dor return and completely remove the family curse. This was a path with very slim hope, but for the Abraham family, it was enough, because a light had finally appeared in the darkness. After an unknown period of time, Dorian folded the letter and smiled bitterly to himself. Goodwill? Such goodwill is frightening. After he muttered to himself, he fell into silence again. His expression was gloomy and his heart seemed to be struggling. The sound of the wall clock rang punctually, snapping Dorian out of his daze. His expression gradually became solemn, and he finally made a decision. After making up his mind, Dorian felt much more relaxed. He even smiled. He first burned Furs's letter before packing his bag and heading out to the steam locomotive station in Pritz Harbor. He was going to Southville, but not to hide, but to make some preparations. He planned on handing all his family's items and potion formulas to one of the family members who was staying there before returning to Pritz Harbor. With his identity as Dorian Gray, he would head to Backland to meet his student, Furs, and the powerhouse who had shown his goodwill. When the time came, he would consume a type of medicine in advance to allow himself to suffer a powerful curse that rooted itself in his spirit body. He would have to regularly consume another type of medicine to maintain his life. This way, even if he was controlled and unable to commit suicide, he would quickly die because he had no chance to take the medicine. With his spirit body dissipating, he wouldn't leak any key information. For this journey, Dorian had put life and death aside. He was willing to sacrifice his life for that slim hope. Northborough in Backland, beneath St. Samuel Cathedral. Leonard, who had just had a discussion with the members of the mandated Punishers, the Machinery Hivemind, and MI9, returned to his office and sat down. At that moment, the slightly aged voice of Pallas Zoroast resounded in his mind. They've finally found the exact location of the Jacob family's treasure trove and are about to enter. Ah, Leonard was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Previously, at the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, he had sold the news of the Jacob family's treasure trove. As no one knew what was inside, no one was willing to offer a high price. And Leonard's main goal was not to trade, so he had only exchanged it for some rare spirits. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Old man, how do you know that?" "Hey, it's a given that I sent out my avatar to monitor the area," Pallas Zoroast replied unhappily. "Are you underestimating an angel from the Marauder pathway?" Leonard laughed dryly. "Old man, you've recovered quite well. You even have excess characteristics for an avatar. I'm already at the level of a sequence too." Pallas Zoroast scoffed. "Next, don't go out. Just stay inside the cathedral to prevent any accidents from happening. Are you worried that a trap lies within the treasure? Leonard asked thoughtfully. How can a treasure left behind by a marauder angel not have a trap? Pallas Zoroast said with a scoff. I can't predict what will happen, but staying underground in the cathedral is definitely safe. Leonard nodded and suppressed his voice. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Old man, you promised me that if you can successfully obtain a sequence 2 Beander characteristic, you will steal a grade 1 sealed artifact from the items they obtained for me. It wasn't that he was concerned about whether he reaped anything out of it, but rather, it was to ease his sudden anxiety. Weren't you against stealing? After a mocking remark, Pallas fell silent, as if he was focused on monitoring the situation at the Jacob family's treasure trove. About an hour later, he heaved a sigh of relief in Leonard's mind. Although there were many traps and accidents, they eventually reached the predetermined target. Heh, I only took that characteristic and a sealed artifact. The rest will be their payment. Don't be in a hurry to leave this place. Wait until I absorb that characteristic before leaving. When that happens, there won't be any problems. Leonard immediately relaxed and leaned back, crossing his legs as he read the newspaper leisurely. In the evening, Pallas Zoroast finally spoke again. His voice contained plenty of emotions, but because it was too complicated, Leonard was unable to tell. Seeing that nothing had happened and that old man might still need to digest, Leonard stood up and rubbed his temples. He left St. Samuel Cathedral and returned to 7 Pinster Street. As he passed through the porch, he suddenly saw a person sitting on the sofa. The man was wearing a classic black robe and a pointed hat. He placed his right leg over his left and was leisurely reading a newspaper. As if sensing Leonard's arrival, that person raised his head and adjusted the monocle on his right eye, revealing a teasing smile. Chapter 1205, A 1,000-Year-Old Trap. Leonard was no stranger to the person in front of him. Not only had he faced his avatar, but he had also heard of his various deeds and nasty character from old man Pallas Zoroast. At that moment, Leonard's thoughts nearly froze as his mind went blank. Only a small number of thoughts could spin. Amon's lips suddenly quivered as he muttered a raving that was completely at the level of a deity. One voice after another echoed in Leonard's mind as though it came from the countless number of Amons. Are you pleasantly surprised? Are you shocked? After realizing that I won't be able to get Saphira Castle anytime soon, I shifted my focus to Backland. If it wasn't to fool all of you, why would I have played such a simple cat and mouse game with him? I think you two should be in contact. He must have told you that I'm still tracking him and sabotaging his operations, that I even set a trap for him at his destinations. That's just an avatar that's close to sequence 1. Ah, right, Pallas, I forgot to tell you that in the later years of the 4th epoch, I pretended to be the ancestor of the Jacob family. I had long swallowed him, in secret. Then, I watched his descendants panic. Then, I thought of a way to add another secret treasure trove to the place where Tudor became Blood Emperor. I didn't finish off these fellows, because I had a premonition that this treasure trove would be very useful. I had an avatar that had been sleeping there for more than 1,000 years, patiently waiting for someone to open the treasure trove. As for the other avatars, I didn't synchronize this information to them. That way, I might be able to create a ruse at some point in time. Yes, this kind of synchronization is something I invented. Pallas, you're quite behind the times. In order to confirm your whereabouts, I watched that bunch of fellows destroy the traps and take the items away. I watched your avatar steal the characteristic and sealed artifact from their hands. I watched him carefully devour and digest it. Now, my patience has finally paid off. I guess you must be thinking of how to stall for time and wait for a deity's descent. These voices overlapped each other, tearing through Leonard's thoughts and hurting his soul. It made his head swell and contract, causing a bunch of short black hair to grow on his face. It made his ribs and waist bulge as though it was about to form a new body. With just the ravings alone, Leonard was close to losing control. He was in extreme pain and had no means of resisting. This was the son of the Creator, a king of angels. At the same time, 7 Pinster Street changed. At some point in time, pitch-black stone pillars were erected around them, propping up a majestic cathedral. Each column of the cathedral was embedded with the bones of different races. They were densely packed as they used different eye sockets to stare at the puny Leonard, who stood in the middle as though they were conducting a trial. Amon stood in front of the cross that was more than 100 meters tall in the depths of the church, smiling as he looked at Leonard's grimacing face. This corpse cathedral is pretty good, isn't it? I just stole it not long ago. This way, if they wish to discover any abnormalities here and do a deity's descent, it can stall for at least 30 seconds. That's enough. As he spoke, Eamon raised his hand to pinch the crystal monocle that had a beaming face underneath it. Leonard suddenly heard a gong. It was ethereal, as though it came from an infinite distance away. This caused the ear-piercing ravings that tainted Leonard's spirit body to come to an abrupt stop as everything around him turned silent. In Leonard's eyes, beams of light shot out from his body, condensing into a pure figure that was like a wingless angel. The figure was also 100 meters tall, and its body constantly coruscated with a faint glow, as though it was announcing the passage of time. With that, Leonard's body was pushed by an invisible force as he flew towards the door of the corpse cathedral. On the door, transparent and distorted faces appeared. They sealed the inside from the outside, isolating it from the spirit world and the astral world. Another bell rang. The transparent faces filled with pain froze. Leonard's figure was no longer obstructed. In this short span of time, he passed through the main door of the corpse cathedral, without feeling anything. Everything he saw instantly returned to normal. There was still a bit of light high up in the sky. The gas lamps by the side of the streets were already emitting light, illuminating 7 Pinster Street. From the outside, the building was silent, quiet, and dark. There was nobody around. Old man, it was only at this moment that Leonard finally found his train of thought. His heart tightened as he strode forward and returned to the house. However, the door to 7 Pinster Street was so heavy that he couldn't open it any time soon. With this obstruction, Leonard finally regained some of his senses. He hurriedly retreated as he quickly thought of what he could do to save old man. After a few steps, he stopped and lowered his head with a solemn expression. He quickly chanted in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Leonard already knew that the one inside was Amon's true body. And to deal with Amon's true body, he could only seek help from a god. Walking through the darkness with the lantern in hand, Klein entered the historical fog immediately. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. After listening to Leonard's prayer, the puzzled and nonchalant-looking Klein instantly sobered up. It was as if he had just woken up from hibernation and had just climbed out of bed when he was splashed with a basin of cold water. Amon's true body has gone to Backland. Amon's true body has found Leonard and Pallas. Eamon stole the corpse cathedral from his brother and used it to delay a divine descent. So it turns out that when he suggested that we play the game of who will be the first to find black demonic wolf Kotar, he had never thought of deciding on a winner. He didn't care what the stakes were either. His goal was to draw my attention and believe that he is still pursuing me and trying to steal Saphira Castle from me. The trap hidden in the Jacob family's treasure trove was planted by Eamon for 1 to 2,000 years. It has finally come into play. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he raised his right hand and summoned an item from the junk pile. 061, Box of the Great Old Ones. This was a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and it was also from the Apprentice Pathway. It could better utilize the power of Saphira Castle and produce better results. In the face of Amon's true body, this might bring Pallas some hope. At the same time, through the prayer light, Klein confirmed that Leonard hadn't been possessed by Eamon. He immediately instructed in the tone of Mr. Fool, leave the scene and go to an Evernight cathedral. Also, pray to Evernight. A pinnacle sequence battle beneath deities was definitely not something that a Beander at Leonard's level could participate in. Even though Klein had gained some initial control of Saphira Castle and held 0 to 61, he didn't have much confidence. He only hoped that he could stall for time until a deity's descent happened. Outside 7 Pinster Street, Leonard heard Mr. Fool's words echoing in his ears. He was stunned for a moment before he looked up at the tightly shut door. Then, he turned around and used his right knuckle to ruthlessly knock on a certain tooth. A series of illusory mud surged out and sprayed onto the top of Leonard's head, enveloping him from top to bottom. Suddenly, Leonard seemed to transform into a mud doll as he kept sinking to the ground and fusing into the earth. This was a rare natural spirit he had exchanged from the Hermit of Fate. It didn't contain any Beander characteristics, and its powers mainly came from the spirit world. It allowed Leonard to quickly traverse the soil at a speed far faster than the steam metro. As Leonard left the battlefield, Klein had picked up the gem-embedded box of the Great Old Ones. He stirred the power of Saphira Castle and cast his gaze at the pitch-black church that overlapped with the embedded bones. The cathedral isolated his true vision, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. He could only determine that the battle had yet to end through the flashes of light that the stained glass let through. Use 061's first level's powers to swap its interior space with the corpse cathedral. No, isn't this equivalent to letting Aemon enter Saphira Castle? Just the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones cannot imprison him. Activate the second level and move the entire Sevenpinster Street somewhere else. No, it won't work either. Once we leave Backland, there won't be a timely divine descent. It will be even more dangerous for Palace Zoroast. Third level, opening it might lead to a switch in owners of Saphira Castle. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein came up with an idea. He wanted to narrow the target area to a tiny point and exert pressure on it to crack it. He wanted to exchange the Corpse Cathedral's door and the space in the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones using Saphira Castle, so that the seal that isolated the spirit world and the astral world would be ineffective. If that was the case, the deities would realize the situation and accelerate the speed of a deity's descent. At the end of the long, mottled table, Klein sat in his high back chair and aimed at the crimson star representing Leonard as he opened the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones. The surging power in Saphira Castle suddenly calmed down, returning to its usual concealment as it silently pierced through the crimson star. In the real world at Sevenpinster Street, the door of the Corpse Cathedral that overlapped with ordinary buildings lost its luster. Following that, it became a light pool with gravel and cobblestone. The situation inside and outside suddenly cleared up, and it was reflected in Klein's eyes. In front of the cross that was 100 meters tall, the black-robed, pointed hat, and a monocled Aemon, slowly turned around to the opened door. He held a crystal pillar formed from light and shadows in his hands. There were many 12-ringed worms of time swimming rapidly inside. Everything around them seemed to stop. Aemon raised his head and looked up into the sky as the corners of his mouth curled up. Chapter 1206. Sly old foxes, every one of them. 1206 Sly old foxes, every one of them. Too late. After Klein's heart sank, he suddenly felt the box of the Great Old Ones in his hand shake violently. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the surface of the Corpse Cathedral's door, which had shrunken into a toy, emitted rays of light. Every twisted face on the white skull seemed to come alive. Adam's Corpse Cathedral has such a high level, it can withstand the first level of 0 to 61 with just one door. Without any hesitation, Klein used the crimson star representing Leonard and locked onto a gas lamp on Sevenpinster Street. Suddenly, the door with white bones protruding out with a distorted face returned to the real world. And on the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones, there was an additional toy street lamp. Right on the heels of that, Klein aimed at the Aemon inside the Corpse Cathedral as he swiped his right hand, opening the second level of 0 to 61. At that moment, Palace Zoroast was no longer present on the battlefield. Without any qualms, Klein could move Aemon elsewhere. He had designated the destination to be the astral world, hoping that the 7 deities would show him their love, but it was unknown if there would be a random anomaly. At this moment, the door returned to the Corpse Cathedral. Then, the majestic building that overlapped with Sevenpinster Street quickly disintegrated. The process of the collapse was very organized. First, it began from the dome, followed by the arches and the walls. It finally ended with the pitch-black stone pillars. The item that fell didn't hit the ground and instead disappeared in midair. Standing in front of the cross, Aemon also began to dissipate along with the collapse of the entire Corpse Cathedral. It was as though he had also been envisioned, an entity that could be removed at any time. Of course, Klein knew very well that this was only Aemon exploiting a loophole to use the expiration of the imagined Corpse Cathedral, so as to also become a figment of imagination to leave Backland. At some point in time, a thick dark cloud appeared in midair. A ball of lightning the size of a house dragged a silvery white stream of light as it ruthlessly smashed onto the Corpse Cathedral and Amon's body that had not completely disintegrated. A fine crack appeared on Amon's crystal monocle as the pointed hat on his head collapsed. However, this angel of time didn't panic. When his face twitched uncontrollably, he maintained his smile and held the crystal pillar formed from light and shadows. Like an illusion, he completely disintegrated as the sea of light that filled the Corpse Cathedral vanished. In the next second, the pitch-black and bone-embedded towering cathedral returned to the realm of fantasy. The house on Sevenpinster Street remained, but there were exaggerated marks on the living room's floor. The mark was like a person lying there, having turned to ashes. This was left behind by the countless avatars of Aemon after they were smitten apart. However, Klein knew that Amon's true body had successfully escaped and had achieved his desired goal. When he recovered, this king of angels was just short of a ritual to reach the divine throne and become the embodiment of all that was erroneous in the world. After I swapped the main door of the corpse cathedral, the first one to notice and react with his powers was the Lord of Storms. The goddess really has no way of performing a divine descent. She can only use various mediums to interfere with reality, making it difficult for her to affect him when he is prepared. I was still feeling happy for myself that I managed to escape from Amon. I was satisfied that I had repeatedly avoided him and didn't fall into his traps, but in the end, he ended up pulling off such a huge stunt without any prior warning. When did he transfer his focus to Backland? It should be after I deceived the laws to resurrect elsewhere. He caught a hint of Pallas Zoroast, as well as the fact that there's a connection between him and me. He began to target the last sequence 1 Beander characteristic so as to become a true god. Back then, Leonard didn't explain in detail when he was praying. He only mentioned that there was a problem with the treasure trove of the Jacob family. For a sequence 1 angel who's so familiar with Amon to not notice anything amiss and fall into the trap, Amon must have done something incredible again. Phew, although I've rapidly grown in my battle of wits with Amon and completed a transformation, I'm still far from being a top swindler like him. I'm still too tender. Once Amon becomes a sequence 0 error and can even traverse the land, it will be tough for me. No, I have to figure out the Marauder Pathways ritual to become a god. I need to think of a way to do some damage. I can't let Amon easily ascend to the divine throne. But can this be what Amon wants? He will deliberately hold a ritual and wait for me to knock on his doorstep. As his thoughts raced, Klein let out a long sigh. Then, he sent a message to Leonard in the tone of the fool. There's no need to pray. In St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard had just emerged from the soil in the garden. He was trying to rush into the prayer hall when he heard Mr. Fool's words. There's no need to pray. Leonard slowed down as he repeated the sentence in a daze. He slowed down and finally stopped beside a stone pillar. He lowered his head and raised his hands to cover his face. At this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What are you sad about? I haven't died yet. Ah. Leonard released his hands and said in a daze in pleasant surprise, Old man, you haven't died yet. His eyes were already slightly red. Look at you, what are you saying? Pallas Zoroast's voice was clearly weak. Ahem, to put it simply, I've died once, but not entirely yet. Leonard finally heaved a sigh of relief and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice and said, Did you successfully deceive Amon? I can't really call it deceiving. Pallas Zoroast sighed and said, All these years, the thing I've thought about the most is what I should do if Amon's true body finds me. After repeated experiments, I've also created a technique. After my true body dies, I can revive in my avatar. However, I will lose the sequence 1 Beander characteristic and passively lower my level. Hey, I haven't been left behind by the times either. In other words, Amon killed you once and obtained your sequence 1 characteristic while you resurrected at the sequence 2 level. Leonard had a rough idea of what was going on as he asked in confirmation. Pallas Zoroast sighed and replied, something like that. Actually, it's not like Amon didn't notice it. He didn't do anything to stop it when I pushed you out of the corpse cathedral. He just wanted to leave some hope for me, and make me lose my will to fight to the death in the upcoming battle. Sigh, if not for that, I wouldn't have been finished by him so quickly. After all, I'd basically recovered after absorbing the treasure trove's Beander characteristic. Leonard blurted out in surprise, Old man, you pushed me out of the corpse cathedral because I have your avatar in me. Pallas immediately scoffed. What do you think? Do you really think I'm treating you like a grandson? Don't you have other avatars? Leonard muttered. Pallas grunted and sighed. Amon actually lied to his avatar. I must admit that he pulled a fast one on me. If it wasn't for the fact that he learned that the Angel of Time didn't know the exact situation of the Jacob family's treasure trove back when he absorbed Amon's avatars, he definitely would have taken more caution on the matter, and would have made more adequate preparations for Amon's appearance. This was the most important reason. As for the other matters regarding the Jacob family's ancestor or Klein already playing hide and seek with Amon's true body in the forsaken land of the gods, none of them were key in him making up his mind. Leonard thought for a moment and consoled, "Old man, you would have fallen for this most fatal of traps in the treasure trove regardless, so it isn't bad for you to have survived it." "That's not it," Pallas immediately refuted. "If I had a premonition that something dangerous would happen, I would have directly taken up the faith of a true god and become, their, grounded angel. With their protection, I would head to Jacob family's treasure trove. Sigh, after I absorbed the characteristic and regained the strength of a sequence 1, I was considering this problem. Should I join the Church of Evernight, or work with the fool of yours, or remove the parasitizing and hide from Aemon like before?" Upon saying this, his emotions became very complicated again. "Old man really has quite a plan. Why are you so familiar with seeking refuge from a deity?" Leonard sighed inwardly as he focused his attention on the most important matter. "Old man, after Aemon obtained your sequence 1 Beander characteristic, will he be preparing the apotheosis ritual?" "Yes," Pallas replied in a deep voice. "This means that, for a very long period of time, your former colleague and ourselves would, at most, be harassed by Amon's lower-level avatars, or nothing at all." "What is the requirement of his apotheosis ritual?" Leonard pressed. Pallas fell silent for a second before saying, "To replace someone during their apotheosis ritual." At this point, Pallas laughed self-deprecatingly. "Amon's next focus will definitely be the apotheosis ritual. This will be our last moments of peace and quiet. Once he becomes a god, he will definitely come to you to deal with the fool through you. Although I can abandon you and run ahead of time, I have to worry that he has the intention of retrieving all the characteristics at the angel level. Gain control of those rare spirits as soon as possible, digest the potion, and become a demigod. Wield a holy artifact, and obtain the favor of Evernight." Leonard's expression turned serious as he slowly nodded. He immediately found a quiet spot and informed Mr. Fool through a prayer of the key information. Someone else's apotheosis ritual. The only one who seems to be able to become a god anytime soon is Adam. It's good if the two brothers end up fighting. The final period of peace. I hope that the avatars that Aemon leaves behind to interfere with me won't be too strong. I hope that I can find traces of the dark demonic wolf as soon as possible. I hope that Dorian will agree to the deal." Klein sighed and returned to the real world. He continued walking in the dark with his lantern raised. Chapter 1207, Dorian's Decision, Backland, Sherwood Borough. 22 Hope Street, Hat Trick Inn. With broad shoulders and thick arms, Dorian Gray Abraham unknowingly paced back and forth in the room, waiting for his student, Furs, to visit. No matter how composed and mentally prepared he was, he couldn't help but feel nervous and uneasy when he eventually needed to face the answer. After an unknown period of time, there was a series of knocks on the door. Dorian listened to the rhythm for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. He walked to the door, twisted the handle, and pulled it back. Outside the door was the brown-haired, curly-haired Furs, who was wearing a dark-colored long dress and a pair of tinted glasses. Dorian habitually looked behind Furs, and after confirming that no one was looking in their direction, he made way for his student to pass. At the same time, he glanced at Furs's hands and realized that his student wasn't carrying any luggage. Dorian retracted his gaze and walked to the middle of the room. He found a seat and sat down before pointing to the sofa opposite him. Furs cautiously lifted the ends of her skirt slightly, sat down, and greeted, "Good morning, teacher." Dorian didn't go straight to the point. After some thought, he said, "Did the lot of you really kill bodies?" "Yes." Furs took out an exquisite, long cigar case from her pocket and opened it to show Dorian its interior. It was a pair of dark black eyes that were frozen with indescribable horror, as though they had seen something extremely terrifying before they died. Dorian had originally been mentally prepared. It was just like receiving the terrifying head that would cause nightmares the previous time, one that was put together one bloody fragment at a time. He never expected his student to not carry any luggage and to only take out a lady's cigar case. This made him believe that it was a relic that could prove Bodies' identity, but the truth was beyond his expectations once again. This was still Bodies' corpse, but there was even less than what Louis Wien left behind. Only a pair of eyes are left. The spiritual intuition of an astrologer convinced Dorian that the eyeball belonged to Bodies. Seeing that the teacher had fallen silent, Furs subconsciously explained, "His body has completely collapsed and dissipated. Only this pair of eyeballs is still intact." She paused for a moment before saying, "These eyeballs contain the remnants of the terror and contamination of the box of the great old ones before Bodies' passing. It's a very strong cursed item, so I didn't send it directly to you." It would cause terrible things to happen to the postman, and he might even die unknowingly. The corruption of the box of the Great Old Ones, Dorian nodded in enlightenment and sighed with a smile. Did he eventually die under the hands of the box of the Great Old Ones? This is really fate. The first item that Bodies had stolen after his betrayal from leading the Aurora Order over was the box of the Great Old Ones. Furs had heard Ma'am Hermit's and Miss Justice's description of the general situation at the private gathering where they distributed the spoils of war. She learned how gorgeous and dangerous the battle she had missed was. She thought for a moment and said, "You could say that." However, before he was contaminated by the box of the Great Old Ones, he had already begun losing control. Dorian wasn't surprised as he said to his student, "Keep it. This is a spoil of war you deserve." After Furs closed the cigar case and placed it back into her pocket, Dorian leaned forward, clasped his hands, and touched his nose. Bodies was one of the most talented apprentices I have ever seen. Who knew that he would end up like this? Having said that, Dorian let out a long sigh as though he was recalling and confessing something. Furs didn't know much about the details of what had happened back then, so she didn't dare to speak recklessly. She could only remain silent and wait for her teacher to recover from his mixed emotions. 10 seconds later, Dorian straightened his body and asked, "How did you digest the scribe potion?" This wasn't only to show concern for his student, but also to accumulate experience to provide some guidance to the other members of the family. Furs's expression immediately turned complicated as though she was recalling something she didn't wish to recall. "It's mainly because someone had provided me with help. On the one hand, I recorded a lot of unique or high-level abilities. On the other hand, I was brought to many places in the past few months where I recorded different cultures and beautiful scenery." Dorian fell silent for a moment before nodding. "This isn't easy to imitate." He then asked, "Gehrman Sparrow?" "Yes." Furs gave an affirmative response. Dorian fell silent again. A few seconds later, he said, "What kind of deal does he want to make? Or rather, what does he want?" Furs focused her attention and answered in an embarrassed manner, "He wants the potion formula of a planeswalker, and he plans on using the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in your family's hands." This price was definitely a generous offer. Furs had originally thought that Mr. World was going to use a promise to exchange for the planeswalker potion formula and a Grade 0 sealed artifact, but she never expected him to throw in the box of the Great Old Ones. Of course, it was definitely of value to allow the Abraham family to be free of the curse. However, a promise was forever a promise that might not be fulfilled. Dorian wasn't surprised by Gehrman Sparrow's request for a Grade 0 sealed artifact. He had long been mentally prepared, and instead, he felt that the conditions were beyond his imagination. After all, the Abraham family didn't have many things that a demigod could covet at this point in time. He frowned slightly and said, "Why does he want the potion formula of a planeswalker?" "I don't know," Furs answered frankly. Dorian stood up and started pacing. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Furs. "I need to meet him and have a chat before I can make a decision." "All right," Furs agreed without any hesitation. Dorian heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to send his student away before quickly taking out the medicine for his consumption. He had arranged to meet at this time because he had taken into consideration that his curse would happen at any moment. If anything were to happen, the enemy wouldn't be able to channel his spirit in time. However, after Furs got up, she didn't walk to the door. She stood on the spot and grabbed at the void. Her arm suddenly sank, and she quickly pulled out a figure wearing a black trench coat and silk top hat. This figure had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were cut and cold. It was none other than Gehrman Sparrow. Gehrman Sparrow's eyes moved slightly as he quickly recovered from his sluggish look and became no different from a real person. "Teacher, he's here," Furs introduced seriously. "He's Gehrman Sparrow." This action left Dorian Gray Abraham slightly agape. He forgot to close his mouth and didn't respond for a moment. Although he came from an ancient family clan and knew many secrets, there were many things he couldn't imagine even if he read the description due to him being only a sequence 7. After moving his consciousness over, Klein reached into his clothes and took out a golden pocket watch. "Pa." He opened his pocket watch and took a look. Without any emotions, he said to Dorian, "You have 3 minutes. It's exactly as the rumors say. He's cold, arrogant, and crazy." Dorian didn't dare to waste any time and directly said, "Give me a reason to believe in your promise." As he closed his pocket watch, Klein placed it back into his inner pocket and said, "In truth, I'm already aware of the ritual that allows Mr. Door to return. Dorian's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Gehrman Sparrow calmly add, "But I don't plan to do that." Why? Dorian and Furs were puzzled, but one dared to ask while the other didn't. Klein looked out the window and said, "Do you know about the corruption from the cosmos?" When it came to understanding the cosmos, the Abraham family was definitely ranked first outside the true deities and angels. Klein believed that they must have left behind some hints and hidden records. Dorian nodded solemnly and said, "Yes. I suspect that Mr. Dor has been corrupted by the cosmos," Klein explained simply. "As for my promise, it can be fulfilled right away. However, you might not be willing to do so. Furthermore, it doesn't completely resolve the curse." "What's the solution?" Dorian asked as he controlled his surging emotions. Klein's expression immediately turned serious. "You and your family members will change their faith to my lord. That way, when the full moon or blood moon happens, you will be blessed and no longer suffer from the curse." After completely digesting the scholar of your potion, there was no need for him to pull a person above the gray fog to avoid Mr. Dor's ravings. He could directly use Angel's Embrace to resolve the problem. The only thing he needed to worry about now was that there might be too many members of the Abraham family. It might overwhelm him, or he might not have enough spirituality. "Who is your lord?" Dorian asked after a moment of silence. Klein suppressed his shame and said solemnly, "The great Mr. Fool." "The fool? Are you from the Antigonus family?" Dorian suddenly made some connections. Klein shook his head and rejected his guess. Dorian fell silent again, but considering that there were only 3 minutes left, he hurriedly asked, "If we believe in that entity, we can avoid the troubles brought about by the curse." As an ancient family member, he knew very well how dangerous it was to believe in an unknown existence. He was afraid that he would resolve Mr. Dor's ravings, but bring about another curse. Klein answered frankly, "This is just a temporary solution. I will find a better solution for you." Dorian nodded and quickly said, "I will try to believe in your lord and give you the potion formula of Planeswalker. If the curse can really be resolved temporarily, we will complete the transaction of the Grade 0 sealed artifact." He planned on using himself as an experiment to see if the method worked. Furthermore, he didn't plan on telling the other family members. He wanted to get them to wait for Gehrman Sparrow's supposedly better solution until they couldn't wait any longer. "All right." Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and scribbled the honorific name of the fool. As for Dorian, he also began to use a crystal ball to aid in his memories, recording down the potion formula of Planeswalker. After the exchange, Klein cast his gaze towards the supplementary ingredients and ritual. Supplementary ingredients: 1 worm of star, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of spirit. Advancement ritual: leave legends in 9 places outside this planet. Chapter 1208. The long-awaited serenity. Leave legends in 9 places other than this planet. Isn't this the cosmos? Looking at the potion formula in his hand, Klein nearly frowned. He felt that this was more dangerous than the advancement ritual of a miracle invoker. Although the box of the Great Old Ones and the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Abraham family, as well as a number of Grade 1 sealed artifacts, had the ability to send people into the cosmos, making the ritual appear simple, he clearly remembered that the Church of Evernight's ascetic leader, Ariana, had once warned him that the cosmos contained extremely terrifying corruption. It was dangerous to even understand it before becoming an angel. One will be corrupted by the cosmos if they aren't a planeswalker, and to become a planeswalker, one has to travel the cosmos. This has become an impasse. There's no way to resolve it. Perhaps the Abraham family has records of relatively safe locations in the cosmos. I can't be too pessimistic. Also, I have to use divination to verify the authenticity of this formula when I'm back. Dorian not lying to me doesn't mean that he wouldn't be lied to. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Dorian Gray Abraham opposite him. Where are all the Planeswalker Beander characteristics? Having memorized the fool's honorific name, Dorian thought for 2 seconds before saying, 2 of them are in the form of Grade 0 sealed artifacts in our family. 1 is in the form of the box of the Great Old Ones. 1 is said to be in the hands of the Demoness sect, while another is with the Church of the God of Combat. There is 1 more, but no one has found it since the Second Epoch. If I could use the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 relatively normal Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Abraham family, I wouldn't have to worry about obtaining the Planeswalker Beander characteristic. However, that advancement ritual is truly a problem. Besides, the essence of this ritual is clearly to leave a mark in the cosmos. No matter how many changes are made, I won't be able to bypass the cosmos. Klein controlled his expression and nodded at Dorian. I hope you can find the answer when the crimson moon becomes full. With that said, his figure rapidly turned faint, having reached Furz's limit. Upon seeing Gehrman Sparrow leave, like that, Dorian subconsciously looked down at the piece of paper with the honorific name of the fool in his hand. He realized that it had also turned illusory and disappeared. Dorian was unable to find the correct answer from the various Beyonder powers recorded by his family. He turned to look at Furz, opened his mouth, intending to ask her. At that moment, he felt a sudden pain in his heart as his pupils rapidly dilated. Oh no! The curse is about to act up. Dorian hurriedly reached into his pocket to retrieve a small metal bottle. He opened the lid and gulped it down. His actions were so hurried that the lid of the metal bottle fell to the ground. Furz watched as her teacher's face turned pale. She watched as he clutched his chest, unable to react to what had happened. As a former surgeon, she quickly came to a conclusion and hurriedly said, "Teacher, are you having a heart attack? Do you have any special medicine?" After asking the last question, Furz realized that she had been overly anxious and concerned, making her appear a little silly. The bottle that the teacher drank was definitely the special medicine. "Do you need any help? I have the recorded a doctor's powers," Furz asked when she saw that her teacher had recovered based on his expression. Dorian shook his head, indicating that he was fine. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. "It's because you didn't do as I planned and had directly summoned Gehrman Sparrow into this room, causing me to not have time to drink the medicine." Sonia C., the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Biome. The Blue Avenger docked at the port in the evening. During that period of time, the damage brought to the sea traffic around Sonia Island by the Church of the Lord of Storms had finally attracted the actions of the Faesak Empire's demigods. Many captains had died in the line of duty, and their fleet had suffered a severe blow. Alger Wilson and his crew avoided this attack while hiding in the primitive forest of the island while waiting for an opportunity to attack the port. After the Church of the Lord of Storms and the Loan Naval Army declared their goal for this battle had been achieved, they returned to Passu Island to rest since it was over. After that, Alger deliberately engaged in battle. He appeared pious, passionate, and fervent. He was praised by the cardinals as a result. This was because he was familiar with the area around the Rorstad archipelago. Without a doubt, he had been sent here to strengthen the naval forces of the important colony. Of course, in order to avoid conflict with his past identity, he also made preparations for other matters in the future. Alger and his crew arrived in Biome in the name of recruiting pirates. In this war, many pirates were recruited, effectively making up for the losses of the navies of the various countries, just like the recruitment of mercenaries during the early and mid stages of the Fourth Epoch. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some light in the sky, Alger got off the boat and headed straight for Sea King Jan Codman's Cathedral of Waves. As a Sequence 5 ocean songster, he had the right to directly meet the Church of the Lord of Storms as cardinal, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers. As he walked, Alger suddenly saw a familiar face. It was a middle-aged man wearing a formal suit, a bow tie, and glasses. He looked rather refined, but Alger knew very well that he was a believer of sea god Calvechua. He had once been a pirate, and now he was a merchant that did business with both the authorities and the underworld. "Long time no see, Ralph." Alger greeted the illegitimate child that had Loan, Faesak, and Rorstad mixed blood. Ralph was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't recognize the captain of the Blue Avenger. "Alger, our captain of the ghost ship?" After a few seconds, he asked in surprise. Alger smiled and said, "Did I change a lot?" Ralph frowned and replied, "Your temperament has changed a lot. It's even more like the ocean and dark clouds before a storm." Quite a keen eye, however. This is an act I'm deliberately showing. After consuming the ocean songster potion, if there wasn't such a change, I wouldn't seem like someone from the Church of the Lord of Storms. Alger sighed and said, "Because there are too many things to worry about. Now, it's all good, I've already been hired by the Church of the Lord of Storms." Ralph narrowed his eyes as a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. He laughed and said, "This is indeed a good thing, if there was no war." Alger glanced at the spot where Ralph had just come out and asked, "When did a new school appear here?" He could see at a glance that there were 4-story buildings, a cement field, a garden lawn, and many children happily playing. The children had dark skin, but some of them didn't have bronze skin like the locals. Their hair was only slightly curled, and it wasn't too obvious. Without a doubt, this group consisted of mixed-blood children. Ralph looked back and sighed with a smile. Didn't you donate money to my charity foundation? Under God's guidance, I established a few schools in several large cities on the island, specially providing education, 3 meals, and accommodation for these discriminated children. Our childhood was gloomy, and I don't want them to be the same. At the same time Ralph responded, Alger kept staring at the school. When Ralph was done speaking, Alger looked away and said, I thought you would have taken at least half of it. Ralph broke out into laughter. Seems like I left a terrible impression on you. How is it? What opinions do you have about this school? Alger sized him up and said, Do you think I've been to school before? He paused for a moment before saying, Which street is your charity foundation on? I might come to you for something in the future. Thinking that the other party had been hired by the Church of the Lord of Storms, Ralph didn't dare to expose his connection to the resistance. He chuckled and said, It's fine to donate, but you don't have to come for anything else. After giving the location of the charity foundation, Ralph returned home. He went up to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of a room. Lord Danitz, I have something to report. In the room, a deep and dignified voice replied, Come in. Dorian, who lived in a rented apartment, walked to the window. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened. The crimson moon would be full tonight, and the curse of the Abraham family would descend once again. It had been a while since he had shaved his beard. Around his mouth, on both sides of his cheeks and lower jaw, there was a white mustache growing. It appeared out of place with his middle-aged man's appearance. After looking for a while, Dorian bowed his head and recited in Jotun, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. After ending his prayer, he returned to his room and found a sofa to sit down. He waited for the crimson moon to rise and for the period when the spirituality was the strongest to arrive. At that moment, in the ancient palace above the gray fog, Klein had already taken his seat that belonged to the fool. He beckoned for a paper figurine. The paper figurine was surrounded by the power of Saphira Castle as it passed through Dorian's prayer light and landed on him. During this process, Klein deliberately didn't show any effects, allowing the angel to silently embrace Dorian. He felt that if Mr. Fool were to appear too bombastic, it would scare this ancient family's member, so he chose to keep a low profile. The waiting process was always tortuous. From time to time, Dorian would take out his pocket watch, click it open, and take a look. He wanted to know how long more before the full moon possessed its highest spirituality. This was something that could be inferred through the mysticism knowledge. Finally, when it was almost dawn, Dorian instinctively bent down to reduce the pain brought by the curse. However, as time passed, all he heard was complete silence. There were no buzzing ravings. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and shone on Dorian. He looked up in a daze and felt that the surroundings were serene, calm, and indifferent. Nothing abnormal happened. Dorian looked out of the window and saw the crimson moon. It was pure, dignified, gentle, and dreamy, as though it was hanging on his heart. After a moment of silence, Dorian lowered his head and took out his pocket watch. He raised his right hand and rubbed his eyes. He covered his face and didn't loosen his grip for a long time. The white mustache on his face gradually became messy, stained with tears and snot. Chapter 1209. 2 Choices. Inside the room, the crimson glow was like water that soaked every corner. Dorian slowly lifted his head and looked at the full moon outside the oriel window. He didn't look away for a long time, as if he was admiring a beautiful scenery for the first time. Phew, he let out a breath, stood up, and entered the bathroom. He turned on the tap, held up a mouthful of biting cold water, and splashed it hard on his face. After washing up, Dorian wiped his face with a towel and returned to the living room to sit on the sofa. He lowered his head and muttered piously, Praise be to Mr. Fool. After completing his prayer, he walked into the study, took out a pen and paper, and wrote to Furs. Quote, Please tell Mr. Gehrman Sparrow that I have confirmed his promise. I hope he can find a better way to resolve the curse. I will gather the other members of my family to discuss if I should use one of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in exchange for the box of the Great Old Ones. Here, let me introduce the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts so that Mr. Gehrman Sparrow will have sufficient time to consider which one he wants. One of them is called Scroll of God. It looks like an ordinary oil painting in a brass frame, but the content on it will change at random. When it shows different locations, the wielder can change the surroundings of the target, allowing the corresponding scene to descend. When it shows different figures, the wielder can allow those people to attack their targets with 1 target per figure. When it presents an abstract image that cannot be understood, different real effects will happen, and the only thing we know about the corresponding relationship is a very small portion. When it depicts doors, opening different doors, will move one to different places. There's no way to predict where the destination will be. It can be used to exile its target. When it shows the dark underground or deep cosmos, it will be extremely dangerous. It has to be sealed. If no one looks at it or takes in the marvel of the oil painting, then the person inside will come to life. They will reach out their hands from the oil painting, and slowly enter the real world. One must pay attention to this when sealing it. Once upon a time, when one of my family's branches were in charge of the scroll of God, there was a mistake. No one appreciated it for a full minute, and at that moment, it presented an image of an angel revolving around a deity. Then, the deity came alive and walked out of the oil painting. That branch of my family was destroyed just like that. There were only a few members remaining who had lost their minds, while that deity had gone somewhere unknown, but the painting was left behind. We had been worried for quite some time, afraid that the deity would destroy the world. Fortunately, he never appeared again. Perhaps he had already been noticed by the 7 deities and was dealt with. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this is a story made up by those who have lost their minds. However, for most of the members to have died overnight, with a small number going mad, that in itself implies enough. The other grade 0 sealed artifact is called Staff of the Stars. Its appearance is a black cane with embedded gems. While holding onto it, using corresponding scenes in your mind, one that truly exists and is still in existence, the staff will transport you directly to the destination, but you must be careful. The scene depicted must be absolutely correct. Every detail must be accurate. There cannot be any differences with the original. Otherwise, you will never know where your destination is. Similarly, while holding onto the Staff of the Stars, if some Beyonder powers or figures appear in your mind, this cane will reenact the corresponding powers in person. The latter will be a single attack. To achieve such an effect, one has to have sufficient understanding of the powers and figures. Otherwise, you have no idea what kind of anomaly will happen. Once, someone used the Staff of the Stars to release lightning storm, but he ended up turning himself into a frog. Recovery was only possible once the method to remove the curse was found. The Staff of the Stars is sufficiently hard and can be used to attack. A person struck by it will randomly mutate or suffer strange effects. Previously, I used the Staff of the Stars to hit a Beyonder from the Aurora Order. The left side of his body was moved outside a door, and his right side remained where it was. His organs splattered out as a result. The Staff of the Stars will randomly move about. If it isn't properly sealed, it might disappear at some point in time and escape your control. When holding it, one's head has to be empty most of the time. This is because once an image appears, it can trigger the effects I described in the beginning. If there's no one holding onto it, all sorts of abnormalities will happen around the Staff of the Stars. It's hard to predict what will happen. It has to be sealed. Burn upon reading. After writing the letter, Dorian read it several times to make sure that there was no mistake before stuffing it into an envelope and pasting a stamp on it. At that moment, in the ancient palace above the gray fog, through the prayer point of light, Klein had watched Dorian's entire process of writing the letter. I seem to have forgotten to tell him that he can pass the corresponding information to Gehrman Sparrow through Mr. Fool. That's good, too. I'll just treat this as a benefit of being a formal member of the Tarot Club. If every believer were to do this, I wouldn't be able to cope if I didn't leave any worms of spirit in Saphira Castle. Yes, this can also effectively maintain Mr. Fool's prestige. It will ensure that the Abrahams won't dare to belittle Mr. Fool. Klein mumbled before turning his attention onto the 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts. He once again confirmed that grade 0 sealed artifacts had severe negative effects and couldn't be used as common items. Of course, their powers had extremely terrifying and potent effects. They were worthy of the grade 0. In comparison, the Staff of the Stars is more suitable for me. I can get Miss Justice to hypnotize me in advance so that my subconscious thoughts won't appear in the form of an image or scene. Only by consciously willing it in my mind will I be able to form the outline of a scene. I wonder if the residents of the City of Silver will be able to leave the forsaken land of the gods with the Staff of the Stars in their hands by just outlining the scene of Backland's streets in their minds. But there's no way to hypnotize them before this. They haven't really seen Backland. Even if they restore the corresponding scene, it's difficult for them to accurately outline the details. Anyway, it's very troublesome, but I can give it a try and choose a volunteer who isn't afraid of death. If I can exchange for the staff of the stars, there's no need to rush to shatter it and turn it back into a characteristic. Who knows when it might come in handy? After all, the advancement ritual might not be completed. With the staff of the stars, I can deal with the dark demonic wolf and escape the forsaken land of the gods right under the dark angel's nose. This will give me a little more confidence, Klein sighed as he made his decision. At this moment, he discovered another truth. That was if some of the members of the Abraham family followed Dorian and switched faiths to Mr. Fool, then even if he returned the box of the Great Old Ones to them, it wouldn't be difficult to borrow it in the future. In other words, out of the 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, the Staff of the Stars, the Scroll of God, and the Box of the Great Old Ones, he would gain the right to use 2 of them and have ownership over 1. It's still very useful to develop believers. When the time comes, wouldn't the Abraham family become a subordinate faction of the Tarot Club? However, Dorian definitely won't spread the faith of the Fool so quickly unless some members are already on the brink of losing control, without the ability to resist the curse of the next full moon. For some reason, he felt that the power of the Tarot Club was expanding. He thought about it seriously and felt sad that he would have to respond to his believers 24 hours a day in the future. Only by becoming an angel and truly gaining ownership of Saphira Castle did he dare leave a few worms of spirit behind so as to resolve this problem. If that really doesn't work, I'll get a Rhodes to be my artificial intelligence customer service. Klein rubbed his temples and left the gray fog before returning to the forsaken land of the gods. Late at night, in the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, a huge sea monster quickly swam to its destination. This was the helper that Alger had requested from sea god Calvetua. At the level of an ocean songster, he was still unable to control a creature of such size. In truth, he could totally swim from by him, but that would be too tiring, and he wouldn't be able to resist any accidents. A few seconds later, the sea monster opened its mouth. Alger swam out and approached a beautiful coral thicket. After circling a few obstacles, a dark blue glow suddenly appeared in Alger's eyes. Through this dark blueness, he saw a beautiful coral palace. It was so real, but no one could see it unless there was a specific medium. Alger stared at it for a while before swimming forward. He came to the front of the palace and pushed open the door. The churning water came to a halt as Alger passed through the barrier and landed on the ground thanks to the wind. He looked around and saw that there were murals on both sides. The contents of these murals weren't surprising. The people with elven faces mainly focused on resisting the storm. However, Alger noticed that the ships weren't out at sea, but in the midst of a thick, nearly indestructible, blackness. This made Alger think of a phrase, abyss. This is somewhat similar to the abysses spoken in legends, but it's just a little similar, and there aren't any devils either. They seem to be coming from underground. These murals record the history of the elves. But they don't match the corresponding myths. The world said that each elvish word corresponds to a first-generation elf. As Alger pondered, he walked towards the 9 steps ahead. As he drew closer, he saw 2 thrones and a dark blue crystalline coral. On the coral branches, silver bolts of lightning flashed, illuminating the surroundings. Alger held his breath as he slowed down his pace and went up the stairs to the throne. He extended his right hand solemnly and picked up the coral. With a splashing sound, the seawater outside the palace suddenly churned. As for the coral, under the cover of a dark blueness, it gradually turned illusory and merged into Alger's body. Lightning bolts bloomed one after another like flower petals. Chapter 12:10, Moon City. In the forsaken land of the gods, at night when the frequency of lightning was very low, a few humanoid creatures cautiously approached a meatball with 6 legs and more than 10 eyes. They were wrapped in animal skins or clothes with materials that couldn't be identified. With the help of a few lanterns, they passed through the endless darkness with heavy expressions. On their faces, there were about 10 to 20 tumors. Some of their eyes were nearly squeezed together, while others didn't have a nose, with only a black hole in that place. After a series of intense battles, they managed to successfully finish off the monster and split into 2 groups. One group guarded the surroundings, and another group reaped the spoils of war. During this process, the man with many meat tumors on his face dissected the monster's corpse. When he was searching for edible parts, he suddenly stopped. "Otto, what's the matter?" the woman without a nose asked curiously. The man named Otto slowly retracted his right hand and revealed an item he had found from the monster. It was a stone-carved amulet covered with marks of corrosion. The man, whose eyes were nearly squeezed together, seemed to understand the reason and hesitated to finish his sentence. Otto surveyed the area and said, "Shin, Russ, this was given to my father when I was young. On the day I became an adult, he felt that he could no longer control himself. He chose to leave the city and enter the depths of the darkness. When Shin and Russ heard that, they fell silent for a moment. They could understand Audle's feelings. This was a common occurrence in Moon City. As there was no safe edible food, they could only pick the mutated plant fruits and collect the flesh of monsters to maintain their survival. This resulted in the accumulation of toxins and madness in the body. After a decline in their physical conditions, they would either die quickly or gradually lose control. In order to not cause any damage to the surroundings and city, those who were part of the latter would often arrange everything after sensing that their conditions weren't right. With a torch and a small amount of food, they would leave the defensive perimeter and wander into the eternal darkness alone, never to return. The residents of Moon City could imagine what would happen to them. They would either be killed by monsters or become monsters. There was no other possibility. After 7 to 8 seconds of silence, the woman without a nose hesitantly said, "Perhaps, this is the monster that killed your father. It has a belt made of animal skin wrapped around it." Audle's voice gradually lowered. He picked up the dagger made of bone and forcefully inserted it, cutting out a relatively normal piece of flesh. Amidst the silence, the members of the hunting team completed their harvest skillfully until Russ, whose eyes were nearly squeezed together, suddenly said in a deep voice, "There are more and more deformities amongst the newborn." The price of accumulating toxins and madness for generations wasn't as simple as reducing their average life expectancy. The people who still had normal physical conditions were gradually experiencing some mutations, just like Audle, who had many tumors on his face. Similarly, the toxins and madness could also be passed down to their descendants, causing mutations to appear. Russ and Shin from the hunting team were examples. Their lives would be even shorter, making it easier for them to lose control and mutate. The more abnormalities there were, the more obvious the implications were. The hunting teams knew very well that it might not take more than 2 to 3 generations before the residents of Moon City would lose control before they fully grew up or have children. When that happened, even if there was no external attack, Moon City would quickly be destroyed, leaving behind only stone buildings and murals to prove their existence. "I hope the High Priest and the others can find a new direction." Audle stood up with a lantern in hand as he answered weakly. In the past 2 to 3,000 years, it wasn't as if Moon City hadn't found a way to escape their current predicament. They had sent out teams of exploration teams that headed deep into the darkness. Some returned after suffering serious setbacks, with nothing to show for their efforts. Some disappeared into the boundless darkness, and nothing was heard from them ever again. In addition, at a distance away, to the east of Moon City, was a grayish-white fog that blotted out the sky and land. They were like invisible barriers that not only blocked one's vision, but also prevented any living beings from passing through. The residents of Moon City once believed that this was a place of hope. They believed that the area covered by the grayish-white fog was a normal country. They believed that the other side of the gray fog was a land that wasn't cursed. They attempted to enter the grayish-white fog again and again, but all their attempts failed. They had dug a long passageway, hoping to pass through the invisible barrier by going underground. However, the region deep underground was also covered in grayish-white fog. They tried ways to obtain the ability of flight before attempting to cross the barrier at high altitudes, but they didn't manage to see the top of the grayish-white fog before they were struck by lightning. They mobilized the powers of all the demigods and sealed artifacts, attacking the target again and again. Over the past 2 to 3,000 years, the cumulative attacks they performed failed to disperse the invisible barrier at all. Upon hearing Captain Audle's words, the members of the hunting team felt hopeless and sad. It was as though they were sliding down the edge of the abyss, but were unable to save themselves. The deformed ones were people who found it difficult to control their emotions. At that moment, they more or less felt like they were suppressing something in their hearts, eager to unleash it. In Moon City, a deformed person wasn't allowed to become a Beander or join the hunting teams 200 to 300 years ago. They could only do harvesting work. However, as their manpower dwindled, the High Priest and the rest of the higher-ups relaxed the restrictions. "Let's go. This bit of food isn't enough." Audle looked around, carrying lanterns as he walked deeper into the darkness. They didn't take the risk of extinguishing the fire, causing monsters to surge out in the darkness, as they might not be able to deal with them. In such a quiet and suffocating environment, the members of the Moon City's hunting team couldn't help but have the feeling that they were enveloped in an endless darkness. It was as though it was impossible to find hope regarding the present situation of Moon City, and the amount of time the lanterns in their hands could burn was decreasing. When the last trace of light dissipated, they would be silently devoured by the darkness. As they walked, a faint yellow light suddenly appeared in Audle's eyes. It was a glow that didn't belong to the hunting team. This bit of light immediately shone into the eyes of all the members of the hunting team, filling their pupils. Audle, Xin, Russ, and company couldn't help but widen their eyes as they felt a deep sense of shock. During their lifetime, there had never been any fires that came from external sources in the history of Moon City after the cataclysm. Indeed, many monsters possessed the powers of fire or the sun domain, but before attacking, they were all hidden in the darkness without revealing any hint of light. And now, a fiery glow appeared deep in the darkness. Audle, Xin, and Russ trembled slightly as they thought for a long time but couldn't think of an answer. They quickly recalled the hunting arrangements and confirmed that it was impossible for residents of Moon City to be nearby. Since the fiery glow didn't belong to Moon City, where did it come from? The entire hunting team slowed down. They were shocked, surprised, curious, fearful, worried, and terrified. They had also discovered some destroyed cities and knew that any abnormalities in the darkness could be fatal. Be alert. Audle finally snapped out of his daze and gave the order. The hunting team immediately took up a battle formation, waiting for the faint yellow light to approach. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Every second was slow. Finally, after the fiery glow grew bigger, a figure appeared. A figure? There's only one person. The members of the Moon City hunting team held their breaths. It seemed like, maybe, perhaps, they might have a chance of seeing an outsider. 2,000 to 3,000 years had passed, and finally, someone else had stepped foot on this land. They were not the only ones left in this abandoned world. As for who could travel through endless darkness and reach this place, Audle and company lacked experience, so they had no way of guessing. As the fiery glow became bigger and more obvious, the hunting team members gradually saw the figure. It was a slim young man. He had black hair and brown eyes, and his expression was cold. He was neither a deformed person nor had he any abnormal changes. He wore a strange hat and strange clothes. He held a lantern made of special materials as he walked over from the darkness. The light of his lantern was even brighter than the combined light of the hunting team. It made the surrounding darkness fade rapidly. It didn't take long before the light shone on the bodies of the likes of Audle, Xin, and Russ. The figure stopped and looked at the Moon City hunting team. He asked in a low voice, "Where are you from?" He spoke Jotun. His eyes are clear, and he can communicate. Audle opened his mouth, stopping his subconscious urge to reply. He asked in return, "Who are you?" The figure with the glass lantern replied calmly, "Gehrman Sparrow." After half a year of traveling and overcoming one difficult obstacle after another, Klein's spiritual intuition finally told him that he was finally reaching his destination. And he had also encountered the first batch of living people in his trip across the forsaken land of the gods. "Where did you come from?" Audle kept his guard up and pressed. Klein swept his gaze across their faces and said without a change in tone, "I came from the City of Silver. And also from a land beyond the Cursed Lands." Upon hearing this answer, all the members of the hunting team were in a daze. They suspected whether they were expecting too much, causing them to hallucinate. In the autumn of 1351, Backland, in the midst of the war. Ever since Fainapotter declared war on Lowen, the war that had been going on for some time had finally lost its balance. Lowen and its allies, Lindbergh, Maasen, and Seeger, had lost a large amount of territory, leaving only the last few lines of defense that they defended with great difficulty. They were on the brink of being overrun. When she saw the long line of people at the food distribution center through the carriage window, Audrey slowly retracted her gaze and said to her personal maidservant, "Annie, turn towards St. Samuel Cathedral." Chapter 12:11. Unimaginable. As the carriage drove slowly along the road, Audrey's gaze subconsciously looked out the window. Many passers-by stood by the roadside, staring at the horse that was pulling the carriage. Their eyes seemed to be emitting a greedy glint as they, the lucky ones, successfully collected their food. They ran through the streets surreptitiously and headed for home. A team of policemen in black and white checkered uniforms were patrolling the streets. They had revolvers by their waists and batons in their hands, means to deter anyone from wanting to take risks. "Recently, we don't even dare to go on the streets alone," the personal maidservant, Annie, whispered to her. Audrey nodded slightly but didn't respond. After a while, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street and stopped at the square in front of St. Samuel Cathedral. The flock of pigeons that were usually here was nowhere to be seen. The Lowen Charity Bursary Foundation, as well as the subsequent establishment of the Lowen Poverty Relief Foundation and the Lowen Medical Charity Foundation, had all moved from 22 Phelps Street to a few small rooms in the cathedral. This was because the buildings that they were originally housed in had collapsed due to the previous airstrike. To the staff of these 3 foundations, it was a harrowing memory. If they hadn't left 22 Phelps Street in advance due to different reasons, they would have long been killed. After alighting from the carriage and walking through the main door, Audrey saw a black-haired, brown-eyed girl with a rather thin face approach. Before the other party could speak, she said, "Melissa, is there any more food that can be distributed?" Melissa shook her head solemnly. "Even those injured soldiers who we provided relief for can't receive enough food." Audrey's green eyes dimmed. She didn't show her helplessness or weakness as she nodded slightly. "I will think of a way. From the City of Silver. From a land beyond the cursed lands." Gehrman Sparrow's words echoed in the ears of the Moon City hunting team members, Otto, Shin, and Russ. It made them feel like they were in a dream, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Just as Otto gradually regained his senses and was thinking about what to say when Shin, who was born without a nose, inundated Klein with a series of questions. "Where is the City of Silver? What does it look like? How far is it from here? How many normal people are there outside the cursed area?" Klein glanced at her and replied in an emotionless voice, "The City of Silver is located on the other side of the cursed lands. They discovered a type of plant that can be eaten normally called black-faced grass. This has allowed them to maintain their kind's stability and effectively explore the depths of the darkness in a bid to find a way to leave. They recently found some mushrooms. These mushrooms can use monsters as nutrients, forming all kinds of fruits that do not contain toxins and madness. The City of Silver has gone one step further in escaping the madness. Once the newborns become adults, they wouldn't easily lose control even at old age." These words made Otto, Shin and company feel lost, as though their own persistent efforts had no meaning. The City of Silver described by Gehrman Sparrow was the most beautiful scene they could imagine, yet, it was something so easily possessed by others. "Are there any deformed newborns?" Shin asked in a dreamy tone. "Almost none. Will their parents walk into the depths of the darkness by themselves when their physical condition deteriorates? No, when they become old." Otto subconsciously pressed. Wearing a black trench coat, a top hat, and holding a lantern, Klein replied, "No. Because they are burdened with the curse of killing their own kin. If a life cannot be ended by the hands of a blood relative, they will turn into a terrifying evil spirit or monster." The members of the hunting team in Moon City finally found a sense of reality. Their hearts felt like they were slowly rising in warm water as bubbles slowly emerged. These bubbles were weak, empty, and easily pricked. There was nothing inside, but they shimmered with something called hope and light. Russ, whose eyes were nearly squeezed together, couldn't help but repeat the question. Klein looked at them with a complicated expression. "They are basically normal. They do not need to be constantly worried about monsters attacking them. They don't have to be afraid of being in the darkness. They don't go crazy after growing old. They aren't burdened by all kinds of curses. They see sunlight every day when they wake up, with sufficiently normal food. Every night, the crimson moon rises. However, all of this is being destroyed now," Klein silently added in his heart. This time, Otto, Shin, and Russ were somewhat at a loss. This was because they found Gehrman Sparrow's description as something imaginable, but also seemingly unimaginable. It was just like when they were reading the few ancient books remaining. They could get the spirit of the matter but found it hard to truly understand certain contexts. They had no idea what the sun and what the crimson moon were. However, to have normal food every day without the burden of various curses, the worry of monster attacks or darkness, and the lack of going crazy in old age was a beautiful dream they yearned for day and night. There's such a place in this world. Is this what heaven, as recorded in the ancient books, is? Was this land really cursed? The members of the Moon City hunting team fell silent once again. One of them opened their mouth but was at a loss as to what to ask. Someone wanted to bring Gehrman Sparrow back to Moon City and inform the High Priest of the news, wanting to inform everyone, but he was afraid of attracting danger. During this process, they didn't let down their guard or vigilance. Klein wasn't the least bit surprised with their attitude. Instead, he felt that this was the reaction a civilization that could last to this day in the forsaken land of the gods ought to have. With the lantern in hand, he took a step to the left, attempting to walk around the humans who were dressed in strange materials or animal skins, and he continued heading east. Regardless of what story these people had, whether it was worth helping them in passing, he planned to wait until he began his investigations before listening and considering things. This was because his spiritual intuition told him that his destination wasn't far, and that the legendary West Continent was just 2 to 3 hours away on foot. The moment he took a step forward, Otto and company immediately bent their backs, bracing themselves to defend an attack. However, they didn't manage to see Gehrman Sparrow approach them. They watched as he walked more than 10 meters to the left and continued heading forward. Seeing this young man dressed in strange black clothes and a strange black hat, with a strange and transparent lantern gradually distancing himself from them, the dim yellow light grew weaker and weaker. Otto's face, which was covered in tumors, changed. He shouted loudly, "Who exactly are you?" Klein didn't turn around. Instead, he held the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light and walked deeper into the darkness. He said in a regular tone, "A missionary. A person to spread my lord's brilliance." Otto, Shin, and company looked at each other, their expressions filled with confusion. They hesitated for a long while, but when there was only a small trace of the dim yellow light left, they instinctively took a step forward and followed behind Klein. They didn't dare to approach him, nor did they want to have him leave their sight. They carried the food they had procured, as though they were monitoring and chasing him in a defensive manner. As for Klein, he walked at an adequate speed, not waiting for them or attempting to shake them off. Just like that, both sides walked in silence under the sparse lightning. At some point in time, Russ and another hunting team had left the main group. They held the animal hide lantern and the food they had obtained and turned around, silently disappearing into the endless darkness. Seconds changed to minutes before Klein finally stopped. Using the lightning that streaked across the sky, he saw a grayish-white fog a few hundred meters away. The mist was connected to the land and extended all the way into the sky, as though it didn't have an apex. At the same time, the fog extended to the two sides without any end. Klein looked at it intently for a long time. Even though there were partitions of darkness, he slowly raised his head. After the second bolt of lightning calmed down, he looked away. Behind the fog or inside it is the disappeared Western Continent. As he thought with a heavy heart, he couldn't help but slow down his breathing. He carried the lantern and continued forward until the dim yellow light emitted a solidified mist. There was no need for him to make any other attempts. From his intuition as a seer, he could tell that the grayish-white fog was an invisible barrier that couldn't be passed through by conventional means. He thought for a moment and stretched out his right hand to scratch at the darkness in front of him again and again. After doing it 4 to 5 consecutive times, Klein pulled out a black cane with many gems embedded in it. This was the Staff of the Stars, a terrifying sealed artifact known as 0 to 62 that had been swapped using the box of the Great Old Ones. Of course, all he did was summon the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. This way, even if there were unnecessary scenes that appeared in his mind, he could use the removal of the historical void projection to stop any corresponding dangers that appeared in a timely manner. To a scholar of yore, this was the best way to regularly use a grade 0 sealed artifact. However, this limited the effects and was something that couldn't exceed 3 minutes at the moment. Furthermore, there was a certain difference with the original version when it came to their effects. Using a marionette to hold the Staff of the Stars wasn't the best way to avoid any negative effects. This was because a marionette needed to be controlled, and any control had a high chance of transmitting scenes. Of course, if he engaged in a battle he was prepared for, Klein wouldn't have done so. This was because it would occupy one of his 3 precious summoning spots. Furthermore, although the Staff of the Stars belonged to him, it was only in a state of forced ownership, and it remained in a sealed state. Furthermore, the Grade 0 sealed artifact had a rather high level. It was impossible for Klein to successfully summon it at once, so it usually took him 3 to 6 attempts. In a fierce battle, it would require plenty of chances, nothing simple. And it was precisely because of this that when he was prepared to perform, he would hypnotize himself in advance. By using the Staff of the Stars in a special state, he would preserve the ability to summon historical void images like Miss Messenger, Mr. Azek, Ma'am Ariana, Will Osepton, and other familiar angels. Holding the black staff that was embedded with various gems, a scene of the door slowly opening appeared in Klein's mind. The gems on the staff flashed with a faint glow as the grayish-white fog quickly outlined a door that wasn't sufficiently real. The door opened silently, and behind it was still a gray fog. Door opening doesn't work. Although he wasn't surprised by the outcome, he was still a little disappointed. He thought for a moment and decided to switch tactics. However, just as he was thinking about it, the Staff of the Stars automatically activated as the corresponding scene appeared. Chapter 12:12, Spreading Radiance. Just now, as Klein was thinking of a solution, an image naturally came to mind. The clouds in the 2 mountains began to boil rapidly as they spread out to the left and right, revealing a crack whose bottom couldn't be seen. The orange-red rays of the sunset filled it and formed a corporeal path. This was a scene created when blasphemer Aemon entered the projection of the giant king's court, and just as he felt that he didn't know enough about the corresponding powers and planned on switching to another method. The red, green, blue, and transparent gems on the staff of the stars had already begun to emit a faint glow as they automatically activated. The solidified grayish-white fog was similarly boiling, but it wasn't that intense. They were churning backward as they parted, but the area right in front of him remained an endless grayish-white mass. There was no end to it. Klein sighed in his heart. As he focused on controlling his thoughts, he made other attempts. In the past 3 minutes, he had tried hard at least 10 times. 7 times were of his own will, while 3 times were him venting out, but he was ultimately unable to open the invisible barrier. Indeed, normal methods don't work. With a flick of his wrist, he allowed the historical projection of 0 to 62, which was close to its limit, to disappear from the real world. He stared at the silent grayish-white fog and didn't move for about a minute. It was as if he had turned into a statue. Finally, Klein closed his eyes and looked away. Holding the lantern in his hand, he walked towards the nearby humans who were watching. He didn't plan on making blind attempts, because there was a high chance that he wouldn't succeed. He planned on asking the people who had stood guard in the vicinity for 2,000 to 3,000 years. It was obvious that these ancient survivors had explored the grayish-white fog. He wanted to see if he could find inspiration from their years of experience. Based on Klein's assumption, the humans would definitely react excessively towards him, so he had already prepared the corresponding powers to allow them to speak to him calmly. However, when he looked at the light of dusk on both sides of the lantern, he realized that the uglier deformed humans were staring at him with their mouths agape. They looked confused and shocked, as if they had temporarily lost their ability to think. Klein frowned slightly. In the darkness, he walked unhurriedly to the ancient survivors and stopped about 2 to 3 meters away. "What do you know about this fog?" Klein asked in Jotun with a deep voice. The language that could stir the powers of nature didn't have any differences because of geography. There was only a slight difference in the accent, but it wasn't much. If the original version was modified, there was a chance its effects in ritualistic magic would be lost. It was only when Gehrman Sparrow raised the question that Otto seemed to snap out of his daze. His lips quivered as he answered in an ambiguous tone, We have never caused the fog to change before." Just now, Gehrman Sparrow had caused the fog to boil like water and part to the sides. This scene had really frightened them, as though they were witnessing a miracle. The 2,000 to 3,000 years of hard work from numerous generations of Moon City inhabitants were inferior to a person holding a staff with an attempt that didn't last more than 200 heartbeats. This was also the main reason why they had given up on resisting when Gehrman Sparrow approached them. They instinctively believed that, no matter how they avoided him, it would be to no avail. After 2 seconds of silence, Klein continued asking, "Do you have any corresponding records?" At this moment, Otto understood what Gehrman Sparrow meant. He hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded. Yes, however, only the high priest and the others would frequently look through it. Wearing a black trench coat and half-top hat, Klein thought for a moment and suddenly reached out to pull out an item from the void. It was a cross covered in bronze, with several sharp spikes protruding out from it. It was the historical image of the ancient sun god's unshadowed crucifix. With the cross in hand, Klein raised it a little higher and aimed it at the ancient survivors. Pure, bright, and warm light bloomed, dispersing the darkness around them and illuminating them. Their combat experience made them instinctively attempt to defend themselves, but their actions stopped midway through the process. The brightness and warmth wasn't something a bonfire could compare with. This made the remaining members of the Moon City hunting team recall the deities described by the ancient books and the high priest. They were deities who emitted boundless light and brought boundless warmth. Under the illumination of the bright, pure light, a distorted, struggling illusionary black gas that seemed to have a life of its own began to boil from the bodies of Otto, Shin, and company, quickly rising and dissipating. The members of the Moon City hunting team felt their bodies become more relaxed, and the pressure within their souls disappeared. After purging the cumulative corruption and ailments of their bodies, Klein shook his wrist slightly, causing the unshadowed crucifix to disappear in front of him. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed another cane that looked an ordinary wooden color. This was the former City of Silver's sealed artifact, Life's Cane. Although he had already sacrificed it to the Evernight goddess, as long as it was once owned by a scholar of yore, it would only accompany them in a different way. With Life's Cane in hand, Klein took a few steps forward and used the end of the Came to tap the leader of Moon City's hunting team. The experience from before made Otto unable to dodge. The tumors on his face began to crack as pus flowed, faded, and disappeared. In the end, there wasn't even a single scar left. From the looks of his team members, Otto knew that he had undergone a change. He hesitantly raised his right hand and touched his face. From top to bottom and back up again, he kept repeating it. During this process, he realized that he was in an unprecedented healthy state, one that was better than when he first became an adult. Klein didn't look at him. He took a step diagonally and used life's cane to treat the rest of the ancient survivors. With Otto as an example, Xin and the others were on their guard and alert as they accepted contact with the cane, and they felt that they had obtained a new lease of life. Amongst them, the two deformed beings who were easily emotional couldn't help but tear up. Unfortunately, I can't treat natural defects. Mental illnesses can be treated, but some crazy tendencies can't be treated. Klein retracted his right hand and let the historical projection of life's cane disappear. He walked to his original spot and turned around. He looked at the ancient survivors and said, "I'm not here to destroy, but to spread the radiance of my Lord, bringing light and warmth. Go back and tell your leader that I'm here. If he's willing, he can come over." He didn't attempt to find out where the gathering point of these ancient survivors was, nor did he plan on going there directly. This would trigger the strongest form of resistance and vigilance. Hence, giving them the choice was the most suitable solution. At that moment, Otto, Xin, and the others were already shocked by Gehrman Sparrow's constant pulling out of mystical items. They felt that they were walking into a miracle and had already been cleansed by the divine light, allowing their physical condition to recover to its optimum state. It even exceeded their peak. "All right." A few seconds later, Otto responded. Just as they turned around and prepared to return to Moon City, flames lit up from the depths of the darkness as they rapidly approached. The leader was an old man wearing a dark brown beast hide. His hair was gray and unkempt, and his face was full of real cracks. "High Priest." After recognizing the other party, Xin blurted out. It was none other than Moon City's High Priest, Nim. Behind Nim followed Russ and the other members of the hunting team who had returned to the city ahead of time, as well as several other high-sequence beyonders. Nim nodded at Otto, Xin, and the rest before walking to the front of the group. Looking at the man who claimed to be a missionary, Gehrman Sparrow, he crossed his arms and bowed. "Honorable guest, I am Moon City's High Priest, Nim. Moon City once belonged to vampires, but that civilization had been destroyed in ancient times. Afterwards, we accepted the orders of the great sun god, the Lord who created everything, and we moved here to watch the grayish-white fog and make the corresponding attempts. That continued on even though the land was cursed and the Lord didn't respond to us. To date, 3,722 years have passed." Chapter 12:13. The Eternally Imperturbable Fog. 3. 722 years, indeed, they were sent here when the ancient sun god was still alive, with the City of Silver's continued survival in the darkness for more than 2,000 years as a reference. Klein easily confirmed the words of Moon City's High Priest. He nodded slightly and asked, "Are you guarding this fog to prevent any anomalies from happening to it?" The High Priest of Moon City, who was wrapped in dark brown beast hide, Nim, shook his head. "The revelation that the Lord gave us was to guard the area all day. We needed to know if anyone walks out of the fog. Walks out of the fog, the ancient sun god had a premonition that a person would walk out of this fog. If the other side of the fog is really the Western continent, does this mean that there might still be life and civilization in it?" When Klein heard this, an indescribable palpitation struck his heart, but he deeply realized a certain reality. Amon's father, the second creator, was actually unable to open this grayish-white fog, and even needed to send people here to watch over it. Is there a specific method needed to pass through this invisible barrier? Mr. Hanged Man mentioned before that the Queen of Calamity, Kahinam, said that an incantation or command might be needed. Also, the premise is that the Western continent has already resurfaced. As Klein looked at the High Priest with deep lines on his face, he said without batting an eyelid, "I believe they have already introduced me to you. I'm a missionary. I have come to this land to spread the light of the Lord." The High Priest of Moon City, Nim, maintained his composure and used his gray eyes that were the same color as his long hair to look at Klein. "Your Excellency, which existence do you believe in?" Klein instinctively wanted to answer directly, but considering his identity as a missionary that he had set for himself previously, he held back his shame. With the ability of a clown, he controlled his facial muscles and revealed a slightly fanatical expression. "Please permit me to introduce you to my lord, the savior of this land, the great Mr. Fool. The fool, Moon City's high priest, Nim, and the others didn't expect to hear such a word. For a moment, they found it strange, but for some reason, they felt that there was an infinite philosophy hidden within. Finally, their attention was focused on the description. The savior of this land. Nim couldn't help but turn his head to look at Adel and the rest, observing their radiant faces. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he knew very well that this was a result of the cleansing of the toxin and corruption accumulated within their bodies. Furthermore, the members of the hunting team had also been given excellent treatment. If he hadn't seen this group of young people grow up and remembered how they looked before the changes, he definitely wouldn't dare to confirm that they were residents of Moon City. Seeing the high priest look over, Adel immediately said excitedly, "His Excellency Sparrow prayed for a deity's blessing to save us. Yes, we saw light. We felt warmth." Shin, who was without a nose, added. After the catharsis, she had unknowingly developed a certain belief towards the Lord that German Sparrow mentioned. Compared to the Creator who had never responded to prayers and ignored the suffering that Moon City faced, this existence was more like a deity. Russ and another member of the hunting team that went back to Moon City to inform the high priest looked covetously at their former companions. They were both envious and had a yearning for the new life they had obtained. The high priest, Nim, retracted his gaze and looked at German Sparrow, who was wearing strange clothes and a strange hat. "Is the great Mr. Fool a deity in this world?" "No, from outside this cursed land." Klein nodded solemnly and slowly. "Then, what about the great sun god who created everything?" Nim hesitated for a moment before asking the question he desired answers to the most. Klein changed his tone to that of a charlatan and said, "The kings betrayed that existence. Blood, anger, foulness, and shadows began to flow across this land, triggering a huge calamity." Nim's pupils dilated slightly, as if he wanted to absorb more light to see the world in front of him. With great difficulty, he tried his best to suppress something and asked, "Are you saying that the Lord perished because of this?" Not only did he perish, but his flesh and blood were also eaten by the traitors. This piece of land was cursed as a result. Taking advantage of the fact that he was in the forsaken land of the gods, Klein boldly said this. He didn't deliberately distinguish the Amen brothers from the other 6 kings of angels. He planned on making the residents of Moon City believe that all the kings of angels were traitors. This way, they wouldn't be fooled by Amen in the future. Over the past half a year of traveling and the various experiments he undertook, he was convinced that the forsaken land of the gods really was sealed. Or rather, it was isolated from the outside world. The only point of contact was either the exit of the giant king's court, or something at the level of Saphira Castle. Therefore, using the staff of the stars here allowed him to move within the confines of the cursed land. He was unable to head to the scenes in the outside world as outlined in his mind. In addition, the box of the Great Old Ones was even suppressed and isolated for its historical projection. The moment the summoning succeeded, the projection would immediately be devoured by the environment. It was completely useless. This made him suspect that even the 3rd level of the box of the Great Old Ones was a little dangerous for true deities such as the true Creator. Upon hearing German Sparrow's words, the body of the High Priest of Moon City, Nim, trembled slightly as his pockmarked face instantly turned ashen. The faces of the Beyonders behind him changed as well. It was as if they had suffered an extremely serious blow. One even showed signs of losing control. Seeing this, Klein reached out his hand again and pulled out Life's cane from the void, allowing it to fly through the air and accurately tap the target. The signs of the Beyonders losing control immediately vanished. His forehead was covered in sweat as if he had just overcome a major illness. Following the removal of the historical projection, Life's cane quickly faded away. As for the Beyonders of Moon City, they finally managed to break free from the grievous news. Some of them were filled with suspicion and disbelief, and others were whimpering softly. Some looked at German Sparrow with a lost look, as though he was their final hope. At some point in time, Nim's eyes had already closed. 2 or 3 seconds later, he opened them again and looked at German Sparrow. "What else do you have to ask?" In less than a minute, he looked like he had aged considerably. His body was beginning to show signs of decay and depression. However, it wasn't completely without hope. It was as if the trees were rotting away, but they were beginning to give birth to new lives. Klein half turned and pointed at the coagulated gray fog with the lantern in his hand. "Since when did you begin attempting to open this screen? What did you achieve?" Nim said frankly, "In the beginning, it was the Lord's revelation. While he wanted us to watch over it, He also wanted us to think of a way to pass through the fog. After the land was cursed, we used this to mainly guide us so as to seek hope. However, we ultimately didn't achieve anything concrete. No matter what method we used, the solidified mist didn't react. Upon saying that, he hesitated and said, "It's not that there's no reaction, but it wasn't the reaction we wanted." Klein instantly saw hope and maintained his normal speaking pace as he asked, "What was the reaction?" Seeing that the high priest was somewhat hesitant and not answering immediately, Xin took the initiative to say, "High priest, His Excellency Sparrow has already parted a portion of the fog, a depth deeper than what we managed over the past 2 to 3,000 years. Nim couldn't help but look deeply at Gehrman Sparrow before saying, "More than 1,730 years ago, the high priest back then was inspired by the cruel fact that Moon City had failed to achieve anything in the past 2,000 years. He felt that we couldn't treat this fog as a seal that needed to be broken through. Instead, it was to be treated as a great existence. He designed the honorific name, prayer stanza, and the corresponding symbols for this fog. He held repeated rituals here, attempting communication, and praying. This is a train of thought that no normal person would have thought of. I didn't think of it just now. Indeed, after all these years, there must have been many people with strange ideas in Moon City. 3,000 years of time isn't for nothing." Klein sighed inwardly as he nodded slightly. "Was there any feedback after that?" With a nasal grunt as confirmation, Nim replied, "There was at one point when the high priest changed the first sentence of the honorific name to, 'the eternally imperturbable fog.' Then, during the subsequent ritual, he vaguely heard a series of voices coming from deep within the fog. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear it clearly no matter how hard he tried, making it impossible to interpret it. From then on, the rituals we held were uncountable. We realized that a response wasn't always guaranteed. Even if there was a response, it might not be a timely one. We needed to wait patiently." As the thoughts raced through his mind, Klein asked, "How many times does it roughly take to succeed?" "There are no patterns. Sometimes, we succeed at once. Sometimes, we might not receive any feedback after a month," Nim said with a sigh. "We have made many alterations, but they were all useless." "Did you hear what those voices said afterward?" Klein asked. "No, maybe our sequence isn't high enough or we are still lacking in strength." Nim shook his head. "If that's the reason, I can give it a try." After hesitating for a few seconds, he politely asked, "May you hold the correct ritual again? I would like to hear those voices." This kind of politeness was something Nim couldn't refuse, nor did he dare to refuse. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Sure, but many of the materials are in Moon City. You need to wait for some time." After some thought, Klein asked, "Have you used those materials before?" "Yes," Nima answered in confusion. Klein nodded indifferently. "Let's just hold it now. Tell me, when was the last time you used those materials and where they were nearby?" Chapter 12:14. Voice. After hearing the high priest's reply, Klein held his lantern and walked 20 to 30 steps to the right, parallel to the grayish-white fog. Then, he half closed his eyes as though he was sensing something. This made the Moon City Beyonders behind him not dare to make a sound, afraid of disturbing the oracle. After 4 to 5 seconds, Klein stretched out his right hand and slowly grabbed the air ahead. An altar made of stone dropped into the real world. On it were 3 candles made of oil and 7 to 8 spiritual materials. As a sequence for demigod, Nim was taken aback. He found it difficult to believe his eyes. Previously, he had seen Gehrman Sparrow take out his cane to treat his companion. He had only believed that Gehrman Sparrow possessed the powers of space or had received the favor of Mr. Fool. But now, his judgment had been completely overturned. This was because he found the altar, the few candles, and the spiritual materials very familiar. They were all used by him once. He actually managed to create something that I've used before. Is this a power that comes from history, a power that comes from time? Nim recalled the content of the remnant tomes in Moon City, and his understanding of demigods as he came to a preliminary guess. At that moment, Klein turned around and looked at the high priest. Nim quietly drew a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of the likes of the Adel, Shin, and Russ, he walked to the altar and created a wall of spirituality. After taking a look at the symbols, labels, and patterns engraved on the altar and confirming that there were no problems, he followed the process that had been engraved into his memories, and he began the ritual with great familiarity. In the end, he bowed his head and chanted in a low voice. The eternally imperturbable fog, a barrier frozen in space-time. The existence that contains everything. Before the prayer ended, Klein had already placed his attention on the grayish-white fog, hoping to hear sounds coming from deep within. For this, he had secretly controlled the large number of monster marionettes that walked in the surrounding darkness to separate. He spaced them out at a certain distance, hoping that he wouldn't miss any suspicious traces. However, he didn't notice anything unusual until the ritual was completed. After waiting for a while more, Klein cast his gaze at the High Priest of Moon City, Nim, and said calmly, "One more time." Backland, Empress Burrow, in the Hall family's study. After receiving permission, Audrey pushed open the door and walked in. Her father, Earl Hall, and her brother, Hibbert, were discussing some matters. "Oh, baby, you don't look too well." Earl Hall cast his gaze towards the door. Audrey didn't act as she forced a smile and said, "There's a huge lack of food at the Poverty Relief Foundation. I would like to collect more. I visited many nobles today, but they told me that there's no more food left. It's the same even if I offered to buy it with gold pounds." When these words were said, the nobles were either in a parlor or at a spot specially used for high tea. In front of them were high-quality black tea and many exquisite desserts. From time to time, they would invite Audrey to evaluate their dessert chef's culinary skills. Their servants had rosy cheeks, and they took very light footsteps. They didn't make a sound to prevent disturbing their guests. The current situation, Earl Hall sighed when he heard that. Audrey thought for a moment and said seriously, "Father, I remember that there should be quite a lot of food at home. Can I buy some of that with money?" "Audrey, you've already done too much. There's no need for you to do more," Hibbert Hall said with a frown. As for Audrey, she only looked at her father and didn't respond to her elder brother's words. Earl Hall's expression that had relaxed after seeing his daughter became serious again. "Audrey, the prerequisite for charity is not to affect your and your family's life. This is a principle I wish for you to remember." Audrey, who was wearing a long, golden white dress, relaxed her eyebrows and said sincerely, "Father, the amount of food we have stored at home is enough to last everyone in this house for an entire year, or even more. Besides, there's also a lot of food over in East Chester County." As Winter County hadn't completely fallen, the Faceac army that had invaded Midseashire didn't attack East Chester County. As for the Faceac, Intis, and Fainapotter fleet, they were suppressed by the few ironclad warship fleets of Lowen. They could only barely deal with the situation and protect the supply line at sea. Seeing his daughter's emerald green eyes for a few seconds, he suddenly sighed and smiled. "Audrey, you have really grown up. You have your own ideas and pretty commendable determination. However, we don't know how long this war will last. We don't know what the outcome will be. We have to leave a lot of food to deal with this. I can accept us having 2 less delicacies for every meal to help those who are in trouble, but I don't want my dining table to become like what the newspaper says about the middle class. This will completely make us lose our dignity as nobles. This is something that we abide with every generation. Do you understand what I mean? I was just making an analogy. The essence of this is that I value the continuation and the future of the family line more. I value our status and standing. Only when it doesn't affect them will I express my love and kindness. Audrey, what I said may be cruel, but you have already grown up. It's time to hear this. Everyone is selfish, but at varying levels. In my heart, the entire Hall family is more important than me and your mother, yourself, Hibbert, and Alfred. Apart from these, it will first be faith and good friends. Next, it's people we are acquainted with. Finally, it would be all of Backland, those who are in need of help. If it doesn't affect the ones first listed, I don't mind helping them. Unfortunately, I have to consider even more things now." At this point, Earl Hall shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "I'm sorry to let you know that your father is such a selfish person." As Audrey listened to her father's words, her expression changed slightly at first, but then it disappeared. Until the end, there were no additional emotions. At that moment, she was silent for a moment before asking again, "But we've already obtained a lot more than what we need. Can't we even share a portion of it?" Hibbert Hall interrupted angrily, "Why are you giving away the things we painstakingly obtained to others? This is produced from our land, farmland, and forests. This is what we bought with money. And these funds and assets were passed down the family. It was earned by father's acumen and powerful charisma. It was accumulated over generations. By doing charity to help others, it's an additional display of love, not something that we have to do you understand?" Earl Hall nodded. "What Hibbert said is generally right. I share his thoughts as well." Audrey pursed her lips and slowly nodded. "I understand. Earl Hall retracted his gaze and said to Hibbert, "We have to keep the food stored properly. If the outcome of the war cannot be reversed, try contacting the fellows from Intis and show them some of our sincerity. The battle has been going on for so long. Quite a number of people have died as well. Many fields have been abandoned, and the prices in the cities have soared. There must be a very high demand for food, cattle, and land. In addition, I have shares in the Intis Suchit Bank, as well as the shares in the Varvad Bank and Backland Bank. I should be able to bribe them. Heh. In such times, only by satisfying these aspects can we talk about familial relationships." Intis and Lowen often had marriage alliances. Many nobles were relatives, especially the believers of the god of steam. "Father, are you considering surrendering?" Hibbert asked in surprise. Earl Hall nodded slightly and sighed again. "How can I not consider it in light of the current situation? When the time comes, you will be the new Earl Hall." Hibbert's heart palpitated when he heard that, but he was also puzzled. "What about you, father?" Earl Hall replied with a bitter smile, "Both your mother and I are devout believers. We have a certain status in the church. When Lowen falls and the church is destroyed, the outcome will not be good if we're still unwilling to step down." At this point, he comforted his eldest son. "As long as the Hall family is still around and the aristocratic title is still there, we won't lose much of our core assets. We won't be in such a miserable state for our advanced years. Remember to prepare a secret prayer room for us at home after you convert your faith to the god of steam." As the two of them conversed, Audrey, who was wearing a long, golden white dress, watched quietly from the door. She was listening quietly, her green eyes shimmering like gems. After repeated attempts, the projection of the altar vanished. The high priest of Moon City, Nim, said to Gehrman Sparrow, who was holding the strange lantern, in deliberation, "It looks like it won't work today. We can try it tomorrow. It won't last more than 2 months." At that moment, all Klein could think of was another question. Could it be that the ritual was unsuccessful since it appears too perfunctory using historical void projections? He reflected on himself deeply and decided to listen to the high priest. They could try again tomorrow. When the time came, he would definitely get him to bring the real materials. He was about to nod when he heard a faint voice. The voice sounded from deep within the grayish-white fog. It was layered and indistinct. "It's effective. This ritual really does have an effect, but the delay is too great." Klein was delighted as he immediately raised his right hand and pressed down slightly, gesturing for the Beyonders of Moon City to be silent. He immediately held his breath and focused on listening. The voice that echoed within the grayish-white fog seemed to come from many different sources. They intertwined with each other, occasionally overlapping with each other in destructive interference and creating a resonance when in constructive interference. Gradually, the voice became clearer in Klein's ears, especially when it resonated. It seemed to be a language he was familiar with. It seemed like countless people were chanting a name together. The name was the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Chapter 12:15. Not time yet. When he heard the voices deep in the grayish-white mist, Klein trembled slightly as the back of his head turned numb. This feeling quickly spread to every part of his body, causing tiny goosebumps to protrude on his skin. This was the second time he had heard the name, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, in the real world. And the first time, it was said by Eamon after he stole his thoughts. In fact, Eamon didn't know the exact meaning behind it, nor did he truly grasp the incantation. Therefore, in essence, this was the first time. At the borders of the legendary Western continent, outside his hometown that had vanished, this was the first time that he heard the incantation that caused him to transmigrate into the real world. He heard one of the most important secrets hidden at the bottom of his heart and heard the Oriental honorific name that was pointed at an unknown existence. He stood there, his mind almost blank. His ears echoed with occasional sounds of chanting and shouting. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. When the voices became softer and softer until they almost disappeared, Klein finally recovered his train of thought. As a fake god that had done a lot of guilty matters, his first reaction was, by changing the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, will I suffer divine punishment. Back when he had set up the 3-stanza honorific name of the fool, the first stanza described his experience and state. Back then, he had thought that it was a transmigration, and he was afraid of exposing the problem. He had changed the fool from an alternate world to the fool that doesn't belong to this era, but in the end, it pointed to his true nature. The second stanza was to bind the gray fog to him, making the direction clearer, and in order to completely limit and not cause any ambiguity, Klein directly translated the last line of the incantation, which was, "The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." He originally thought that it was nothing, but later on, he suspected that his transmigration was a result of the former owner of the strange door of light in Saphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Or rather, it was a certain existence hiding there, true identity. Of course, it was also possible that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings was the actual incarnation before creating another identity that suited the present world. As for what the identity was, Klein wasn't sure. This was because he had never heard the honorific name of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings elsewhere in the real world. Therefore, although there was suspicion and fear present, he didn't actually pay too much attention to it. It seemed like he was already used to it. However, at that moment, the words, "the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings," were like salvos that kept blasting at his heart, bombarding his mind, causing all the concerns and fear that he had accumulated in his subconscious to surge out. After regaining his composure, he began to force himself to use his rationality to think about his current situation. Is this chanting hidden in the grayish-white fog, or is it from the vanished western continent? I already thought that this fog's color and state is very close to the one below Saphira Castle. Its power comes from history. One has to have the correct powers over time to open it. Queen of Calamity Kahinem once said that the western continent would definitely reappear at the dawn of the apocalypse. In other words, only by pushing time towards that temporal node would the grayish-white fog come alive. Only then would it be possible to use the corresponding incantation to open it. The person who made the western continent vanish, seal it, or create a protective quarantine, is the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the existence suspected to be the previous owner of Saphira Castle. According to all the clues, Saphira Castle and the rest were left behind by the original creator. They were created by the various parts of his body, or something that he personally created. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is equivalent to the former owner of Saphira Castle, and also equivalent to the original creator. However, Saphira Castle existed only after the original creator split. Furthermore, the chants of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings only point to Saphira Castle and don't affect places like the Chaos Sea. Also, the disappearance of the western continent is definitely something from before the second epoch. As an ancient god, even elf King Saniathrum was unable to return to his hometown. In other words, in the chaotic and crazy first epoch or even before then, the original creator, the oldest one, had split into objects like Chaos Sea and Saphira Castle. More things happened before the ancient gods were born. These matters caused the western continent to vanish, and the former owner of Saphira Castle to disappear. The prophecy of the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, is also very interesting. It says that someone will walk out of this grayish-white fog, so he sent people to stay in Moon City and guard this place. Strictly speaking, I actually come from the western continent or this grayish-white fog. However, I left the western continent to enter Saphira Castle in a time long before the ancient sun god's prediction. The year I left the grayish-white fog was 1349 and found myself in Lowen. Yes, after going around in circles, I came here again and met with the people. From Moon City, the ancient sun god's prophecy really has come true. It's just that the process is a little twisted and complicated, but the way it was achieved is rather unexpected. As he pondered, his mood gradually improved. This was because the situation at the scene and his spiritual intuition had told him that there were still civilizations in the western continent that were isolated by the grayish-white fog. Many people were still alive. This method of making the western continent vanish reminds me of the ritual for Miracle Invoker, as well as using the power of space-time. They are mainly from the Apprentice and Marauder pathways, so, the previous owner of Saphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, corresponds to these three neighboring pathways. Klein reined in his thoughts as he took 2 steps forward. He then turned around and said to Nim and the rest, I heard the voice clearly. What are they saying? Nim's grayish-white eyes suddenly widened, his deeply pockmarked face filled with excitement. Otto, Shin, Russ, and company had similar reactions, ones that were even more intense. Even their bodies began to tremble. This was a problem that had troubled the residents of Moon City for more than 1,000 years. Resolving this problem was a symbol of escaping their current predicament. Klein took a deep breath and said in the tone of a charlatan, "They are praying to my lord." This was definitely not a lie. After all, as the fool, he had already gained initial mastery of Saphira Castle. The last sentence of his honorific name was the King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, which was equivalent to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Nim and company fell silent. When they looked back at Klein, their eyes were filled with obvious respect and fear. Together with the miracles Klein had displayed, they gradually viewed Mr. Fool as their savior. Klein surveyed the area and said, "Retreat at least 100 meters." "All right, Your Excellency." The High Priest, Nim, agreed without hesitation. After the Moon City's Beyonders had retreated to a sufficient distance, Klein reached into the void with his right hand and quickly dragged out another projection of himself as his actual body disappeared. Right on the heels of that, the historical void projection of Klein walked to the front of the solidified grayish-white fog. He extended his right hand and pressed it down. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that was slightly cold, blocking everything. After staring at it for 2 seconds, Klein opened his mouth, suppressed his voice, and recited in Chinese, "The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." As his voice echoed out, the grayish-white fog in front of him didn't react at all. It remained still and frozen. He waited for nearly a minute. After some thought, he took a deep breath and muttered again. "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. The exalted Thirk of heaven and earth for blessings." This was the complete incantation of the luck enhancement ritual. As the last word was said, Klein's right hand that was pressing on the invisible barrier suddenly felt an obvious tremble. The gray fog began to shake as though a boulder had been thrown into a lake. The ripples quickly spread, overlapping each other as they formed a door in front of him. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the scene. Not far away, the pupils of the Moon City Beyonders widened as they were unable to shift their eyes away. Amongst them, the ones who arrived later felt their hearts waver after witnessing such a scene. They found it impossible to contain themselves. To them, this was undoubtedly a miracle. Klein held his breath as he waited for the door to take shape. However, the ripples finally calmed down. They were only a step away from success. After a moment of silence, Klein repeated the incantations again. However, even if the ripples in the grayish-white fog didn't disappear, they were unable to truly outline the door. For a moment, he wanted to attempt with the complete ritual procedure. In other words, he would place 4 portions of food and recite the incantations while taking 4 steps counterclockwise. But very quickly, he was amused by his idea, because by doing this, he would enter Saphira Castle without opening the invisible barrier here. After exhaling, Klein took out a gold coin from the void and used divination to confirm that the effects of the complete ritual would be as he imagined. It really isn't time yet because the apocalypse hasn't dawned on us. Klein looked at the grayish-white fog in front of him for a few minutes without any movement. When a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and illuminated his face, he turned around and walked in front of the Moon City High Priest, Nim, with the lantern in hand. He said calmly, "It hasn't reached the correct point in time to open it, as spoken in the Revelation. There's more than a decade of waiting left." Without waiting for any response from the likes of Nim, Otto, and the rest, Klein pointed to the nearby darkness with his empty right hand. "I will be meditating here for some time. If you want to experience the radiance of the Lord and listen to his teachings, you can come here anytime whenever the lightning frequency is high. I'll do a single purification and treatment session every day, at a time when the lightning is most frequent." He didn't attempt to get the residents of Moon City to convert their faiths, nor did he plan on heading directly to the city or ask about any specific information. He wanted to give them some time to take things in. Nim secretly heaved a sigh of relief and replied with increasingly great respect, "I will pass on your words to everyone." Chapter 12:16. Patience will ultimately pay off. City of Silver, at the top of the spire, in the chief's room, with white hair and an old scar on his face, Colin Iliad looked out of the window at the deep darkness. It was only when a silvery white light suddenly burst out from afar, bringing a few seconds of light, that he retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. "Chermont has succeeded in advancing." His gaze landed on the 2-meter-tall youth standing in the middle of the room. "Derek, do you know why I kept delaying the subsequent plans and didn't implement them after the first exploration of the Giant King's court, despite already becoming a Sequence 3 Silver Knight?" Derek thought for a moment and said, "Your Excellency, on the one hand, you wish to see if there are any other paths you can take to the seaside. On the other hand, You are waiting for the other elders of the 6-member council to advance to sequence 3. And now, both matters were completed. Nearly 5 months ago, an expedition team of the City of Silver discovered a hidden path. From there, they circled around the mountain where the giant king's court was located, and they arrived at the sea. However, the sea was illusory, and there was no way to pass through it. Forcefully entering the water only caused bodies to gradually crumble. Now, another demigod of the 6-member council, Xianxia, had finally advanced, becoming a sequence 3 Silver Knight. He could have an honorific name and receive the prayers of the other residents of the City of Silver within a certain range. Colin Iliad sighed and said, "Very good. You have a very well-rounded understanding of the situation. If I had a choice, I truly do not wish to bring you to the giant king's court again and attempt to open the palace where Dark Angel lays in slumber." At this point, Demon Hunter Colin paused for a moment before continuing, "I do not know what danger such an expedition will bring. I can only make ample preparations in advance. Now, Chermont has finally succeeded. Even if an accident happens later and we are unable to return, he and the other elders will be able to support the City of Silver, allowing everything to continue on as we await the next opportunity." He sized up Derek for a few seconds before nodding in acknowledgement. "Your growth is even better than I expected. If not for the fact that the Giant King's court matter originated because of you, I'd really want to keep you in the City of Silver and be an understudy elder of the 6-member council." Upon hearing this, Derek Berg replied without hesitation, "Even if you wish to keep me here in the City of Silver, I would still apply to go." This was a glimmer of hope that he had seen. This was an opportunity in his heart that could save the City of Silver. He was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Colin Iliad gave a rare smile. "You are still too young. After you experience many things like me, you will understand that compared to drawing your sword and sacrificing your blood in a zealous fervor, enduring humiliation and helplessness, and persisting in the darkness is even more difficult and painful. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chermont later. Ask him if he is willing to lead an expedition team to the Giant King's court, or stay in the City of Silver." Derek fell into silence, his mouth agape, but not a single word came out of it. Colin Iliad didn't continue on this topic and instead asked, "Have you completely digested the Priest of Light potion?" "I digested it completely last week," Derek replied frankly. Colin Iliad nodded and said, "Have you gathered all the supplementary ingredients?" Derek acknowledged tersely, "I've gathered all of them. I'm just short of preparing the ritual." His ritual required him to extract the strongest emotions that he was unwilling to abandon, before injecting them again after consuming the potion. After a few gatherings with the Tarot Club, as well as Miss Justice's private attempts, they had already come up with a well-formulated plan. He was to complete it by relying on this sequence 4 manipulator's control of the psyche domain, and Mr. Fool's Angel's embrace. Demon Hunter Colin didn't rush him as he calmly said, "Don't be anxious. The second exploration of the Giant King's court will still take some time." "Until I become an unshadowed?" Derek asked. Colin Iliad didn't deny it as he nodded slightly. "I'm also waiting for Lovia to become a Black Knight. Her ingredients and ritual have been prepared." Upon hearing this, Derek immediately felt pressured. At the capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, City of Generosity, Byam. At the top of the bell tower of the City of Generosity, the Cardinal of the Church of Storms, the high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, Sea King Jan Codman, stood behind the railing, looking at the sea which was no longer that blue. There was wreckage floating above it, burning with the remains of ships. "Humph, in my territory at sea, even a war bishop has to bow his head." The muscular demigod with a chiseled face retracted his gaze as he muttered. He had a head of dark blue hair and a pair of deep blue eyes that were as thick as a worm. He controlled the weather and sea around the Rorstad Archipelago. Alger Wilson, who was standing beside the Sea King, didn't show any signs of frustration. He patiently waited until Jan Codman turned his attention onto him. Aside from most of the Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway being bad-tempered, they often trembled in submission when facing high-sequence Beyonders of the same pathway. This was a characteristic of a tyrant. After muttering to himself, Sea King Jan Codman finally cast his gaze at Alger, who was leading a pirate fleet. He said without any expression, "Your performance this time was remarkable. The Council of Cardinals has passed your review and has decided that I will preside over your advancement ritual." After receiving the item left behind by Queen of Calamity Kahinam, Alger found an opportunity to report the matter to Sea King Jan Codman. Apart from 2 details that he modified, he had given an honest account of the exploration of the elven ruins from the time he arrived in the primitive forest of Sonia Island. Firstly, he claimed that he had headed for the elven ruins as part of him taking the initiative to ambush the Phaeacian troops. They had specially looked for a suitable venue, and there were many sailors present to verify it. The second was to lessen the autonomy of the subsequent actions. He only claimed that he dreamed of a female high elf on the night of his exploration of the ruins. Nothing abnormal happened after he drank a glass of wine from her, so he hadn't paid too much attention to it. When he came to the Rörsted archipelago and woke up one night from his sleep, he suddenly realized that he had entered a magnificent palace at the bottom of the sea, and had picked up a sparking coral. Although many aspects of the evidence and physical evidence had indicated that Alger's description was real, King Jan Kotman didn't fully believe it. He was sent back to Passu Island to be investigated by the Pontiff, Guard 2. With the help of Angel's Embrace, Alger looked like he was trembling in front of the tyrant's aura. Without holding back, he explained that he had developed a certain degree of ambition after meeting the female high elf in his dreams. For this, he had taken the initiative to head to the Rörsted archipelago in hopes of receiving her inheritance, but in reality, he had covered up the core secrets and the most serious problem. He had used the method of confessing his ambition to pass the investigation. As for the female high elf, whether it was a result of him having some elven blood that a fortuitous encounter was given to him, or if she had any hidden motives, he claimed that he was unsure. He hoped that the Pontiff could figure out the answer to lessen his worries. Alger displayed his fear of the unknown, making the cardinals believe that this was the main reason why he had reported the fortuitous encounter. This proposal was designed by Alger himself, but with Miss Justice's suggestions, it was tweaked to be more in line with human nature. Of course, as expected, Alger didn't receive the advancement ritual. Instead, he entered an inspection period. The Pontiff of the Church of Storms, the grounded angel, had reinforced the seal in Alger's body, preventing the cataclysmic interor characteristic from seeping out for 2 years and affecting him. In the past half a year, Alger had led the pirate fleet that had been assigned to him. He had worked hard to harass the ships of Phaeac and Phaenopotter. He had even participated in sea battles, taking great risks and making numerous contributions. This fully expressed his devotion to the Lord of Storms, as well as his submission to the orders given by the Church. Finally, after this Rörsted sea battle, the situation had escalated. His patience paid off as the Council of Cardinals acknowledged him. Alger took a deep breath and struck his right fist to his left breast, shouting loudly, "Holy Lord of Storms." His agitation was half an act, while the other half came from the bottom of his heart. This was because in the past half year, he had suffered quite a bit of pressure. Ma'am Hermit had already finished digesting the mysticologist potion and was preparing to advance to sequence 3, clairvoyant. Although Miss Justice had yet to fully digest the manipulator potion, she had made significant progress. Furthermore, she was a complete rookie when she first joined the Tarot Club. Now, she had become a true demigod. She wasn't just a sequence higher than Alger, but a whole tier. Before long, the sun could advance to sequence 4, unshadowed, and obtain godhood. The star had also finished digesting the sequence 5 potion and had accumulated a significant amount of contributions. He was just waiting for the higher-ups to give him a chance. Miss Magician wasn't far from digesting her potion after traveling, time and time again. Furthermore, her teacher had prepared the corresponding sequence 4 secret sorcerer ingredients for her. There was no need to mention the world Gehrman Sparrow. Even if he were to suddenly inform them that he was an angel, Alger wouldn't find it surprising. Miss Judgment was currently a sequence 5 disciplinary paladin. She was digesting the potion and was trying her best to keep up with everyone's progress. The Moon, who didn't like to work hard, became anxious as a result and was seeking to become a sanguine earl. Faced with such a situation, as one of the most senior members of the Tarot Club, Alger naturally didn't wish to be left behind. He desperately wished to advance to sequence 4 and become a demigod. So many days had gone by, yet, he suppressed his anxiety and patiently waited. There were 2 instances where he showed signs of losing control which required him to hire Miss Justice to treat him. And now, he finally got the answer he wanted the most. He had passed the assessment and was to prepare for the ritual. Chapter 12:17. The 5 mush in 2 rooms. Moon City. Many humans walked out of buildings which stood unusually sturdily despite having mottled surfaces. Some of them were obviously deformed, while others had already developed some abnormalities. The humans looked at each other and noticed some confusion on each other's faces. there were still 2 to 3 months before the sun sacrifice. Why was the high priest summoning everyone to the square? Could something have happened? The residents of Moon City were filled with anxiety, fear, and confusion as they entered the only square from every street. At this moment, the high platform was empty. The person who had convened them appeared to have not arrived. The residents of Moon City gathered together in a very orderly manner according to their respective zones, and they discussed amongst each other in whispers. Why isn't the high priest here yet? Doesn't he like to wait and not want others to wait for him? What happened exactly? Why did he suddenly gather all the city's residents aside from the guards? Amidst the voices, at the top of a tower near the square, High Priest Nim leaned against the wall and looked at the square from behind the crystal glass with a twisted expression as he endured something. His grayish-white hair flared up as a bunch of short black hair grew on his face. His ribs and waist were squirming, forming a swollen patch. These abnormal changes would disappear and occasionally appear. It was as if he was suffering from relapses again and again. His entire being was sinister and terrifying. After about a minute, he finally calmed down. He let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Just now, he had been resisting the madness that had accumulated in his body. In fact, no matter which meander pathway it was, the higher the sequence, the greater the insanity and inhuman inclinations one had. This gradually exceeded one's own humanity. One had to rely on external anchors to maintain a balance. Normally, such situations weren't obvious at sequence 4 and sequence 3. And at the level of an angel, even if there were enough anchors to stabilize them, they would fall into darkness from time to time. In the negative and abnormal states, one had to endure and resist on their own, waiting for them to ease up. They were like a sacred and solemn existence who might appear unproblematic normally. They could respond to prayers, chat normally, and even joke. However, at times, they could only hide in dark rooms and in the shadows. They tore off the surface of their skin, revealing a sinister side that showed signs of madness. As Nim often ate monster flesh, he had accumulated a lot of toxins, corruption, and madness. This forced him to endure such pain despite being a sequence 4. Of course, those who didn't know the acting method and relied on time or luck to advance to sequence 4 and sequence 3 would also share the same fate. After composing himself, he turned and left the room. With the help of an illusory door, he appeared on the high platform in the middle of the square. After the discussions died down, the residents of Moon City cast doubtful and uneasy gazes at the high priest. Nim looked around and directly said, "The hunting team led by Otto met an outsider." An outsider? The eyes of the residents of Moon City suddenly widened as though it was a bolt from out of the blue. This was the first time in 2,000 years for Moon City to encounter an outsider. Of course, this was referring to human interaction and not monsters. Nim took a deep breath and continued, "He claims to be a missionary who's here to spread the light of a deity. He caused the grayish-white fog to undergo obvious changes. He cleansed Otto and the others of the corruption and toxins accumulated within them. Also, he treated their physical mutations." As he spoke, he nodded to the side of the platform, and Otto and Shin, who were hiding in the shadows, immediately passed through the row of torches and walked to his side, using their own conditions to prove what the high priest had just said. "Oh my God, is that Otto and Shin? They really?" Exclamations sounded out as surprise and shock mixed together into something almost physical. Otto and Shin exchanged looks, took 2 steps forward, and recounted what their hunting team encountered. The crowd heard about the tiny flame that appeared in the darkness, the cross that emitted a bright light, the cane that could cure any mutations and ailments, the parting of the grayish-white fog, as well as the appearance of the door. Upon hearing the hunting team's delightful description of their excellent condition, the residents of Moon City gradually fell silent. Some of them had already unknowingly teared up, a result of the extreme fatigue and repression. Finally, they saw a ray of light. The tears carried a mild and salty feeling as they flowed past their faces, slipping across the corner of their lips and dripping onto the ground. In addition, a person who was still rational and clear-headed raised his arm to express his opinion. Could that missionary be a special monster from deep within the darkness? Are Otto and Shin acting like this because they've already been controlled and influenced? After the wave of doubt calmed down, Nim said in a deep and clear voice, "I've checked them and have also used the sealed artifacts. I haven't found anything unusual for the time being. I will let them remain in the Black Tower and undergo at least 15 days of quarantine." After making the promise, he paused and said, "That missionary named Gehrman Sparrow will be meditating in the vicinity of the grayish-white fog for some time. He has permitted us to experience the glory of the God he believes in, and listen to." the corresponding teachings, and every day, at the time when the lightning frequency is highest, he will provide cleansing and treatment. Everyone can make their own decision on heading over there, but they have to report their decision in advance and follow instructions. No one is to act on their own accord and affect the city's defenses. After they return, they will be quarantined for 15 days like Adel and Shin. The residents of Moon City fell silent. They looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. At this moment, Russ and another member of the hunting team, who had previously missed the cleansing and treatment because of their choice to return to inform the High Priest, stepped forward. "High Priest, I'm going." "All right, I'll lead this team tomorrow." Nim nodded and agreed. He had originally planned to give this team a name, but he failed to come up with a good description. He could only stammer and skip it. In his heart, there was actually a name, but he didn't dare say it out loud. It was Pilgrimage. With Russ and company leading the way, several Moon City residents stood forward, indicating that they were willing to take the risk. When the frequency of lightning increased, it was the dawn of a brand new day. A group of 7 to 8 Moon City residents carried animal hide lanterns and began to traverse the darkness, heading towards the periphery of the grayish-white fog. After darkness and light exchanged countless times, Russ and company's eyes suddenly lit up. It was a bonfire that was slowly burning. Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing strange clothes and a strange hat, was sitting around it. He held an iron-black long skewer and was roasting something. There were corpses of monsters lying around the bonfire. On these corpses, there were all sorts of strange objects. Some of them were white and full, as if they would spew out liquids the moment they were poked. Some of them were black, embedded with blood-colored lines and marbling. Some were covered with golden spots, while the tops were the size of a palm. These items were densely packed, covering the different parts of the monster's corpse. They had a strange and alluring beauty to them. After taking a few steps forward, High Priest Nim noticed that Gehrman Sparrow was roasting one of the strange objects. Drops of oil dripped down and produced sizzling sounds in the fire, brightening the light and allowing an alluring fragrance to spread. Gulp. The residents of Moon City swallowed their saliva instinctively as they developed an irresistible urge to eat. Every cell of theirs was screaming crazily. "I wish to eat it. I want to eat it. Give it to me." Sitting on a rock, Klein raised his head and pointed at the colorful objects growing on the corpses of the monsters around him. He said in a deep voice, "These are called mushrooms. They're divided into different types. If you're willing, you can pick and eat them yourself, but do not touch the black ones. Furthermore, they have to be thoroughly cooked before you can eat them. Otherwise, you will encounter a terrifying curse." The High Priest of Moon City thought for a moment and replied on behalf of the others, "We would like to first listen to your Lord's teachings and experience his radiance." With a slight nod, Klein said as he rotated the long barbecue skewer that he had summoned from the historical void, "You may sit down and listen." When the 8 Moon City residents sat opposite the bonfire, he said with a solemn expression, "I came from the Giant King's court." This was a term that all the residents of Moon City were familiar with. Their spirits were instantly lifted as they cast their attention away from the items above the burning fire and cast it at Gehrman Sparrow. Following that, Klein described the situation outside the City of Silver and the situation beyond the Cursed Land. He also shared with them his sightings of city ruins along the way. The residents of Moon City sighed when they heard this. Sometimes, they looked forward to it, but sometimes they found it hard to believe. At times, they could empathize with it and be filled with sorrow. Halfway through his sentence, Klein suddenly stopped. He retracted the black long metal skewer, brought it to his mouth, and bit down on a mushroom. Thick meat juices seeped out and, with a slightly scorching feeling, cleansed his mouth. After spending half a year in the forsaken land of the gods, Klein had already overcome his disgust towards mushrooms. After all, Danitz was often tasked by him with things to do. He was unable to meticulously prepare food and sacrifice things to him. During this period, he could only rely on mushrooms for sustenance. He closed his eyes in satisfaction and handed over the long, black skewer. He smiled and said, "You can try some." High Priest Nim was still hesitant when Russ reached out his hand. As he expressed his gratitude, he got a mushroom and put it into his mouth. He ate too quickly, so much so that his mouth was scalded. However, after his expression twisted, it suddenly froze. Following that, his expression slowly relaxed as he gradually revealed a sense of intoxication, pleasure, and yearning. In the end, Russ's tears flowed out unknowingly as he muttered in a deep, choking voice, "This is the best and most superb food I've ever eaten." Even though their taste for food had changed after generations, humans couldn't adapt to food with toxins and madness. They still yearned for sugar and fat. At that moment, all the residents of Moon City could tell that Russ was moved. Chapter 12:18, Clue. Give it a try too. Klein handed the iron-black long skewer to the other residents of Moon City. Their throats bobbed up and down as they couldn't help but swallow another mouthful of saliva. However, they didn't immediately respond. All of them cast their gazes at the high priest, waiting for him to nod. In his animal hide clothes, Nim took out an item. It looked like a magnifying glass with a handle. At a glance, Klein almost imagined that he had seen a monocle. This fright made his heart skip a beat. Thankfully, he managed to control himself in time to confirm the details. Holding the metallic handle, he placed the glass object in front of his right eye and observed Russ for a few seconds through the lens. After a brief silence, he put down the item and nodded at the other Moon City residents. People other than Russ finally reached out their hands and carefully removed a mushroom from the iron-black long skewer and stuffed it into their mouths. The item that was void of nauseous smells and foulness made them instantly become intoxicated. Without caring about the scorching feeling in their oral cavities, they swallowed the mushrooms into their stomachs and instinctively reached out for another one. However, all the mushrooms on the iron-black long skewer had already been distributed. Nim retracted his gaze from the iron-black long skewer and waited for Gehrman Sparrow to continue explaining his experiences and the fool's teachings. Klein looked around and repeated the words he had previously said. The surrounding mushrooms can be taken at any time, apart from the pure black ones. In addition, they have to be fully cooked before they can be eaten. Otherwise, you will be cursed. The residents of Moon City no longer hesitated. They immediately stood up and chose the mushrooms that they had been longing for. With a glance, Klein added, when the white mushrooms are cooked, they easily split open and have liquids flow out. You need to prepare some containers or drink them once that happens. Without waiting for Russ and company to respond, he continued the topic that he had previously stopped mid-explanation. He went on until he mentioned how he heard the voices in the grayish-white fog chant Mr. Fool's honorific name. Seeing that High Priest Nim so absorbed by his tales, to the point of being a little moved, Klein deliberated and said, there are still many ways to make the grayish-white fog react, but they are all related to my lord. This was a reasonable guess. This was because not only was there one hanging person, but there wasn't only one way to enter the world above the gray fog. If Emperor Russell had brought the mysterious silver plate that he had replicated here, there was a high chance that the invisible barrier would produce an anomaly. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Emperor belonged to one of the three pathways of Seer, Apprentice, or Marauder. Seeing that there were no doubts from the others, Klein said warmly, according to my observations, there isn't only one Beander pathway in Moon City. The grizzled Nim didn't hide it from him and simply replied, yes, when we were selected to come to Moon City, the Oracle had intentionally ensured that there was a comprehensive record of Beander pathways. Unfortunately, after all these years and the repeated disasters, many of the potion formulas and Beander ingredients of the various pathways have been lost. Which pathway are you from? Klein asked casually as he looked at the residents of Moon City using monster bones to roast the mushrooms. I'm a Nightwatcher, Nim said frankly. Sequence 4 Nightwatcher of the Evernight pathway. Klein nodded slightly and asked, did anything unusual happen near this grayish-white fog? After pondering for about 10 seconds, Nim with his pockmarked face said, yes. Klein's heart stirred as he calmly asked, what kind of abnormality was it? Nim glanced at the mushrooms that emitted fragrant smells, and he deliberated over his words. A small hill suddenly disappeared, leaving only a deep crater in the ground. There were no signs of an explosion in that area, nor was there any soil scattered around. What's going on? That's a little bizarre. As he threw the mushroom's roots into the fire to turn them into fuel for the flames, Klein asked without any change in expression, did you investigate further? Yes. The High Priest of Moon City nodded and said, an investigation team encountered a demonic wolf there. It wasn't a demonic wolf that has already rotted or mutated, but the kind of demonic wolf from a long time ago. Demonic wolf. Klein didn't expect to hear such information. His pupils changed slightly as he asked, what did that demonic wolf look like? Nim unconsciously took a deep breath and said, it's the same as the demonic wolves described in ancient literature, but it's even bigger. Even though its 8 legs are on the ground, it's still as tall as 2 or 3 people combined. Its fur wasn't pure black. It exuded a dark and deep feeling. Its eyes were very strange. The pupils, black pupils, took up a large part of the eyes. Also, There was a tuft of gray short hair on its head. This isn't that the dark demonic wolf, Kotar. It actually came to the far east of the forsaken land of the gods, and was involved in an anomaly. If the power of the western continent's disappearance really comes from Saphira Castle, it would still be quite normal for it to attract the mythical creatures that corresponded to Miracle Invoker. Klein frowned slightly and said, "It didn't attack your investigation team." Klein had deliberately used it, instead of he, to prevent frightening the residents of Moon City. In his opinion, it was very easy for the dark demonic wolf, Kotar, to wipe out an investigation team. It didn't even need to pay a huge price to turn the city into his marionette kingdom. Yet, this mythical creature had apparently spared Moon City. If not for the spirit body threads that he had seen in advance and that he confirmed their conditions, Klein would have suspected that he was only talking to a few marionettes. "No, it left in a hurry," Nim replied. "This doesn't match the suspicious and cautious nature of the dark demonic wolf. What frightened him so much that he fled in such a hurry? He didn't even have the time to silence the people who saw him, or rather, there's something special about the people guarding Moon City under the ancient sun god's revelation, and unless it's necessary, the dark demonic wolf wouldn't attack them." Klein continued without any change in his tone. "Did it leave any tracks?" "No." Nim firmly shook his head. "Other than the hill turning into a deep crater, we didn't discover anything unusual." As his thoughts raced, Klein tried to ask from another angle. When did this happen? The more he understood an object from the past, the more he could make contact with it in the fog of history. After some thought, Nim said, 2 years ago, 2 months, and 10 days ago. He immediately explained, "There are too few things worth recording. It left a deep impression on me. 2 years ago, 2 months and 10 days ago, currently, it's the 8th of September 1351, and subtracting that time, it would be the 28th of June 1349. This." Klein's right hand suddenly trembled slightly. His pupils and his expression were normal, but this was a result of using his clown powers to control them. He remembered very clearly that on the 28th of June 1349, he had transmigrated. It was the day he became Klein Moretti. It was the day he repeated the luck enhancement ritual and entered Saphira Castle. The abnormality here, the appearance of the dark demonic wolf, and the hasty departure of this mythical creature were all related to me. A huge wave of emotion surged through his heart. For a moment, he couldn't find an explanation and pretended that nothing had happened. He thought for a moment and asked, "Did something similar happen in the past 2 to 3,000 years?" "No," Nim gave a clear answer. "What about 208 years ago? Did anything special happen?" Klein asked. "That was the time when Emperor Russell transmigrated to this world." After hesitating for 2 seconds, Nim said, "I can't tell you the answer. I need to go back and read the corresponding records. Thankfully, the information and documents in the past 3 centuries haven't been damaged." At this point, he added, "My limited impression tells me that there shouldn't be anything special. If that's the case, then the cause of this anomaly was because I entered the world above the gray fog and bound Saphira Castle to myself." Klein nodded slightly and didn't ask further. He simply said, "Tell me where the crater is." By the time the high priest, Nim, gave an answer, the mushrooms that the residents of Moon City had grilled could be eaten. Some of them took a small bite of the white mushrooms and were scalded by the milk inside. They couldn't bear to spit it out. Some chewed repeatedly, reminiscing over the faint sweetness. Some of them couldn't stop eating at all. Nim was taken aback by what he saw, as though he couldn't believe that these people were from Moon City. Every one of them was showing the conflicted looks of having cravings and being satisfied. Their expressions looked twisted, but they were brimming with pure joy. "High Priest, try it as well." Russ, whose eyes were very close to each other, handed a mushroom covered in golden spots that emitted a unique and sweet fragrance to Nim. After hesitating for a moment, Nim carefully used the magnifying glass to take a look before taking the mushroom and stuffing it into his mouth. In the next second, his expression changed slightly as he slowly closed his eyes. He had a taste of something similar from some mutated tree roots, but it wasn't as pure or memorable. After an unknown period of time, he looked at the indifferent Gehrman Sparrow and said with an abnormally sincere tone, "Your Excellency, we would like to listen to Mr. Fool's teachings. I haven't had the time to make it up yet, however, as I'm getting closer and closer to being an angel, the corresponding matters should be prioritized, the anchors need to be prepared in advance." As his thoughts raced, Klein recalled what he had said when he had tricked, come up with to reform the believers of See God. His expression quickly turned solemn as he raised his right hand and grabbed at the void. He pulled out a cross covered in bronze and sharp spikes. Following that, he pressed his right thumb onto a thorn, letting the blood enter the unshadowed crucifix. The bronze-green surface of the unshadowed crucifix quickly peeled off, revealing a body made of pure sunlight. God said. Klein opened his mouth and said in a low voice as he raised the resplendent cross in his hand a lot higher. Warm and bright light surged out like a tidal wave, instantly filling the surrounding area. The darkness and discomfort accumulated in the bodies of Nim, Russ, and company began to rapidly melt away. It was as if their bodies were being cleansed. They were in a daze when they heard the oracle, who was holding the resplendent cross and covered in holy radiance, solemnly say, God said. First commandment. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto me living human sacrifices. Chapter 12:19. Chapter The Goal. In the fog sea, which hadn't been engulfed by war, the future slowly began to sail towards the berserk sea amidst a convoy of ships. Admiral of Stars Catalia hadn't had much to do recently. All she had to do was wait for the Moses ascetic order to respond to her request. As she strolled the deck, she enjoyed the sunlight that shone through the thin mist. With a sweep of her gaze, she saw Frank Lee. This first mate of the future, the second most important person of the Star Pirates, was wearing light blue pants and a white shirt with the top two buttons unbuttoned, revealing thick brown chest hair. He was like a humanoid giant bear. He stood at the bow of the boat, looking into the distance. It was unknown what he was thinking, but he looked rather down. Catalia involuntarily slowed down a little as she turned to enter the cabin. Captain. Frank noticed her and looked over with anticipation, as though he was waiting for this Admiral of Stars to answer his questions. Catalia's figure paused as she adjusted the heavy glasses on her nose and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "What are you stumped with?" Frank thought about how to phrase his question and replied in a serious manner, "I'm reevaluating the inventions and creations I've created over the years." "What are your thoughts?" Catalia asked cooperatively. Frank nodded and said in distress, "There are too many matters I need to reflect on. The most important thing is that the things I've created are still missing the most important thing." Catalia was puzzled, but she didn't wish to ask further. In the end, she still held on to the thought of taking responsibility for all the crew members on the future. She deliberated and said, "What is it?" Frank's expression instantly turned solemn. "They all lack souls. It's a good thing that malt, grapes, and mushrooms don't have souls," Catalia subconsciously advised before saying, "This isn't something you can dabble in right now. You're only a Sequence 5 druid." Frank's eyes lit up when he heard that as he blurted out, "I've got it." Catalia frowned indiscernibly. "What did you get?" Frank was no longer depressed. "I understand the problem. That is, the creations I want have exceeded the limits of a druid's abilities. Therefore, Captain, I'm not going to be a druid anymore. I want to become a classical alchemist." This was Sequence 4 of the Planter Pathway, the starting point of a demigod. Catalia's expression froze for a few seconds before she took on the posture of a captain and a demigod. She nodded gently and said, "Having a goal is a good thing, but you have to understand how difficult it is." Underlying those words, she wanted him to not hold any hopes and not to take this goal seriously. Frank Lee nodded heavily after receiving her encouragement. "I will do my best." To prevent Frank Lee from acting rashly, Catalia decided to take the progress of the matter into her own hands. "I will help you too." When the time came, even if she had any progress, she could inform Frank Lee that she had tried to no avail. Frank was very happy as he thanked his captain from the bottom of his heart before continuing, "I'll also write to Gehrman Sparrow and ask him for help. He's my good friend." What Frank didn't know was that the letters he had written for the past half a year had gone through a rather convoluted process. The letter went to the messenger before being delivered to Furs. Furs would then transfer it to Gehrman Sparrow or request Mr. Fool's help at the tarot gathering. Catalia nudged her thick glasses again and, without another word, turned and entered the cabin. She returned to the captain's cabin. Before she could think about what had just happened, she saw a letter on the desk with the brass sextant. Catalia was delighted. Ignoring the use of her Beander powers, she quickly walked over, picked up the letter, and opened it. It was from Bernadette. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, she wrote, "If you are free anytime, you can come to Lacha incognito." Lacha was a rather hidden island in the Fog Sea. It hid Queen Mystic's palace, also known as Emerald City. Catalia repeated the sentence a few times before the corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. Emlyn White once again met the middle-aged, gentlemanly sanguine Baron, Cosme Odora. "What did Lord Nibs say?" Emlyn controlled his emotions, trying his best to appear less eager. Cosme looked at Emlyn's bright red eyes and said, "He only wanted me to tell you that the entire sanguine race doesn't have any excess Earl Beander characteristics. You can only wait for the present Earls to die of old age or accidents, leaving behind their inheritance." Compared to humans, the sanguine had a long lifespan. Even without a noble title, ordinary ones could live about 300 years old. Under such circumstances, they could slowly accumulate and occupy every level, preventing any excess in Beander characteristics. Therefore, it wasn't easy for ordinary ones to advance to Baron or become a Viscount. They either waited for the existing nobles to die, or they would obtain it from external sources. Otherwise, they would have to make sufficient contributions and receive the precious inheritance. Compared to the first two sequences, it was even more difficult for a Viscount to become an Earl. This was because being a sanguine Earl meant being a demigod, and he could easily live for more than 1,000 years. Those Viscounts, descendants had to pass generations before they could wait for a chance of an Earl's passing, and it was precisely because of this that, as long as there was a vacancy in the Earl position, it would immediately be distributed and not, in stock. For Baron and Viscount characteristics, they existed in the Sanguine's treasury in the form of Beander ingredients and sealed artifacts. But the numbers were few and far between. Every bestowment had to be strictly administered. There really weren't any spare Earl characteristics. This answer was within Emlyn's expectations. He looked at Baron Cosme and nodded slightly. In other words, as long as any count passes away, it will be my turn. No, Cosme shook his head. Although you have contributed plenty, you haven't reached first place on the waiting list yet. What's my ranking? Emlyn first frowned before relaxing his brows to prevent his eagerness from showing. Cosme coughed and cleared his throat. 12th. This might not even happen when the apocalypse arrives. Since the ancestor has given me the important task of saving the race, why didn't she arrange all these matters? My Scarlet Scholar potion has been digested for months. Could it be that another test? Emlyn thought to himself silently for a few seconds before asking thoughtfully, if I obtain an Earl's characteristic from external sources, will the race help me prepare the ritual? Cosme exhaled and said, of course. Emlyn didn't stay any longer. He left Odora's villa and took a carriage back to his residence. Ever since Phaenopater declared war on Lowen, he had never been to the Harvest Church. He had only heard from the star that the door had been smashed and many things had been stolen. It had become a place for the homeless. As for Father Utravsky, he spent half a month in a cell behind Channy's gate. The rest of the month was spent in a room on the upper level of St. Samuel Cathedral, with the Archbishop of Backlund next door. This arrangement was repeated over and over again. This was because they were worried that if Father Utravsky were to stay behind Channy's gate for an extended period of time, he would suffer irreversible damage. Under such a tense situation, the Church of Evernight wished to leave some buffer time so that they could use this opportunity to express their goodwill and begin negotiations. Although Emlyn wasn't a believer in Evernight, and he even somewhat detested the cathedral, he went to St. Samuel Cathedral twice a month to visit Father Utravsky. Where can I obtain an Earl's characteristic? Emlyn, who felt that he had fallen behind and might not be able to bear the responsibility of saving his race, looked at the bleak streets while seriously considering every possibility. He quickly had some ideas. Mam Hermit had mentioned before that the Aurora Order's Saint Tenebris, had grazed a shaman king. This corresponded to the Earl characteristic. If I could hunt this demigod of the shepherd pathway like the Saint of Secrets, the problem would be resolved. However, after the previous lesson, Saint Tenebris probably wouldn't fall into a trap so easily. There's also a possibility of directly attracting a king of angels. This was something everyone had discussed in the Tarot Club. The conclusion was that they had been attacking the Aurora Order for the past year, so it was best not to provoke them further. Apart from Saint Tenebris having a sequence 4 Shaman King characteristic, Emlyn White could only think of one other option. The Rose School of Thought. Be it the Life School of Thought's artificial vampires or the primordial moon worshippers that originally existed in the southern continent, they were now part of the Rose School of Thought. Of course, there were definitely some people who sought freedom. They hadn't joined any organizations yet, but either they were not at high sequences, or they didn't have enough information to leak out. Upon thinking of the Rose School of Thought, Emlyn instantly recalled a person, Marich. Marich represented the Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. It was a faction that resisted the Mother Tree of Desire. They also appear like they want to obtain something from the Rose School of Thought. Perhaps I can cooperate with them. Emlyn nodded slightly. a number of residents in Moon City anxiously gathered at the entrance, casting their sights east from time to time. They were the relatives of the people who had previously been led by the high priest. They were also the representatives of most people in Moon City. Finally, as the flames flickered, High Priest Nim brought Russ and company closer to Moon City. A man went forward and looked at his sister. He noticed that there were still traces of tears on her face. This Moon City resident, who wasn't deformed, could sense her brother's gaze. She couldn't help but open her mouth, tears streaming down her face. God is here to save us, she started to cry. It was such a sad and free cry as she let out her emotions. Chapter 12:20, A Curtain. God is here to save us. The words spoken in a sob-filled voice echoed at the entrance of Moon City, causing the residents who were waiting to fall into a trance. At the edges of the grayish-white fog, a fire quietly burned. After eating another batch of mushrooms, Klein dispelled the iron-black skewer in his hand and looked up at the crater described by Moon City's high priest, Nim. He then reached out with his right hand and gently pulled, dragging himself out from 15 minutes ago. After exchanging looks, Klein's true form rapidly vanished and entered the fog of history. He ran all the way to a time before the first epoch, and he sat in the old stacked cities. His historical projection stood up and snapped his fingers repeatedly, flashing through the crimson flames as he headed for his destination. When the crater that was once a hill was almost right in front of him, he stopped. He cautiously extended his right palm and pulled Konas Kilgore out of the void. The burly Earl of the Fallen's facial muscles twitched as he quickly transformed into another Gehrman sparrow. He took out a lantern from the fog of history with one hand and rubbed his temples with the other as he muttered softly, "Why does a marionette have to change its appearance? There's no one else here. I can't develop OCD." A few seconds later, the marionette's projection carried a lantern that emitted faint yellow light as it walked towards the crater not far away. As the light flickered, Klein saw his target location and realized that it wasn't too deep. The difference between the bottom and the ground wasn't more than 2 meters. Of course, compared to the original hill, this change was indeed huge. Inside the crater, the soil was smooth, and there were a few rocks in it. There were many twisted, mutated plants around it whose species were difficult to distinguish. It looked no different from other places. After observing for a while, Klein, who had stealthily activated Spirit Body Threads and Spirit Body Threads vision, slowly entered the crater, planning on following his pre-planned route and reassessing everything worth paying attention to. As he walked, he frowned slightly and let out an exclamation. He realized that his thoughts had turned sluggish, but it didn't affect his thinking. It was as if he had slept too much and had just woken up, having a heavy head with insufficiently active thoughts. This was a situation that a person would occasionally experience. Beyonders of the other pathways might not be able to detect it, but as a demigod of the seer pathway, Klein could clearly sense something amiss. If it were any deeper, it would be close to the effect when a marionettist controls spirit body threads, the influence left behind by dark demonic wolf Kotar. That's not right. If he didn't mean to leave it behind, it means that he showed his complete mythical creature form back then. That would have resulted in Moon City's investigation team in breaking down and losing control. If he had intentionally left it behind, what would be the purpose? Telling others that he was here. Klein circled the area in puzzlement, but he didn't discover any anomalies. After some thought, he let his main body that was hiding in the historical void in a time before the first epoch take 4 steps counterclockwise as he recited the incantation and went above the gray fog. He wanted to do a divination. With the exact time and location, Nim's description, and a real-world survey of the area, as well as lighting up some of the historical fragments, he believed that the prerequisite for making a divination had basically been met. This didn't mean it was enough, but that he could barely give it a try. Besides, if the hill turning into a crater incident had something to do with Saphira Castle and him, then the chances of a successful divination would greatly increase. The revelation would be very clear and not be interfered with. Without any further thought, he sat on the fool's high-back chair. He conjured a dark red fountain pen and yellow parchment and wrote, the 28th of June 1349 of the 5th epoch. The anomaly that happened here. He put down the fountain pen and grabbed with his left hand. He pulled out a handful of crater soil from the fog of history to use it as a medium for divination. With one hand holding the soil and the other holding the parchment, he leaned back in his chair and recited the divination statement 7 times. Then, with the help of cogitation, he fell asleep. In the hazy dream world, Klein saw the grayish-white solidified fog. He saw the hill that was tens of meters high, and the twisted vegetation around it. A few seconds later, the fog began to churn and rapidly vomited a black shadow. The black shadow was like a huge velvet curtain, madly absorbing all the light around it. Its translucency increased as it completely enveloped the hill. Following that, the hill vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a crater. The strange plants at the edge of the crater were also suddenly covered and had black illusory spirit body threads that extended towards different parts of the black curtain. The curtain became more and more transparent and illusory until it reached a point where one couldn't see it with the naked eye. If not for the fact that he had spirit body threads vision to observe the reality of the scene, Klein wouldn't have been able to discover that the curtain had covered the crater's surface. The scene flashed, and the dreamscape twisted to reveal a new scene. Moon City's 5-man patrol team approached and discovered that a crater had replaced the hill that had vanished. They stopped in their tracks and left the area without hesitation. They didn't rashly investigate. After an unknown period of time, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared in another direction. It was a demonic wolf covered in dark fur with 8 legs. It was about 4 to 5 meters tall. The demonic wolf had a tuft of short, grayish-white fur on its forehead. Its pure black pupils covered at least 3/4 of the space of its eyes. It was none other than the dark demonic wolf, Kotar. The dark demonic wolf raised his head and opened his mouth, as though he was screaming, but nothing happened. In the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. It was another him. The dark demonic wolf's historical projection did a simple step with his 8 legs and he instantly arrived beside the crater. After he surveyed the area, he carefully lowered his head and picked up the completely transparent curtain that had made the entire hill disappear. The curtain suddenly came alive as it rapidly contracted and spun. It wrapped around the black demonic wolf as if it was adding half a black translucent piece of clothing to him. The dark demonic wolf trembled slightly, as if it had become a clothed marionette in 2 to 3 seconds. However, this was only a historical void projection. The next breath didn't happen as the main body stopped maintaining the projection. The curtain lost its support as it instantly collapsed and lay spread out on the ground. Dark demonic wolf Kotar didn't give up. He occasionally transformed the monsters around him into marionettes or summoned historical projections, allowing them to go forward again and again, experiencing all kinds of failures. However, in the end, his newest batch of marionettes still managed to pick up and control the curtain. The entire process was silent, as though it was a mime act. Following that, the gigantic demonic wolf made the marionettes bring the curtain to him. At that moment, the grayish-white fog around him churned again, forming a vortex that was comparable to a hill. The vortex emitted an invisible suction force, causing the strange curtain and dark demonic wolf Kotar to be thrown towards it at the same time. Such a scene caused a substantial ripple to appear in the dreamscape. Countless points of light appeared, making it difficult for him to see the specific details. When everything returned to normal, dark demonic wolf Kotar draped the transparent curtain around him and rapidly flew away from the solidified fog. And at that moment, the Moon City investigation team arrived and saw the ancient subsidiary god leave. Kotar glanced at them, but he didn't stop, vanishing into the darkness. At this point, the scene shattered and the dream ended. Klein woke up. He sat up straight and tapped the edge of the long-mottled table with his fingers as he silently muttered, "It's not that there weren't any anomalies before I arrived. More likely it is that the guards from Moon City didn't discover it. After all, the fog extends outwards to an unknown limit. What's that curtain that was spat out by the grayish-white fog? It can cover a hill when it's large, turning it into a crater, as though by magic. When it's small, it can be used as clothes by the demonic wolf, turning him into a marionette. It's a little like a high-sequence item of the seer pathway. It was spat out because I entered the world above the gray fog and completed the binding with Saphira Castle. It seems to be able to turn the surrounding vegetation into its marionettes. This gives me a familiar feeling. Yes, there was something wrong with the food laid out in the rooms of the foggy town back then. Spirit body threads were growing out of them, reaching out towards the core of the cathedral. Once they've been eaten, one will instantly evaporate and vanish. Yes, they end up hanging in the cathedral and becoming a marionette. In other words, once one reaches the level of miracle invoker or attendant of mysteries, one can make plants or objects with spirituality grow spirit-body threads, so as to turn them into marionettes. Is that, curtain, the beyonder characteristics of a miracle invoker or attendant of mysteries? Judging from the dark demonic wolf's performance, it might very well be the latter. This is the reason why one attendant of mysteries characteristic has been missing for a long period of time. There were only clues, but no one could find it. Before Saphira Castle had an owner, the grayish-white fog unconsciously attracted the high-sequence characteristics of the three pathways across space and accommodated them. What is it trying to do? That suction force is really very strong. It frightened even dark demonic wolf Kotar. He didn't even stop, only having thoughts of escaping. What was he suspecting? What was he afraid of? After some analysis, there was a look of excitement on his face. If he could successfully hunt down an angel like the dark demonic wolf, it would be an unparalleled harvest. Of course, the dark demonic wolf, who now had the curtain, was much harder to deal with than before. This matter had greatly reduced his confidence in succeeding. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly recalled something. From the timing of these sequence of events, the dark demonic wolf clearly had the curtain by the time he arrived in the northern city ruins. Noise. He turned the entire city into marionettes and created a marionette city. It wasn't to settle down, nor was it to accumulate helpers. It was to prepare the ritual for attendant of mysteries. Chapter 12:21. Leaving a message. If the dark demonic wolf really is preparing the attendant of mysteries ritual, then his whereabouts won't lack traces. Klein nodded slowly. He already had some vague ideas on his mind, but he was still unable to truly sort them out. He instinctively wanted to divine the location of the curtain by using the soil that had been tainted by the curtain, so as to lock onto the location of the dark demonic wolf. However, considering how the latter was an angel, such a method would most likely alarm him, alerting him, and causing him to take precautionary measures. Therefore, Klein rationally gave up on this idea and returned to the real world. He thought hard about formulating a plan. The next day, when there was a high frequency of lightning, another batch of Moon City residents came to Gehrman Sparrow's bonfire under the leadership of a priest named Duke. They listened to his teachings, enjoyed the mushrooms, and waited to be cleansed. After the residents of Moon City experienced the cleansing, with tears streaming down their faces, Klein looked around and casually asked, "The sun god told you to guard this land and to take note of anyone walking out of the fog?" Duke, who had been cured of his bloated ailment, knew that the high priest had mentioned this matter to the oracle before him. He answered rather calmly, "Yes." Klein nodded slightly and continued on the topic. "If you really discover someone walking out of the fog, what will you need to do?" Duke said without hesitation, "Recite the honorific name of the great sun god immediately and report this matter to him." As he spoke, his tone became very depressed. In the end, he was unable to formulate his words. This was because the sun god, the creator, hadn't given any response for more than 2,000 years. Even though Moon City had held the most complete rituals and repeatedly chanted the honorific name, there had been no response. Anything else? Klein pressed as he sharply noticed something. This was a revelation from his spiritual intuition, and also a result of a certain degree of deduction. It was obvious that the ancient sun god and the City of Silver creator would have considered this problem. One possibility was that the person who walked out of the grayish-white fog was extremely careful. He was very cautious and didn't enjoy being watched or monitored. After discovering the patrol team in Moon City, he would be inclined to use his beyonder powers to affect their minds, making them forget that they had seen him or reciting the honorific name. In this situation, the ancient sun god should have made certain arrangements. Of course, this wasn't absolute. If Amon's father could accurately predict that the person walking out of the grayish-white fog was a rookie, then there was no need to say too much in the revelation. However, considering how the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, had made an error in predicting where he would come out from the grayish-white fog, Klein was doubtful of the aforementioned possibility. Duke thought for a moment and hesitated before saying, to welcome that person and tell him a single word. Klein's spirits were immediately lifted as he asked without batting an eyelid, "What word?" Duke's lips quivered as though he was mimicking the pronunciation. Then, he said in a strange tone, "Chernobyl." Klein's mind froze for a second before he let out a silent sigh. The Lowen Kingdom, Eastchester County, in a forest. The nearby villagers gathered here and plucked strange mushrooms that were covered in roots, deadwood, and shrubs. According to the kingdom's laws, everything that grew in this forest belonged to its owner, Miss Audrey Hall. However, with the war escalating, the demand of food, and the high taxes, these factors made it so that the farmers could no longer care about breaking the law. It was something that needed to be considered only if they survived. Furthermore, with more people participating, they naturally became emboldened. They formed small teams and very efficiently plucked the mushrooms that were covered in golden stars or marbling streaks. They were divided into 2 parts, and a small portion was reserved for consumption. Most of them were prepared to be sold to grain merchants waiting outside the forest to exchange for gold pounds, for salt, fabric and other essential items. These farmers didn't go overboard. Other than the mushrooms, they only took a portion of the fruits on the trees. They left behind what was sufficient for the rangers of the forest to submit to their masters. In just 2 or 3 hours, the farmers sold large amounts of mushrooms and fruits. With the gold pounds in hand, they returned to their hamlets with beaming smiles. To them, everything that happened today was what they wanted to do, and they had also achieved their predetermined goals. The grain merchant who had a full beard was equally happy because this was an unexpected harvest. With the present situation, he could earn a lot of money. He led the workers with him to move large amounts of mushrooms and fruits to the processing point outside the city. After making the necessary arrangements, he placed them all into the warehouse. As a meticulous businessman, he checked the warehouse again after sending the workers away. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he closed the door and locked it. At this moment, he saw a thick wad of cash on the ground. They were all 10-pound notes. When did I drop so much money? The grain merchant bent down in joy and picked up the stack of notes. As he counted, he suddenly recalled the origins of the money. They were the profits from selling the mushroom powder, dried mushroom, and dried fruits. How generous! The bearded businessman sighed in satisfaction and turned to leave the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Audrey, who was wearing a light blue dress, removed her psychological invisibility and took out a black pocket. This was the traveler's bag that she had rented from Zio. Following that, the blonde, simple-looking Audrey easily threw bags of food into the black pocket. After doing all of this, she took out a hard-covered bronze notebook and flipped to a page with teleportation. This was from Furs, Limano's travels. And what had conspired here was secretly manipulated by Audrey. She first gave the fast-growing mushrooms provided by Ma'am Hermit to the animals in the woods. With their help, she planted them at suitable spots. Following that, she influenced the farmers in the surrounding hamlets, strengthening their inner desires and making them overcome their fear of the law. And that grain merchant happened to pass by and discovered this. This sort of manipulation of a person's heart was intoxicating, like a master of all beings. However, Audrey didn't smile at all. Instead, she sighed softly. It's still not enough, I'm still lacking plenty. Lots. The mushrooms she had obtained wasn't the type that Little Sun said could absorb the flesh and blood of monsters to flourish. They needed sufficient nutrients to rapidly grow. Therefore, there was no way to plant a second batch of mushrooms in this forest in a short time. Otherwise, it was very likely to become a desert. Staring at the empty cloth bags that had been emptied out, Audrey's green eyes flashed. She couldn't help but think, a large amount of food is concentrated at the church, the royal family, the military, the government, the nobles, and the businessmen. There are also some from Fasak, Intis, and Fainapotter, but who knows how many times I'll have to move them with only traveler's bag. Manipulating the nobles, businessmen, and military personnel is very dangerous. I might be discovered if I'm not careful. If the situation hadn't deteriorated to such a state, I might have never known that some people would have such a side to them. When the environment and circumstances are different, the masks that everyone wears are different. I have to take note of this in the future. As her thoughts raced, Audrey, who lacked experience in handling such matters, decided to seek Mr. World's advice to see if he had any suggestions. As the world Gehrman Sparrow had been walking alone in the uninhabited forsaken land of the gods, he was surrounded by darkness and despair. Audrey suggested that he should seek her out regularly for psychological counseling. This might not necessarily imply any treatment. A casual chat could effectively relieve the pressure, loneliness, and misery. Gehrman Sparrow followed his doctor's advice, and from their chats, Audrey knew that, apart from asking her for medical advice, this powerful adventurer would also gossip with Mr. Star above the gray fog from time to time, maintaining a rather good state of mind. With this decision, Audrey immediately activated her traveling ability and returned to Backland. But on second thought, she felt a little depressed. This was because she knew that, even if she gathered a large amount of food, she could only quell the residents of Backland for some time. If the war didn't end, the situation would still worsen. War, Audrey closed her eyes. She had no idea how she could stop it. She had heard from Mam Hermit that the nature of this war was very likely to be a battle of gods. And the prelude to a battle of gods had always been very consistent. It was to spend a certain amount of time and strength to shake the anchors of their opponents. After some thought, Audrey pursed her lips and decided to start with what she could do. As the notebook emitted a misty glow, her figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. Beside the quietly burning bonfire, Klein, who had just sent away the guests from Moon City, couldn't help but recall the words blasphemer Amon had said before. He said that there were many clues and things in the past that he wanted to explore that were buried deep within Chernobyl. The ancient sun god had also specially emphasized Chernobyl. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly had the urge to explore Chernobyl. This wasn't considered rash. It was something he had always wanted to do. However, he didn't dare to do so because of Amon. I've been heading east for more than half a year. Who would have thought that I would suddenly arrive at Chernobyl? Amon has obtained the last worm of time Beander characteristic and is preparing the ritual. It's impossible for his true body to still be in Chernobyl. Yes, he is a very patient king of angels. Perhaps his avatars have been waiting in Chernobyl all this time. After analyzing the present situation, Klein decided to let a projection from the historical void make an attempt. In any case, he would never head there directly with his actual body. After making up his mind, Klein went above the gray fog to do a divination. Then, he returned to the real world and reached out his hand to grab into the void, dragging his past self from 5 minutes ago. As his main body disappeared, his projection gained consciousness. Following that, he grabbed a few times and took out the black staff embedded with many gems, the Staff of the Stars. He wanted to use the power of the Staff of the Stars to directly teleport to Chernobyl. Chapter 12:22 Research Facility. When he held the Staff of the Stars, Klein pulled out a gold coin out of thin air with his other hand and flicked it. As the gold coin tumbled, a revelation from his divination appeared in his mind. It was an extremely deep ravine. At the bottom of it was a thick and vast building that was covered in layers of grayish-white. Every detail was restored to the Chernobyl that Klein had seen at the beginning. However, it didn't originate from the spirit world, but from his own subconscious. Using the technique of dream divination, he reproduced the images he had seen in his mind. And the moment this scene was completed, the gems embedded in the Staff of the Stars emitted a faint glow. It instantly vanished along with Klein's historical void projection and appeared above the grayish-white building. In just a second, Klein returned from the easternmost front of the forsaken land of the gods to Chernobyl. This was one of the main powers of the Staff of the Stars. If the corresponding scene that surfaced in the mind of the wielder still existed in the real world, then the Staff of the Stars could allow them to cross all obstacles and distances, directly descending to their desired destination. Of course, the prerequisite was that the outlined scene had to be absolutely correct and not visually be any different from the original. The reason why he chose the deep ravine where Chernobyl was located, and not the grayish-yellow fog, was because he knew that the Giant King's youngest son, the god of glory, Bladel, had perished after being freed from the curse. The area would definitely experience major changes, and the only thing that wasn't affected was the mysterious Chernobyl, which was valued by the ancient sun god and Amon. This also didn't mean that the deep ravine and grayish-white building wouldn't have any visible changes. In fact, Klein had already prepared himself for the failure of his teleportation attempt. After all, the person performing it was fake, and the item in his hand was also fake. It wouldn't be a pity if he lost it. In midair, Klein, with the Staff of the Stars in his hand, didn't even have time to examine his surroundings when his entire body suddenly sank and plummeted downwards. He didn't wear creeping hunger, nor did he transform into an avian creature. He was currently unable to fly. Therefore, even though the demigods of the seer pathway were bizarre and terrifying, they actually had a human side to them. As his thoughts raced, a Beander power appeared in his mind. Following that, the Staff of the Stars lit up with different colors, causing the surroundings to be filled with violent winds. The wind swirled around him, causing his black trench coat to flap and his body to slowly descend. During this process, Klein's right hand trembled, allowing the Staff of the Stars' historical projection to return to its normal location, doing so to prevent accidents from happening to him because of him imagining certain scenes. Right on the heels of that, his left hand pressed down on the half-top hat on his head. Just as the lightning in the sky was about to pass, he pulled out a lantern from the void. Under the dim yellow light of the lantern, Klein stepped firmly onto the ground beneath the deep ravine with his buckle-less leather shoes. The endless darkness around him seemed to contain monsters. He was standing in front of the grayish-white Chernobyl, which was formed in layers. Under the synchronized effects of the lightning and the lantern in his hand, Klein quickly discovered a situation. There was no door to this thick and vast grayish-white building. Every place is sealed. I remember that the ancient sun god had opened an illusory crack on the grayish-white wall before coming out. As if in thought, Klein found a spot in his memories and began chanting the honorific name of the fool. At the easternmost front of the forsaken land of the gods, by the solidified fog near Moon City, Klein, who was hiding in the historical void, immediately entered Saphira Castle. With the help of the prayer light, he used his true vision to scan the situation at Chernobyl. In the deep ravine and desolate plains with remnant grayish-yellow fog, there wasn't a single Amen present. As for Chernobyl itself, even with the true vision provided by Saphira Castle, it wasn't enough for him to clearly see what was going on inside. Underneath the layers and layers of grayish-white, there appeared to be absolute nothingness, a space without any color. Indeed, it's not simple, as expected of the place where the ancient sun god, the city of Silver's creator, walked out of. After sighing inwardly, he quickly left Saphira Castle and returned to the historical fragment from before the first epoch. Klein, who was standing outside of Chernobyl, regained consciousness. He reached out his hand and took out Limonow's Travels. He quickly flipped to one of the pages and prepared to use the door-opening power of an apprentice. Such an action was actually a little rash for him, but considering that this was just a projection in the historical void, he felt that there weren't any problems with that. The Beyonders of the Seer Pathway are indeed both cautious and reckless at the same time. They're careful when making preparations, but reckless after making preparations. They show traits of caution and recklessness at the same time. As he lampooned himself, Klein silently passed through the obstacle and entered Chernobyl's interior. After door opening repeatedly, he finally left the grayish-white buildings. He saw an ajar heavy metal door in front of him. The metal door wasn't very tall, only about 2.5 meters tall. It was obviously prepared for humans. In front of it, there were 2 pitch-black marks and 2 machine guns that were more sci-fi than any weapon belonging to this era. These 2 machine guns looked a little similar to the ones he had seen when he was flipping through some magazines in his previous life. However, he wasn't a fan of such things, so he couldn't be sure. Klein didn't pick them up or attempt to study them. His spiritual intuition told him that the 2 firearm-like weapons had completely corroded. Any contact with them would instantly cause them to disintegrate. After taking a few looks, he dispelled Limonow's Travels. With the lantern in hand, he passed through 2 pitch-black marks and arrived behind the metal door. There was a wide aisle here, and on both sides were rooms of different sizes. The tables and chairs inside were toppled, some were fine and others were broken in half. The walls were covered with black streaks. It looks like a research facility. Klein set off from the remnants and overall layout, coming to a preliminary conclusion. There was no need for him to deliberately search for anything. He quickly found a room with a destroyed machine. There were a few pieces of paper on the table that had a yellow tint to it. It seemed like someone had casually placed it there after collecting it. The ancient sun god or Amen. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally stepped into the room. The dim yellow light dispersed the darkness inside as he picked up the few pieces of paper and quickly scanned them. 10 seconds later, Klein put down the piece of paper and the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't recognize any of the words on those pages. In my previous life, I only barely passed English, let alone other languages. Klein suddenly felt the feelings of the other Beyonders in this world when they read Russell's diary. He slowly exhaled as he extended his hand into the void and took out an item. This was a translating device that Joe Mingrui had bought before going on a trip overseas which he had saved up for. When the luck enhancement ritual was held, it was inside a computer bag by his side. To him, the greatest advantage of this translating device was that it could do offline translations, as long as it didn't exceed the internally stored database. After fiddling with it, he finally understood what the few pages wrote. Research of the appearance of oil in a dried-up oil field. Why would they need to build a research facility in such an unimaginable place for such matters? God, what did they discover deep in the oil field? This is some amazing material. What exactly happened? The doctor turned into a puddle of black oil in front of me. More and more people have turned into oil. This research facility has been sealed from the outside, no one can leave. No one can leave. Mad. They've all gone mad. We're still normal, but our food is almost running out. I seem to be hearing things. There seems to be sounds coming from underground. It's summoning me. He is summoning me. These lines of simple words sent a chill down Klein's spine. He felt as though he was walking towards madness and death. At the same time, a thought naturally came to his mind. The corruption that stems from underground. The cause of all this was the unnecessary experiments involved after the discovery of some strange material in a dried-up oil field. Then, the world was destroyed. But if it was a disaster caused by such a coincidence, then there's no reason for me, Emperor Russell, and the others to obtain items to help us, transmigrate, ahead of time. Perhaps, there are chances amidst inevitability, and in chance, there is inevitability. The underground corruption has always been influencing the human world in an unobvious manner. It can intermittently bring about certain mysterious events. Only when the research facility probed deeper was he fully awakened. Klein subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. With the lantern in hand, he left the room and headed towards the depths of the research facility. He also paid close attention to anything that was worth paying attention to. After walking for nearly a minute, his vision suddenly darkened. More than half of the dim yellow light's radiance was consumed by the area ahead. When he took a closer look, he realized that there was a cliff 2 steps away from him. That portion of the research facility had collapsed into the ground. It was dark and empty, with no end to it. Faintly, he seemed to hear a silent cry. It sounded in his mind from deep underground. This feeling was something Klein had experienced before, from behind the bronze door in the Hall of Truth. He frowned slightly and took a few steps back, prepared to dispel the historical void projection at any moment. At this moment, a palm that was so dry that it only had skin and bones stuck out from the darkness, grabbing onto the edge of the cliff. Then, a figure leapt out and landed in front of him. He was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. He had a monocle on his right eye. It was none other than Angel of Time, Amen. However, this Amon's condition was very abnormal. It was like a skeleton covered in a skin membrane. Klein subconsciously took a few steps back and saw the flesh and blood of the man before him rapidly fill up. He adjusted his monocle, said with a smile, "Ah, a visitor. I wasn't expecting that, and you are." Chapter 12:23. That level. Who am I? Just as Klein was about to remove the historical void projection, he was taken aback by Amon's question. He controlled himself and didn't frown. Instead of answering, he asked, "You aren't Amon's true body?" Standing at the edge of the cliff, Amon took a step forward and smiled. "Of course not. You seem to know my true body or my other avatars." Although the Amon in front of him didn't take any action, the step he took still gave Klein an indescribable pressure. It wasn't easy for him to keep still without retreating, which would betray his cowardice. He grunted and replied in a low voice, "That's why I'm curious as to why you don't know me." "Are you very famous?" said the Amon who had crawled out of the darkness. He then raised his hand and adjusted his crystal monocle on his right eye. This action lasted for a few seconds before it came to an end. As though in thought, Amon muttered, "There are no other me's nearby. Are there really none, or has the connection been completely severed? What kind of accident caused this Amon to be independent? No way, I can't believe this fellow's acts. He is a top-notch swindler." Klein's heart stirred at first before he suppressed his corresponding thoughts and asked, "Why did you crawl out from underground?" Amon's expression returned to normal as he chuckled. Be it his actual body or his avatars, the fact that he has a terrible personality doesn't change. Klein thought to himself and tried to probe with an answer, "You are exploring the secret that lays underground." Amon nodded slightly and said, "Isn't that obvious?" He then half turned his body and pointed at the darkness beyond the cliff that the light failed to light up. "My father crawled out of here just like I did." "Ah, right, it has a name. You should have heard of it, Chaos Sea." Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea, one of the 9 Sephiroths, it is indeed hidden deep underground. Is the corruption behind the bronze door really brought about by it? Previously, I was made aware of this mysticism knowledge through my casual chats with Amon. The ancient sun god was originally a member of this research facility. Then, he fell into the deep depths of the Chaos Sea, only to awaken in the second epoch and crawl out. As he was only an ordinary person back then, based on the law that proximity to the underground increases in danger with higher sequences, he wasn't affected too much. Klein's mind raced as he recalled many matters and came up with various guesses. 3 seconds later, he said in response, so you took the risk and jumped into search for the truth of the buried history in the world. Something like that. Amon Man pinched the edge of his monocle and said in a self-deprecating tone, but I didn't do it willingly. Ah, Klein used a terse exclamation to express his doubts. Amon smiled and said, every single one of me knows that it's very dangerous deep underground. We don't want to go down alone. We have tried many detours, including creating a marionette to replace us. However, we failed to succeed and failed to obtain any feedback. In the end, under the True Body's watch, we held a fair vote. Unfortunately, I was chosen. It's a miracle that Amon hasn't completely gone mad yet. As expected of the god of mischief, internal decisions have to be done in such a way. Klein resisted the urge to lampoon. And then, you jumped down yourself. What else? Let them throw me down, Amon said as he spread his hands. Having said that, he seemed to finally understand something as he muttered to himself, the chaos sea made me sever ties with my main body and the surrounding avatars. Am I independent? Independent? Previously, in front of the bronze door of the Hall of Truth, I felt that every cell and every worm of spirit were giving birth to a new consciousness, generating a different form of self. It's very normal for there to be similar changes in Amon's avatar after directly entering the Chaos Sea. An independent Amon avatar should be able to effectively trick Amon's true body. No, I can't trust him. Klein validated Amon's words using his own experience, but he quickly reminded himself not to trust the god of deceit. He smiled and said, I suspect you're bluffing. Amon held up the crystal monocle and sized up Klein for a few seconds. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Even if I want to find a partner, it wouldn't be someone as weak as you. In the era of the 8 kings of angels, were you very close to Red Angel Medici? Having made up his mind not to trust the independence of the Amon in front of him, Klein tried asking, what did you discover in the Chaos Sea? Plenty of things. Guess what they are? Amon said with a smile. You didn't discover anything, Klein said deliberately. Amon shook his head. The other me's probably think so too. Besides, I haven't been out for a very long time, and I didn't respond. It's logical to believe that I had already been corroded and was digested by Chaos Sea. Without waiting for Klein's response, Amon continued, Chaos Sea is very large. It almost fills the core, and goes to a further layer. It's also the only sephira that merges the real and the illusory and has an entrance in the real world. The others are either completely illusory and hidden somewhere unknown, or they're definitely real while existing in the real world. I found something very interesting inside. The first blasphemy slate was likely born there, but it was later attracted by some power and left the ground before it was complete. My father might have browsed through that blasphemy slate in the beginning, which is why his condensed into the second blasphemy slate when he perished. This is the origins of the 2 blasphemy slates. It's no wonder the ancient sun god was so powerful in the late stages of the second epic. Klein vaguely understood something and subconsciously asked, what's so different about the 2 blasphemy slates? Amon adjusted the crystal monocle and said, the second blasphemy slate changed some of the sequence names and added content. Those contents contained secrets about transcending sequences. Transcending sequences. Klein's pupils widened slightly. He felt that his long-term guess had been confirmed. Become the creator. Amon smiled and said, more or less, but this description isn't accurate enough. I like to refer to that level as above the sequences. There are also a number of true deities who name it in other ways. Some call it Great Old Ones, others refer to it as outer deities, or cosmos. Cosmos. The moment Klein heard this term, his spiritual intuition began to give crazy warnings. He remembered very clearly that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, had told him before that unless he became an angel, he shouldn't attempt to understand the cosmos. Otherwise, just having knowledge of it would bring him great danger. Without any hesitation, Klein, who had been hiding in the historical voids in a time before the first epic, gave up maintaining the projection. He stood up from the stacked cities of old, and he took 4 steps counterclockwise. Almost at the same time, the violent lightning that streaked across the sky of the forsaken land of the gods calmed down. The endless darkness vanished as well. A gigantic crimson moon covered half the sky. The light on the surface of the crimson moon stretched out as if it was alive. Outside this world, the moon that was revolving around the earth had a crimson sea flowing. It drowned everything, as though it was digesting this huge natural satellite. The blood-colored sea boiled when Klein learned about the news of great old ones, outer deities, and cosmos. They quickly gathered towards the middle, constantly piling together until they formed an indiscernible, blood-red phantom image. This phantom image was many times bigger than the moon. It had countless eyes, and it looked down at the blue planet. It cast its gaze at Klein's main body through the connection that was established the moment he learned about these matters. As the Crimson Sea receded, many craters appeared on the surface of the moon. From the ground, the moon no longer crimson. It was bright and clear. It had remained the same despite the hundreds of millions of years. Further out in space, the brown star, orange star, scarlet planet, gold planet, and blue planet twinkled like the blinking of eyes. In the fog of history, boils began to emerge from the surface of Klein's body. Each boil had a mutated worm of spirit. They wore the faces of Joe Mingrui, Klein Moretti, Gehrman Sparrow, and Dwayne Dantes. They were trying their best to drill out of his body. Klein's thoughts quickly turned chaotic. His entire spirit body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible blade, but he still forced himself to finish reciting the last sentence of the incantation. Silently, Klein's spirit body tore through the gray fog and entered Saphira Castle. The power of the entire space began to boil as it surged forward and enveloped him, melting away wisps of black gas, streams of red light, and boils, severing the invisible connection. Nearly 10 seconds later, the struggling Klein finally regained consciousness. He stood up using the high back chair as support. Inside Chernobyl, Eamon, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, said to himself, in a low voice, he adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye, quite a fast reaction. If Klein had been a second slower and was embroiled in that chaotic state, Eamon could deceive the connection between the projection and the actual body before Klein could remove the maintenance of the historical projection. He could then appear inside the corresponding historical fragment. Above the gray fog, Klein sat down and rubbed his temples. That Eamon was indeed lying. He should be the avatar that stayed behind to guard Chernobyl. When he discovered that I had come, he hid somewhere between the cliff and the chaos sea, pretending that he had just crawled out. He was unable to deal with my main body by bypassing the historical projection. Furthermore, he might not have the strength of a Sequence 2 angel. Therefore, he pretended to be an independent avatar so as to carry out the deceit. On the surface, he attempted to make me believe that he was an independent avatar and could be cooperated with. He made me focus on this aspect, but in fact, he concealed the danger in his words. Even in a normal conversation with the god of deceit, one can still be scammed. However, in order to achieve his goals, he had also given a sufficient amount of secrets. Chapter 12:24. Guesses about the Apocalypse. Lowen Kingdom, Backland. Furs, who was still sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up from her dream. She subconsciously cast her gaze out the window. She didn't lack similar experiences. Before she became a member of the Tarot Club, she often woke up in the middle of the night due to the curse of the full moon. But today, she didn't feel any familiar pain, but her heart throbbed for some unknown reason. As the curtain had blocked the window, Furs was unable to determine what time it was from the weak light. She subconsciously got out of bed, walked to the window, and drew the curtains. The sunlight that penetrated the thin fog shone into the room, dispersing the accumulated darkness. Furs stood by the window and looked up into the sky with an obvious look of confusion. The sun has already risen, and the crimson moon had long set. Why do I still feel the sensation I have during the curse of the full moon? Furthermore, there were still many days to the full moon. The Intis Republic capital, Trier. One by one, the astronomers, who had woken up early, as well as mysticism enthusiasts, as well as the covert beyonders, cast their gazes high into the sky. The layers of evening clouds disappeared, and the huge and bright moon outshone the light of the stars. The moon's color was no longer the usual crimson color. It was white and unusually bright. All who saw it were stunned. This was a moon that they had never seen before. Be it the normal textbooks of human society or books related to mysticism, none of them recorded similar phenomena. Apart from the common new moon, full moon, and the occasional blood moon, the moon had never experienced such changes. At least for the past 1300 years since the beginning of the fifth epoch, there had been absolutely no such change. At this moment, the onlookers realized that, other than the crimson and blood-red states, the moon had another color. The forsaken land of the gods, the city of silver. As it was in the afternoon when the frequency of lightning was high, Derek and company noticed the abnormality in the sky. they were used to the familiar lightning and darkness. In just a few seconds, all of that completely disappeared without a trace. The blood-colored circular glow that blotted out half the sky was so obvious. Its massive size illuminated everything to great visibility. The people of the City of Silver who had relatively agile thoughts immediately thought of the description and the corresponding picture of the moon in the general knowledge book. They suddenly had a thought that came to them. Could this be the moon? The crimson moon. We actually saw the crimson moon. Soon, the blood-red colors of the crimson moon in front of them drained inch by inch, revealing its bright and clear body. The City of Silver residents were increasingly at a loss, unsure of what had happened. Having heard Mr. Hanged Man, Miss Justice, and the other members of the Tarot Club talk about the outside world, Derek Berg was even more shocked and surprised than them. This was because there was no such natural phenomenon outside the forsaken land of the gods. A few seconds later, the moon disappeared and the darkness once again engulfed everything. The frequent flashes of lightning became the main source of light. What happened just now? Did you see that red circle? Moon. That's the moon. That's the crimson moon. Is this a sign that we are about to escape our current situation? Our second exploration of the Giant King's court will go very smoothly and we will open the door that leads to the outside world. Amidst the confusion, most of the residents of the City of Silver subconsciously treated this phenomenon as a good thing, treating it as an auspicious sign from mysticism. Only the chief, Colin Iliad, and the elders of the six-member council like Lovia had serious looks on their faces as they frowned. Having gained a general understanding of Amon's scam, Klein instinctively turned his attention back to the secret he had learned. He previously had some guesses about the corresponding content, but when it was truly revealed, he realized that it was even more terrifying and exaggerated than he had imagined. It made him even more hopeless. To be able to successfully attract the attention of the cosmos, this means that most of the secrets that Amon revealed are true. There really is another level above Sequence 0. This should be the level which the ancient sun god was at. However, his condition didn't seem too right. He ended up being stabbed in the back, perished, and divided up. According to what Amon said, using the creator to describe this level isn't accurate enough. He named it as above the sequences. There are also existences who use the term transcending sequences to describe that level, indicating that they have escaped the restrictions of the Beyonder pathway. Deities refer to this level as great old ones, outer deities, cosmos. From this, one can tell that there are two matters. One is the vast universe outside this world. In the boundless cosmos, there are great old ones and outer deities who are existences at the creator's level. For example, the one who controls the moon. From the looks of it, the brown star and orange star were the original planets. They have changed, making Emperor Russell unable to recognize them. This is because there are great old ones or outer deities entrenched in them, watching our world. The box of the great old ones mutated after being corrupted by the cosmos. Yes, there are most likely more than one great old one or outer deity. Why are they all surrounding this planet? What are they spying on? They didn't directly invade because there's a power that temporarily keeps them out. Thanks to the seven deities. Connecting this to the prophecy of the apocalypse in 1368, the seven deities might not be playing a crucial role in this. They have yet to transcend the sequences. When the true barrier disappears in 1368, the great old ones and the outer deities will no longer be obstructed. Then, the apocalypse will descend upon us. Upon thinking of this, the questions that he had accumulated in his mind suddenly flashed through his mind. Why did the Evernight goddess take the risk of bringing about a battle of gods to seize the uniqueness of the death pathway? Why did the seven deities tacitly acquiesce to having a black emperor? Why did Adam, Amon, and the other kings of angels, after being silent for so many years, step out from behind the scenes in this era? Why were the legacies of the ancient gods from the second epic appearing one after another? Why was there only one transmigrator released from Saphira Castle in the first 4 epics, but 2 in the 5th epic, a period spanning slightly more than 1,000 years? Few, be they good or bad, everyone is working hard to improve themselves to usher in the apocalypse. The goddess, who is so good at setting things into motion, chose such a risky method because she wanted to transcend the sequences and become a great old one. There's only a decade or so left. Time waits for no man. Did she provide me help in secret because she had similar hopes? Adam didn't take action even though he could finish me off twice. Apart from him, and me not having any significant grudges, this plays a role in everything. Klein gently rapped the edge of the long, mottled table as he muttered softly, the key to becoming a great old one or outer deity is one of the 9 Sephiroth. Looking around the empty Saphira castle, Klein sighed and muttered to himself, as for the exact situation, I have to look at the second blasphemy slate to know. Unfortunately, I don't know when I'll have a chance. He then focused his attention on something else. I'm not sure if the ancient sun god had completely transcended the sequences. If a native great old one were to be born, humanity might still have a sliver of hope when the apocalypse happens. His death is even more complicated than I imagined. It's no wonder Emperor Russell said that only a sequence 0 could preserve themselves and protect the people they value. I wonder if those great old ones or outer deities have infiltrated the earth with their powers. Yes, according to how the 7 orthodox deities and the other evil gods like the true creator view the primordial moon and the mother tree of desire with animosity, the latter might be great old ones or outer deities. It's no wonder the mother tree of desire could directly mislead my divination above the gray fog. She is the most dangerous existence in my books. I understand what those great old ones and outer deities are gathered around this world for. They likely want to obtain the 9 Sephiroth, destroying the world is just something done in passing. As he thought of this, Klein suddenly recalled the phrase the mother tree of desire had said through Cynthia. Admiral, I want to have a child with you. He couldn't help but shudder as he seriously considered his safety after returning to the real world. He already had a certain level of understanding of the cosmos. As long as he subconsciously thought of something related, he would directly establish a connection with the great old ones and the outer deities, and be corrupted. If not for the fact that Saphira Castle had cut off all contact from before, I wouldn't dare return to reality. After some thought, Klein decided to invite his psychiatrist, Miss Justice, to help hypnotize him and seal the corresponding information deep within his subconscious. Only when he saw a preset reminder would he recall it. He originally wanted to directly summon the projection of Justice from the historical void to do this, but considering that this was an intricate task, it was very likely a mistake or oversight might happen if the person didn't have a deep understanding of the mind. And once there was a slip-up, the great old ones and outer deities would cast their eyes on him. Phew, I need to remember to get Miss Justice to hypnotize herself to forget this matter. After some deliberation, Klein turned the corresponding request into a stream of light and threw it into the crimson star representing Justice. Not long after, just after breakfast, Audrey, who had yet to leave home, arrived above the gray fog. The long bronze table had vanished. There was a desk and 2 chairs placed in the ancient palace. Mr. World, what is the matter that you wish to forget this time? Audrey looked at Gehrman Sparrow who was sitting opposite her and raised the most important question. Klein rubbed his temples and used a deep voice to describe the secrets of the cosmos, great old ones, and outer deities. Upon hearing this, Audrey's eyes widened bit by bit as if she had been possessed by an evil god. After he was done, she fell silent for a few seconds before saying with the same deep and slightly confused voice, "This is the truth of the apocalypse. Even the 7 deities are unable to save us." Without waiting for Klein's reply, Audrey laughed self-deprecatingly. "I thought what I've been doing recently was very meaningful. I thought the worst news I could think of was the defeat of Lowen and the annihilation of the church. But compared to the secrets you told me, all of this is so insignificant." Chapter 12:25. Counseling. When he heard Miss Justice's slightly bleak and confused words, Klein could empathize with her. This was because he had previously had similar thoughts. After recalling snippets from self-help books, he deliberated and said, "A father's death is so insignificant to the entirety of Lowen. 1 or more cases might happen every day, but to his child's family, it is something that can change their fate. Similarly, if we don't reach the level of an angel, everyone's outcome will be sealed, death and be buried. But this doesn't mean that the time from when we were born to the time we die is meaningless." Audrey nodded slightly when she heard that. She once again said in a self-deprecating tone, "I understand all of this. However, the secrets you mentioned had a huge impact on me, and I couldn't control my emotions. As a psychiatrist, I actually needed someone else to counsel me." Klein smiled and said, "Isn't this very normal? Many times, we can tell if someone else's condition is normal, but we can't clearly see our own problems. Didn't you mention that you and Susie counsel each other from time to time?" Due to the fact that Dwayne Dantes had seen Susie, the golden retriever, Audrey didn't hide anything related to her during their chats. Audrey nodded gently and said, "Yes, that's right. I've already straightened my thoughts out. I should do what I can and not leave any regrets. She gradually adjusted her mental state. Klein then said, it's not just a matter of not leaving any regrets, we might be able to add to the forces that resist against the apocalypse. Compared to the whole, this might be trivial, but even the vastest desert is made up of grains of sand. The boundless ocean is also formed by droplets of water. As long as everyone sends out as much light as the heat inside them, it might bring some hope. Sends out as much light as the heat inside them. Audrey repeated the keywords in Gehrman Sparrow's words softly. Don't quote me, Klein added with a smile. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up as she replied with a faint smile, could it be something Emperor Russell said? That I don't know, I have to endure a strong sense of shame when flipping through his quotations. I hadn't finished reading it all this time. Klein didn't give an affirmative answer, nor did he deny it. Instead, he said, start hypnotizing me. Let me forget things related to the cosmos, and only remember the corresponding reminder. A little while longer. I would like your advice on something. Audrey openly made a request. She took this opportunity to recount what she had been doing recently, as well as the difficulties and perplexities she had encountered. Mr. World, what suggestions do you have? What should I do to lessen the suffering of the people of Backland before the war ends? As for stopping the war, although she wanted to, she knew that she didn't have the ability to do so. At the same time, she also understood that even Mr. World wouldn't be able to do it. Even if Mr. Fool personally intervened, he would at most be able to turn the situation around. There was no way to stop the war. After all, this world war was essentially a battle between deities. After hesitating for a few seconds, Klein calmly said, although the spectator pathway tries to act behind the scenes as much as possible, and although I always keep the words, caution, and carefulness, in my mind for everything I do, and try not to put myself in a dangerous situation. When he said this, Audrey subconsciously thought to herself, from the various rumors at sea, the descriptions of Furs and the others, and the demigod battle I witnessed, I really can't see the caution and carefulness. There's only dominance and radicalism. To be able to do those things and survive on strength alone is indeed not enough. Seeing that Miss Justice was listening seriously with her green eyes filled with attentiveness, he continued, in this world, nothing can be easily resolved without taking risks. Sometimes, I do something with the thought that death is a possibility. The muttering in Audrey's heart stopped. She fell silent, for a while before slowly saying, I understand what you mean. There are many times when you can't do what you want while ensuring absolute safety. You can only choose one of them. Klein nodded and decided to let Miss Justice understand the reality of this world better, so as to prevent her from being overly idealistic when she did things. The method you mentioned just now is the most feasible, with the least risks. The people who can help the people of Backland are the nobles, churches, businessmen, and the royal family. Why don't we rob Fasak, Intis, and the Fainapotter army of their food? Audrey subconsciously asked. Klein calmly said, this is because the three armies have already entered the Lowen Kingdom's borders. Even if you can escape a demigod's notice and successfully snatch the food, they will not collapse. They will definitely snatch the food from the surrounding people for sustenance. The effects will not be significant in the short term. As for the long term, we might not have the luxury of time to wait that long. When that happened, it was obvious to Audrey who would be the true victims. This was the difference between a war between deities and an ordinary war. Besides, I'm unable to do that. The capacity of Traveler's Bag is limited. It's the same for the teleportation recorded in Limano's travels. Justice Audrey began to counsel herself as she asked thoughtfully, if I were to really obtain food from the nobles, businessmen, and royal family, what reaction would the church have when they discover traces of my interference? Klein maintained his previous tone and said, a tacit acquiesce. Audrey vaguely felt that this was the answer, but she couldn't figure out the reason. Klein continued, believers are the anchors of the deities. One believer is an anchor point. In this aspect, there is no difference between a noble and a poor person. In essence, no one is nobler or lowlier. Under normal circumstances, nobles and merchants can use their status, power, wealth, and influence to help the church maintain its system and spread its faith. Therefore, they are more important. But in this situation, who is more important, thousands of anchors, or millions of anchors? This is a simple problem in mathematics. Faced with the truth of the veil that had been ripped off, Audrey was momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Klein added, from this point of view, whatever you want to do on a wider level has its meaning. You will help the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms stabilize their anchors. In the future, this might be critical to resisting the apocalypse. Audrey pursed her lips bit by bit, holding them pursed for a long time before relaxing them. She chuckled and said, only now do I realize that I'm actually a little proud of my status as a noble. Nobility is in your character, not status. Klein helped her finish her sentence. Audrey slowly exhaled and calmed her chaotic inner thoughts. She didn't make up her mind as a result. She casually said, our tarot club and the church, the relationship with the Church of Evernight seems pretty good. Mr. Fool and the Evernight Goddess are allies. This question stumps me. I do wish to become allies with the goddess, but she might not be interested. After lampooning a few times, Klein said in a serious tone, you can think of them as allies at the moment. He deliberately emphasized that it was only now, so as to prevent himself from being slapped in the face by reality in the future. At the same time, he muttered the real answer in his heart. Based on the current situation, the goddess was an angel investor of the Tarot Club, the major shareholder. Audrey nodded slowly and suddenly smiled. I was just thinking about what you could be mumbling inwardly when you answered, allies at the moment. It must be interesting, just like when we were exploring Livesade. Lady, a psychiatrist isn't suited to joking with a patient on such matters. Is it because we've been chatting for too long in the past half year and have become much more familiar with each other that you've revealed your true nature? Please show some respect to this adventurer in front of you who is famous for being cold and crazy. Yes, I have to say, the spectator pathway's ability to adjust their own emotions is indeed impressive. It was all Leonard's fault that time. Klein was first taken aback before he pretended that nothing had happened as he leaned back into his chair. Audrey immediately reined in her emotions and began to seriously and carefully attempt to hypnotize him. After everything was over, Klein confirmed that Miss Justice wasn't under the notice of the Great Old Ones through the Crimson Star after she returned to the real world. Of course, he had already forgotten anything regarding the Great Old Ones or outer deities. He was just able to confirm that nothing abnormal had happened from Miss Justice's condition. Phew, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He threw the piece of paper that could awaken his memories into the junk pile and told himself to wait until he became an angel. Backland, Bridge area, in an apartment. Emlyn White looked at Marich, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. The former took off his hat and bowed in an extremely gentlemanly manner. What's the matter? Marich sat on the sofa and leaned forward, his hands clasped. Emlyn pulled a chair and sat down. He smiled and asked, do you still wish to deal with the important figures of the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction? Do you have any leads? Marich asked indifferently. Emlyn was definitely prepared before he paid the visit, so he said unhurriedly, I do not have any clues regarding the person in charge of the Rose School of Thought in Backland. However, after the war escalated, the southern continents East and West Balam, Star Highlands, Paz Valley, and Haganti Plains have been thrown into chaos. Many of the Rose School of Thought demigods have emerged and walked onto the stage. They are no longer so difficult to lock onto. Marich looked at the red-eyed and thin-lipped Emlyn and said, which Duke or Marquis of the Sanguine are you representing? Am I not allowed to represent myself? Emlyn raised his chin slightly and asked with a smile. Marich shook his head seriously and said, you are only a sequence 5, you aren't qualified enough. He had said it so directly that Emlyn was momentarily at a loss for words. One quote from a leading figure of modern Chinese literature, Lu Xuan, chapter 12:26, handing out mushrooms. Emlyn maintained his smile and calmed himself down before responding, I can find helpers of a sufficient level. He didn't wish to borrow the forces of the Sanguine too much on this matter, because if that happened, he would undoubtedly end up as a liaison, a bystander, and a messenger. He would not have any say in the eventual distribution of the spoils of war. As for the Sanguine dukes and marquises, they had no lack of direct descendants who wished to advance to become a demigod and become an earl. At the very beginning, Emlyn believed in his identity as the Sanguine savior. He believed that the important figures would treat every single member fairly. However, as the Hanged Man analyzed the various high-level Sanguine orders from Marquis Nibs and the other high-level Sanguine, Emlyn gradually became wary of them. He frowned slightly and said, Sherlock Moretti. Emlyn was puzzled as he shifted in his seat. Why do you think it's him? If it was in the past, he would have directly said, why are you mentioning Sherlock Moretti? He has been away from Backland for nearly 2 years. But now, He could acutely grasp that there was some hidden information in Marich's words. He subconsciously adjusted his question. In the eyes of this wraith, Sherlock Moretti isn't simple. Yes, indeed, he isn't simple. As he spoke, Emlyn made a guess. Upon hearing Emlyn's question, Marich's expression immediately turned odd, as though it was his first time meeting this sanguine viscount. He quickly restrained the abnormality on the surface and said without emotion, "We need to consider it. I hope you can come up with a more convincing plan the next time we meet." "No problem." Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately stood up and bowed gentlemanly. After deciding on the means of communication, he put on his silk hat and walked out of the room. As he returned to his residence, Emlyn couldn't help but run through his initial plan. As long as I complete a cooperative agreement with the demigod of the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction, I can use it to apply for a Grade 1 sealed artifact from the marquises and dukes of the race. Using the reason that it's under the cooperating partners' behest that they object to having demigods of the race be involved, I can stop them from directly interfering. Yes, in order to make an agreement, I have to show enough strength to convince Marich and the others. I can only commission the mission at the Tarot Club to see if Ma'am Hermit, Miss Justice, and Mr. Hanged Man are willing to accept the commission. Miss Magician can also be considered. She can summon the projection of Gehrman Sparrow. The biggest problem now is that I can't provide enough compensation. I can only try to make an advance or a promise. Once I become an earl, I'll return the payment one by one. With this in mind, Emlyn suddenly felt thankful that he had joined the Tarot Club. This was the only organization he knew that could use a future promise to exchange for current material goods. And within the Sanguine, or in the Orthodox churches, one had to accumulate enough contributions until one reached the end of the line where the characteristics and advancement ritual was awarded. Sometimes, a Beander might not be able to accumulate enough contributions in their entire lives. This is like a credit loan underwritten by Mr. Fool. It can be used to issue missions, and when the advancement succeeds, it can be paid in installments. Emlyn habitually leaned towards the things he was familiar with. Although he had never borrowed money from the bank, some of the Sanguine had rich experience in such areas and would often talk within their own circles. Most of them had a fixed, expensive hobby. The precious items might not be liquidated easily at times, so they had no choice but to borrow money from close friends or the bank to ensure the necessary cash flow. Emlyn remembered that there was a Sanguine who wasn't good at wealth management. He relied solely on his profession as a doctor to earn money. When he took a fancy to a precious piece of art, he bought it using a loan from the Backland Bank. After that, he couldn't bear to pledge his property up for the mortgage. Exploiting his long life, he spent 200 years repaying the debt. Of course, in name, his father had died, and the son took over the debt. When the son died, the grandson took over the debt. Emlyn's evaluation of this was, very honest. North Borough in Backland. Outside St. Samuel Cathedral. The citizens lined up in rows as they received the grilled bread, dried mushrooms, preserved fruits, and other food from the workers of the Lowen Poverty Relief Foundation. Their lines extended from the main entrance of the cathedral all the way to the square and circled it several times. At a glance, it was densely packed with people. Audrey stood on the steps behind Melissa and took in everything. She saw the pale faces of the citizens, their eyes filled with longing. Seeing a mother holding a baby in her arms, she anxiously coaxed the child while eagerly observing the line in front of her that didn't seem to shorten. She saw many people dressed in bright clothes, formal suits, and long skirts. Some of them pressed down their hats and wore veils, as if they didn't want the people around them to recognize them. At times, some people didn't want to keep order and were dragged out by the priests and policemen who were helping to maintain the order. They were thrown to the back of the lines. As food was delivered, the cloth bags piled behind the long table slowly dwindled until there was none. Finally, all the food had been distributed, but the long line had only been reduced by half. The citizens who were unable to receive the help couldn't resist revealing their disappointment, frustration, and reluctance. However, they didn't make a scene or argue. They moved their feet mechanically towards other handout points. They had experienced this many times in the past 1 or 2 months. They had long known that unnecessary emotions would only waste the energy they had little of. It would hamper their quick movements to other relief points or fair-price food outlets. At this moment, their expressions were numb, their eyes vacant as they left the square like a bunch of zombies. During this process, a woman carrying a child had her legs give way as she fell to the ground. Her child started wailing loudly, his voice laced with pain. As he cried, the child sobbed and said, "Mommy, I'm so hungry. There'll be food soon. There'll be food soon." There's food at Memorial Square. The woman carried the child and patted his back. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Upon seeing this scene, Audrey was just about to say something when she saw Melissa take out a plate of food from a wooden crate under a long table and run towards the mother and son. I didn't see it just now. There's still one more. Melissa crouched down and handed the bread, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruit over. Then, she explained in a soft voice, afraid that it would cause a dispute among the citizens. The rest of the food was actually prepared for the Foundation staff who had been busy all this while. The portion that Melissa had given them was hers. The woman took the food and handed it to the child as she said repeatedly, "Thank you, thank you." The child hugged the food tightly and mimicked his mother in his nascent voice, "Thank you, thank you." Audrey subconsciously looked around and noticed that the church's priests, most of the police, as well as the Nighthawks, who were mixed among the people to secretly prevent any accidents, were all showing sympathy, pity, and sadness. After the citizens had left, Audrey picked up her own set of food and handed it to Melissa. "You deserve it." Melissa looked at Miss Hall before her and shook her head. "I gave my own share. Miss Hall, don't worry. I'll have food when I get home. My brother is a civil servant." With a faint smile, Audrey stuffed the grilled bread, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruits into Melissa's hands. "You don't have to worry about me. My family has prepared snacks for me when I'm out busying myself." As she spoke, she took a wooden box from her personal maidservant, Annie, and opened it for Melissa to see. The wooden box contained exquisite cucumber sandwiches, cream muffins, and a small carrot cake. A look of astonishment appeared on Melissa's face. She stared at the snacks for a few seconds before looking up at Miss Audrey Hall. She immediately lowered her head and, without saying a word, she ate the grilled bread and water that St. Samuel Cathedral had prepared. As if petrified by her gaze, Audrey held the wooden box and stood rooted to the ground. For a few seconds, she didn't move and only pursed her lips tightly. After the fifth batch of residents from Moon City received cleansing and treatment and enjoyed the magical mushrooms, this ancient city became a believer of the Fool without any resistance. It welcomed the Saint and Oracle, Gehrman Sparrow, into the city. With that, Klein held a large mass and used the unshadowed crucifix and the life's cane to heal the remaining Moon City residents. High Priest Nim, who had finished his quarantine, came out and respectfully asked at the end of the mass, "Oracle, what is the complete honorific name of the mighty Lord?" Klein looked around and said solemnly with his face tightened, "The Fool that doesn't belong to this era." After giving out the honorific name, he specially emphasized, "Don't chant the complete honorific name in normal times. Do so only when important matters arise. Otherwise, as Mr. Fool, he would suffer a mental breakdown from all the phone calls from work." Nim wasn't surprised at all, because the ancient sun god was the same. After some thought, he asked, "What are the requirements for the ritual of the Lord?" Klein said confidently like a charlatan, "God says, 8th commandment, serve me with your heart, not with your offerings." The most important thing for a ritual is to be pious. There are no other requirements. It can be very simple. After all, the Lord does not care. After saying that, Klein silently added in his heart. After explaining this, he raised his right hand and pointed at the pile of mushrooms in front of him. "The Lord has bestowed these mushrooms to you because he wants you to enjoy a bumper harvest. These mushrooms are nourished by the flesh and blood of monsters. They can rapidly grow and accumulate all the toxins, corruption, and madness into those pure black mushrooms. This can be used as a medium for curses or to smear the heads of arrows." The Moon City residents listened in excitement as they clasped their hands and bowed their heads, shouting, "Praise be to the Fool." At that moment, it was as if Klein could hear countless illusory voices coming from the air. They were mixed with the real praises, circling him and anchoring him. One quote from the Dark Forest of the Three-Body Problem Trilogy. Chapter 1227, Summoning Ritual. After Mass, Klein followed the newly appointed priest of the Fool, Nim, into the Black Tower. With no reservations, Nim gave a detailed description of how many demigods and Grade 1 sealed artifacts there were in Moon City. 3 demigods, 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Moon City isn't weak at all, as expected of a power that can directly receive a revelation and guard the border. Furthermore, they had people relatively well distributed across the 22 Beander pathways in the beginning. They could work together effectively so that some rituals didn't need any requests for external help or become restricted by the environment. Yes, compared to the City of Silver in how their surroundings is worse and how they do not have Grade 0 sealed artifacts to support them, it's already extraordinary for them to survive to this day. if it wasn't because they couldn't find suitable food, they should be able to survive in the darkness for centuries. Klein felt wistful after hearing the introduction. At this moment, Nim said respectfully, "Oracle, we are willing to sacrifice all the sealed artifacts and Beander characteristics to the Lord. I wonder which one of them will be more pleasing to him." This high priest had previously mentioned that apart from him, a Nightwatcher, Moon City also had an iron-blooded knight and an imperative mage. They were respectively the Lightning Priest and Night Priest. As for the 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, one of them belonged to the monster pathway. It seemed to be a portion of Misfortune Mage characteristic mixed with a little of a Chaoswalker's characteristic. One of them came from Puppet from the Mutant pathway, and the other was bestowed by Red Angel Medici. It allowed everyone to gather all their powers together. One of them was suspected to be the amalgamation of a Bizarro Sorcerer's characteristic, and there was one of an unknown pathway. It had extremely strong discernment abilities, but it was rather dangerous due to an unknown corruption. Hearing that, Klein's eyelids twitched as he smiled. Serve the Lord with your heart, not with your offerings. The Lord accommodates the entire world and doesn't care about these things. Having said that, he paused and said, "Of course, if you don't mind, you can bring me around for a tour to broaden my horizons." "No problem," Nim answered without hesitation. He originally imagined that Gehrman Sparrow would take away a Grade 1 sealed artifact while taking the tour, but to his surprise, the Oracle only wanted to get a better understanding of the specific situation and had no intention of reaping any benefits. He picked up every sealed artifact to take a look but put them back in the end. After the tour ended, Klein said to the 3 demigod priests, "The opportunity to leave this cursed land isn't here yet. You need to hold on for a while longer. And I will continue my journey to find other survivors and spread the light of the Lord." "Yes, Oracle," Nim and the other priests replied without any hesitation. With those mushrooms, they would be spared from annihilation for at least another 3 generations. After settling the matters in Moon City, Klein walked out into the darkness in his trench coat and top hat. What he was going to do next was very clear. Find dark demonic wolf Kotar and hunt for this god of wishes. My wish is to obtain the Miracle Invoker's Beander characteristic and that, curtain. I wonder if he will be able to help me achieve it. As Klein walked, he made a mockery in his heart. With him out of sight of Moon City's residents, he pulled another, him, out of the fog of history. His main body entered the historical void, causing his consciousness to shift to the projection. This projection also summoned the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. With its Beander powers, he descended directly into the place in his mind. The completely destroyed northern ancient city, Noise. After successfully reaching his destination, the projection quickly disappeared, and Klein's body returned to the wilderness outside Moon City. Following that, he summoned the Staff of the Stars' projection and repeated the process, allowing him to instantly reach the Noise ruins. The main purpose of the historical void's projection was to scout ahead and ensure that the scenes that surfaced in his mind were identical to the real world, without having any discrepancies. This prevented the Staff of the Stars from creating its random effects. This was the cautiousness of a scholar of yore. In the middle of the quiet and dark training grounds of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad, who was carrying 2 swords on his back, stood by the side. He watched as Derek Berg set up the ritual and prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to send a Holy Spirit down upon him to provide him with help. This was different from a normal summoning ritual. The corresponding incantation was more complicated. The Great Fool, you are the ruler above the gray fog. I pray for your notice. I pray for the power of concealment and change. I summon in the name of the Great Fool, the Holy Spirit that sees through everything, the loving grace of the King of Yellow and Black, the traveler from the dream and mind. As the Jotun words echoed at the altar, the flames at the tip of the candle suddenly expanded, forming an illusory door covered in mysterious patterns. The door slowly opened and a woman wearing a pure white dress and silver mask walked out. She stepped out of the void and walked across the ground. Her hair was red and her eyes were golden. They were limpid and deep, as if they could see through everyone's hearts. This was Justice Audrey. She had used light to change her height, and a mask to conceal her main features. She came to the forsaken land of the gods, the City of Silver in the form of a spirit body. In fact, the summoning ritual wasn't complicated at all. Klein had pulled Audrey's spirit above the gray fog ahead of time. He waited for the door of summoning to be established before helping her open it, allowing her to pass through and settle the entire matter. That also meant that the description of Holy Spirit that sees through everything could equally have changed to Sleeping Princess, the holder of the golden apple, the previous owner of the crystal slippers, and Justice Audrey would still be able to descend. This was dependent on who Klein allowed to pass through the door of summoning. After all, the key point of the ritual was to use the Fool's name for the summoning and using the power of Saphira Castle to communicate with the forsaken land of the gods. The silver-masked Audrey secretly surveyed her surroundings. She sized up the lightning-lit sky, the darkness that spelled lurking danger, and the city of Silver's chief, Colin Iliad. She then looked away and nodded at Little Sun. "We can begin." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh at his height. Although this could be seen during the tarot gathering, it was still something that left her in a daze when she met him in real life. She remembered very clearly that the son was a few years younger than her. According to Lowen's standards, he was definitely still underage. To her surprise, he was more than 2 meters tall. This made Audrey, who had used lie to deliberately increase her height, still have to look up. Without any hesitation, Derek relaxed his mind and cast his gaze at the golden potion placed on the altar. Gradually, he felt a little dazed as scenes involuntarily flashed across his mind. Scenes of his parents who remained alive inside the coffin. The silver sword that stabbed down, hard. The blood that splattered and blinded his eyes momentarily. It was the heartwarming scenes of his family in the past. It was the city of Silver that was on the verge of collapse in the darkness. They were teammates who supported each other and watched each other's backs. It was the elders standing in front of everyone, blocking the storm. It was the repeated curses, the hope he saw in the lightning amidst the darkness. It was a dream that had existed for more than 2,000 years. It was something that generations of people yearned for daily. The emotions that Derek was most unwilling to give up were very complicated. It contained his anger towards reality, the fondness of the past, the pain of his circumstances, the repression of history, and the desire to save the city of Silver. Audrey slowly separated these emotions as though she had experienced the despair and sadness of the city of Silver, experiencing their unity and sacrifices. Her golden eyes sometimes turned gloomy and heavy, while there were glints at other times, as if she had grabbed something and taken it in, yet, she still remained lost. After a while, she saw the 12 white-winged angel of light. This was another response from Mr. Fool to the Sun. Audrey seized the opportunity and attached all the intense feelings onto the angel phantom, preventing them from disappearing or undergoing a resurgence for a short period of time. By doing so, they didn't stay completely separate from Derek's body. "It's done." She didn't open her mouth, but instead, allowed her voice to echo in his heart. At this moment, Derek's eyes became abnormally cold, as if he no longer knew what joy, sadness, pain, and depression were. He picked up the golden potion in front of him and poured it into his mouth. This was a demigod potion obtained from shattering the unshadowed crucifix. The sealed artifact that originated from the ancient sun god no longer existed. Of course, for Klein, anything he once possessed remained as enduring as the universe. A hot, violent liquid gushed down Derek's throat, instantly filling his entire body and occupying his soul. Rays of bright sunlight burst out from his body, washing away the remnants of his body's corruption and the heaviness of his soul. Derek's body became purer and clearer, like a holy spirit formed from pure light. His self-awareness and emotions were being purified and repelled. It wouldn't take long for him to only have the instinct to praise the sun at this moment. Audrey no longer let the strong emotions that she had stripped from him remain attached to the angel projection. She guided them back towards Little Sun. One scene after another surfaced in Derek's mind, causing him to experience abnormally complicated emotions. He once again experienced the pain of personally killing his parents, the despair brought about by the circumstances of the city of Silver, and the joy of receiving Mr. Fool's loving grace. This drilled deep into him, becoming a foundation of his mind world. It was very sturdy and very reliable, allowing him to withstand the last few rounds of the potion's cleansing forces. Finally, Derek opened his eyes. It was pure white. When he saw a ray of light in front of him, he instinctively extended his right hand in an attempt to grab it. However, the light quickly dimmed and extinguished. Derek was stunned for a moment before he clenched his right hand tightly. Beams of light rose up and enveloped the entire city of Silver. The legendary noon descended for a brief moment. All the residents of the city of Silver were stunned by what they saw. This was even more shocking than any of the previous demigods' advancement. Sunlight. It was sunlight that illuminated the entire city. After ending the summoning, Audrey returned above the gray fog. At that moment, Mr. Fool was no longer around. The ancient palace only had the world Gehrman Sparrow, who had planned on observing the ritual. "You don't seem to be in a good state," asked Klein. Audrey sat down and smiled. "I'm just a little edgy, hesitant, and confused. That's very normal. Before truly making up one's mind, everyone would behave like this. There are countless people who retreat and regret their decision, Klein calmly said. Audrey didn't directly answer the topic at hand and instead said with a faint smile, ever since I became a spectator, I've always displayed what would be the most acceptable side to them in front of others, taking care of their most delicate emotions. This isn't a bad thing, but this way, I won't be able to know what I really look like in the eyes of others. I won't be able to unveil the gorgeous clothes and see the rotting flesh beneath me. I won't be able to figure out the problem. Recently, I've been trying to show my true state in some details. I want to see how the people around me will react under such a situation. I want to see if they still think that I'm the kind, amiable, and virtuous young lady. At this point, she suddenly fell silent. A few seconds later, she sighed and said, "The gap." Chapter 12:28. Wishes. Without waiting for the world Gehrman Sparrow to respond, Audrey, who was maintaining her posture, slowly said a few words. Heaviness, pain, shame. Klein listened silently without commenting on what Miss Justice said. Instead, he asked in a gentle tone that was closer to the image of Dwayne Dante's, "Why do you suddenly want to do such a test?" "It's not a test." Audrey shook her head. "It's just to reveal the details that I usually hide and avoid. I want to see what I really look like in the eyes of others." After pausing for a moment, she moved her lips without a smile. "After our previous conversation, I really am trying to come up with a plan. I plan to secretly do some manipulating, so that the nobles, businessmen, royal family, and the church can release enough food from their stockpiles. Theoretically, this is a simple matter, but when actually trying to put it into action, I realize that I can't be as determined and decisive as I thought. Some of them are my uncles and aunts, some of them are my cousins. Some of them are friends I've known since I was young, while others are elders who have been very protective of me. Some of them I often meet with during various charity events and are rather friendly. They formed my childhood and gave me too much. It was a part of my growth, a part of the beautiful memories of my past. Besides, the food they accumulated wasn't stolen. Their explanation is actually reasonable. I really can't do it, to make them my target in an attempt to rob them of a portion of their wealth. At least, it's like this now." As she spoke, Audrey's voice unknowingly escalated into a crescendo, as if she was arguing with someone. She then realized that she had lost her composure, and remained silent for 2 seconds before continuing. "That's why I want to know more about myself. I want to strip away the false image from our past relationships. Under different circumstances, I want to ask myself what I really want, whether my thoughts in the past were impulsive, hypocritical, and naive, or strong beliefs from my heart." At this point, Audrey suddenly smiled. "Although I haven't come to any conclusions, the attempt has already brought some added benefits. I used to think that I had strictly abided by the principle of, you're only acting, but now I realize that I'm almost addicted to acting. Other pathways require different identities and occupations. The spectator pathway's acting is completely consistent with one's daily life. Sometimes, it's hard to clearly differentiate between them. The simplest example: who wouldn't want to be loved by everyone? Hence, when facing different people, I would wear a different mask and use the powers of the spectator pathway to create an image that suits the other party's expectations the best. When there are more and more of such things, when you face everyone, you would actually be obsessed with acting. You would almost lose yourself." Klein nodded slightly and said, "That's a good lesson." He didn't comment on Miss Justice's prior words. After a moment of silence, Audrey slowly said, "During this period of time, I've read the East Borough investigation report that my father hired someone to do. I've experienced many different things. Before the war, many of the poor people, workers, and farmers have lived lives that are as difficult as the lives today. They've been in constant hunger and pain. The changes to the poor law, and the strict laws about the working hours and environment, has indeed brought about some improvement to the management of the pollution in the air, but just a little. After the war ends, and if we overcome the apocalypse, will such things happen again?" As she spoke, Audrey pursed her lips tightly and fell into silence. Klein could sense Miss Justice's confusion and perplexity. After some deliberation, he didn't say the answer in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "These questions of yours, including what you said about your true thoughts, require you to find the answers yourself. No one can replace you. I can only give you some advice. Go to the fields and take a look at the hard-working farmers. Go to the factories and take a look at the diligent workers. Go to the East District and experience them. Go to the library and read through the past newspapers and other related works. Audrey listened attentively and nodded seriously. I will try. She immediately stood up and bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. Although Mr. Fool had left, she believed that he was watching, just as she was waiting for Mr. Fool to send her back to the real world. The world suddenly said, "Hold on." Oh, Audrey expressed her curiosity with a nasal grunt. Klein looked at her and conjured a piece of paper. This is the description of a mythical creature's character and behaviors. I hope you can provide me with some help. Based on this analysis, determine what kind of reactions he will carry out in different situations. All right, Audrey did not refuse and agreed. After she took the piece of paper and finished reading the content, Klein deliberated and said, "Regarding what you just said, I have another suggestion. There are two types of questions that you have. Some of them are indeed very pressing, while the others are not. You can wait for things to calm down and do a deeper investigation. Well, once a person is anxious, they will easily make mistakes. It's best you be clear about the differences." Audrey thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. After responding, she suddenly laughed. "I thought you called me at the last moment to give me your blessings, hoping that I will still love this world after seeing the world as it is." Klein was first taken aback before he asked with a smile, "You seem to have read a lot of Emperor Russell's novels." "He's an outstanding novelist and also a very complicated and contradictory person," Audrey said with a faint smile. Klein nodded indiscernibly and spoke slowly, "If I wanted to give you my blessings, I wouldn't have said that. I would have said, I hope that you will still love your family and friends after seeing them as they are." Audrey was taken aback as her lips quivered, as though she was repeating the words. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Thank you." Sonia C. In the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, the Blue Avenger led a pirate fleet through the battlefield that was ravaged by war. Suddenly, a huge fireball flew over from nowhere. Intertwined silver beams split apart the surface of the sea, creating a passageway that didn't originally exist. Surrounded by the massive waves on both sides, it pointed straight at the Blue Avenger. Alger Wilson, who was standing at the bow, raised his right hand without a change in expression when he saw this scene. A violent hurricane suddenly appeared, sweeping up the azure blue seawater and curling up the silver rays, like a long snake that shot into the sky, colliding with the huge fireball. The water splashed down like rain. Alger immediately locked onto a battleship, opened his mouth, and let out an angry roar. With a boom, the boat was suddenly lifted into the air by a ferocious wave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blue Avenger's cannons automatically fired as a series of salvos echoed continuously. Realizing that the Beander on the other party's warship was trying to use the force of the fireball's detonation to allow the ship to drift sideways, Alger suddenly pulled down his right hand. A thick bolt of silver lightning struck down, charring the Beander's body as he constantly convulsed. As artillery shells hit their target, the ship disintegrated in midair. At that instant, Alger felt a little dazed. He couldn't help but look down at his right hand. This is the power of a cataclysmic enterer. Is this how it feels to be a demigod? He sighed in his heart in a somewhat intoxicated manner before quickly snapping back to his senses. He got the Blue Avenger to pursue the enemy. An hour later, the intense sea battle was over. Lowen's side had once again secured the Rorstad archipelago. Alger was in a rather good mood. After returning to the port on the Blue Avenger, he called the sailors down and headed for one of the few bars that still remained open for business. Lowen had already issued an alcohol ban during wartime as a way to add to the food rationing efforts. But to sailors, alcohol was indispensable. Therefore, in the area controlled by the Church of the Lord of Storms, the restrictions in this area weren't too strict. Furthermore, the Rorstad archipelago had plenty of produce and there weren't too many people. The shipping lines were under control, so their food supply hadn't been disrupted. After walking for a distance, Alger's gaze suddenly froze. The street in front of him had been hit, and many houses had already collapsed. One of them had a huge crater in a concrete field, while the 4-story building beside it was left in ruins. The smile on Alger's face gradually disappeared. On Monday afternoon, 3 p.m. Backland time. Dark red beams of light shot up from both sides of the long bronze table, coagulating into blurry figures. After all the members bowed to Mr. Fool. The gathering's transaction segment began. Since there weren't any more Russell diary pages or accumulated questions, Emlyn immediately sat up straight and surveyed the area. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a commission. Which shaman king do you wish to hunt?" Catalia asked according to her understanding of Mr. Moon. Emlyn took 2 seconds to digest her question. He maintained his elegant smile and said, "You guessed correctly." Catalia nodded slightly and said, "What kind of payment can you provide?" Emlyn was once again at a loss for words, a little embarrassed to say what he had prepared to say. At this moment, the world at the bottom end of the long bronze table suddenly said, "You found someone from the Rose School of Thought Temperance faction to cooperate with." Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief. "Then I can take on this commission." As this was related to Miss Messenger, Miss Sharon, and Marich, Klein controlled the world to take the initiative to accept the mission. Of course, this requires a certain medium. Without waiting for Emlyn to respond, he made Gehrman Sparrow look at Miss Magician. Make some preparations in advance. Furs, who had been watching the entire thing play out like a performance, wore a blank look on her face. Chapter 1229, Collective Wisdom. Seeing that Miss Magician had yet to react, Klein made the world add, "You don't need to be there. Just summon my historical projection in advance." "All right," Furs nodded hurriedly. At that moment, because Gehrman Sparrow had accepted his mission, Emlyn clearly relaxed. From what he knew, this meant that the success rate of the matter had skyrocketed. In the next second, the world looked at him and hoarsely asked, "What kind of payment can you provide?" Emlyn fell silent for 2 seconds before saying with his eyes darting upwards slightly, "Once I become a Shaman King, I'll provide a free promise on similar matters. Also, I only want the Shaman King's Beander characteristic. The members of the Rose School of Thought Temperance faction should have a clear goal. The rest will be yours." Mr. Moon isn't very stolid. He doesn't have much confidence. Through his actions and words, Audrey came to a conclusion. This fellow, Emlyn, has learned how to use consumption loans. Klein secretly laughed and made the world indifferently reply, "It looks like you can only afford a demigod like me. If Mr. Moon can provide a large amount of food, I don't mind participating." Justice Audrey mumbled inwardly. However, she didn't need to say anything to know what Mr. Moon would say. Why would we sanguine be hoarding so many snacks? To the sanguine, their staple was the blood of humans with abundant spirituality. Bread and meat products were all non-essentials. Seeing that the world Gehrman Sparrow didn't reject his offer, Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "What other requests do you have? I'll try my best to fulfill them." Gehrman Sparrow thought for a moment before saying, "Give me a mystical item or a sealed artifact that can greatly increase the wielder's spirituality for a short period of time." This was for Miss Magician, allowing her to maintain the historical void projection for a few more minutes. And there was no doubt that the Moon domain had such Beander powers. For example, the Scarlet Scholar could create a full moon state, allowing their spirituality to be enhanced. Phew, Emlyn quickly nodded. "All right, no problem." Seeing that the human and vampire had come to an agreement, Furs hurriedly raised her hand and said, "No full moon. That way, ignoring the enhancement of her spirituality, she would be considered lucky if she didn't die on the spot. After all, the higher the sequence, the clearer one could hear Mr. Door's ravings." Furs had long since advanced from Sequence 6 Scribe to Sequence 5 Traveler. Emlyn also knew about Miss Magician's full moon curse, so he had no questions about it. He acknowledged tersely, indicating that he had taken note. At this moment, Alger, who was listening to the completed transaction beside him, said in thought, "Although the Beyonders of the Rose School of Thought are easily controlled by their emotions and instincts, this didn't mean that their brains had already disappeared along with their zombification. Even if they're gone, they still have members of the Moon domain. Since their demigods were directly involved in the Southern Continent's war and have exposed their locations, they wouldn't dismiss the possibility of an attack from the Sanguine and Temperance faction. I believe there's a high chance of them laying a trap." "That's right," Leonard echoed. "Many dossiers indicate that, although the Beyonders of the Rose School of Thought are well known for indulging themselves in bloodshed, cruelty, and desires, they still act very meticulously. Their actions show certain cunningness and sinisterness." Zio glanced at her friend and said, "I encountered a supernatural incident involving the Rose School of Thought 2 months ago. The target was obviously deceived and fell into a trap." The world Gehrman Sparrow listened attentively before scoffing. He then said to Emlyn, "Which Shaman King is your target?" "The Shaman King who led the natives from East Balam's North Olite County to attack the Loan's main colonial city." Upon hearing this, a thought flashed across Klein's mind. The Mother Tree of Desire doesn't seem to want the goddess to control the uniqueness of the death pathway. She was driving the natives and using the war to waver the fundamental faith of the Church of Evernight in the southern continent. As this thought flashed through his mind, he made the world Gehrman Sparrow look at Emlyn and chuckle. Then my target will be another Shaman King. This has nothing to do with your operation. There was no need for him to be too direct. Emlyn, Catalia, and company quickly understood his plan. This was a simple plan. Gehrman Sparrow hunted another Shaman King and took the initiative to step into a trap to attract the hidden forces of the Rose School of Thought. And at that moment, the Moon and the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction would take the opportunity to attack the real target. Isn't this too dangerous? Emlyn subconsciously replied. The danger was of course directed to Gehrman Sparrow, who would be walking into a trap. The world Gehrman Sparrow replied very calmly, it will just be a historical projection. If he dies, so be it. Upon hearing such an answer, Emlyn, Leonard, and the other members of the Tarot Club were at a loss as to what expression to show as a response. It was unknown if they should reflect on the fact that Sequence 3 demigods were different, or be envious that scholars of yore had such beyonder powers. Klein continued to let the world speak. If the Rose School of Thought has any doubts about my sudden attack, and only divert a portion of their strength to stop me so as to still maintain a relatively complete trap, then I will try to hunt that Shaman King seriously and turn the false target into the true target. After all you want is the corresponding items. You don't care who the original owner is. A simple but effective plan. The key point is that Gehrman Sparrow has to have a strength that exceeds his limits, one that can put up resistance even when facing an angel. Audrey learned from him seriously and evaluated this inwardly. Emlyn no longer had any doubts. After some thought, he said, before the official operation, I need to meet with the members of the Rose School of Thought Temperance faction to finalize the details. The world Gehrman Sparrow nodded and said, make arrangements for it. After the exchange, Klein made the world conjure a paper stack and distributed it to the members of the Tarot Club. Some existences and I will be dealing with a mythical creature. You can raise your opinion and share your thoughts. The piece of paper was written with the character and actions of the dark demonic wolf, Kotar, as well as the various analysis Miss Justice had made. He hoped that he could find inspiration through different people with their different personalities and knowledge. Mythical creature, the world has set his sights on mythical creatures. Alger, who had been much quieter than usual, couldn't help but look at the bottom end of the long bronze table. Although he was already mentally prepared for this, he felt that he wouldn't be surprised even if the world Gehrman Sparrow suddenly called himself an angel. However, when he realized that the other party was really targeting a mythical creature, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked and perturbed. Catalia had similar feelings as well, but she immediately recalled the Snake of Fate, the Death Consul, and the Ancient Bane. This matched the Gehrman Sparrow's words of some existences. It was very normal for 3 angels in a Sequence 3 blessed to hunt a mythical creature. One by one, they retracted their gazes from the bottom end of the long, mottled table, and they began reading the information in their hands seriously. At this moment, as they weren't involved in the commission or involved in a transaction, nor were they sharing information, yet, the members of the Tarot Club had a baffling feeling of working together for one common goal. They felt like they were starting to feel like an organization. After reading the contents, Alger was the first to speak. According to Miss Justice's analysis, no bait will trap that paranoid mythical creature. It will only push him to escape further. Under the situation of him suspected to wield a Sequence 1 beyonder characteristic, he really doesn't need to chase after other things. Advancing himself is the most important thing at hand. If you want to deal with him, we can only consider it from this point of view. Upon hearing this, Zio said from a professional point of view, but this mythical creature is very cautious. He doesn't leave any clues behind. And according to the intel, the location he can use to prepare for the Sequence 1 ritual isn't actually restricted in an environment like the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Yes, there are too many monsters for him to use. Derek confirmed what Miss Judgment had said. There was silence immediately. Leonard thought for a moment and said, can we rely on the law of beyonder characteristics convergence? As he spoke, he looked at Klein Moretti. That mythical creature seems to be from the same pathway as you. Just relying on the effect that comes from the convergence of beyonder characteristic at this level to chance upon this mythical creature might take a year or 2, perhaps even longer. Furthermore, the other party is a complete mythical creature. He has the ability to cause some interference. Klein overruled Leonard's suggestion. Of course, if he augmented the power of Saphira Castle onto himself, he might be able to meet the dark demonic wolf the next time he used the Staff of the Stars' random teleportation. However, the problem was that if that happened, the chances of a coincidental encounter with Aemon would be much, much higher. This was the standard way of knocking on death's door. After hearing everyone's discussion, Catalia said in thought, according to what the queen found taboo, can we use this mythical creature's honorific name to establish a connection? If the dark demonic wolf hadn't been tracked by Aemon in the past, that might have been possible. But now, what can be thought must have been thought of by Aemon. Under such circumstances, the fact that the dark demonic wolf hasn't perished implies that he is wary of such matters. The world Gehrman Sparrow slowly shook his head. With his paranoid character, he definitely wouldn't respond automatically. Just as he said that, he suddenly had an idea. Not receiving a response from the dark demonic wolf didn't mean that he wouldn't pay attention to the corresponding prayer light. Chapter 12:30. Meeting again. As he had personal experience, Klein placed himself in the shoes of the dark demonic wolf and pondered. Usually, he would shut down the automatic prayer response to prevent an enemy from using the feedback to establish a connection and lock onto his position. Under this premise, to receive a sudden prayer from a stranger would no doubt lead to him relying on the corresponding point of light to observe the supplicant and grasp more information. This allowed him to make preparations for what might happen in the future. If the person chanting the honorific name was a powerful existence like Aemon or someone relatively more familiar, it would be best to destroy that point of light immediately. However, if the person was a stranger, under such a situation where he was completely safe, he would monitor him for a long period of time to understand the exact situation and see if there was a need for a counterattack. It was something that every rational creature would most likely do. At the very least, Klein would do so. The essence of this matter was that non-mythical creatures were marked by high-level existences. They could die in a baffling and tragic manner at any moment. To the supplicant, this was equivalent to suicide or something even more terrifying. To the dark demonic wolf, it was only a positive outcome, nothing negative. At the beginning, the suspicious dark demonic wolf would definitely suspect that there was a conspiracy. He wouldn't dare to establish a connection and influence Klein from a distance. However, with the passage of time, as the observations deepened and a confirmation was made that the other party was a non-angel weakling who possessed the aura of Saphira Castle with signs of being unprepared, he would definitely find an opportunity to attack from afar. At the time when Klein was most unprepared, he would mark the prayer light and deal a remote attack. This aligned with Klein's previous conclusion about his advantage that Klein, I'm very weak. The only problem with this plan was that the initiative was completely in the hands of the dark demonic wolf. Everything Klein did would be monitored, and there was no way to prepare ahead of time. Once the other party tried to exert his influence on him, he would not be able to fight back and wouldn't be spared. By doing so, I would successfully bait the prey, but kill the hunter as a result. It's meaningless, yet, if I don't place myself in such a passive position, it will be difficult to bait an angel of the seer pathway, the paranoid demonic wolf. This is something that a marionette or others cannot do in my stead. If only I can be certain that the dark demonic wolf wouldn't rashly attack remotely because of his paranoia and will only choose to monitor and observe. Thoughts raced through Klein's mind as he sought out the possibilities amongst numerous impossibilities. With regards to this, he could only sigh inwardly, feeling regretful for not being an angel from the spectator pathway. According to his assumptions, the angels of the spectator pathway would more or less have some special characteristics of, the more others know about you, the more you understand them. When the dark demonic wolf monitored him closely through prayer light and ended up carefully observing an angel from the spectator pathway, his position would undoubtedly be exposed to the other party. Unfortunately, I'm not. Besides, the spectator pathway's sequence 2 might not be able to do so. I can only be certain that a sequence 1 has this special trait, summoning 008 from the fog of history. No, let's not talk about whether I can summon that quill without Grossel's travels. Even if I successfully create a projection, the quill is a quill while I am still myself. The dark demonic wolf's understanding of me doesn't make 008 do the reverse. Also, I can only use it for a mere 2 minutes. It wouldn't be enough to sense anything. It can be used as supplementary to the plan, writing the development I wish to see happen, making the dark demonic wolf's choice appear reasonable so as to eliminate uncertain elements. Klein considered for a long while, but he failed to find a suitable plan to bait his prey. Apart from feeling regretful that he wasn't a sequence 1 angel of the spectator pathway, he had also thought of the cosmos. Just learning of it would result in corruption from the cosmos. If I had the nature of the cosmos, then after the dark demonic wolf uses the prayer point of light to monitor me, he would be corrupted, allowing me to lock onto his position. However, the cosmos's nature is higher than that of an angel. How could I have it? I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. Klein made the world German Sparrow shake his head indiscernibly as he surveyed the area. There's no need to discuss the answer now. You can go back and communicate with the right person with suitable methods. He focused his attention on the star Leonard and the hermit Catalia, hoping that they would be able to get advice from the existences that were more experienced, such as Pallas Zoroast and Queen Mystic Bernadette. As for himself, he would return to Backland with the aid of the historical projection. He would seek advice from Miss Messenger, Will Osepton, and the ascetic, Ariana. This is what it means to seek the opinions of angels or quasi-angels before making a major decision, Klein made a self-deprecatory comment. When Leonard and Catalia heard that, they nodded in unison. Following that, the members of the Tarot Club began discussing the situations of the various battlefields until the end of the gathering. After returning to the real world, Leonard, who was resting in St. Samuel Cathedral's basement, spoke in a low voice, explaining all the questions that Klein had posed to him and said, "Old man, do you have any suggestions?" This is him trying to obtain the miracle invoker Beander characteristic left behind in the forsaken land of the gods. Pallas Zoroast was first enlightened before he chuckled. "Tell your former colleague that there's no way he can resolve this matter himself. I only have one suggestion. That is to seek help from the fool." Leonard knew old man's character very well. He hurriedly asked, "Is this really the only suggestion?" Pallas Zoroast harumphed and said, "That's a mythical creature that even Aemon can't capture. It's possible only by relying on the fool's help." Only then did Leonard nod and sigh. "It seems that's the only way." 2 days later, 2 minutes before the meeting time that the moon Emlyn had agreed to meet Marich, Furs sat on a reclining chair beside the fireplace and listened to the commotion on the second floor. She cast her gaze at her friend, Zio. "If the war continues, Backland will definitely suffer more attacks. Are you really not going to evacuate your mother and brother to the surrounding villages?" Zio's short, light blonde hair was parted in an asymmetrical fashion and was neatly combed. Compared to last year, she looked more serious and had the bearing of an adjudicator. She was like a high-ranking knight leading an order of knights. She hesitantly said, "The population in the surrounding villages has reached its limit. Besides, I can still get enough food from Mi9 now." Having said that, she paused and said, "If the flames of war really reach Backland, take them, traveling, to Intis and Fainapotter. It seems that's the only way." Just as Furs was about to mention the matter of her buying food in Intis a few days ago, she suddenly heard the alarm ring. She shivered and suddenly sat up straight. She stretched out her right hand, which was wearing a red string, and grabbed into the air. Her arm sank as she pulled out German Sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat and a black trench coat without glasses. The cold adventurer's eyes rolled and gained consciousness, reducing the amount of spirituality that Miss Magician had to expend. He nodded gently as he made the glove on his left hand become transparent. In less than a second, German Sparrow teleported away and disappeared from Furs and Zio's rented apartment. Furs was stunned for a moment before the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She turned to Zio and said, "I think I'm just a tool." The sky was already dark, but the street lamps weren't lit up. Only the crimson moon illuminated the entire city. When Klein arrived at the agreed-upon place, he looked around and saw the unusually cold streets, the burning marks on the walls, and the collapsed buildings not far away for a few seconds. Just based on what he saw, Backland was desolate and dilapidated. It even had the smell of gunpowder wafting through the city. At this moment, Emlyn White walked out of an alley and nodded at the crazy adventurer. According to German Sparrow's instructions, he didn't say a word or bow. To prevent any delay in whatever precious time German Sparrow had, he led him to a nearby house and knocked on the door rhythmically. With a creak, the door opened automatically, revealing a dark environment blanketed with faint moonlight. The moment Emlyn and Klein entered, they saw the white shirt and black-vested Marich sitting on the sofa. The door behind them seemed to have a life of its own as it slammed to a close. After taking a glance at him, Emlyn smiled and pointed at him. "This is my partner, Mr. German Sparrow." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the way Marich looked at him was even odder, as though he was examining an idiot. "Long time no see." Marich immediately stood up, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed at Sherlock Moriarty. Since the other party didn't appear in the image of Sherlock Moriarty, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to mention such matters. Long time no see. Klein took off his hat and surveyed the area. Miss Sharon, please come out for the discussion. I have limited time. As he spoke, he took out a silver adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. A figure wearing a dark and complicated long dress holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads walked out from the void. The messenger summoned by the harmonica's historical projection was an objective existence. It didn't increase the spirituality burden of furs. At the same time, Marich nodded and said, "All right." He cast his gaze on the high stool on the other side of the room. Emlyn looked at the wraith in a daze, then at Gehrman Sparrow and the spirit world creature he summoned. For some reason, he felt like he had been ostracized and didn't belong here. And on that high stool, a figure quickly outlined itself. Her skin was fair like a doll, and she wore an exquisite black regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her blonde hair and blue eyes were slightly pale in color. Chapter 1231, Visiting Everywhere. Emlyn subconsciously looked at the high stool on the other side of the room, and saw the exquisite doll. His eyes immediately revealed a look of amazement, admiration, ardor, and other mixed emotions. He opened his mouth and almost blurted out the question of where he could buy such a doll and who was the master behind this piece of work. However, he was already an adult and had experienced plenty of things. He knew that bringing up such a question was very impolite, so he planned to find an opportunity to ask after the discussion on serious matters were finished. Sharon frowned indiscernibly as her body floated up. She bowed at Rynette Tinacare and Sherlock Moriarty. "There's no need for small talk," Klein said simply. "Our initial plan is this." He shared how he would let his historical projection take the initiative to step into a trap to attract the attention of the Rose School of Thought and described it in detail. Sharon with her black bonnet listened quietly and said with a slightly ethereal voice, "They might not fall for it. After realizing that you are the attacker, that Shaman King will likely choose to retreat under the protection of sealed artifacts or angels. This way, it could only implicate a portion of the Rose School of Thought's strength." Without waiting for Klein and Emlyn to respond, Rynette Tinacare's 4 heads opened their mouths and said at a faster pace, "Their main target should likely be me." Emlyn was a little lost hearing this, but he could roughly tell that the spirit world creature that Gehrman Sparrow had summoned had quite a status. Furthermore, it had a deep relationship with the Rose School of Thought's Temperance faction. "That's right, even if the Mother Tree thinks highly of me, the setup would most likely attract Miss Messenger." After a moment of silence, Klein gave an addendum. "Madam, you and I will attack the other Shaman King in the form of historical void projections. Gehrman Sparrow is very respectful towards this spirit world creature." Just as this thought flashed through Emlyn's mind, he saw the 8 eyes on the 4 head sweep at him. He shivered and instinctively joined in the discussion. Can this fool those from the Rose School of Thought? Since Klein had suggested that, he must have thought of a corresponding solution. "I have an item that can be lent to Miss Tinacare." Having said that, he looked at Rynette Tinacare and said, "That item can mimic the Beander powers that surface in your mind. I hope you can use it to summon your past self, then move yourself into a concealed state and inject your consciousness into the projection. This way, the Rose School of Thought won't be able to discover anything abnormal in a short period of time. It's very likely that they will fall for it and gather all their strength to surround and kill you and me, allowing Miss Sharon and Emlyn to find a chance to launch a surprise attack. If they're more cautious than I thought." Klein paused for a moment before revealing a smile. "In that short period of time, if you join forces with me in your peak condition, there is a chance of killing the Shaman King despite him being under the protection of a sealed artifact. Now, the main point is, do you know enough about the Beander powers to summon historical void projections, as well as entering into a concealed state? I can demonstrate the former to you, but I will think of a way for the latter." Rynette Tinacare's 4 heads shook up and down at the same time. "I can problem. That's the general gist of it. You can confirm the details in the next few days." Klein silently estimated the time, as if he made his delivery succinct. Sharon nodded indiscernibly and said, "The most important thing is intel. Teacher can provide a portion of it. The rest can be obtained through magic mirror divination." Marich echoed, "I remember the symbol you drew back then." She also remembered that the question posed by the hidden existence didn't violate much of her privacy, and didn't bring about too much shame. Emlyn thought for a moment and carefully asked, "How do we communicate on both sides? If we can't grasp the timing accurately, the plan will definitely fail." The Blood Clan's Oath of Rose was unable to transmit what they saw and heard at such a great distance. Sharon glanced at Rynette Tinacare and said, "Teacher's main body can stay on our side." 10 seconds after she enters a concealed state, we will take action. Once she exits the concealed state, we will immediately leave regardless of whether we succeed. Emlyn jumped in fright as he instinctively turned his head to look at Gehrman Sparrow. He remembered very clearly that she was summoned by Mr. World. How terrifying! Emlyn didn't know if he was referring to the spirit world creature or Gehrman Sparrow. After the intelligence gathering is done, you can communicate again. Seeing that it was almost time, Klein took off his hat and bade farewell. Emlyn's lips quivered, but he didn't ask anything in the end. He followed Gehrman Sparrow out of the house where Sharon and March were. Miss Messenger actually didn't ask for any gold coins. This is because I'm helping her. If she really wants payment, all the gold coins I have are historical projections. I can only rely on Emlyn. I have to say, the bangle of spirituality that Emlyn provided to Miss Magician has pretty good effects. On the one hand, it can strengthen Miss Magician's spirituality, and on the other hand, it can speed up her spirituality recovery, allowing her to last this long. Just as the thoughts ran through Klein's mind, he heard Emlyn asked in puzzlement, "That ma'am, Miss Sharon is a sequence 4 demigod of the mutant pathway." "That's right. The potion's name is Puppet," Klein kindly informed him. Emlyn was instantly enlightened as he fell silent for 2 seconds before saying with a complicated expression, "If only she didn't speak or move, then she would be perfect." If it wasn't for the fact that a clown could be described as a master in terms of expression management, Klein nearly spewed a mouthful of water at Emlyn. He thought that the other party would praise Miss Sharon's beauty and doll-like characteristics, showing his infatuation and fervor, but in the end, "I can't understand what's on this fellow's mind." After controlling his urge to spew out whatever was in his mouth, Klein sighed inwardly. Emlyn glanced at him and seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. He scoffed and said, "Which 2 things do you like the most?" With Gehrman Sparrow's character, he wouldn't have answered such a mundane question. However, he was still Sherlock Moriarty, a friend of the vampire in front of him. After some thought, he walked into the alley and casually said, "Money and delicacies. Then, I'll give you a stack of edible gold pounds. Would you like it?" Emlyn asked further as he walked beside Gehrman Sparrow without any fear of the crazy adventurer like Miss Magician. Klein imagined it and felt that this would taint the value of the gold pounds, but also cause the delicacies to lose their attractiveness. Hence, he slowly shook his head. "So," the corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up, "although I also like exquisite, beautiful dolls and pure girls, if they were to combine together, it would inevitably make me find it a little odd. Yes, I believe that every doll of mine has their own character and story. If they suddenly come to life and not be like what I imagined, I would be very disappointed and worried. Of course, if I had the chance to obtain the puppet potion and sprinkle some on all my puppets, I might try it." As Emlyn spoke of his contradictory thoughts, he acted like a philosopher. If Miss Justice were here, she should be able to analyze Emlyn's mental state from such a reaction. Before he could respond, Klein's figure instantly faded and vanished. In the rental apartment where Furs and Zio lived, in front of the fireplace, Furs leaned back against the reclining chair with a pale face. She pulled up the wool blanket covering her body and, with the help of cogitation, entered a deep sleep. 2 hours later, she woke up feeling energized, but there was still some fatigue on her face. This Miss Magician took a slow, deep breath and extended her hand again, pulling Gehrman Sparrow out of the air in front of her. Half of her demigod level records were the summoning of historical void projections. Klein glanced at her. This time, without even nodding his head, he directly teleported out of the house and entered an empty room in a hotel. 2 hours ago, he had been busy with Emlyn and Miss Sharon's matters. This time, he had returned to Backlund for himself. Without wasting any time, Klein immediately took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew it. When Miss Messenger stepped out of the void once again, Klein recounted how he wanted to hunt the dark demonic wolf and finally asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Rhinette Tinacare's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads bobbed up and down at the same time. "Saphira Castle. In essence, it's the same as Palace Zorost's answer," Klein pressed curiously. "How?" "I don't know," Rhinette Tinacare's 4 heads answered in unison. Klein silently exhaled and thanked her. "Sorry to trouble you. You can leave now," the blonde, red-eyed heads held by Rhinette Tinacare immediately replied. Bill, records, 4/1351. September, 4, Gehrman Sparrow. Owes me 1 gold coin. With that said, she turned transparent and returned to the spirit world. Klein was stunned for 2 seconds before he slowly took out his wallet from his inner pocket and picked up a paper crane. I have some questions to ask of you. He wrote on the paper crane he carried with him. After doing all of this, Klein lay on the bed and fell asleep. In the hazy dream world, he once again saw wuxia, who was lying in a black pram and wrapped in silver silk. You're already over a year old. Do you still think you're a baby that's a few months old? Pretending that he didn't see him sucking his fingers, Klein quickly described his conundrum. The plump wuxia retracted his thumb and sized up Klein. Isn't the answer obvious? Ah. Klein was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Wuxia smiled and said, you must have been eating too few desserts recently, causing your memory to be bad. Do you still remember what happens to a beyonder below an angel of the fate pathway when they see you directly? This, Klein's eyes lit up. Chapter 1232, Comparison Experiments. After becoming a demigod and gaining some level of control over Saphira Castle, Klein was able to prevent its aura from permeating out into the real world and augmenting him. This made him stop considering similar problems. After all, this would result in abnormalities, causing him to be recognized by the beyonders of the fate pathway at a glance. It was rather unsafe. And at this moment, once he received wuxia's reminder, he felt that it opened up new possibilities. When I was only a subsidiary to Saphira Castle and only had the right to use it, the aura and projection of Saphira Castle made a saint of the fate pathway not dare to look at me directly. I was equivalent to a mythical creature in the eyes to the corresponding low and mid-sequence beyonders. Now that I have initial control over Saphira Castle, there's a high chance I can make the effects better. This can affect angels who are complete mythical creatures themselves. Saphira Castle's level reaches that of sequence 0 at the very least. Yes, according to my deductions, it might even be higher than sequence 0. It has the trait that just knowing of it will result in corruption. Klein's mind whirred with activity as though streaks of lightning were flashing across his mind. He quickly made up his mind. After returning to the forsaken land of the gods, he would find the monsters in the depths of the darkness and do some experiments with the marionettes in the fog of history, so as to deduce if his idea worked. He smiled and said to the 1-year-old child in the black pram, I understand what you mean. I'll get someone to send you ice cream soon. Wuxia, who was wrapped in silver silk, slowly turned his head and looked to the side. I've been eating too much ice cream during this period of time, and it's starting to affect my body's development. Klein pricked up his brows and asked, genuine, top-grade ice cream produced right from the Intis capital, Trier. Give it to me next week. Wuxia hesitated before answering. With that said, the plump 1-year-old child turned around and buried his face into a tiny pillow in the pram. Due to the limited time Miss Magician had at maintaining the historical void projection, Klein didn't say anything else. Using his unique trait, he forcefully escaped the dream and woke up before getting out of bed. Right on the heels of that, he stretched out his right hand and repeatedly pulled at the air. 4 to 5 times later, his arm sank as he dragged out a woman wearing a simple linen robe with a tree bark belt. She was barefooted and had long black hair. She was a lady with average looks. The leader of the ascetics of the Church of Evernight, servant of concealment, Ariana. At the same moment, in Hillston Borough, in an apartment, Furs, who was sitting in a reclining chair, seemed to be pulled by invisible threads as she sat up abruptly. Her body straightened as the blood vessels on her forehead throbbed. She felt that her spirituality was like a flood that flowed towards the void in front of her, one that she couldn't stop no matter how hard she tried. She was on the brink of being sucked dry. In the next second, this sudden surge eased quite a bit, but it remained frightening. It wasn't something that she could handle now. In a hotel room, Klein spoke succinctly once he saw the historical void projection of Ma'am Ariana gaining sentience. I plan on cooperating with others to deal with a particular shaman king of the Rose School of Thought. Ariana nodded gently, indicating that she understood, but she didn't give any suggestions. Seeing that the ascetic leader didn't give him any warnings, Klein felt a lot more at ease with the plan to hunt the shaman king. He then said, I've been planning on targeting the dark demonic wolf recently. Ariana opened her mouth slightly and said, be careful. Did she mean to say that I shouldn't belittle the dark demonic wolf, Kotar? Just as he was about to ask a question, his consciousness suddenly blurred. He saw the woman opposite him and his reflection in her eyes fade away as they quickly disappeared. Furs collapsed into the reclining chair as her facial muscles twitched slightly. This is more tiring than writing all night long. She gritted her teeth and tried cogitating to fall asleep. Extreme exhaustion might sometimes paradoxically cause insomnia to a person. In the forsaken land of the gods, near Noi's ancient city in the north, there was no one in the dark wilderness. With the lantern emitting a faint yellow light, Klein circled around to confirm his surroundings. Then, he found a rock and sat down, no longer shielding the aura of the gray fog from seeping into reality. On this foundation, Klein consciously strengthened the projection that Saphira Castle placed on him. After he was done with his preparations, he quickly turned a monster hidden in the darkness around him into a marionette. The marionette walked out of the darkness. Under the illumination of the lantern, it approached Klein and cast its gaze on him. In the eyes of this monster marionette, other than the coated and hatted Klein having deeper, more profound eyes, his temperament had also become even more indescribable. There wasn't much of a difference from before. After repeatedly testing the different types of monster marionettes, Klein confirmed that ordinary people, or most Beyonders, were unable to discover that he had the aura of Saphira Castle on him. Following that, he reached out with his right hand and pulled out his body from half a day ago. He controlled the rather dull historical projection to cast his gaze over. This time, Klein saw a layer of grayish-white fog covering his body. Its interior was shimmering with light, but it didn't reveal its actual appearance. He then removed the projection's support and attempted to pull out marionettist Rosago and other Beyonders of the seer pathway to repeat the experiment. Yes, after enhancing the projection, Beyonders of the seer pathway can directly discover something abnormal. However, those below the level of an angel can at least confirm that I'm related to Saphira Castle. There's no way to directly see the strange door of light, which is also the projection of Saphira Castle. This outcome wasn't too surprising for Klein. He took a deep breath and, after preparing himself to rescue himself, he raised his hand and pulled out Winner Enuni from back when he hadn't been his marionette for long. Enuni raised his head bit by bit, and his eyes gradually reflected Klein's figure. There was a faint gray fog that emanated outwards. Deep in the fog, transparent or translucent twisted maggots were clustered around countless spherical lights. The spherical lights formed a door of light that was dyed bluish-black. The door of light was much clearer than before as it appeared even more textured. At the same time, its shape changed as it extended even higher up. This made it look like a tall and thin, brilliant figure. In the grayish-white fog around it was the figure's hooded robe. The spherical lights constantly flashed, making Klein feel like he was being watched by this deep, mysterious, towering, and terrifying figure with his numerous eyes. With a boom, Klein's head involuntarily tilted back as blood mixed with transparent maggots spurted out of his pores. The worms of spirit fell to the ground as they frantically rolled and struggled. Some of them rapidly dissipated, while some eventually calmed down before crawling back into his body and into his pores. Man, it's much better than directly losing consciousness and suffering memory loss the last time. Klein rubbed his temples and sighed silently. Enuni, who was standing in front of him, had already vanished because of the impact that Klein had received. Unable to maintain the historical void projection, Enuni vanished. This was also one of the reasons why Klein didn't suffer too much damage this time. Without Winner Enuni, he was unable to see the mutated strange door of light. This reduced the continuous assault on his senses. After 2 seconds, Klein entered the fog of history, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. Looking at the faint dark glow rising from his body and melting away, Klein finally heaved a sigh of relief and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I nearly corrupted and corroded myself. In the future, I'll use Rosago and the other Beyonders of the seer pathway to do additional experiments. If there's no direct assault, I need to confirm if there will be a reverse corruption from Saphira Castle's projection with the increase in observation time. The southern continent, East Balam, Faaltek city that was under attack. Under the illumination of the crimson moon, the Loan soldiers hiding behind a simple shelter took turns to rest to recover their energy. Their faces were black and covered with traces of gunpowder. Occasionally, someone would wake up and take out some dried tobacco leaves and casually roll it. Then, they would use the remaining matchstick to light it up and bring it to their mouths to suck deeply at it. In turn, their eyes exuded mostly numbness and blankness. When the soldiers guarding this line of defense smelled the tobacco, they instinctively sniffed and looked over. "Do you still have any more tobacco leaves?" A soldier with a rifle asked his companion in a low voice. His comrade shook his head. "I've already finished smoking it. I don't know when the next batch will arrive. I'm going crazy without the tobacco." The soldier who first spoke gestured outside the shelter with his chin. "Do you see that? There are so many corpses, so many hands and feet. They all belong to living people." Before the sun set, the resistance had launched a fierce attack by feverishly storming the various defensive lines at Faaltech City. Their disregard for their own lives frightened the Loan soldiers and servant army who had been guarding the city. They almost had victory at hand, but ultimately failed to break through the critical line of defense. They left behind copious numbers of corpses before receding like the tide. His comrade fell silent for a moment before saying, "Maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, we will be joining them." Having said that, he looked up at the crimson moon and said in a dreamy voice, "I wonder how Backland is. I haven't received a letter from home in a long while. I wonder if they have enough food, or if they can find a doctor when they are sick." The soldier who had wanted to smoke was about to curse at the damn war and the damned enemy when his eyes suddenly widened. Trembling, he raised his right hand and pointed ahead. They're alive. One by one, the soldiers looked over and saw that under the crimson moon, the dismembered corpses that the resistance had left behind were beginning to crawl up one by one, swaying as they tried to approach the defense line. In the distance, a mysterious hooded person in black robe with embroidered crimson patterns stood behind the resistance and spread out his arms slightly. The spirituality of the entire battlefield was rapidly being nourished. Chapter 1233. Two spots. Ever since the war became prolonged, the Loan soldiers had seen countless unnatural phenomena. It happened so many that they were somewhat numb to it. However, the scene of the dismembered corpses crawling up remained a shocking scene. It left them horrified and confused. They felt as though they were unable to survive the impending disaster, and would eventually become zombies. Of course, there was a reason why they were able to maintain their morale after seeing such unnatural phenomena. Just as they were feeling extreme fear, a series of chants sounded from behind them. Lacking clothes and food, they have no shelter in the cold. The Evernight did not forsake them, but bestowed them with love. 1. The holy and sympathetic prayer reverberated across the entire defense line, causing the fear in every soldier to quickly dissipate, their bodies and minds turning tranquil. Then, a number of the soldiers followed orders and moved out cannons covered in silver patterns. They adjusted the muzzles and aimed at the dismembered corpses that were rushing at them. Sparks flew as shells landed in different spots on the battlefield, exploding and emitting a thick darkness. The dismembered corpses collapsed, the strength within them vanishing, otherwise, they were directly destroyed, returning to their eternal slumber. The mysterious black-robed man behind the resistance army raised his arms upon seeing this, as though he was hugging the crimson moon. At that moment, his body suddenly turned incorporeal, his body dyed a faint red as he transformed into a hazy ray of moonlight. The moonlight shattered instantly, turning into red scales before dissipating in place. Moonlight transformation. This was a Beander power that a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar of the Apothecary Pathway possessed. To a Sequence 4 Shaman King, it was almost instinctive. And at the spot where the Shaman King had been, a figure quickly outlined itself. It was a huge cloth doll. It had blonde hair and bright red eyes, and wore a long black gothic dress with countless mysterious patterns engraved on it. Swirling around it was sinister vines. Its skin had a luster that no human should possess. Rhinette Tinacare. She had used the Staff of the Stars to summon herself, back when she was in perfect condition. Of course, the Staff of the Stars that was lent to Miss Messenger was the real one. Klein had brought it back to the real world from above the gray fog ahead of time. If that wasn't the case, it would be equivalent to Klein's historical projection summoning a Staff of the Stars projection. Then, the projection of the Staff of the Stars would summon Rhinette Tinacare in her peak state. The whole burden would be placed on Furs, causing her spirituality to be quickly drained. A solution to this problem was to temporarily lend the actual Staff of the Stars to Rhinette Tinacare. The draining of spirituality would be borne by this ancient bane. At the same time, Rhinette Tinacare was probably one of the existences that were the least afraid of the negative effects of the Staff. As a key representative of the Temperance faction, and as a puppet in a cloth doll, she could stop unwanted scenes from surfacing in her mind. And after changing into a concealed state, the Staff of the Stars could hardly affect her historical void projection. The peak state Rhinette Tinacare had attempted to sneak closer to directly possess the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King and instantly end the battle. However, the other party had discovered the danger ahead of time. Using the moonlight's illumination, he was one step ahead of the Wraith's possession. Amidst the crimson glow that enveloped the ground, red scales rapidly reformed into the black-robed, hooded Rose School of Thought Shaman King. His eyes were closed tightly, not daring to look at the ancient bane opposite him. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, a figure rapidly appeared. It was none other than Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. He had a transparent glove on his left hand as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Scarlet flames rose up from various parts of the battlefield, as if they were announcing the beginning of a grand performance. Just as the Shaman King finished reforming, he reached out his left hand and tore apart the clothes on his chest. At that moment, Reinette Tinaker's bright red eyes reflected his figure. If things went as expected, the Rose School of Thought Shaman King would have transformed into a rabbit or a goat in the next second. He would lose most of his characteristics and Beyonder powers, but his body only emitted a faint glow without any change. His exposed chest revealed a long, thin brown puppet which was embedded there. The puppet seemed to grow out of the Shaman King's body, its body connected to his internal organs. Its eyes and mouth were like crescents. The surface of its body was grown with dried flowers and withered grass, giving off an indescribable bizarreness in the moonlight. Suddenly, the puppet was dyed red as though it was soaked in blood. It immediately turned into a pool of mud that surged into the organs of the Shaman King. Amidst the mud, an arm stretched out. Its surface was flowing with a black sticky liquid that kept protruding out with strange objects. Some were skulls, some had barbed tongues, while others had three-dimensional eyes. This Rose School of Thought's leader, an existence at Sequence 1, had crossed the vast distance and descended with the help of prior arrangements. That evil aura instantly caused the surrounding members of the Rose School of Thought and supporting members to either die, mutate, or wildly attack their comrades. Apart from the Shaman King, no one was spared. West Balam, in a port city, Shaman King Klarman, who wielded the highest authority here, stood at the top floor of a cathedral that once belonged to the Church of Evernight as he looked down at the sparsely lit city. In a house not far away, Emlyn White glanced at the doll-like Sharon and took out a bronze box with many ruby gems embedded in it. Inside the box was an eyeball-shaped glass sphere. It was a sealed artifact which Emlyn had requested from the Sanguine, known as the Vision of White, an artifact of the Sun Domain. It was very effective at dealing with the mutant pathways demigods and shaman kings. It could even be considered able to restrain them in certain aspects. Of course, it wouldn't feel any sense of pity and kindness just because Emlyn and Sharon were Beyonders on its side. Upon seeing Sharon nod slightly to indicate that there were no problems, Emlyn's body phased away as the moonlight that shone into the room, and he disintegrated into a series of colorful red scales. At the apex of the nearby cathedral, Klarman was pacing back and forth with his puffy, black and white hair. He sneered at the city's nighthawks and mandated punishers for moving the Loan citizens and all the sealed artifacts away ahead of time. If the group consisted only of Beyonders, it wouldn't be impossible to escape, but with so many ordinary people, how can you effectively move without being noticed? There's no need for me to send people to track you. Simply locking down the surrounding docks and food supplies is enough to break you down without my interference. As he muttered silently to himself, this Shaman King, who had been active in the southern continent since the early 5th epoch and was even suspected to be dead, cast his gaze out the window and stared at the crimson moon high in the sky. Previously, the abnormal phenomenon of the crimson moon turning white made Klarman feel the anger of the primordial moon. He had always felt uneasy and disturbed. He had become a primordial moon believer over time while researching natural interactions, secret deeds, and other mysterious knowledge. Normally, it was relatively easy for a shaman king to live 1,000 years, but later on, his physical condition waned, an irreversible form of aging and the decay of his spirit body. Therefore, 1,200 years was commonly the natural limit of shaman kings and sanguine earls. To continue living, one could only rely on various methods to survive. For example, sealing oneself and sleeping in a coffin deep within a castle. Klarman was nearly 1,400 years old and still brimming with energy. He didn't need to limit his movements, because he had received the primordial moon's blessings. This was also the reason why he had disappeared for so many years. Later on, he received a revelation from the primordial moon and joined the Rose School of Thought. In this aspect, Klarman always had his suspicions. Sometimes, he believed that the mother tree of desire and the primordial moon were one entity. They were different sides of the same great existence. Yet, there were other times when he felt that the mother tree of desire and the primordial moon were not only different, but there was also a deep conflict between them. This resulted in the primordial moon believers not getting enough attention when they later joined the Rose School of Thought. Apart from receiving some bestowments in the form of items, they were placed in non-critical positions. Just as Klarman was focused on sensing the crimson moon in an attempt to gain a revelation, the crimson moonlight that fell onto the cathedral's bell tower had pure red scales of light appear as they gathered together. It then manifested into Emlyn White, who wore a tuxedo and a bow tie. Behind this sanguine, a thick black gas emanated, forming a pair of illusory bat wings. Emlyn had already consumed the corresponding potion to remove his scent and spirituality fluctuations, allowing him to approach his target in secret. Of course, he was up against a demigod, a sequence 4 demigod of the same pathway. Even if he was fully prepared, he didn't dare get too close, or else he would easily be discovered. Looking at the window where Shaman King Klarman was, he examined the projection on the glass for a second. Emlyn White opened the bronze box with the rubies embedded in it, and he used his black velvet-gloved left hand to pick up the vision of White. His expression twisted as he experienced the pain that came from being exposed to the blazing sun. Suppressing the pain, Emlyn pushed the eyeball-shaped glass sphere to his right eye. All the buildings in front of him had suddenly disappeared from his vision, leaving only shadows of cold, crimson, or fallen evil. Among them, there was a figure that was like a huge black whirlpool that was crazily devouring the light around it, causing his body to become distorted. This was Emlyn's target, the ancient Shaman King, Klarman. A ray of light immediately lit up, condensing into a scorching, blinding light. It shot out from the vision of White and went straight for the figure behind the glass window. 1. Adapted from Job 24. 8. Old Testament. Chapter 12:34. The Projection's Descent. The blinding white beam penetrated the glass window and landed on Shaman King Klarman. It then burst into an intense light, melting away all the undead, darkness, and evil. Klarman's figure burned with a white flame, as though he was a paper figurine that had been brought near red embers. But it really was a paper figurine, one that seemed to be condensed from the crimson moonlight. The Shaman King's substitute spell, Moon Paper Figurine. As the paper figurine turned to ash, the ancient Shaman King appeared at the top of the cathedral and cast his cold gaze at Emlyn White, who was standing near the bell tower. At that moment, within Klarman's blood-red eyes, it reflected the figure of Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and a tiny bonnet. Her body stiffened as if she had lost control of herself. Seeing this, Emlyn didn't hesitate. It was as if he had practiced it 1,000 times before. He aimed his vision of White at the Shaman King's left chest and prepared to activate the Sun Domain's unshadowed spear. As long as this attack struck Klarman's heart, this Shaman King Klarman wouldn't be able to use Moonlight Transformation to resolve it. It would also be difficult for him to recover using an artificial vampire's super recovery abilities. Of course, this would definitely cause more serious damage to Sharon, who had possessed Klarman. However, if they could quickly resolve their target, she was willing to pay the corresponding price. In the previous discussions, Emlyn, Sharon, and Marich had already discussed a few similar plans and had come to a consensus. This was also the reason why Sharon didn't restrict Shaman King Klarman by tightening his clothes. Compared to a wraith's possession, that was easier to resolve for the opponent who could use Moonlight Transformation. As for whether Klarman would be ashamed of running naked, the answer from the magic mirror was no. Taking all these under consideration, they eventually chose to let Emlyn White attack the target, so as to deplete his moon paper figurine to create an opportunity for Sharon to possess him. The transparent glass sphere in Emlyn's hand glowed once again, extending out into a blazing spear that had turned extremely white. But at this moment, Klarman, who was standing at the top of the cathedral, suddenly underwent a transformation. A crack quickly split open in the middle of his forehead, as if there was a blood moon embedded in it. Moonlight surged out like a tidal wave, causing the illusory, blonde, blue-eyed Sharon to float out of his body uncontrollably. Klarman's stiff and slow movements barely restored to normal, and, under the radiance of the full moon, he turned into a pool of blood, splitting into countless fragments of light. His figure rapidly took form on another steeple of the cathedral. Clinging closely behind him was Sharon. As for the unshadowed spear that Emlyn had created, it passed through the spot where Klarman was originally standing and flew into the distance, expanding into a miniature sun. The entire port city was illuminated. At the same time, Klarman's right shoulder began to squirm before something tore through his black robe and burrowed out. This was an exquisite male doll. It was only the size of a palm and wore a dark red, gold-patterned tuxedo. Its eyes had been dug out, leaving behind 2 black holes. The puppet sat on Klarman's shoulder and raised its hands, tapping all its fingers as though it was playing an invisible instrument. Sharon's figure was immediately ejected from Klarman's back, as though she suffered a serious repulsion. Emlyn felt his clothes tighten as they bound him tightly. His bowtie also came alive in a bid to strangle him to death. That doll was a Grade 1 sealed artifact given to Klarman by the Rose School of Thought. It was called the General of the Pupilless Eye. It was an item formed by a sequence 4 demigod of the mutant pathway who had suffered a sudden death due to an accident. It had a living characteristic and could possess objects with spirits and awaken objects that didn't according to its wielder's will. However, the wielder needed to feed it with their flesh and blood, otherwise, it would gradually grow its eyes. Once this sealed artifact was in a good condition, it would transform into an evil spirit that chased after its original owner while abhorring all humans. When Emlyn heard the sound of his bones crying in pain from the burden, the vision of white that was burning his soul emitted a bright glow, turning the surrounding area into a land without shadows or evil. The effects of general of the pupil-less eye had on his clothes were severed. However, at that moment, Klarman had already indiscernibly muttered a particular word with a cruel smile. He reached out his hands and pulled out an illusory door with many mysterious symbols engraved on it out of thin air. This was the door of summoning. The Moon Pathways Sequence 3 was Summoning Master. Under the illumination of the full-blood moon, on his forehead, Klarman, who was only at the Shaman King level, was able to complete a summoning. However, because of this, there was a certain change in his overall aura. He had lost a lot of his rationality, and his madness had deepened. Amidst the illusory creaking, the door of summoning opened up a crack. In the gaps, 2 human palms reached out. Their skin had no luster to it, and they lacked texture. They were like a most inferior cloth doll. Outside Faal Tech City, the Rose School of Thought believers and followers who had originally planned on attacking the Loan Army's defense line after the Corpse Horde's attack had begun to kill each other, their rationality completely gone. Some of them, who were originally ordinary people, bent their backs and grew grayish-black wolf fur. The corners of their mouths tore open as sticky saliva constantly dripped. Some of their skin was dyed black and had become as hard as steel. Some lost their hearts and fell to the ground, only to get back on their feet as though nothing had happened. Some of their bodies turned transparent, as if they had become shadows. The descent of Abomination Suis aura had tainted all the living creatures in the vicinity, causing them to either break down and suffer a tragic death, or turn into werewolves or zombies. As a high-ranking Sequence 1, he could directly bestow the power unto his believers, but there was a time limit. However, this method might not be the hope of the resistance. On the other side of the battlefield, over 2,000 meters away, behind the Loan shelter. Although the soldiers didn't see or hear anything, transparent blisters began growing on the surface of their skin, and their minds were filled with thoughts of venting all kinds of emotions and desires. It wouldn't take long for them to go mad one by one and turn into irrational beasts. Across this base, even to the interior of Faal Tech City, it would be a challenge to find humans who could still maintain their clarity of mind. Suddenly, they heard a chant. It was a chant formed from sacred and ethereal voices. This chant came from the Evernight Cathedral in the city. It was as though there were many choirs praising the goddess. The soldiers, citizens, and officers fell asleep one after another behind the shelter, inside the trenches, and on the streets. They dreamed of a tranquil darkness, moonflowers, and night vanilla. Their bodies and minds became extremely peaceful, and they were no longer affected by evil. In the Evernight Cathedral in Faal Tech City, the high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, the goddess's eye, Ilya, tried her best to maintain the dream that enveloped the entire city. She was unable to interfere with the demigod battle outside. At the same time, Klein and Reinette Tinekere felt the change in the surrounding spirituality. It seemed to transform into layers of barriers that attempted to restrain them and restrict their actions. And in the bloody mud on the Shaman King's chest, a lump of squirming flesh covered in black sticky liquid drilled out right on the heels of Suis' arm, forming the body of this abomination. He was like a huge tree that had been splashed with oil. The extended branches were arms which had various strange objects protruding out. On the surface of the trunk that was covered in thick black liquid, bloodshot eyes kept rolling. It cleared the minds of the onlookers, turning them into rabbits, goats, and pigs. The dozens of arms rapidly extended outwards. Some of them sealed off the sky, while others burrowed into the ground. The rest either surrounded them from all sides or headed straight for Klein and Reinette Tinekere. At the same time, Abomination Suis let out a roar that pierced straight into one's spirit body. It caused the 2 targets to tremble at the same time, causing a certain degree of stiffness to rear its head. It made the crimson moonlight in midair become even richer, allowing a scene to appear on the red screen. The core to this scene was a mummy wrapped in a yellowing bandage. It had been pierced by countless brown tree branches and was suspended in midair. Its stomach bulged, and at times, different parts bulged and shriveled, as if it was giving birth to new life. The mummy's mouth was agape as it kept screaming. Although Klein couldn't hear any actual sounds, He felt pain resonating with his body and soul, slowly burdening him with the mummy's predicament, the chained god. The roar of abomination Sua was formed from ancient Hermes words that exceeded the imagination of humans. It was essentially praying to the chained god and, he, had successfully received a response. The mother tree of desire was unable to infuse too much power into reality. If one wanted to pray to her, and obtain feedback at the angel level, they required a large-scale ritual. Of course, the influence the mother tree of desire directly exerted on her attention via the chained god had qualitative differences. The chained god was originally not a true god, but he had contained the mutant pathway's uniqueness in two sequence 1 Beander characteristics, making him a king of angels. After giving birth to abomination Sua, he even lost a sequence 1 Beander characteristic. When he was completely overwhelmed by the mother tree of desire, he similarly suffered a life of isolation. Therefore, regardless of the essence of the mother tree of desire, the effect she had on reality was limited due to the indirect methods used. But no matter what, the trap targeted at Rainet Tinakere was luxurious enough. As the projection of the chained god appeared, the entire land was dyed with a dark red color. Klein felt that his connection with the spirit world had been severed, and he could no longer use teleportation. His figure instantly leapt into a sea of flames. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Rainet Tinakere was fighting against Sua, he reached his hand into the void and grabbed at different spots. Finally, Klein pulled out a silver-black jewelry box embedded with various gems. Then, without any hesitation, he opened the second level, Box of the Great Old Ones. This Grade 0 sealed artifact second level could transfer all living beings within its range to a particular scene recorded by it. Chapter 1235. Most Valued Support. The silver-black, three-tiered accessory box with many embedded gems quickly opened, revealing the interior of the second level. It was dark. Even the surrounding barriers seemed to blend in with it. It gave one the feeling that it was a pocket of infinite space. In an instant, the darkness lit up with countless resplendent speckles, as if they had transformed into a miniature cosmos, a miniature universe. These bright points of light rapidly spun as the surrounding scene changed several times in a second. What Klein expected was to move Abomination Sua, the Rose School of Thought Shaman, and many of their followers to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. By making them leave the southern continent, they wouldn't be able to immediately sense that Klarman had been attacked. This way, they wouldn't be able to provide any timely and effective assistance. However, the second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones had an element of randomness to it. The act of sending things to the designated scene succeeded a handful of times. Most of the time, the selected destination would suffer an unavoidable change. This was something that couldn't be influenced with luck, and at the very least, no one below sequence 0 could do so. Therefore, when he opened the second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones, Klein didn't know what would happen. It was the same as not using any Beander powers to cheat at gambling. He had to rely solely on observation to push out all his chips. This left his heart filled with anxiety. Of course, he wasn't too worried. No matter where the Box of the Great Old Ones brought him and Miss Messenger, it was impossible to harm him in any way. After all, Rainet Tinakere was fake, the Box of the Great Old Ones was fake, and even he himself was fake. With this in consideration, even if he was thrown underground by the Box of the Great Old Ones and faced a terrifying corruption, Klein could instantly dispel the historical void projection, enter Saphira Castle to do a complete disinfection, and sever all connections. Building on this foundation, he had the ability to help Miss Messenger's main body resist the corruption. Since it wasn't directly experienced, through the layer of a historical projection, the outcome was relatively better. The only thing he needed to worry about was that the random scene selected by the Box of the Great Old Ones was where Miss Sharon and Emlyn were attacking Shaman King Klarman. That way, it would be equivalent to leading the main enemy force to head straight for his headquarters. This meant that they could only consider giving up on the operation, and he and Rainet Tinakere would undertake the responsibility of helping all participants escape from the battlefield and escape the southern continent. The probability of this happening was very low, but he had to be wary. At that moment, due to the influence of Abomination Sua's aura, Klein's spirituality had frozen quite a bit. It seemed to bind his body and soul, but it still flowed into the Box of the Great Old Ones, maintaining its open state. In the blink of an eye, the scene in the second level of the Box of the Great Old Ones changed, revealing a tiny, vast sea. Klein, Rainet Tinakere, Abomination Sua, the hooded Shaman King, and many Rose School of Thought believers and subordinates saw endless yellow sand and the extreme cold of the night. Other than the projection of the chained god, all the living beings on the battlefield were instantly transported to a desert. As for the projection, due to the departure of Abomination Sua, the connection was severed, preventing his powers from seeping into reality, without the luxury of time to examine where he was currently. Klein dispelled the box of the Great Old Ones and snapped his fingers, summoning a scarlet flame as he constantly jumped within them. He had done so to avoid the attention of Abomination Sua, as well as grab the opportunity to complete the summoning of the historical void projection. At that moment, he heard an extremely evil roar. His mind suddenly went blank, and he temporarily lost all his thoughts. The scarlet flames he was immersed in came alive as well and, like a cage, bound him to the ground. With just a roar and the influence of some auras, Abomination Sua had already restrained him to a certain extent. If it wasn't for the fact that Rainet Tinakere, who was in her peak condition, was his teammate, Klein's projection would have been helplessly executed. Perhaps his actual body would suffer certain effects. At this moment, the huge doll the size of a castle took a step forward and opened its tightly shut mouth. There was no sound, but the distorted wood that was covered in pitch-black liquid seemed to encounter a flood dike. It repelled backward and raised the arms with strange protruding objects. This was a curse that Rainet Tinakere had been silently accumulating for a very, very long time. The root of the curse was the anger, hatred, and grudge that had emerged after she suffered an attack. However, Abomination Sua didn't show any obvious changes. He only staggered a little and froze for a second before returning to normal. High-level existences were always able to restrain low-level beyonders of the same pathway. They could even exert a certain influence over space. And using this opportunity to escape the restraints of the flames, Klein used creeping hunger to flash to another side, avoiding the blood moon arrow created by the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King. He didn't dare to look directly at Abomination Sua. He seized the opportunity and reached out with his right hand to pull out from the void ahead. Klein continued blinking about and repeated his actions. Then, he successfully dragged out a figure. It was none other than the leader of the Church of Evernights Ascetics, the Angel of the Concealment Domain, Ariana, who wore a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt. My report from before worked after all. A thought flashed through his mind as he activated creeping hunger once again and teleported elsewhere. The eyes of Ariana's projection darted slightly as her eyes instantly turned dark and deep. Following that, she joined in the battle between Rainet Tinakere and Abomination Sua. With her help, Rainet Tinakere, who was in a rather difficult situation and trying hard to create opportunities for him, finally managed to catch her breath. She didn't get possessed by Abomination Sua, nor did she become a real doll. The Rose School of Thought's Shaman King showcased his well-rounded aspect towards the darkness and moon domains. He attempted to use spells like Abyss Shackles to restrict Klein's movement, but the short distance, blinking, was simply too effective. Without the projection of the chained god and his influence of the surrounding area, and the interference of Abomination, Klein was like a fish in water. He was free and relaxed. He only needed to consider how to deal with his enemy's spells every 2 teleports. However, the Shaman King could hardly stop him in an effective manner due to the unpredictability of where he would appear next. During this process, Klein grabbed at the void a few more times until he dragged out a figure. This figure had bronze skin, black hair, and brown eyes. His facial features were soft and his gaze was cold. He wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden thread. He wore a golden crown and was none other than the former Death Consul, Azek Eggers. Another angel. The Shaman King's eyelids twitched as he watched. At this moment, Abomination Sua suddenly inserted multiple black arms into the desert. The desert nearby boiled and was blanketed with a thick black liquid. This extended into the distance and invaded the void, disrupting the overlapping of reality and the spirit world. Taking advantage of the fact that his teleportation wasn't completely affected, Klein blinked behind Mr. Azek. With him shielding him, he quickly grabbed at the air a few times. His arm suddenly sank and he pulled out a silvery white snake's tail. Another angel. The reason why he dared to directly summon the 3 angels was because this historical void projection of his was summoned by Rainet Tinakere using the Staff of the Stars. The spirituality consumed was born by this ancient bane, not Furs. Otherwise, Furs would have already fainted the moment the Servant of Concealment, Ariana, descended. There was no way she could endure spirituality expenditure such as this. Furz's purpose was to first summon Gehrman Sparrow's historical projection so that he had plenty of time to set up the ritual and bring the Staff of the Stars to the real world. Then, the maintenance of the historical projection would be dispelled, allowing him to return to the fog and have Reinette Tinekar summoned another him. In less than 10 seconds, as Abomination Sua had focused his attention on Reinette Tinekar and subconsciously belittled Klein, leading him to not only losing the help of the chained god's projection, but also being thrown from the state of being the one who had laid in ambush to the one being besieged by 4 powerful angels. Without any hesitation, this sequence one angel opened his mouth and chanted in ancient Hermes words. He had once again prayed to the chained god. When the door of summoning opened in front of Shaman King Klarman, just the extension of 2 trembling hands was enough for a thought to abruptly flash across Emlyn White's mind. The other angel of the Rose School of Thought, the King of Curses, Baranka. This was information provided by Sharon and Marich. Upon seeing this, Emlyn's mind tensed up. Without any hesitation, he waved his arm and threw the vision of White at the door of summoning. This was partly because he was experiencing a battle at the demigod level for the first time, so he couldn't help but overreact. On the other hand, he wasn't worried about losing the vision of White. After all, it belonged to the Sanguine. At worst, he would repay it in the future over time. At the same time, even without the sealed artifact, he still had other mystical items to use, such as Limano's Travels. With the notebook, Emlyn could summon the unshadowed crucifix to replace the vision of White. After the eyeball-shaped glass sphere flew out, it continuously absorbed the light along the way, bringing with it extreme darkness. When it got close to the door of summoning, the vision of White suddenly exploded into an extremely brilliant glow. Like a blazing sun at noon, it enveloped both the hands and the door, melting away all evil, degenerate, darkness, filth, and undead auras. The full blood moon on Klarman's forehead was clearly affected. All the light beams were compressed to his side, preventing him from affecting his surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, Sharon's figure that appeared in midair distorted, turning into a human-sized puppet. This puppet was identical to Shaman King Klarman. It had messy, black and white hair and a pair of bright red eyes. As for Emlyn, he raised his left arm and revealed a translucent ring that was worn outside his gloved index finger. The ring seemed to be made of light red amber, and there was a blood-colored gem embedded on it. Lilith's ring. This was a ring personally made by the Sanguine ancestor, the ancient goddess, Lilith. It could project a door that led deep into the spirit world for a certain amount of time, summoning an unknown creature. Emlyn wasn't sure what he would obtain. He only knew that, under normal circumstances, the summoned object was usually slightly stronger than him, but the possibility of directly pulling out a demigod wasn't impossible. At the tip of the ring, the blood-colored gem emitted a faint glow as an illusory door covered in mysterious patterns appeared in front of Emlyn. The door creaked open, the gap in the door widening. Shaman King Klarman had just recovered his senses from the sun's illumination when he saw a moon rise up behind the door of summoning. It was a bright moon, one that was slightly silver in color. Chapter 1236, Linkage. In the eyes of Shaman King Klarman, a bright silver moon rose, quickly filling his irises. This was completely different from the normal crimson moon. It also wasn't the blood moon that occasionally appeared. It was similar to the abnormal state of the moon from not too long ago, but there were also certain differences. It illuminated Klarman's eyes and body, causing him to instantly lose contact with the crimson moon. That also meant that, before things went back to normal, Klarman could no longer attempt moonlight transformation, nor could he teleport within the range of the crimson moonlight's illumination. Suddenly, a word appeared in the mind of this Shaman King of the Moon Domain. Lilith. The ancient goddess, Lilith, who once controlled the moon pathway. Such a change was out of Emlyn's expectations, but Sharon, who was good at controlling her emotions and thoughts, wasn't affected. Despite having become a Klarman puppet, she raised her right hand and yanked some of her messy, black and white hair. Almost at the same time, on the Shaman King's head, a tuft of white hair fell on its own without him suffering any attacks. The door of summoning he had just opened had been dissolved by the full might of the vision of White's sun rays. This wasn't because the Rose School of Thought's angel, who had been summoned, was unable to resist the Grade 1 sealed artifact, but that the door of summoning couldn't withstand such a special attack. In addition, the King of Curses, Baranka, had only extended 2 hands out. This limited the amount of power that could remotely be projected via his descent. The evil aura that permeated into the real world had also been purified by the vision of White, preventing it from affecting Sharon and Emlyn. At that moment, without the door of summoning, Baranka could only retreat to where he was originally. He had to wait for the next summoning or for Shaman King Klarman to pray. As an angel, he had the status required to respond to prayers throughout the world. When that strand of hair fell, Sharon, in her Klarman puppet state, didn't hesitate. Her right hand naturally slid down from her forehead. She grabbed the exaggerated crack that had the full-blood moon embedded there and forcefully pressed it down. Klarman couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. The flesh on his forehead turned into a bizarre blur as they filled up the terrifying crack, blocking the miniature, full moon. This was one of the Beander powers of a Sequence 4 puppet of the mutant pathway, called the Source of Curses. Apart from being able to influence non-living creatures, puppets could also turn into mystical puppets and magical paper figurines. Through the connections established, they could use various methods to curse their targets. This Beander power would undergo a qualitative change when they reached Sequence 3. At the current stage, it resulted in mutually destructive damage. Under normal circumstances, puppet demigods rarely used it. In other words, a puppet had to hurt themselves to hurt their enemy. The reason why Sharon dared to do so was because she was certain that since both she and her target were at Sequence 4, as a wraith and zombie, she would definitely be able to withstand the damage better than a vampire. After knowing in advance that Shaman King Klarman had a Grade 1 sealed artifact, General of the Pupil-less Eye, Sharon had never thought of truly succeeding with Wraith's possession. Her main goal was to use this method to establish a connection with Klarman to prepare for the subsequent curse. The tuft of hair she plucked symbolized the official start of the curse. Destroying the target's full-blood moon on his forehead was to prevent him from establishing the door of summoning once again, which would lead to pulling a Rose School of Thought's angel into the battlefield. Of course, as a demigod, Klarman wasn't going to die so easily from a curse. In the past, he would be able to use moonlight transformation and illusory bats to weaken the damage brought by the curse. Then, via constantly moving at high speeds, he could avoid attacks while chanting the honorific name of a Rose School of Thought's angel. However, under the silvery white moon's illumination, his body seemed to freeze, preventing him from completing the series of actions. While Klarman's mind raced, the general of the Pupil-less Eye puppet on his shoulder stood up and let out an ear-piercing scream. The glass windows around them shattered, transforming into bullets that shot towards the floating Sharon. Without anyone controlling the eyeball-like glass sphere, it flew up on its own, causing a gigantic pillar of light that had flames swirling around it to descend. The pillar of light enveloped Sharon, causing the surroundings to turn bright as though it was daytime. The general of the Pupil-less Eye could influence ownerless mystical items, allowing them to help it. Amidst the flaring sun, Sharon, who had transformed into Klarman, showed clear signs of melting as her face contorted uncontrollably. Half the large number of glass fragments melted into the pillar of light while the other half pierced through her body. Klarman once again let out a tragic cry. It made Emlin's body turn cold as his blood seemed to frost up. One bloody hole after another appeared on the Shaman King's body. He was like a candle that had been thrown into a furnace as he slowly softened and the oils from his fats dripped. Any damage from Source of Curses would be reflected onto the target. As a demigod of the Rose School of Thought, there was no doubt that Klarman knew of this. His action just now was to use this exchange of damage to force Sharon to stop the curse. The theurgical spells of the Sun Domain clearly dealt more damage to evil creatures that were the likes of puppets, wraiths, zombies, and werewolves than vampires, Potions Professor, Scarlet Scholar, and Shaman Kings. That was to say, the continuous, flaring sun strikes caused Sharon to dissipate, but it would only be able to severely injure Klarman. As for the demigods of the Moon Pathway, they had extremely strong self-recovery abilities. In just a second, Shaman King Klarman used his rich experience and deep knowledge of mysticism to accurately grasp the problem of the Source of Curses, and chose the most suitable method to see results in the shortest time possible. However, at that moment, having lost the vision of Emlyn White, who had summoned the strange moon, regained his senses. He took out a bronze-green hard-covered notebook and flipped it to one of the pages. A crackling sound could be heard as bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, interweaving into a storm that emitted a strong destructive aura. Instantly, the Shaman King Klarman was swept in Limano's Travels, Thunderstorm. Having temporarily lost moonlight transformation and the ability to blink within a certain range, Klarman was unable to dodge the attack. He was smote by bolts of silver lightning. Sharon took the opportunity to dispel Source of Curses to prevent the damage dealt to the target from being reflected onto her. However, her face was clearly much paler than before, and her breathing became weaker. The pillar of light from blazing sun had indeed caused quite a significant amount of damage to her. The silvery white blob that blasted quickly extinguished, and Klarman's body was already pitch black. His charred skin and flesh were constantly peeling off. Pieces of flesh were squirming and growing. The general of the pupil-less eye's body rapidly turned incorporeal, as though it had turned into a specter. It was prepared to possess Klarman and move him away from the area to prevent any subsequent blows. At this moment, a blonde, red-eyed head suddenly appeared and bit the head of the exquisite doll. Klarman, who remained groggy, subconsciously looked over and saw a headless lady. This lady was wearing a dark and complicated gothic long dress and holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. In that vast desert, the eyes of Rhinette Tinacare, who was attacking Abomination Sua with Azek, Ariana, and the giant silver serpent, suddenly glazed over. Her actions turned stiff as she attacked purely on instinct. This was part of Klein's plan. When the battle on this side had stabilized, with Abomination Sua was unable to extricate himself from it within a short period of time, Rhinette Tinacare's main body would dispel its concealed state. She would then return to the real world and quickly help Sharon and Emlyn finish the battle. Looking at the tragic-looking mummy projection in midair, as Klein controlled the 3 angels to hold back Abomination Sua, he used their auras to influence the environment around him. He switched from teleportation to flaming jump, and he continued to deal with the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King. During this process, he appeared carefree and relaxed, but in fact, he realized that the affinity between his body and his soul was decreasing bit by bit. His body was gradually becoming a spirit cage, causing his actions to become stiffer and heavier. This reminded him of the core description of Prisoner. The body was the cage of the heart, and the world was the cage of the body. As time passed, he understood the meaning of this sentence from another angle. After Abomination Sua began to direct his attention at him, even if he didn't have the chance to attack him directly, he was still able to make him suffer some form of corrosion. After one of Rhinette Tinacare's heads was in control of General of the Pupil-less Eye, another head raised the black staff that it was biting down on with its teeth. The gem-embedded staff lit up with a misty glow. A figure quickly took shape. It was none other than Gehrman Sparrow, who was wearing a top hat and a trench coat while holding Death Knell. A silver-black stream of light flew out and accurately hit Klarman's body. Klarman's thoughts came to a halt as he froze on the spot. This was the control spirit bullet shot by Gehrman Sparrow that the Staff of the Stars had reenacted. This 0-62 sealed artifact could allow the Beyonder powers and people that surfaced in the minds of the wielder to descend upon reality, while the latter could launch a single attack. On the other side, Sharon immediately turned into a puppet that looked identical to Klarman. She retracted her right hand and ruthlessly stabbed it into her chest. Blood sprayed out as Klarman gaped his mouth, unable to make a sound. To a wraith, the heart definitely wasn't a vital point, but to a vampire, it was lethal. Without giving Klarman any chance to resist, Emlyn flipped through Limano's travels once again and released the recording of Historical Void Summoning, and took out the bronze unshadowed crucifix. His fingers pressed down on a spike, allowing blood to flow out to cleanse the mottled cross. A pure, burning white spear instantly condensed. After Sharon removed Source of Curses, Emlyn threw out the long spear of light and watched it pierce through Shaman King Klarman's chest, pinning him to the high walls of the cathedral. Bright light suddenly expanded and completely extinguished Klarman's last breath. Unshadowed spear. In the vast desert, Klein suddenly stopped, and while facing Abomination Sua and the Shaman King, he took off his hat, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. His body faded and disappeared. During this process, Klein wasn't worried about being disturbed at all. This was because it wasn't that he was attempting to leave, but that Rhinette Tinacare had dispelled the historical void projection. This also meant that the operation at the other battlefield had succeeded. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.